If you were to awaken one day and find yourself beside a sealed dungeon, accompanied by a bored black dragon, a chorus of cacophonous minotaurs, a flame lord with culinary aspirations yet lacking in skill, and a few inquisitive liches engrossed in their studies, what would you do? Taiping declared, "Let us not strive for dominion. Let us not aspire to divinity. We shall embrace a life of agrarian pursuits, indulging in feasts and merriment, reveling in entertainment to the fullest. Would you care to witness a succubus performing in the legend of the new white snake? Or perhaps enjoy the sauna and massage services provided by the dark elves? The demon's pyramid scheme and lottery are in full swing, and the Flame Lord's barbecue skills will surely please your palate. When leisure permits, one may catch a minotaur football match, and when wearied, partake of the lich's nutritious potions. Oh, and do not forget the inaugural Quinta Supergirl talent contest is now open for registration. In summary, while a measure of conflict is inevitable, an excess of it can breed weariness. To secure a territory, amass a fortune of several 100 million gold coins, embrace a handful of beauties, and command a legion of 6,000 to 7,000 subordinates. This is the quintessential life of a new lord in a foreign realm. Truth be told, I am quite the libertine, Taiping remarked with a sly squint, adding, indeed, prologue, the tedium of dungeon life. The black dragon Constans was in a rather foul mood, and for a multitude of reasons. For instance, the flame lord in the nearby volcano was attempting yet again to barbecue, despite his culinary offerings being deemed inedible even by goblins. The minotaurs in the southern foothills were indulging in drunken revelry, their off-key singing capable of slaying a behemoth, and those accursed like scowled they not cease their incessant academic discussions. Knowing that 1 + 1 = 2 should suffice, what purpose does it serve to delve into the reasons behind it? I have had enough. This dungeon is devoid of any normal creatures. Constans sighed, shaking its head. Licking its foreclaw, it contemplated filling the pit it had excavated yesterday. It realized that its actions were akin to those of the madmen surrounding it. However, if it did not occupy itself with something, how could it possibly pass the interminable hours? It was unfortunate that this dungeon was so distant from the mainland, as knights and adventurers who could provide amusement had not graced this place for 50 years. With a resounding thud, a figure materialized in a burst of white light and landed heavily atop Constans. Although slightly dazed, the black dragon instinctively extended its foreclaw to catch the falling figure. Years later, bards would compose a ballad titled Constans' Foreclaw, celebrating this moment of intervention in the present. The modest dragon would clear its throat and, with a hint of pride, sigh. At that moment, I sensed the presence of divine souls. In truth, Constans was not entirely fabricating this tale at that instant. It did indeed feel a divine influence, albeit that of the god of confusion. Gazing at the unconscious man cradled in its claw, the dragon's expression could only be described as one of utter bewilderment. It had never encountered a human appearing in such a manner within the dungeon, and this individual bore short black hair and yellow skin, starkly contrasting with the denizens of the mainland. Is he truly human? He seems rather palatable. Gently prodding the figure with its claw, Constans remained uncertain. It scrutinized the man's physique, which, though somewhat lean, possessed a handsome visage imbued with an air of noble elegance. By human standards, this quarry could be deemed a handsome gentleman, and handsome gentlemen are often rather delectable. Ah, to hell with it, I shall simply devour him. Licking its lips, Constans opened its cavernous maw, ready to consume its prize. At that moment, however, the unconscious man stirred and, upon seeing the black dragon, initially appeared startled before sighing. Another dream. I should have known better than to indulge in too many video games. Video games? Constans echoed, perplexed. Upon hearing the thunderous voice, the man, who had closed his eyes, reopened them once more. This time, rather than sighing, he propped himself up on the dragon's claw, gazing around in confusion. Minutes later, he suddenly bit down on his finger with such fervor that Constans winced, cautiously inquiring, "Does that not hurt?" In an instant, the minotaur's raucous singing ceased. It appeared that they had capitulated entirely to the jarring sound. Chapter 1. Taiping's Unfortunate Circumstances. Taiping felt exceedingly unfortunate. He had always assumed his life would remain unremarkable, only to awaken and find himself transported to an alternate realm, teetering on The brink of death. Prior to this extraordinary occurrence, Taiping was a university lecturer, enjoying an undemanding workload. His family was well off, granting him 5 days a week to indulge in leisure and revelry, leading a languid existence. Yet after a night of red wine, he found himself in an entirely different world. However, at this moment, rather than lamenting his longing for family and friends or reminiscing about his former life, he had more pressing matters to attend to. After a brief moment of astonishment, the black dragon Constans, both amazed by the man's unexpectedly loud voice and increasingly resolute in its intention to consume this noisy creature, prepared to feast. Noticing the predatory glint in Constan's eyes, Taiping instinctively attempted to leap from the dragon's claw, but the swifter Constans merely snapped its fingers. The moment Taiping made his escape attempt, he fell victim to a petrification spell, becoming a statue in a pose of defiance. The dragon nodded in satisfaction, reveling in its own swiftness while not neglecting to reveal its fearsome fangs. "Wait, you cannot eat me." With his life hanging in the balance, Taiping exclaimed, retaining his ability to speak. This seemingly futile plea, however, caused Constans to pause momentarily, halting its advance. In that instant, the two found themselves mere inches apart, and Taiping could even see his own reflection in the dragon's pupils. "Cannot eat you? Why ever not?" Constans blinked its beautiful eyes, curiosity dancing within them. In truth, by human standards, the dragon was merely around 16 years of age, an age often characterized by an insatiable curiosity about the world. Because Taiping hesitated, his mind racing to construct a plausible excuse. With its claw propped beneath its chin, Constans gazed at him with keen interest, prompting Taiping to ultimately falter and blurt, "Because I am ill." "Is that so?" Constans nodded thoughtfully, seemingly convinced by this rationale. Taiping released a quiet sigh of relief, feeling fortunate while simultaneously questioning the dragon's intelligence. Yet in the next moment, Constans revealed a surprisingly human-like smile, its fangs gleaming. "No matter, I am unafraid." This time, regardless of Taiping's desperate cries, the dragon's maw descended without hesitation. However, 2 seconds later, a dense black mist enveloped the mountaintops, and from within the fog emerged a voice, ancient and authoritative. "Hold on, this individual still possesses other potential." A mere whisper of command, yet upon hearing it, Constans halted its attempt to devour. In Taiping's grateful gaze, the mist rapidly descended and coalesced into a lich. While his form resembled that of an ordinary elderly man, the depths of his blackened eye sockets were hollow, revealing only 2 glimmers of chilling light, instilling an immediate sense of dread. "Professor Amos, has your scholarly discussion concluded prematurely?" Constans reluctantly placed its prey upon the ground, turning to bow its head slightly to the old lich. It held deep respect for this figure, who had raised and educated it in place of its father. "I have no desire to conclude this prematurely, but the cacophony emitted by this fellow is enough to rouse even the sleeping beauty." The lich, known as Amos, discerned Constance's disdain with a mere glance, pointing at Taiping with a voice as raspy as if it had been worn down by sandpaper. "However, let us temporarily retain him, should we wish to behold the outside world." "Master, do you imply that?" Constance paused, a flicker of realization dawning upon her regarding the lich's intent. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, she slowly shook her head. "No, that is impossible. He is merely an ordinary man, with no reason to wield that staff. One must attempt it to ascertain the truth. Furthermore, I have recently devised a certain spell coupled with the effects of the demon fruit. It may very well forge a formidable being." Amos gazed at the dazed Taiping, a ghastly smile twisting his lips. In the next instant, the lich conjured a ring from thin air. With a gentle toss, the ring floated in the void, effortlessly slipping onto Taiping's ring finger. In the following moment, a faint black mist enveloped Taiping as he felt a sharp pain emanating from the depths of his soul. The mist slowly drifted towards the black dragon, merging with its form. "Now, he is your servant." Amos nodded with satisfaction, suddenly transforming into a wisp of darkness that ascended into the sky, his voice echoing intermittently. "Constance, you may torment him, even compel him to dance the bear dance, but remember, do not harm him, especially refrain from engaging in the game of evil dragons versus heroes. If judged by Taiping's former world standards, the abode of the Black Dragon Constance could be aptly described as a super mansion, a cavern perched atop the Crimson Mountains, vast beyond imagination. However, in stark contrast to the expansive area, the living conditions here were rather dismal. Dragons are creatures of immense wealth, yet Constance evidently lacked the understanding of how to adorn her lair with such treasures. Gold coins, gemstones, magical artifacts, weapons, and armor lay strewn haphazardly across the ground, stripped of their value. The place resembled a refuse heap. Good heavens, this is all money. Taiping gingerly stepped over a wand, his expression a mixture of astonishment and regret, as though witnessing a transcendent beauty leap from a great height. Although he was not well versed in this world, years of indulging in fantasy literature had taught him that even the sale of a single item here could afford him a life of counting riches until his hands cramped. Moreover, the potent magical aura emanating from the scattered items was undeniable. Wait, why could he perceive the presence of magic? Moments later, a more profound question struck him. Why was he able to comprehend the language of this world so fluently? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the Black Dragon, reclining atop a mound of gold, suddenly stifled a yawn and lazily inquired, "Hey, servant, where do you hail from? And why are your eyes black?" Though he longed to correct the creature's address, Taiping, recognizing the vast disparity in their strengths, managed a wry smile and began to fabricate an elaborate tale of his own life. The oratory skills honed during his tenure as a university lecturer came into play, as he intertwined narratives from the legend of the Condor heroes, the adventures of Tintin, and the Count of Monte Cristo, recounting his life story in a thrilling fashion, rivaling the performances of storytellers in Beijing tea houses that you stumbled into the magical array of Monte Cristo Island while searching for your aunt, and were then transported here? Constance propped her immense dragon head on her claws, enraptured by his tale. Yet mere minutes later, she suddenly flicked her claw, sending the loquacious Taiping flying several meters. "Servant, do you intend to insult the intelligence of a black dragon?" According to the laws of fantasy literature, the wisdom of native beings diminishes significantly following the arrival of a traveler. Yet this law evidently held no sway in this realm. As Taiping felt a sharp pain in his chest, he slid down the stone wall like a sack of rice, inwardly gesturing an obscene sign towards the Black Dragon. However, even more terrifyingly, the dragon lounging atop the pile of gold snapped her fingers and, with newfound interest, asked, "By the way, servant, can you dance the bear dance?" With a resigned sigh, Constance rested her chin upon her claw, lamenting, "What a pity, ever since that servant was borrowed by the Flame Lord over a century ago, I have not had the pleasure of witnessing the bear dance. But what can I do?" Taiping pondered momentarily, only to realize that his skills were of little use in this world. His greatest strength lay in teaching. Yet he doubted the Black Dragon would pay tuition for lessons aside from that. He found that his sole expertise was in leisure and revelry, which surely held no value. Wait, leisure? In other words, entertainment? In that instant, Taiping surmised that the dragon's various reactions indicated her youth, innocence, and curiosity. Her existence must have been so monotonous that the mere prospect of watching the bear dance was deemed enjoyable. Thus, even if she recognized the new servant's fabrications, she listened with rapt attention, her expression betraying a sense of longing for more. This implied that if he could provide her with fresh sources of amusement, perhaps he could elicit genuine joy from her. "Hey, servant, what are you contemplating?" The dragon's voice, laced with irritation, interrupted Taiping's reverie. "You dare to ignore your master's command and require me to call thrice. Very well. If that is the case, let's engage in the game of evil dragons versus heroes." Chapter 2. The opulent game of Chance Old K, a pair. Is there anything wrong with this play? The Black Dragon, grasping a deck of cards with its two claws, hesitated for a long while before gently discarding two face cards, questioning its actions. "Nothing wrong, but it seems to be old J," Taiping cautiously reminded, fearful of inciting the wrath of the colossal beast. Just half an hour ago, he had scavenged a few magical scrolls from the Black Dragon's lair and subsequently tore them into pieces to fashion playing cards. Thanks to this new game, he had finally escaped the fate of performing the bear dance. Oh, it's all due to the intricate designs on these scrolls that I misread. If those magical scrolls possessed souls, they would undoubtedly weep bitterly. In the surface world, each could fetch 5,000 gold coins. But now they were reduced to mere playing cards, made scapegoats by the black dragon. Never mind, it's only the beginning. Taiping exhaled softly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Shall we play another round? Of course. Constantine nodded without hesitation, shrinking to a more human height, allowing both parties to better relish the joy of the game. It must be acknowledged that this was a rather monotonous pastime, yet for Constantine, who had never encountered the outside world, it was sufficiently entertaining. 5 minutes later, the black dragon began to cheer, celebrating its good fortune with a clawed clap. 10 minutes later, it reveled in its initial victory, albeit with a significant degree of luck involved. 20 minutes later, it even learned to cheat, blowing away stray cards under the pretext of sneezing when the situation turned unfavorable. The game persisted for a full 3 hours, filled with laughter, tension, confrontation, mockery, celebration, and encouragement. Unbeknownst to them, these two originally distinct beings had gradually dissolved their barriers, even beginning to share playful jests and camaraderie. Such a scene would surely make those dragon slayers choke with disbelief. It turned out, coexisting with a dragon was as simple as that. It seems you two are getting along splendidly. Half an hour later, as Taiping grasped the black dragon's neck, demanding it relinquish the hidden old cue, a raspy voice suddenly echoed behind them. The chilling tone immediately made Taiping acutely aware of his precarious situation, causing him to shiver involuntarily and release his grip. A dark mist coalesced into the form of a lich upon the ground, and upon seeing the approaching master, Constantine lowered its head in shame. It could not fathom why this slave felt so different. Time spent with him flew swiftly and brimmed with amusement. Such words left both listeners astonished. Taiping's surprise stemmed from his inability to envision a lich possessing such emotions. By conventional reasoning, they should be devoid of feelings and cold-hearted. Meanwhile, Constantine had long grown accustomed to Amos's fondness, and its astonishment arose from the fact that when Amos mentioned the term friend, it felt a stirring within, instinctively glancing towards the human. No, this is absurd. How could noble dragons befriend humans? Upon realizing the absurdity of its thoughts, the black dragon could not help but shake its head. Yet its emotions told it that this human indeed brought much joy, and friendship often begins with shared games and laughter, much like the ways children forge friendships. That is because you are too lonely, and your mother. Amos once again discerned its thoughts but abruptly ceased his sigh. The next moment, he turned to Taiping, his eyes gleaming with an icy light. Taiping instinctively took a few steps back, hardly believing his eyes as the lich tugged at its cheek, revealing an expression akin to a smile. Gently stroking his chin, Taiping began to question whether he had truly crossed into another world. The beings in this underground magical realm seemed rather peculiar. It appears quite extravagant. Taiping casually placed a magic crystal down, humming a tune as he stealthily pocketed a few more. His gaze then shifted to the gleaming pile of gold coins. If he could carry away a portion, once he escaped to the surface world. Your turn, Constantine impatiently urged, interrupting the greedy musings of the human. Taiping snapped back to reality, casually discarding a magic crystal, failing to notice that the opponent's pieces had aligned in a row of 3. Constantine paused momentarily, then raised its forepaw in jubilant celebration, finally claiming a victory. Witnessing the exuberance on its face, Taiping suddenly felt a spark of inspiration, formulating an idea. The next moment, he casually rubbed his chin and remarked, "Constantine, don't you find this a bit dull? Why not raise the stakes a little? It would be far more thrilling." "Stakes? What shall we wager?" The black dragon paused, regarding Taiping with a puzzled look, unable to discern anything on his person that could serve as a bet. "If you win, I will invent a new game for you." Although feeling a tinge of guilt, Taiping continued his plan to entice the juvenile black dragon. "If I win, you shall give me. What could you possibly offer?" After a moment's thought, he concluded, "Those things will do." Taiping's easy demeanor suddenly froze on his face as he realized that the real black dragon was far more formidable than the minor characters depicted in novels. Yet amidst his awkward chuckle, Constantine shrugged indifferently, replying, "Very well, since you fancy gold coins, let us wager with them. In this underground realm, they are no different from stones." As it spoke, Constantine waved its claws, sweeping thousands of gold coins onto the chessboard. "Let us set each round at 100 gold coins. If I win 3 times in total, You shall invent a new game for me. Furthermore, considering I am a novice, you must allow me 2 practice rounds before granting me 5 rounds to acclimate. Constantine, with its claws gesturing, laid out a series of conditions. Clearly having considered the matter thoroughly, Taiping stood agape, amidst cheers for the gold coins he had earned, finally realizing, there are indeed no fools in this world. If one continually treats others as fools, then they themselves are the true fool. Chapter 3. The Savage Female Trickster. A simple magical timer, with its jarring chime, heralded the morning in the underground realm for the 2 slumbering figures. The black dragon, vexed, covered its ears and swatted the timer, sending it crashing against the stone wall. Taiping bit his finger, deciding to wash up before the black dragon's massive paw struck again, lest he share the timer's fate. In truth, traversing into another world was not as delightful as imagined. He sighed softly, shaking his head. His optimistic nature temporarily dispelled his worries, leading him to begin his morning routine. After brushing his teeth with the cleansing powder provided by the lich and splashing cold water on his face, he suddenly felt significantly better. The greatest boost to his spirits, however, lay in the ring on his hand, an item he had borrowed from Constantine, a storage ring. When he first borrowed it, the ring had been utterly empty. Now, it housed 5,000 gold coins. Of course, to amass this fortune, Taiping had fought for 6 hours, sacrificing 3 new games in return. In fact, he had already begun contemplating the invention of chess, beast fight games, flying chess, and even Monopoly. Yet, these games would ultimately grow tiresome. What then could entice the black dragon anew? Taiping clearly recognized that if he wished to live a fulfilling life in this world, Constantine, who held a modicum of goodwill towards him, was his greatest ally. To continue earning its favor, until it became his friend, the best strategy was to ensure it found enjoyment through various entertainments. Moreover, during last night's idle chatter, Taiping had begun to glean the unique aspects of this underground city. The residents here have been confined within this sacred barrier in the subterranean world for a full 5 centuries. This prolonged period of isolation has rendered the intelligent beings of this realm lonely, troubled, and desolate, which explains the black dragon's unusual interest in a simple game of checkers. Since I can employ entertainment to captivate the black dragon, might I also employ a similar strategy to attract other creatures? Taiping's mind stirred with thoughts of the future, not merely this underground city, but others as well. Even the surface world. The concept of entertainment is vast. It encompasses more than just chess and cards. I might consider inventing new forms of amusement. While high-tech innovations may be temporarily out of reach, there are various simple entertainments to explore: culinary delights, film performances, sports competitions, casinos, nightclubs, karaoke, water activities, and even cockfighting and horse racing. All of these could manifest in this world with the aid of some magic. Suddenly, a wave of magical energy interrupted Taiping's splendid reverie. He turned in shock, gaping at the sky, where a massive black hole was slowly opening, almost as if the heavens were about to grant someone's wish. A graceful silhouette tumbled from the void, crashing down with tremendous force. The sensation of a soft body enveloping him was undoubtedly exquisite. However, if that body were to fall from 3 meters above onto a hapless male, it would transform into a rather unpleasant experience. Taiping felt the warmth against his nose, as if he were being suffocated between 2 mountainous peaks. Besides the difficulty in breathing, his body ached all over, as though the black dragon had crushed him. Heaven help me, am I to be the first traverser to perish beneath a woman? I ought to die on a woman, at the very least. Taiping felt a sense of injustice wash over him, even a desire to weep. Yet before he could voice his grievances, the woman atop him let out a soft groan and nimbly sprang to her feet. She appeared to be in her 20s, with silver hair cascading down her shoulders and a striking countenance imbued with a hint of valor, a solid 90 if judged solely on looks. However, the situation was marred by the sight of her tattered samurai attire, the long sword at her waist, and her rather ungraceful stance with hands on hips and legs splayed. All in all, considering these factors, her score might plummet to around 60. A crude woman, fit for existence only from the neck up. He muttered this judgment, attempting to rise. Yet before he could move, the observing warrior seized his collar and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. It should be noted that, despite being somewhat slender, Taiping weighed 110 pounds. Not everyone could lift him with ease. Meow, is your father a minotaur? Naturally, the suspended male was quite displeased with such rough treatment. But the warrior paid no heed to his protests, shaking him like a sack of potatoes while brusquely demanding, "Hey, you scoundrel, why are you blocking the way? And quickly tell me, where is this place?" Taiping was utterly baffled, failing to comprehend the game being played. But before he could gather his wits, the warrior's eyes sparkled with cunning as she gently lowered him to the ground. The next moment, she tightly embraced him and whispered in his ear, "Adele, take that batch of goods and leave. I will handle things here." Her voice, though soft, was just loud enough for the warriors who sprang forth from the black hole to overhear. Without hesitation, several pursuing warriors unsheathed their swords, aiming their blades at the bewildered male. Taiping, still dazed, shouted in a frenzy, "Wait, I know nothing. I'm merely a hostage." But calamity struck at that instant. As Taiping flailed his arms, dozens of magical crystals and several gemstones tumbled from his grasp. The clear sound silenced everyone, and they collectively gazed at the treasures still bouncing on the ground. Taiping glanced at his torn clothing, then at the magical crystals and gemstones, suddenly realizing everything. Those magical crystals were indeed acquired from the black dragon, but the gemstones? With a thunderous roar, rocks shattered under the force of energy. Yet, in that brief moment of distraction, the fleeing warrior vanished into the dust, never to be caught. The warriors exchanged glances before turning their swords back to Taiping, slowly advancing toward him. "Wait, you've fallen into her trap. I am not her accomplice." Taiping cried out, finally piecing together the imminent danger. "If I truly possessed something of importance, why would she leave me here?" The advance of several warriors faltered, contemplating the reasonableness of his words. After a brief silence, a silver-armored leader glanced at the magical crystals, frowning slightly. "These magical crystals are peculiar. I can sense immense magical energy. Yet they do not appear to have been listed among the items stolen." Taiping felt a surge of hope and began to relax. However, before he could speak, the silver-armored warrior continued, "But you are all aware of Lianjia's background. Such precious magical crystals are precisely—" His words trailed off. Yet the raised sword clearly communicated the sentiment. Taiping was taken aback and instinctively turned to flee, regardless of any explanations. Observing his flight, the warriors became even more convinced of their judgment, and 5 or 6 swords swung toward him in an instant. Yet at that life-threatening moment, a roar imbued with draconic power erupted, shaking the entire Crimson Mountain range. The expressions of both sides transformed in that instant, and within their gaze, the black dragon, exhaling dragon fire, plunged from the sky. Its dark scales shimmered in the crimson light, both beautiful and lethal. The encounter was overwhelmingly one-sided. Akin to a colossal whale devouring a few shrimps, strictly speaking, it could not even be classified as a battle, but rather as devastation and ruin. Taiping squinted, curling his fingers, and before he could count to 6, 5 warriors had been torn to shreds, leaving no hope of reconstructing even a single complete corpse. Chapter 4. I do not have a driver's license, dear Constance. Had you arrived just a moment later, we would have been irrevocably separated. Although the remnants of the deceased were quite unappetizing, Taiping, whose nerves had grown increasingly resilient, sat alongside the black dragon at the cave's entrance, making do with last night's leftover roast. The recent ordeal solidified his resolve. At least until he became stronger, he must cling to this lifeline beside him. "I should not have killed them," Constance lamented, licking the bloodstains from her forepaws, her demeanor somber. Taiping paused, nearly convinced that this black dragon had been touched by the divine light. Yet, almost immediately he heard Constance sigh with regret. Impulsiveness is a devil. Such an intriguing toy should have been savored for a few more days. Indeed, rolling her eyes discreetly, Taiping's thoughts sparked suddenly, and he casually draped his hand over the dragon's back. "Listen, Constance, there is actually another toy that escaped. Are you interested?" The toy he referred to was the warrior woman who had stuffed gems into her bosom and seized the opportunity to flee. Anyone subjected to such inexplicable treatment as a scapegoat would understandably be infuriated, prompting Taiping to decide that since he was incapable of confronting that astonishingly powerful warrior woman, the best course of action was. Upon hearing his enticing suggestion, Constance's eyes instantly brightened. Yet, the next moment, she slowly shook her head and said, "I fear that is not feasible. At this moment, that toy has long since fled the Crimson Mountains. Perhaps she has already been torn to shreds by the minotaurs or the Lord of Flames." Taiping was taken aback, envisioning the warrior woman skewered like a shish kebab, feeling a mix of pity and a sense of justice. However, he could not comprehend why, with the dragon's formidable power, she could not simply demand the prey from the minotaurs or the Lord of Flames? Upon hearing his inquiry, Constance appeared momentarily stunned before hesitantly explaining, "You do not understand. The Undercity is a realm governed by a balance of power. Any attempt to disrupt this equilibrium will provoke a united retaliation from other races." As she had stated, during the 3 centuries of the Undercity's sealing, the various intelligent races gradually ceased hostilities, instead reaching an accord for peaceful coexistence. Although there was no true ruler of the Undercity, the most sagacious lich, Amos, effectively assumed leadership, convening representatives from each intelligent race every 3 years to discuss how to dismantle the sacred barrier. "Surely you do not expect me to undertake some perilous task." Taiping, even without a mirror, was acutely aware of his pallid complexion, though he did not fully understand what the staff Amos had mentioned was. It was evident that if even the old lich could not acquire it, it must be fraught with danger. Meow? If that is the case, what reason could there be for me, a mere interloper, to serve as a stepping stone? While danger was indeed perilous, Constance patiently explained that if Amos's modifications were successful, the endeavor would become significantly more manageable. Sensing his change in mood, she elaborated that the difficulty in obtaining the staff to break the sacred barrier was not due to the danger of the task itself, but rather because it lay beyond the Undercity, inaccessible to both the lich and herself. "I see. So you need to find someone who can venture outside and is willing to assist you." This explanation did not entirely assuage Taiping's doubts, yet it did alleviate some of his concerns. In truth, the mere presence of the contract ring on his finger rendered him without the option of refusal. Although the Black Dragon did not explicitly state the ring's purpose, she vaguely indicated that it was an invention by Amos used to punish disobedient slaves in the past. Thus, feeling utterly cornered, Taiping resignedly shrugged his shoulders, increasingly yearning to seize control of his destiny. In this light, perhaps collaborating with the Undercity was indeed the best course. At the very least, Amos's experimental modifications could grant him a measure of strength sooner. "Fear not. It is merely a matter of retrieving a staff. It will not cost you your life." Constance gently patted his shoulder, her expression sincere. However, before Taiping could breathe a sigh of relief, the Black Dragon suddenly tugged at her whiskers and hesitantly remarked, "To be honest, I am more concerned about the modifications Amos intends for you. That task is 100 times more dangerous than retrieving the staff." This conversation concluded amidst Taiping's abruptly frozen smile, followed by a day filled with strategic games. Yet, a few hours later, while they were intensely debating a particular move, both the man and the dragon abruptly fell silent, staring in astonishment toward the south. From the distant haze emerged a clear sound of singing, which, strictly speaking, resembled the hoarse croaking of a group whose throats had been doused with acid. "Pay no heed to them. That band of foolish cattle has begun their musical revelry once more." Constance waved her claw dismissively, yet took advantage of Taiping's distraction to swiftly snatch one of his game pieces and, without hesitation, swallow it whole. "Foolish cattle? You mean the minotaurs?" Taiping shivered, unable to fathom who could survive such a cacophony. Yet, in the next moment, his hand holding the game piece hesitated, and he curiously lifted his gaze. "Constance, I distinctly remember placing a black piece right here." "A black piece? You must be mistaken." The Black Dragon feigned innocence, her expression so guileless it seemed she could sprout a halo and ascend to angelhood. However, Taiping, having grown accustomed to such performances, remained unfazed. After glancing down at the board, he suddenly lunged forward, seizing the Black Dragon by the throat. "You rascal! Spit it out at once. For heaven's sake. You are a noble dragon, not a wretched goblin." The man and dragon became entangled, their muffled shouts incomprehensible, rolling in the dirt. Taiping even thrust his hand into the dragon's mouth, attempting to retrieve the incriminating evidence. If those fallen warriors' souls were still wandering nearby, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of injustice at having been mercilessly slain by the very dragon now pinned beneath Taiping, looking as hapless as the unfortunate tiger that Wu Song had felled with 3 punches. Half an hour later, the 2 panting combatants finally ceased their wrangling. Constance, straining, flipped Taiping over, having restrained herself from utilizing her dragon powers throughout their tussle, which left her in a more vulnerable position. Nevertheless, she found the encounter immensely enjoyable. Such playful scuffling was an experience she had not known in her centuries of existence. Exhilarating, yet utterly chaotic. But truly, that is enough. You must not provoke the Black Dragon. Just as she intended to maintain a fierce facade, the Black Dragon abruptly halted, perplexed. Taiping, taken aback, followed her gaze southward, where the minotaur's song had yet to conclude, growing ever louder. It seemed these noisemakers possessed remarkable endurance. No, wait. Constance gently scratched the scales beneath her throat, puzzled. If I recall correctly, those foolish cattle have been singing for a full hour. According to the rules set forth by my master, they are only permitted to sing for half an hour each day unless someone specifically requests to hear their performance. Only half an hour? Amos is far too lenient. If it were up to me, I would allow them only 15 minutes. Taiping covered his ears, muttering under his breath. However, he abruptly halted his complaint, hesitating as he asked, Constance, do you think there might really be imbeciles in this underground world who would actually seek out those minotaurs to sing? How could that be possible? The black dragon groaned, rolling her eyes, a bad habit she had picked up from Taiping. Wait a moment. Are you implying that it is not the residents of the underground city who are singing, but rather? At that moment, the human and the dragon exchanged a glance and simultaneously sprang to their feet. The black dragon let out a thunderous roar, its body swelling dramatically in the tempestuous winds, expanding to several dozen meters within mere seconds. Hesitating, it glanced at Taiping and tentatively said, Climb aboard. I shall take you over there. Perhaps we can find that toy which has been toying with you. Ride on you? What a jest. Unless you have a safety harness on your back. Taiping looked apprehensively at the dragon's smooth back, fearing he might easily tumble off. Unbeknownst to him, for the noble black dragon, allowing anyone to ride upon it was a privilege reserved solely for those of higher status, friends, and the rare instances of understanding that were now being denied. Constance's draconic breath was barely contained, on the verge of erupting in frustration. Sensing its discontent, Taiping ultimately made the prudent choice between meeting a fatal fall or being scorched alive. Moments later, the colossal black dragon leaped from the platform, unfurling its wings against the turbulent air, soaring toward the southern camp of the centaurs, clinging tightly to a scale on its back. The man continued to shout in a frenzy, Constance, I have changed my mind. I do not possess a driver's license. This could result in a fine. Chapter 5. A child is born. Music. What a splendid language it is. How could those foolish races possibly comprehend our people's pursuit and appreciation of melody? Alex, the Minotaur chieftain, sat cross-legged against a wooden pillar, swaying his horns in satisfaction amidst the harmonious chorus of hundreds of his kin. He was pleased with the events of the day. Despite the twists and turns that had transpired, someone had finally chosen to listen to the songs of the Minotaurs. 3 hours prior, a foreign female warrior had burst into the camp, requesting a duel, a sacred rule of the Minotaur tribe. Should anyone triumph over 3 Minotaur warriors, they would be granted the status of a guest, and the Minotaurs were ever generous in extending their aid to such honored visitors. One could not deny her extraordinary power. She could indeed hold her ground even against me. Alex glanced at the warrior, bound to the wooden pillar, and felt a sudden kinship. Her strength was formidable, and had she not encountered the brute force of the Minotaur warriors in the third match, she might have. Yet, she ultimately succumbed, and as recompense, she was required to fulfill a request from the Minotaurs. Alex's demand was simple. She must endure 3 hours of their song. To prevent any potential escape from her embarrassment, she was to be tied to the pillar. The poor warrior had no idea of the torment that awaited her. She was now acutely aware that there existed an intangible weapon more fearsome than the might of dragons, namely, the Minotaur's song, capable of annihilating all life within a 3-kilometer radius. I have had enough. Had I known this was the outcome, I would have preferred to face the so-called black dragon. Amidst the loud, discordant singing that lacked any aesthetic charm, the warrior Lianjia felt as if her entire head were reverberating, her skull threatening to burst under the cacophony. Were it not to save little Sue, lost somewhere in the abyss, she would never have resorted to such desperate measures, competing with a horde of minotaurs in a show of strength. Cursed be it, would the continent's most renowned female bandit perish today. Her self-pity was abruptly halted when the minotaurs ceased their singing in unison, their gazes drawn skyward. Instantly, a massive black dragon, glowing with crimson light and accompanied by a soul-shaking roar, descended from the heavens. The dust storm created by its powerful wings sent even the weaker minotaurs staggering. Alex, cease this din at once. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to add a hearty beef stew to the dinner menu. The dragon hovered 10 meters above the ground, its eyes blazing with fury, its fiery breath melting all in its path. Yet, what truly captured Lianjia's attention was the knight upon its back, someone who looked hauntingly familiar. Constance, you have no right to impede our pursuit of music. Amidst the artificial dust storm, Alex, standing nearly 3 meters tall with muscles rippling, rose slowly. Gripping a thick wooden pillar, his gaze fixed upon the heavens. Though dwarfed by the colossal dragon, none doubted that should that pillar strike, even the dragon would be rendered incapacitated. How dare you display such insolence towards a dragon? The black dragon roared, its voice causing the ground to tremble. As it swiped its claws, bolts of lightning rained down, creating deep craters capable of burying all the minotaurs. This display not only terrified the minotaurs, but also ignited a thought within Lianjia. It is you who are rude. I have not violated any rules. With one hand effortlessly lifting the wooden pillar, Alex pointed at the bound warrior. See, she lost to us minotaurs, thus according to the rules. She must endure 3 hours of our song. As he gestured, both parties turned their gazes to the captive on the pillar. In that moment, the warrior, gazing skyward, suddenly called out with a mix of surprise and sorrow. Darling, have you finally decided to stop sulking and come to rescue me? No need for that. Before he could unleash his voice, the black dragon shouted with sheer panic. It then turned to the knight upon its back, hesitating. Are you certain nothing transpired between you and this woman? Perhaps you lost part of your memory on your way to the Undercity. If so, there is a potion with Master Amos that can. Meow? You may insult my intelligence, but do not mock my taste. Taiping snapped, twisting the dragon's head toward the warrior's direction, gritting his teeth. For heaven's sake, see clearly. This woman is ruder than any man. Do you truly believe I would court such a creature? If that were the case, I would rather marry a dragon. He did not notice how his words caused Constanza's expression to shift strangely. But moments later, the black dragon resumed its composure, nodding slightly as it growled. Enough, woman. My friend claims not to know you, so cease this farce and accept our punishment. Alex, I hope you will not interfere. Understood. Darling, is this your choice? Yet. Amidst the dragon's roar, the bound warrior suddenly looked up at the sky. Anyone not blind could see the affection and glimmering hope in her eyes. Very well then. Do as you please. But I have but one humble request. Let me safely endure these 6 months until my child is born. Child. Even the lightning summoned by the black dragon striking the ground could not evoke a greater shock. All eyes turned to the warrior's waist, and upon closer inspection, one could indeed see a slight bulge in her abdomen, suggesting that she was truly with child. If so, in the suffocating silence, Alex suddenly sprang to life from the many stone-like figures. He lifted the wooden pillar high, standing protectively before the warrior, and declared fiercely, Constance, you shall not take this poor woman. We minotaurs will never permit such a violation of our principles. Such impudent words should have incited the dragon's wrath. Yet in that moment, Constance seemed to forget her retort entirely, staring blankly at Taiping, repeating in an exceedingly peculiar tone, Child? Shouldn't you explain this matter to me? Meow? You imbecilic dragon, do you truly believe? Taiping growled in fury, but the fire flashing in the dragon's eyes compelled him to fall silent. Gazing skyward, Taiping suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet no one noticed that as Taiping gradually morphed into a figure of lamentation under the collective gaze. The warrior's waist emanated a faint glow of the distant water spell. This light, though not blinding, expanded into a screen, revealing a girl of 12 or 13 years, standing before a volcano slowly oozing with lava. The girl possessed long black hair and an adorably round face. But what drew the eye was the purity of her lily-like eyes. However, in that moment, those bright eyes were tinged with fear and confusion. She hesitated, scanning her surroundings, and upon recognizing her vicinity, exclaimed with delight, Sister, are you still alive? Wonderful. I almost thought you had. Wait, sister, did you just say you have a child? How is that possible? Just yesterday, you told me. Her voice was abruptly cut off as a colossal pillar of fire suddenly erupted, transforming into waves of flames that engulfed the girl. Soon after, the light screen flickered a few times in midair before vanishing without a trace. The atmosphere was enveloped in silence, and all creatures exchanged bewildered glances. In the face of such a sequence of events, they felt their intellects were somewhat inadequate. Chapter 6. What should we do, child? In a moment of silence, the man on the dragon's back suddenly stroked his chin, casting a cold smile toward the minotaur below. Under his gaze, even the rugged Alex lowered his head slightly, feeling a flush on his face. Thus, when Taiping walked toward the female warrior with a sneer, Both he and the minotaurs instinctively parted ways. Child. Excellent. Formidable. The phrase, a relic of the past, instinctively slipped from Taiping's lips as he began to circle the female warrior slowly, as if she were the sun and he, a planet revolving around it. However, the female warrior felt no reverence akin to that of the sun. Instead, anxiety gripped her heart, wondering what this seemingly calm man might do next. But in the next instant, Taiping abruptly halted, swiftly cradling the warrior's face in his hands and pressing his lips against her parched yet alluring mouth. In that moment, all onlookers seemed ensnared in a temporal magic, gazing vacantly at the pair in intimate contact, watching the woman futilely struggle against the man's fervent kiss. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Taiping savored the sweetness lingering on his tongue, gradually releasing the blushing female warrior. He wiped the corner of his mouth, nodding in satisfaction. Yet, the woman, feeling utterly violated, gasped heavily and suddenly shouted, "You, scoundrel! How dare you treat me like this? My dear, what have I done? I merely performed what couples ought to do." After ensuring the sturdy wood post was secure, Taiping shrugged nonchalantly, clapping his hands together. "Well then, I have claimed my compensation. Now, please continue to listen to the Minotaur's songs. They are truly splendid music, deserving of admiration. Confidence. One must possess confidence. And I truly believe it surpasses others' melodies." Taiping gave a thumbs up to the Minotaurs, his expression as innocent as a child. Yet, within his heart, he mercilessly derided. What a joke. Of course, it's better than others' songs. Because others' songs merely demand payment, while yours demand a life. Alex, nearly crushing Taiping in excitement, gripped his wrist tightly, disregarding the pained cries, exclaiming, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. If that is the case, why don't you stay and listen to our performance together?" Stunned for a moment, Alex quickly nodded, feeling tears welling in the corners of his eyes. After 5 centuries of seclusion, it was the first time someone genuinely praised their tribe's songs. True appreciation was hard to find. Let me see what this so-called pregnancy is. Ignoring the excited minotaurs, Taiping reached toward the slightly rounded abdomen of the female warrior, and in the next moment, a stone glowing with blue light appeared before everyone. It was a deep blue stone, seemingly warm to the touch, radiating light akin to flames and even emitting a low hiss. Magic power, contained yet potent magic power. Originally dazed by the kiss, Constance regained her wits in the presence of the burning blue light. She extended her dragon head, sniffing around the stone, frowning in confusion. A peculiar sensation. It doesn't resemble a magic crystal, yet the magic it harbors is formidable. This is what is known as the source of magical power, said to grant the user immense and everlasting magic. The female warrior interjected, her tone imbued with mystery. She then gazed at Taiping with an enticing look, smiling. "Let us make a deal. I will enable you to harness the magic within, elevating you above even the archmage. In return, you shall assist me in rescuing little Sue, the girl from the earlier projection. Do you take me for a fool?" Taiping weighed the stone in his hand, casually placing it into his ring. "If it were so simple, why wouldn't you use it yourself instead of entrusting it to me?" Her final remark dispelled Taiping's doubts. If she was candid about such possibilities, then there was a semblance of truth in her words. Sighing softly, he turned to the female warrior and remarked, "Very well. It's a deal. If you dare deceive me again, it won't merely be a kiss. My dear, rest assured, are we not a couple?" Unashamedly uttering this, the female warrior looked down at her bindings, signaling for him to untie her. Alex, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly gasped at that moment, shaking his head vigorously. "Wait. 3 hours have yet to pass. How can you? Are you certain?" Alex hesitated briefly, then grasped Taiping's arm again, trembling. "Can we allow other races to appreciate our melodies?" "Of course. Certainly." Enduring the pain in his arm, Taiping maintained his smile, nodding repeatedly. "I believe they would be unable to move, begging you to sing for them, even willing to pay for it. But this requires time and the assistance of this woman. So, take her away." Immediately, without hesitation, Alex pointed at the female warrior, declaring, "If you can assist us in this, you shall be a distinguished guest of the Minotaurs and my best friend, Alex. Of course, I assure you I will make it happen." Taiping extended his left hand, clasping the Minotaur's massive palm, shaking it vigorously. "In fact, I only require 3 days. After 3 days, you may find me in the Crimson Mountains. If the results are unsatisfactory, I won't mind if you stew me. In a certain sense, we could liken the Flame Lord to a fireball. much like those small orbs often used for illumination in the underworld. However, unlike any other fireball, the Flame Lord's size was exaggerated nearly 1,000-fold, reaching a height of about 10 meters. The flames emanating from him not only served the extravagant purpose of illumination, but could also turn the most resilient steel armor into smoke in an instant. For this reason, although the various races in the underground city did not fear the existence of this fire spirit, they were also reluctant to draw too close. After all, no one wished to remind themselves nightly to be cautious of fire hazards. Consequently, during the 500 years of confinement within the underground city, the Flame Lord, as a symbol of disaster, had lived in solitude within the western volcano, passing the long, tedious hours by studying roasting and cooking techniques. So, are we not to approach him? Taiping bit his finger, beginning to envision himself transforming into a wisp of smoke, drifting into the heavens. But damned if it wasn't true. From the background of the projection, it was evident that little Sue had fallen into the clutches of the Flame Lord. Mentioning little Sue, he couldn't help but glance down at the client. The female warrior, Lianjia, was currently reveling in the exhilarating gusts of wind while ensnared in the black dragon's claws. Simultaneously, she was vocally cursing the black dragon's favoritism, lamenting why that scoundrel could ride on the dragon's back, while she was left to partake in such extreme sports in its claws. "Shut up. Do you think I'm some lesser dragon, to be ridden for just 2 gold coins?" Constance growled in fury, the suddenly constricting dragon claws compelling Lianjia to obediently fall silent. In the next moment, she turned to Taiping on her back, abruptly changing her tone to softly reassure him. "Do not worry. Since he is a fire spirit, he can control his flames, rendering them harmless. However, that fool, the Flame Lord, often forgets to do so. Forget?" Taiping swallowed hard, quickly shaking his head to expel the terrifying imagery from his mind. In his line of sight, the active volcano, spewing forth molten rock and shrouded in azure smoke, came into view. Even from a distance of thousands of meters, the two in the dragon could smell the pungent scent of sulfur. The black dragon showed no signs of slowing down. While casting a fire immunity spell, it suddenly folded its wings and dove towards the smoke-shrouded volcano's mouth. Amid the echoes of Lianjia's cries, it brushed against the rocky wall and swiftly descended onto the ground with remarkable steadiness. Subsequently, as the black dragon gently set down its 2 passengers, it silently shrank to the size of an ordinary person, instantly rendering the surrounding space much more expansive. Feeling the scorching heat of the ground, Taiping instinctively stomped his feet, trying to adjust to the discomfort. Fortunately, despite the warmth, the sparks intermittently flying around posed no real threat, thanks to the dragon's fire immunity spell. However, the swirling mist nearby prompted the seasoned man to entertain a rather absurd thought. Amusingly, this place bore some resemblance to a sauna. If only one could establish a sauna here. Chapter 7. A lighter touch. I'll handle everything. Don't interfere. Constance cast a frigid glance at Lianjia before stepping into the cavern, seemingly harboring an inexplicable hostility towards her. The latter, taken aback, murmured, "What did I do?" It seemed this was the first time she'd encountered Constance since arriving in this subterranean city. "Justice and evil are irreconcilable. And I'm sorry, but I'm not referring to you as the righteous one," Taiping retorted under his breath, rolling his eyes. Immediately after, he bumped into the unmoving black dragon, encountering a wall in the face of justice. With a gentle shake of its head, the black dragon gestured forward with a peculiar expression. From that direction, a young girl's voice echoed, "No, not like that. It'll hurt. Easy, a bit slower, okay? Be gentle, and I'll assist you. Yes, that's good. Do you feel it? Now, keep going, just like that, softly, and then flip it over." The voice, clear and crisp, seemed to belong to the girl named Xiao Su. The one conversing with her must have been the Flame Lord. However, the implications of their dialogue were laden with a sinister undertone, inciting involuntary fantasies. Taiping stroked his chin speechlessly, conjuring up images unsuitable for young eyes. Could the Flame Lord be some kind of perverted uncle? And had Xiao Su already fallen victim to his? Damn it, I have a soft spot for Lolas too. Taiping cursed under his breath, his blood boiling as he lost his composure. He abruptly surged past Constance, leaping into the cave ahead, shouting before he even steadied himself, "You fiend! Release the little lowly immediately. I shall punish you in the name of." Contrary to his expectations, in the center of the Crimson Cave, a humanoid flame was squatting before a grill, patiently turning a demonic rabbit on a rack with flames. He hummed a folk tune under his breath, appearing quite content. If one overlooked his overall appearance, he could easily be mistaken for a Xinjiang vendor selling lamb skewers at a night market. Beside the flame, a 12-year-old girl with an adorable countenance sat on a rock, watching with her chin propped up, occasionally offering advice, guiding the flame lord on how to better barbecue the demonic rabbit. However, the student's grilling skills were so abysmal that the rabbit was reduced to charcoal in a mere 2 minutes due to the uncontrolled flames. This isn't grilling, it's cremation, he Taiping sighed softly, touching his earlobe. The flame lord, equally helpless, also sighed. Only then did he notice the man charging in from the cave entrance. In an instant, scorching flames erupted from him, overwhelming even he Taiping, who was protected by a fire immunity spell. Accepting the title as a matter of course, the flame lord, upon recognizing the black dragon, dejectedly retracted his flames, his radiance dimming. All right, little black, I admit I failed again. But this time was different. With Xiao Su's guidance, I was truly close to success. Little black? He Taiping petrified once more, finally erupting into uncontrollable laughter. He couldn't believe the majestic Constance had such an amusing nickname. In fact, not only did he Taiping lose his composure, but even Lian Jia, who had been worried about her sister's safety, leaned against the stone wall, chuckling to herself. Silence. The black dragon and the flame lord exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat awkward. They promptly roared, silencing the two humans. In the eerie silence, Constance exhaled a wisp of dragon breath, pointing at the girl who had run to Lian Jia's side. Fire sprite, I'm taking this girl. Consider it compensation for the toy you took from me a century ago. No. The flame lord paused, then vehemently shook his head, sparks flying. If you want something else, be my guest. But this girl is crucial to my culinary studies. I absolutely cannot let you take her. Lian Jia's expression shifted slightly as she pulled Xiao Su behind her, her left hand gripping a nearby rock, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. The black dragon cast a warning glance at her before turning to the burning flame, stating in a deep voice, Fire sprite, this girl is my toy, who merely strayed. You have no right to detain her. Besides, with your cooking talent, even if you studied for 1,000 years, you wouldn't be able to create an edible dish. Such merciless mockery enraged the flame lord. The swirling air currents caused his form to expand several times, almost reaching the cave's ceiling, and anything he touched instantly vaporized. The black dragon fearlessly stepped forward, its claws gleaming with a frigid light. Snowflakes even fluttered above it, defying the scorching heat. However, just as a fight was about to break out, a soft male voice suddenly echoed from beside the rock wall behind the black dragon. What if I told you I could teach the flame lord to roast in half an hour? A lump of red clay fell from the black dragon's claws, landing just in front of he Taiping. Constance curiously leaned forward, eager to know how he could enable the culinary idiot to create a delectable dish in such a short time. Well, first, the plucking. He Taiping looked at the flame lord, who was behaving as docilely as a primary school student, feeling utterly speechless. Fortunately, he regained his composure and patiently began to explain how to eviscerate the demonic fowl, and how to use rock salt to allow the savory flavor to permeate the entire bird. As the saying goes, experience is the best teacher. And the same principle applies in other areas. He Taiping, in his previous life, was a hedonistic character who, having dabbled in various forms of entertainment, had picked up a thing or two. Therefore, when it came to cooking, although he wouldn't claim to be an expert, he was more than capable of fooling the creatures in this world. Before his flamboyant demonstration, which was filled with more style than substance, not only was the flame lord dumbfounded, but even Constance and the Lian Jia sisters couldn't help but salivate. Xiao Su, who also had an interest in cooking, stared at him with her beautiful eyes wide open, never blinking. 10 minutes later, a demonic fowl was prepared. To everyone's astonishment, he Taiping suddenly smiled, took the lump of red clay, and completely encased the fowl within it. Then, 2 fragrant leaves from a local subterranean tree were wrapped around the outside, forming a red clay ball. The flame lord and the black dragon exchanged puzzled glances, finally asking, This, how do we eat it? Raw? Of course not. This method is called beggar's chicken, a simple yet delicious way of cooking. He Taiping used the remaining red clay to create a small mound on the ground, then placed the clay ball inside. In fact, he had chosen this method solely for its simplicity. Since the flame lord was incapable of complex cooking, this easy roasting method, which required no skill, was perfect for him. All right, now we ignite it. At He Taiping's signal, the Flame Lord hesitantly snapped his fingers, and a small ball of flame separated from his body, completely enveloping the red clay mound. After more than 10 minutes, in addition to the burnt smell of the flames, a faint fragrance began to emanate from the red clay mound, growing increasingly intense. Wait, don't rush. Gently patting the black dragon's outstretched claw, He Taiping picked up the still-hot roasted fowl, tearing it into several pieces and distributing them to the salivating individuals present. However, as he handed a roasted leg to the Flame Lord, whose eyes seemed ready to reach out, he was momentarily taken aback. Could a being of flame truly savor the essence of culinary delights? His uncertainty was swiftly dispelled when, upon receiving the roasted leg, the blazing Flame Lord solidified into the form of a red-haired man. Without a hint of decorum, he thrust the entire leg into his mouth and began to devour it voraciously. His manner of eating was undoubtedly ungraceful, yet those beside him were hardly more refined. Aside from little Sue, who delicately nibbled at her morsel of meat, the other two were as frenzied as starving refugees. The black dragon, having finished his portion, began licking his claws, casting a covetous gaze at little Sue. Children should not indulge excessively. Yet, before he could act, Lianjia swiftly snatched the roasted meat from little Sue's hands, even resorting to spitting on it to deter the black dragon's greedy advances. Constance's eyes blazed with fury, nearly capable of obliterating the shameless human, while little Sue, staring at her empty hands, stood in stunned silence, her bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears. You two are utterly shameless. He Taiping sighed, offering his own portion to the ever-vulnerable little Sue, for one must always treat a young girl, especially a charming one, with kindness. Upon reclaiming her lost roasted meat, little Sue's expression transformed from overcast to radiant. She let out a joyful cheer and, rising onto her tiptoes, gently planted a kiss on He Taiping's cheek, perhaps the most delightful way for a little girl to express her gratitude. Good deeds indeed reap rewards. Savoring the fragrance on his left cheek, He Taiping, feeling light as a feather, could not resist boasting. What is this? In my homeland, dishes are categorized into 8 major culinary traditions: Shandong, Sichuan, Cantonese, Huaiyang, Zhejiang, Fujian, Hunan, and Anhui. Additionally, cooking methods vary widely, including frying, saute-ing, boiling, and stewing, among many others, and the tools employed are equally diverse. Teach me. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the bewildered Flame Lord suddenly lunged forward, resembling a lovesick fool, and tightly embraced the beautiful He. After a brief pause, he added, Please. Chapter 8. Deceived again, perhaps it was due to her inaugural ride on a dragon that little Sue's complexion appeared somewhat pallid. She clutched the arm of the man beside her tightly, instinctively leaning closer to him. He Taiping felt a surge of delight within, silently urging for the turbulence to intensify. While outwardly adopting a benevolent expression, he gently inquired in a tone reminiscent of a wolf addressing Little Red Riding Hood. Little Sue, did you come from the surface world? I find it curious how you managed to enter this place, which is sealed by a sacred barrier. Yes, we were pursued by the soldiers of the kingdom of Campos, and my sister had to use a teleportation scroll. Perhaps because He Taiping's appearance seemed harmless, little Sue found herself trusting him, divulging everything she knew. According to her, the teleportation scroll used by Lianjia was a precious artifact left behind by predecessors. Its teleportation effect disregarded any barrier, though it came with an element of randomness. I see. No wonder you could breach this secluded realm, He Taiping mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He continued, Little Sue, your sister seems to be quite a renowned bandit, attracting a horde of soldiers who relentlessly pursued her, even risking their lives to follow. Could it be that she ventured out at midnight to pick flowers, capturing the attention of His Highness the Prince of Campos? Picking flowers? My sister has little interest in flowers. She is more enamored with weaponry. Little Sue fluttered her beautiful eyes, so innocently that He Taiping felt an impulse to pinch her cheeks. Yet, the girl soon grew slightly somber, lowering her head and saying, In truth, my sister has not always been a bandit. She only steals from the kingdom of Campos because, this time, she inadvertently took a source of magical power meant for tribute to the court, which is why they are pursuing her so fervently. A source of magical power? He Taiping thoughtfully touched his ring, beginning to believe in the value of the blue stone. It seemed this item might indeed assist him in becoming a mage, provided that Lianjia truly knew how to utilize it. Campos? A name that evokes nostalgia. Just then, as if appearing out of thin air. The voice of Amos resonated from above. Subsequently, a black mist materialized on the dragon's back, coalescing into the form of an ancient lich. Upon witnessing such a fearsome presence, little Sue gasped and nestled into Taiping's embrace. "Do not be afraid. I am not the kind of demon that abducts children in the dead of night." Observing the trembling girl, Amos surprisingly made a jest. Even a glimmer of kindness flickered in his hollow eyes. He seemed lost in reminiscence, falling silent for several minutes before softly speaking. "Your name is Little Sue, is it? Then, Little Sue, could you share with me the changes in the outside world? We have lost contact with the surface for far too long." Still nestled in Taiping's arms, Little Sue trembled continually until, after much gentle reassurance from him, she finally raised her pale face slightly. She proceeded to narrate the state of the world as she understood it. As she described, the Quintus world has undergone significant transformations compared to 5 centuries ago. Although the 3 great principalities of Campos, Adelon, and Mufat continue to maintain a tripartite balance, their rulers have changed hands following numerous coups. Meanwhile, the once merely a sect, the Holy See, has now attained religious dominion. They have established the City of Heaven in the neutral territories between the 3 principalities and have permeated various nations through religious influence. Contrary to the conventional narrative that portrays religion as inherently malevolent, the Holy See, which bathes the entire continent in radiance, has excelled in preventing wars and alleviating suffering. Without their presence, it is likely that tens of thousands more would perish each year. Naturally, the Holy See also exhibits a stubborn side. For instance, they cannot accept most races beyond humanity. In reality, they harbor a fanatical hatred for the forces of darkness, particularly towards the underground cities entwined with dark powers. In the past 50 years alone, 6 underground cities have been eradicated at the behest of the Holy See, with the 3 principalities joining forces to eliminate them. Furthermore, the Holy See has issued sacred edicts, rewarding lords who actively attack underground cities and encouraging them to collaborate. While the Kingdom of Campos has maintained ancient traditions and has not pursued a campaign of extermination against other races and dark forces, the overall situation on the continent remains dire. In light of this predicament, survival for the underground factions has become exceedingly difficult, compelling them to relinquish some territories and strategically consolidate in order to resist the advances of the Holy See and the kingdoms. After decades of development, several powerful underground cities have emerged, the most notable being the City of War ruled by the Black Knights and the City of the Undead governed by necromancers. In summary, that is the situation as I know it. After half an hour of narration, Little Sue concluded with these words, her throat weary from the lengthy discourse. At that moment, the black dragon descended in front of the dragon lair on the Crimson Mountains. Taiping leapt down from the dragon's back, cradling Little Sue, while Lianjia, slightly dizzy, crawled out from the dragon's claws and promptly snatched Little Sue away, regarding Taiping with a wary gaze. "Do I appear to be a villain?" Taiping shrugged helplessly before retrieving the source of magical power from his ring. "My dear, our transaction has been completed. You must now fulfill your promise and reveal the method of using this source of magical power while Constantine and Master Amos are present." In that moment, Taiping's smile suddenly froze as he gazed at the stone in his hand, instinctively wanting to pounce upon the scoundrel who had deceived him once more, pinning him to the ground and stomping him repeatedly. However, upon seeing Little Sue's innocent yet fearful eyes, he forcibly suppressed his impulse and muttered in a hoarse voice, very well. I finally understand how foolish it is to trust a female bandit. You are indeed foolish." Amos let out a sharp, piercing laugh, shaking his head lightly. "The source of magical power is indeed rare and contains immense magical energy, but for thousands of years, no one has been able to break through the outer layer of rock to extract its power. In fact, I once conducted such an experiment several hundred years ago, and the direct result was half a mountain obliterated. And you actually believe such nonsense about the method of usage?" "The Eye of the Demon," Amos exclaimed suddenly, his voice laced with undeniable shock. "Young warrior, are you certain that the staff known as the Eye of the Demon is located on Corsica Island?" Lianjia cast a suspicious glance at him, hesitantly nodding. Amos fell silent for a moment, slowly turning his gaze toward the perplexed Taiping, murmuring softly, "It seems that prophecy truly. Take her along to retrieve it?" Taiping looked at Lianjia skeptically, his gaze filled with distrust. Lianjia shrugged dismissively and replied, "Do not worry, I will not deceive you every time. Moreover, If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Amos will surely keep my sister as a hostage, correct? You are quite astute. Amos nodded slowly, his gaze shifting to the trembling little Sue. Taiping stroked his chin, hesitating. Well, if that is the case, then very well. However, Master Amos, would you mind providing me with a master-servant contract scroll to secure our collaboration with this young lady? I would not advise you to do so. Lianjia, after a slight pause, revealed a cunning smile. If you think you can easily deal with me, you will find yourself gravely mistaken. I certainly cannot handle you, but... Taiping snorted coldly, turning to look at Constantine and Amos beside him. Yet, in the gaze of his plea for help, the ancient lich abruptly shook his head and rasped, I shall not intervene, nor will I permit Constance to do so. The young man, should you wish to avoid mutual destruction, refrain from imposing any undue actions upon this woman. Within her, I sense a latent. The lich left his words unfinished, casting a meaningful glance at Lianjia before dissipating into a cloud of darkness. Taiping's smile abruptly froze upon his visage as he gazed in the direction of the vanishing shadow, then at the composed figure of the female bandit before him. Suddenly engulfed by a sense of impotent despair, akin to winning a 5 million lottery only to discover that the claim date had passed. So where's my room? Ignoring his changing expressions, Lianjia gently stretched her limbs, stifled a yawn that would be deemed unladylike, and then took Xiao Su's hand, heading toward the cave. Su, what would you like to eat tonight? Shall we indulge in that beggar's chicken we had earlier? Is that truly possible? But judging by my brother's expression, it seems rather reluctant. Reluctant? Not at all. In truth, he is troubled by how many to prepare. Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided, focusing on improved vocabulary and sentence structure while maintaining the original meaning. Chapter 9, Fauvism and the Grill, alright. Let's commence construction on my newly envisioned grill. Taiping drawled, idly leaning against the dragon lair's entrance as Alex, accompanied by several minotaur tribesmen, diligently toiled under his direction to learn to sing. The makeshift grill was swiftly assembled, and Lianjia, swayed by the promise of culinary delights, began to contribute, meticulously arranging thinly sliced cuts of beast meat upon the stone slab. Meanwhile, the fastidious Xiao Su delicately applied seasonings, crafted by Taiping from various fruits, onto each slice of meat using a beast hair brush. In less than a quarter of an hour, the preliminary preparations were complete. Excellent. We may now initiate the grilling. Taiping nodded slightly, but before he could complete his sentence, the Flame Lord eagerly surged forward, summoning a burst of intense flames that enveloped the entire grill. However, this was precisely the root cause of his repeated failures. The intensity of his flames invariably proved excessive, reducing the food to charred cinders before it could properly cook. The ability to command flames in battle, yet incapable of controlling them for grilling. Taiping shook his head in disbelief, arms crossed. He then instructed, Ember, temper the flames. If you're uncertain about the appropriate intensity, use the stone slabs as a boundary. Ensure the flames do not exceed their height. The Flame Lord responded with a somewhat abashed acknowledgement and began to modulate the flames, reducing their height, with the stone slabs serving as a clear demarcation. This rudimentary task proved manageable. As the flames danced, the stone slabs grew increasingly hot, and the beast meat began to sizzle, gradually showing signs of cooking. Commendable progress. In 5 minutes, invert the meat and continue to roast. Taiping exhaled softly. This modified version of teppanyaki was ideally suited for the Flame Lord's lack of finesse. At the very least, there was little risk of him losing control of the flames again. Now it was time to address the matter of the aspiring vocalists. Sensing Taiping's gaze, Alex, who had been pacing anxiously, hastened forward, wringing his hands with a pleading expression. Taiping scratched his head, hesitating. Alex, I believe your vocalizations possess merit, but the issue lies in the chosen repertoire. I propose a change in style, perhaps something akin to Fauvism? Fauvism? Alex echoed, his bovine eyes wide with bewilderment. Taiping nodded gently, handing him a set of lyrics. Follow my lead and sing without restraint. Unleash the full force of your voice. Understood? In truth, the Minotaurs possessed exceptional breath control, and their voices carried a raw, husky quality. However, their mistake lay in selecting sentimental serenades. It was akin to tasking Zhang Fei with needlework. Regardless of his strength, he could never embroider intricate designs. Now, with Taiping's guidance, the Minotaurs could channel their gravelly voices into Fauvist compositions, creating a synergistic effect that added a touch of rugged masculinity. Even refuse can be transformed into brilliance, depending on its utilization. As he Taiping smiled, Alex concluded his song, gazing around with a hint of intoxication. Seemingly unaccustomed to having an audience after his performance, he paused for several minutes before tentatively inquiring, was my rendition acceptable? An uncanny silence descended. Constance instinctively raised her middle finger, then hesitated, replacing it with a thumbs up. Lian Jia gaped, staring at He Taiping in disbelief, as if trying to decipher the nature of his enchantment. In contrast to their hesitant reactions, Xiao Su, hearing the song for the first time, appeared perplexed, tugging gently at Lian Jia's sleeve. Sister, is this the uncle you mentioned, the one who can slay with his voice? Before the question could be fully articulated, the Flame Lord suddenly roared, his flames surging violently, nearly roasting everyone present. Constance instinctively prepared to unleash a torrent of frost. But before she could act, a piece of cooked meat landed in her mouth. After a few moments, the black dragon emitted a soft hum, surprised, and inquired, Ember, did you truly prepare this? Her words were tantamount to acknowledging the meat's flavor. The Flame Lord paused, then erupted in laughter. In the next instant, he lunged towards He Taiping, seemingly intending to embrace him. He Taiping, startled, instinctively dodged, causing the Flame Lord to collide with Alex. The two elated figures embraced, gazing at each other with an air reminiscent of Brokeback Mountain. Perhaps medium well, with a dash of chili sauce and a bowl of creamed corn. Listening to the familiar sizzle and watching Alex's complexion gradually change, He Taiping suddenly recalled his beloved filet mignon set and maliciously decided to refrain from warning them. Hungry? I'm afraid you won't have time for lunch. The lich's voice echoed from above. A moment later, Amos's figure materialized from the shadows. He fixed his hollow gaze upon He Taiping, tapping his staff. Come with me, unless you intend to remain a useless wretch forever. May I opt to remain a wretch? He Taiping gazed at the hairy fruit in his hand, inexplicably reminded of a moldy potato. However, it was the intricate array beneath his feet, rather than the so-called demon fruit, that truly filled him with dread. The dark purple flames danced within the array, colliding with each other and emitting hissing sounds, akin to a necromantic incantation. You have no choice in the matter. Amos's voice remained slow, yet betrayed an unmistakable hint of smugness. This is a summoning array from the ancient magical era, which took me 2 centuries to reconstruct. If all proceeds as planned, coupled with the power of the demon fruit, it should be sufficient to elevate you to the rank of intermediate summoner immediately. And if all does not proceed as planned. He Taiping longed to voice his concerns, but Amos had lost interest in explanations. He raised his staff high, allowing the shadows to spill from its tip and drift towards the array. As if sensing some form of energy, the dancing purple flames grew brighter, and the previously low hissing noises intensified. Master, please wait. Constance interrupted Amos's incantation. Her dragon eyes flickered with a peculiar light, conveying worry, fear, tension, and perhaps something else. After a long silence, the black dragon simply nodded, murmuring, I have enjoyed being with you. Therefore, you must survive. The simple admonition stirred a sense of warmth within He Taiping. He sighed softly, waving to Constance, with nothing more to say. Almost simultaneously, the shadows summoned by Amos reached the array. In a fleeting instant, the dancing flames surged, multiplying in size as if ignited by fuel, utterly engulfing the figure within the array. Ingest the demon fruit now? Sensing a bone-wrenching pain, He Taiping roared in agony. As Amos issued his command, he instinctively clutched the demon fruit, shoving it whole into his mouth. Within seconds, a dark magical force erupted from the fruit, colliding violently with the power of the array, using He Taiping's body as a battleground. Overwhelming agony washed over him. He Taiping threw his head back, emitting a bestial cry. Amidst the howling, ebony horns and vast bat wings manifested around him, expanding and stirring up dust and smoke. Sensing the transformation, Constance, who had averted her gaze, paled and exclaimed, Master, his demonization appears to be unsuppressed. I am aware. The power of the demon fruit is too formidable, even exceeding my initial estimations. Amos's expression remained tranquil, yet the tumult within him was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. He had finally come to grasp the nature of his miscalculation. The hard-won demon fruit was far too potent for a human body to withstand, and the ancient magic array he had redrawn lacked the magnificent power he had envisioned. Consequently, The demon's strength began to gradually break free from its constraints, in turn suppressing the magical energy. Damn it! Constance, unable to contain the surge of draconic might, endeavored to rescue Taiping before he succumbed entirely to demonic transformation. Yet, before she could reposition herself, a peculiar crystalline sound rang out, and the source of magical energy, previously stored within her ring, materialized out of thin air. The vast reservoir of magic surged forth in an instant, momentarily stalling Taiping's transformation and leaving him in a state of paralysis. How is this possible? Almost simultaneously, both Constance and Amos exclaimed in astonishment. However, after a brief moment of surprise, the latter muttered in realization, "So that is it. No wonder the source of magical energy could never be unlocked." It not only required the ancient magic array as a key, but also needed the demon's power as a guide. No wonder. In that moment, the old lich became ensnared in an academic hypothesis, inadvertently neglecting the experimental subject within the array. At this juncture, the source of magical energy floated towards Taiping's forehead, slowly merging with him. Concurrently, an overwhelming tide of magic erupted from the source, radiating a blue luminescence as it began to blend with the magical energy within the ancient array. Chapter 10. The results of the Virgin summoning. Half an hour later, as the last surge of light from the magic circle expanded, the entire array abruptly ceased, causing Taiping, who was ensconced within, to collapse to the ground. The poor man longed to have fainted the moment the incantation began, but unfortunately, he remained acutely aware until the transformation was complete, thus acutely feeling every inch of his suffering. "Please, next time, could you knock me out first?" Taiping managed a wry smile as he rose with the assistance of Amos. Although every inch of his skin felt as if it had been sliced by blades, he could sense a latent power within him, an energy that seemed to promise the ability to cast spells with just a flick of his fingers. However, this overwhelming magical force quickly dissipated, leaving only a faint residue. What does this mean? Is it clear that I am not permitted to wield my powers freely? Taiping muttered in dissatisfaction, but soon his attention was diverted. Within moments, a multitude of strange spells began to materialize in his mind, and astonishingly, he discovered that he could not only read these incantations, but also comprehend their meanings and applications. This was the unique trait of the ancient summoning circle. It could transform an ordinary individual into a summoner in an instant. Amos nodded with a hint of pride, and then handed Taiping a fist-sized magic crystal. "Now, let us see what you can summon." I am equally eager to witness how the ancient summoner's abilities differ from those of today's summoners. As Taiping held the magic crystal in a daze, he began to sift through the spells in his mind. After a brief organization, he quickly discerned that these incantations fell into three categories. The first encompassed various summoning spells, capable of calling forth creatures from different realms depending on the amount of magic expended. The second was known as transformation, which referred to altering the summoned beings to endow them with special abilities. And the third, the most peculiar of all, was termed sharing. This spell supposedly allowed the summoner to temporarily borrow certain abilities from the summoned creature. How fascinating! Amos's gaunt cheeks trembled slightly, as if he were entranced by his own masterpiece. While I find summoning spells intriguing, I am far more captivated by transformation and sharing, particularly the latter. You see, the greatest weakness of a summoner lies within themselves, yet if one could borrow abilities from the summoned beings. Imagine possessing the agility of a half-spider woman or the strength of a hydra. There's no need to rush. As long as you have a foundation, you will achieve your goals someday. Amos gently patted Taiping's shoulder, luring him with a persuasive tone. "If you feel that life is too fleeting, I can assist you in becoming a lich. At that point, you will have ample time." "I am immensely grateful, but I still prefer the human form." Taiping shivered involuntarily, swiftly changing the subject before Amos could speak again. "Now, let us see what I can summon." To his dismay, it appeared that the summoning spell was also subject to limitations imposed by his magical capacity, and the threshold was. He murmured to himself as he slowly channeled his magic into the crystal, silently intoning the incantation. In an instant, a pale azure glow appeared before him, gradually swirling upward to form a vortex of air. Amidst the howling winds, a faint silhouette began to materialize, stretching languidly and uttering a sound that could easily evoke thoughts of a bed. Taiping's eyes nearly bulged out, while Constantine emitted a low growl, releasing a heavy breath of dragon fire. Before them stood a breathtaking woman, her features exquisite as if crafted by the gods, her skin as pale as silvered glass. The delicate antennae upon her forehead did nothing to mar her beauty. Instead, they accentuated her otherworldly allure. A flowing silk gown trailed behind her like a lady's evening attire, yet it bore a daringly high slit that hinted at unrestrained beauty. A black corset accentuated her alluring curves, and merely by standing, she could incite desire in most men. However, upon gazing into her clear, shallow sea-like eyes, any wicked thoughts would swiftly dissipate. "Damn it, what have you summoned?" the black dragon whispered into Taiping's ear, a complex emotion simmering within. Indeed, it was supposed to be one of my subordinates. However, having been cooped up for too long, I decided to embark on a journey to this world personally. In response to Taiping's astonishment, the summoned succubus snapped her fingers, her expression transforming into that of youthful mischief. To further prove her identity, she shifted through a dozen different personas within the next few seconds: cold, gentle, enchanting, innocent, spirited, playful. 1,000 charms? How could it be? Amos's demeanor shifted to one of caution, his voice barely above a whisper as he slowly raised his staff, ready to strike. Both Taiping and Constantine were taken aback. They had never witnessed the ancient lich exhibit such an air of imminent danger. Did this mean that the succubus before them was a being of greater power than the black dragon? There is no need for alarm. I am merely here to travel and harbor no intentions of wreaking havoc upon this world. The woman known as 1,000 Charms shrugged gracefully and approached Taiping with elegant steps. Under Constantine's hostile gaze, she suddenly entwined her arm around the bewildered man, bestowing a soft kiss upon his cheek, followed by a melodious smile. "Of course, in accordance with the laws of summoning, I shall perform certain tasks for my dear master. But that will depend on my mood." "Wait, what do you mean by depending on your mood?" Taiping, once lost in the enchantment of her presence, suddenly regained his senses upon hearing this remark. Logically, summoned beings were supposed to obey their master's commands absolutely, unless the master exhausted their magical energy, which could lead to a loss of control or a backlash. This is a dilemma. Are you truly an ancient summoner? The 1,000 Charms leaned languidly against his shoulder, exhaling softly like the fragrance of orchids. For ancient summoners, the first summoning is termed a soul contract. While beings bound by a soul contract remain loyal to their summoner, it does not imply they must obey every command. Do you understand what I mean? Prison? Taiping echoed the name, letting out a long sigh. A subordinate so disobedient was perhaps less useful than a low-tier gargoyle. Unbeknownst to him, Amos at his side also sighed softly, his voice rasping. "I find myself envious of your fortune, or perhaps your misfortune." Taiping and Constantine exchanged bewildered glances, failing to grasp the meaning behind these words. Fortunately, Amos, lacking the inclination for theatrics, soon elaborated. According to him, 1,000 Charms represented a high-tier existence among succubi. This otherworldly sprite's destructive potential was comparable to that of a mid to high-tier powerhouse, yet her ever-changing essence endowed her with an enchanting ability that surpassed her raw strength. "Wait, the more I hear, the more she resembles Su Daji." Taiping furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling as if he had been transported into the world of the investiture of the gods. The black dragon exhaled a heavy breath of dragon fire, speaking in a grave tone. "Master, while the chaos of the surface world is of no concern to us, if this 1,000 Charms is destined to become a calamity, why not?" "No, I do not concur." Taiping gently stroked his chin, shaking his head. "I simply believe that it is unreasonable to take a life for the sake of a legend. Perhaps it is unnecessary to attribute the world's turmoil to a single sprite." Under the black dragon's skeptical gaze, Amos also shook his head, rasping, "Constantine, you would do well to abandon that notion. I had indeed contemplated such a course of action, but she has already formed a soul contract with he. Should she perish, he would likely meet the same fate." The fierce expression on the black dragon's face abruptly froze, rendering him exceedingly awkward. The three of them exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, amidst this silence, the air outside the stone platform suddenly rippled, and a faint sigh gently echoed. "An intriguing master. It seems this journey may indeed be fortuitous." Chapter 11. The Bard's Tale. Greenhorn Town is merely an ordinary settlement on the continent of Quintus, where the inhabitants have long been accustomed to the monotonous rhythm of laboring at dawn and resting at dusk. However, on this particular afternoon, nearly half of the townsfolk set aside their tasks and converged upon the fountain square. drawn by the allure of a performing troupe that was showcasing a vibrant display of song, dance, and acrobatics. Although the troupe was modest and rudimentary, it provided a delightful form of entertainment for the townspeople who had seldom encountered such spectacles. What a bother! Why must I play the role of a caretaker? Lian Jia yawned without grace, furrowing her brow as she stuffed a rice ball into her mouth. 5 days prior, the two had accepted Amos's commission to leave the underground city and had joined this struggling troupe, journeying with them to Corsica, an island rumored to conceal the staff of the Eye of the Demon. Terrible food. Thank goodness I'm not participating. Christine's figure materialized abruptly in the air, her lips still tinged with the faint scent of wine. She naturally nestled against Taiping, casually draping her arm around his neck as if embracing a plush toy. This unyielding succubus had just returned from the tavern, where she had indulged in some wine and incited a brawl among the men using her charm. With a tinkling laugh, Christine faded away into the ether just as the tent flaps were lifted. Fortunately, Jinyu, the troupe's female leader, did not notice anything amiss. She merely smiled gently at Taiping and handed him 2 pieces of smoked meat, her gaze radiating warmth, akin to that of an elder sister. Jinyu, a woman in her mid-20s, possessed a tall and slender figure, draped in a cinched, pale yellow robe. Though her beauty was not striking, it was delicate and graceful, with pure eyes and a smile that inspired immediate fondness. Beyond these attributes, she exuded a unique confidence, akin to a resilient bamboo standing tall in the forest, seemingly delicate yet unbreakable. What a lazy fellow! With a hint of playful reproach, Jinyu pinched Taiping's cheek, adding, "Had I known you would be so inept, I would not have brought you into the troupe. Even if you lack talent in song and dance, you should at least assist with the chores. We are nearly overwhelmed with work." Despite her admonition, her tone bore no true anger. In truth, even Jinyu herself was unaware of how, in just a few days, she had unconsciously come to regard Taiping as a younger brother. Was it his innocent smile? Or was it the solitude she had endured while supporting the troupe that had fostered this affection? It is because I am utterly useless that the best way I can assist is to refrain from causing further trouble. Taiping shamelessly scratched his head, though a flicker of emotion warmed his heart. Although Jinyu was relatively young, she bore the weight of the troupe left by her father, and now she endeavored to repay his debts by taking this humble troupe to Corsica, hoping to win a prize in the upcoming performance competition. Beyond her admirable resilience, Taiping sensed a long-lost familial bond from Jinyu. Despite his lack of contribution, she offered no reproach. Instead, she took the time to care for him. The 2 pieces of smoked meat were likely her way of sharing her rations, a gesture meant to comfort her new brother. Yet, their tender moment was short-lived. Mere minutes later, a troop member rushed into the tent, panic-stricken. "Captain, Dana has suddenly vanished." Of course, his plan had succeeded. The auspicious troupe would not only fail to perform that day, but would also likely falter in the competition on Corsica. Jinyu had originally intended for Dana to showcase a new musical drama in the contest, hoping to win the prize to settle her father's debts. But in light of the current predicament, it seemed, after 5 long years of struggle, would she truly be unable to preserve her father's legacy? A heavy sense of helplessness washed over her. Even such a strong woman as Jinyu could not escape the depths of despair at this moment. Just then, a languid male voice broke through the tension. "Perhaps I can be of assistance. But, dear sister, could you accompany me on the lute? Are you certain?" Jinyu's expression revealed her skepticism. Since joining the troupe, this man had mostly loafed about. And had it not been for his amiable demeanor and the few gold coins he contributed for his keep, the troupe members might have expelled him. Yet under the current crisis, this self-proclaimed novice in both song and dance offered to help. While his intentions were noble, it raised concerns. "Rest assured, I would never jeopardize your endeavors." In stark contrast to Jinyu's worries, Taiping shrugged confidently. Faced with such assurance, Jinyu could only nod, albeit hesitantly. However, she soon regretted it when this newly adopted brother scratched his head and asked, "Is it acceptable for a bard to merely speak the verses rather than sing them?" With a resigned sigh, Jinyu watched as Taiping began searching for a performance costume, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Perhaps if she fainted, she wouldn't have to witness the impending farce, even as the troupe would become the laughingstock of the entire continent after today. 10 minutes later, a subtle commotion arose among the townsfolk gathered in the square. To their surprise, instead of the highly anticipated grand finale of song and dance, a lone male figure stepped onto the rudimentary stage. Not only was he clad in no resplendent costume, but he also bore no props. He merely bowed to the audience amid gentle strains of music, then stood like a wooden post at the center of the stage. Journey to the West? What is that? The front row spectators exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered. In truth, itinerant bards often visited the town, but their tales typically revolved around familiar themes of deities, dragons, and princesses, so trite that even the residents could recite them by heart. By contrast, the story titled Journey to the West seemed refreshingly novel, yet it likely followed the same old formula under a different name. Amidst their confusion, Taiping clapped his hands gently, drawing the audience's attention. He began to narrate in an alluring tone. Once upon a time, in the eastern lands, there existed a kingdom called Aulai. This kingdom lay near the sea, where stood a mountain known as Huagua Mountain. Atop this mountain was a miraculous stone, gathering the essence of heaven and earth day and night, gradually awakening with spirit. One day, this wondrous stone suddenly cracked open, revealing an egg the size of a sphere. With the breeze, it transformed into a stone monkey. Chapter 12. Unexpectedly buried in such a place, the square was enveloped in silence, with only the gentle strumming of the seven-string zither played by Jean Yu resonating through the air. However, mere seconds later, the petrified crowd erupted into thunderous applause, showering the stage with an abundance of coins amidst the cheers. The member responsible for collecting the money was immediately overwhelmed by the deluge of coins. Yet, the residents, still unsatisfied, began to vociferously demand that the bard on stage continue, even offering to part with more coins for the pleasure of it. This demand was quickly echoed by those in the back rows, with some boldly offering bids of 200 or even 300 gold coins, an amount equivalent to the earnings of an ordinary troupe over 2 months. Besides these exorbitant offers, several astute merchants began to discreetly confer, contemplating the purchase of the story to transcribe it into a book, potentially yielding greater profits. Why our troupe? Taiping mumbled ambiguously, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition that his impulsive act of gratitude had brought forth unnecessary trouble. From the glinting eyes of the woman across from him, it seemed that this foreboding was soon to materialize. Alone and destitute? Taiping regarded her with a questioning gaze. From any angle, this woman, flushed with excitement, bore no resemblance to such negative descriptors. However, before he could voice his dissent, the jubilant Jean Yu had already swept out of the tent like a whirlwind, her clear call echoing even from a distance. Fate, go print some flyers. Let it be known that we have the continent's finest bard joining us. Splendid. It appears you have entangled yourself in a significant predicament. The next moment, Christine appeared in the tent. She leaned down gently, pressing her jade cheek against Taiping's, and with a sultry smile, she said, "In truth, I am intrigued by this story as well. My dear master, would you mind narrating it to me beforehand? Oh, if a trade is required." Before Taiping could protest, she had intentionally loosened her collar, revealing a hint of alabaster skin. Taiping was momentarily taken aback, feeling parched and suddenly at a loss for words to voice his objections. Yet, in that heated moment, Lian Jia barged rudely into the tent. In the astonished gazes of the two, she seized Taiping's collar and shouted, "Hey, if you dare to harm Wukong, do you know what the consequences will be?" Nevertheless, when the troop reached Corsica Island, this once downtrodden group had regained some semblance of its former glory. Though a debt of 100,000 gold coins still loomed over them, Jean Yu could at least breathe a little easier, purchasing new costumes and props, as well as recruiting a few newcomers to assist. Thanks to this positive shift, when she brought Taiping to the fountain square to register for their performance, her posture was straighter and her confidence notably bolstered. Taiping, intrigued, stroked his chin as he observed the unfolding scene. Without needing Jean Yu to introduce her, he recognized the smirking Angela, the leader of the rival Paradise troupe, and the guilt-ridden woman beside her, Dana, the dancer who had been poached from their ranks. Indeed, the next moment, a self-satisfied Angela cackled, "In fact, Miss Jean Yu, there's no need for you to put on a brave face. Why not consider selling your troupe to me? I would offer a reasonable price. I'm afraid I have no intention of selling the troupe to anyone, especially not to someone who lacks an appreciation for art," Jean Yu retorted, suppressing her rising anger. Following that, as if out of spite, she turned to the registration document and handed over 50 gold coins. "Please register me. I wish to participate in this competition." Angela's smile instantly froze on her face, while Jean Yu, recalling the image that flashed through her mind, couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. With a fierce glare directed at Taiping, Angela stomped away in frustration. Yet, after walking a few meters, she turned back with a cold sneer. Very well. I shall see what a mere pretty boy, relying solely on his charm, can accomplish on stage. You will be pleased, dear pig. I mean troop leader. Taiping responded with a beaming smile, bowing respectfully while discreetly flipping his ring to its reverse side. On it, the purple gem, once subjected to Amos's detection spell, flickered with a faint light, signifying that the eye of the demon staff was buried nearby. Brother, thank you. Jin Yu's soft call interrupted Taiping's thoughts. At this moment, the anxious woman wore no smile. Gazing at the distant performance platform, she sighed softly. However, as satisfying as it is, I fear we have already lost this competition. Therefore, this afternoon, I plan to leave with the troupe. Will you come with me? Why leave? In truth, I have some splendid ideas. And there is no need for you to worry about manpower. Taiping gently raised his hand, taking the opportunity to comfort Jin Yu while directing the ring toward the performance platform ahead. The ring's glow suddenly intensified at that moment, indicating that the staff's location was precisely in. Chapter 13. The Lotus Lantern and the Bet Fool. Do take a moment to observe the surroundings of the platform. It is guarded by sentinels around the clock. Taiping rolled his eyes at his reckless companion, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The most formidable challenge lay in the confinement magic circle surrounding the staff, even with the dismantling artifact provided by Master Amos. Shortly after dusk fell, he had already instructed Christine to use her clairvoyance to inspect the situation beneath the platform. The staff was not buried too deeply. Summoning a soil devourer to excavate, it would likely take no more than 5 minutes. However, the dilemma was that breaking the magic circle would emit a blinding red light accompanied by a thunderous noise, enough to rouse the entire city's inhabitants, as well as the Holy Night Order stationed on the island. Thus, the optimal strategy was to make the red light and sound seem entirely ordinary. Christine licked her lips, her alluring demeanor swiftly transforming into one of wisdom and confidence. She pondered, what kind of environment would render red light and noise perfectly normal? Perhaps a stage performance. As Lian Jia spoke, Taiping gently snapped his fingers, smiling. Thus, we must remain here and ensure that my dear sister's performance is flawless. In other words, only when the audience is engrossed in the song and dance would they naturally interpret the red light and loud sounds as mere props. With your lotus lantern? Although she had come to accept his plan, Lian Jia still muttered resentfully. For reasons unknown, her competitive spirit flared when faced with this man. And even when she knew he was right, she felt compelled to argue. Was this what they called a nemesis? Not mine, but ours. Taiping smiled blandly, casting a mischievous glance at the two women. I've made my decision. You both shall partake in the performance. Lian Jia, the role of Chen Xiang belongs to you. And Christine, choose between Erling Shin or Chen Xiang's mother. No elaborate dance moves were necessary. A few poses would suffice, and with your martial arts foundation, you could easily manage it. Taiping coaxed her gently, akin to luring a kitten. In essence, I refer to this as a drama, focused on dialogue, performance, and combat. Do you not comprehend? No matter. I have already entrusted the script to Jin Yu. Just as he mentioned Jin Yu, the group leader, she entered, lifting the tent flap, clutching the script in her hands. Her expression was remarkably complex. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene inside the tent, Jin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. It appears you all are getting along splendidly. Is this the prelude to romance? It was no wonder she was perplexed. For the performance troupe on the continent, traditional song and dance primarily centered around singing and dancing, with little incorporation of intricate plots. The arrangements of lights, sound effects, and special techniques were unheard of and unseen. Even the stagehands in the troupe could not achieve them. In other words, while Taiping's proposal could revolutionize traditional performances, a single misstep could lead to ridicule. Jin Yu hesitated, nodding slowly. In her astonished gaze, Taiping suddenly produced a few magic crystals and began chanting an elaborate and lengthy incantation. Moments later, as the colorful lights within the tent faded, Christine and 6 or 7 butterfly spirits appeared before them. These butterfly spirits, summoned through ancient conjuration, were the most basic of creatures, possessing little offensive power but endowed with simple transformation abilities. Moreover, they could sense their master's intentions, making them natural actors and crew. You are a summoner? Jin Yu exclaimed in astonishment, unable to contain herself. However, she quickly covered her mouth, revealing a look of confusion. Brother, if you are indeed a summoner, you could be living a much better life than this. Why choose to be a bard? Because I am not a true summoner. I only understand the simplest of summoning spells. Taiping shrugged, his resigned smile lending Jinyu some credence. In her view, this was indeed plausible. While mages were not scarce on the continent, they were not so prevalent as to be commonplace. If her brother were truly a summoner, he could serve under some lord, enjoying a life of luxury, rather than struggling for survival as he did now. Fortunately, Jinyu paid little heed to this shift. She gazed down at the script on the table, suddenly nodding emphatically. I understand now. If that is the case, then we shall compete with Angela. However, regardless of the outcome, I shall never forget your assistance, brother. Suddenly so courteous? Are we not siblings? Taiping shook his head, gently pulling Jinyu's shoulder and giving it a playful shake. In that warm moment of shared smiles, he did not forget to silently add, however, when it comes to exploitation, I ought to apologize. 10 days later, the inaugural performance competition of the Corsica Island troupe finally commenced under the expectant gazes of thousands. Although this grand event was merely the result of the old lord's fleeting inspiration for the residents of Corsica Island, it was a rare delight, allowing them to witness the continent's highest caliber of song and dance. Damn it, Angela actually stole my ideas. Yet amidst the applause, Jinyu, watching from the audience, trembled with rage. She was acutely aware that the musical drama performed by Dana was fundamentally derived from her design. However, in the face of the current circumstances, even if she shouted her grievances, no one would believe such an absurd claim. Plagiarism? Are you jesting? As if hearing her thoughts, a flushed Angela suddenly appeared beside Jinyu, unable to suppress her mocking laughter. But it matters not. The defeated shall seek excuses for themselves. And even if I did steal your ideas, what do you intend to do? Sue me? Such veiled derision left Angela with no room for retort, her face turning ashen. Yet she quickly regained her composure, sneering, how amusing. I have heard that you have not hired a single actor these past few days. Do you truly intend to rely solely on Miss Jinyu for a solo dance? A solo dance is indeed a viable option. Taiping nodded slowly, casting Angela a sidelong glance that could drive one to madness. How about this? Let us wager 50,000 gold coins to see who prevails in this performance. 50,000 gold coins. Even in a fit of rage, Angela hesitated when confronted with such a substantial wager. Yet under the scrutiny of onlookers, she could no longer suppress her anger and barked, "A bet it shall be. Do you think I fear you? Though the lucky performance troupe is deep in debt, I can certainly produce 50,000 gold coins. Huh. Unless Miss Jinyu is willing to stake herself as the wager." Gasps erupted among the spectators as Angela gazed at Jinyu with lecherous eyes. Jinyu's complexion paled in an instant, but moments later, she bit her cherry lips and declared with conviction, "Angela, you shall regret this. Even with the strength of the Paradise Performance Troupe, you likely cannot afford 50,000 gold coins. That is my concern. You need only prepare yourself to become my sixth wife." Angela cackled with a shrill laugh, extending her plump hand. After a moment's hesitation, Jinyu slowly reached out, gripping her hand firmly. Immediately, a hastily prepared contract was presented, and the two desperate gamblers signed their names under the watchful eyes of the crowd. "Very well, I look forward to your troupe's performance." Angela rubbed her hands together in excitement, striding away amidst a throng of followers. Even from a distance, his repugnant laughter could be heard. Jinyu gazed at his receding figure, a sudden wave of helplessness washing over her. It dawned on her that Angela was not as enraged as she had imagined. In other words, his earlier display of rage was merely a ploy to entice her into signing that wager. I am fully aware of his intentions. Taiping gently supported the frail woman, offering a nonchalant smile, yet remarked, plans often fall prey to the whims of change. This time, I shall ensure he loses so thoroughly that he will be left selling his very shorts. Chapter 14. The most spectacular performance in history yet, mere seconds later. As the woman slowly removed her mask, the collective sigh of thousands of spectators transformed into gasps of astonishment and admiration. What a visage it was! Even the most extravagant adjectives would seem impoverished in the presence of such breathtaking beauty. Countless gazes greedily fixated upon her face, each individual perceiving their own ideal of beauty reflected in her ever-changing aura. Many in the audience even felt that merely beholding this enchanting figure on stage was a profound pleasure, irrespective of any accompanying song or dance. However, they soon regretted their foolish thoughts. as this beauty began to sing with a melodious and haunting voice, recounting the loneliness of the celestial realm. Nearly all listeners were moved to tears. Amidst the lights, smoke, and music, in that moment, no one remembered where they were. Their souls had been conquered by her song. Gently drifting towards the stage, floating towards a mythological world that seemed to exist in reality. Thus, when the scholar portrayed by Jean Yu encountered the three holy mothers played by Christine, the audience erupted in laughter, laughter so uninhibited, when the butterfly spirit, transformed into Yang Jian, tore apart this loving couple. The spectators seethed with anger, grinding their teeth in fury. When the heartbroken Chun Xiang wandered and collapsed in the snowstorm after losing his mother, the audience wept, their hearts breaking. And finally, when Chun Xiang wielded the giant axe, leaping upon the stone that symbolized Mount Huashan, all spectators sprang to their feet. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. In that moment, everyone awaited Chun Xiang to swing the axe and cleave the mountain that imprisoned the three holy mothers. With a thunderous crash, the iron axe came down heavily, and a brilliant red light instantly illuminated the stage, the dazzling brilliance causing everyone to shut their eyes. Yet when the audience reopened their eyes, they were astonished to discover that the suppressed three holy mothers was slowly emerging from the cleft of Mount Huashan, smiling, arms outstretched, staggering towards her child. In an instant, cheers, applause, and shouts of praise erupted in unison, with all spectators frantically calling out for the gold medal, their fervent display having proven everything. On that evening, anyone who dared to inquire about the victor of the performance troupe competition would be deemed either insane or foolish. Undoubtedly, even the most fastidious judges would generously bestow full marks upon the auspicious performance troupe. How could this be possible? Amidst the overwhelming cheers, Angela's complexion turned ashen. Unable to comprehend the spectacle before him, he could not fathom where the sensational beauty had come from, or when the unfamiliar actors had been hired. Most importantly, whose masterpiece was this performance that had nearly transformed the very essence of song and dance, along with its enigmatic plot? Do you wish to know? A calm male voice resonated in his ear. Angela turned in astonishment to find Taiping leisurely standing beside him, arms crossed, exuding an air of nonchalance. After a few moments of bewilderment, Angela suddenly grasped the man's arm, trembling as he implored, You truly know? Tell me. I am willing to pay double. Apologies, but I do not know. Taiping casually twisted a ring, brushing off a few specks of dirt from his clothing. And do you truly have the funds? If I recall correctly, you just lost 50,000 gold coins. My heavens, if I had lost that much, I would have found a corner to weep bitterly. Angela paused in shock, recalling the matter he most wished to forget. He instinctively released his grip and walked away like a zombie, his plump figure suddenly appearing so forlorn. Taiping sighed softly, shaking his head. Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. Greed should have its limits. If it were not for the desire to bring Jean Yu into, brother, a joyful female voice suddenly rang out from nearby. Taiping turned in surprise, and before he could react, a fragrant woman dashed forward, colliding into him and knocking him to the ground. The two tumbled together across the flat surface of the square, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Brother, we won. We truly won. Jean Yu, atop Taiping, was blissfully unaware of her compromising position. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and after a moment's hesitation, she cupped his astonished face and planted kisses on both cheeks. Before the gaze of the crowd, being so brazenly kissed by a graceful beauty left even the thick-skinned Taiping momentarily flustered. Fortunately, after a few seconds, the triumphant Jean Yu realized her indiscretion. Quickly squeaking an apology, her face flushed as she scrambled to her feet, not forgetting to pinch Taiping's waist, a blend of frustration and embarrassment. Her pinch caused Taiping to grimace, unable to suppress a loud protest. Yet by then, the surrounding spectators had already recognized the leader of the auspicious performance troupe, surging forward like a tide to envelop her in the crowd. Some sought to strengthen their connections, others wished to book future performances, while many inquired about Christine's identity. Taking advantage of the commotion, Taiping quietly slipped away from the throng. Although his expression remained composed, his heart surged with excitement. This exhilaration stemmed, on one hand, from the success of the play, which served as a reassuring omen for the future of entertainment in this otherworldly realm. On the other hand, it was fueled by the successful deception that had taken place. No one had anticipated that at the very moment Chun Xiang cleaved the mountain, The staff that would silently alter the fate of the underworld had acquired a new master. The bustling scene eventually settled into tranquility after sunset. After demanding countless autographs, the audience gathered before the auspicious performance troupe's tent gradually dispersed, allowing the weary performers to tidy up and rest. At a simple dinner table, the elated Jin Yu continuously toasted He Taiping, her joy evident in her beaming countenance. Ultimately, by the end, He Taiping, appearing unfazed by the drink, remained unaffected, while Jin Yu, self-proclaimed devotee of the god of wine, collapsed after downing 3 cups. And all of this was thanks to, unaware of the blush blossoming on her cheeks, Jin Yu, recalling that kindly smiling face, found herself somewhat entranced. She realized she was increasingly perplexed by this brother of hers. Seemingly weak and useless, yet he consistently performed brilliantly at critical moments, and his ideas were utterly unprecedented, almost unthinkable in this world. Perhaps it was the goddess of the arts who, out of pity for her situation, had sent such a messenger. With a gentle sigh, Jin Yu rose slowly, intending to check on her brother and invite him to remain with the troupe, offering him half of the ownership. She told herself it was merely an act of gratitude. However, she could not suppress the vague notion that perhaps this was the only way to keep this man by her side, forever. Who? The sudden sound brought Jin Yu to an abrupt halt after a few steps. Almost immediately, within her astonished gaze, 2 thieves, utilizing magic to become invisible, gradually revealed themselves from the shadows of the tent. Jin Yu instinctively opened her mouth to scream, but the glinting silver blades pressed against her delicate neck urged her to silence. Do not be alarmed. We merely wish to take something. The shorter thief smiled as the dagger lightly grazed Jin Yu's fair neck. I believe you are aware of whom we serve. So that wager and the 30,000 gold coins will likely be changing hands. Feeling the icy touch of the dagger, Jin Yu trembled. Yet seething rage simmered within her eyes. Undoubtedly, Angela, driven to desperation, had finally resorted to this shameless act on the edge of the precipice. However, Jin Yu had little time to harbor resentment towards him, for the 2 thieves, losing their patience upon witnessing her silence, pressed their daggers closer and cackled, "Beautiful lady, we offer you one final opportunity. Will it be wealth or your life? Apologies, are you certain this is merely a binary choice?" Yet, just as the dagger grazed her skin, a faint male voice unexpectedly resonated behind the 2 thieves. Shortly thereafter, the ever-smiling He Taiping appeared at the entrance of the tent, his demeanor so composed that it seemed as though he beheld not 2 thieves, but rather 2 gnawing rats. Chapter 15. To my dearest sister. After extensive rehearsals, the performance was abruptly interrupted. The initial reaction of the 2 thieves was to flee. However, upon realizing their adversaries were merely a man and a woman, they could not help but display relaxed expressions, pushing the captured Jin Yu forward and cackling. How amusing. Young man, do you intend to be the hero rescuing the damsel, or shall the beauty save you? He Taiping remained unperturbed, surveying his opponents with keen interest. Moments later, he turned to the yawning Lian Jia, smiling. Hey, little Lian, are you planning to watch the show from the sidelines? Speaking of which, these 2 are your peers, aren't they? Please, do not conflate robbers with thieves, if you will. Lian Jia, clearly irritated at being disturbed from her slumber, casually picked up a pebble and exerted a slight force with both hands. Seconds later, fragments of crushed stone cascaded from her palms, prompting all witnesses to involuntarily compare the pebble's hardness to that of their own bones. How do you think you can deal with us like this? Although their voices trembled as if electrocuted, the 2 pale-faced thieves clutched Jin Yu tightly. For them, the beauty before them was not only the key to completing their mission, but also their sole lifeline. Such audacity, to persist even to this extent? Very well. How about this? He Taiping nodded slightly and extended his thumb towards them. In that instant, a crimson horn sprouted from his forehead, and bat-like wings began to unfurl behind him. Thanks to the demon fruit, He Taiping could not only summon powers, but also control his transformation. However, due to his limited magic, he could only feign a demonic appearance to deceive. Yet this pretense was sufficient. If the thieves' faces could previously be described as pale, their expressions now resembled that of a glaring incandescent bulb in the darkness, radiating fear. In truth, not only they, but even the dazed Jin Yu suddenly regained her senses. Incredulously whispering, "Brother, you are a demon?" That is a question for a biologist. I am not entirely sure. He Taiping scratched his horn in mild frustration, then smiled at the quaking thieves. All right, I have no time to waste here. You two, make your bets quickly. Will you be eliminated by me or serve as witnesses to your own disgrace? Though they were unfamiliar with the term witness, the thieves, sensing impending doom, forced themselves to retort, "You think this can intimidate us? I'll count to 3, and if you do not yield, this woman will meet her end. 1, 2. Before the last word fell, a blade of flame sliced through the air, severing the speaker's arm, causing the dagger poised at Jean Yu's neck to clatter to the ground. As blood gushed from the stump, the injured thief instinctively wanted to scream. But the ethereal visage emerging from the air rendered him and his companion motionless, transfixed in obsession. "Is it beautiful?" Gently caressing her jade cheek, Christine smiled faintly at the 2 stone-like figures and asked softly, her demeanor enchanting, akin to a freshly adorned beauty inquiring of her beloved. With a clang, the dagger fell, and alongside it, the already fainted thief collapsed. Witnessing the bloody scene, Jean Yu, having escaped danger, stood frozen for a moment before suddenly gasping and staggering to the ground. Yet, before she could hit the ground, Taiping swiftly caught her slender waist, cradling the unconscious beauty in his arms. Observing his slightly reproachful gaze, Christine let out a tinkling laugh, vanishing once more into the air. Taiping sighed softly, resolving to refrain from allowing the enchanting lady to take center stage in the future. Even a demon could not replicate the kind of terror she just exhibited. "Rest assured, I won't awaken you, for you shan't have the opportunity to sleep tonight." Taiping gently placed Jean Yu on the cot, even thoughtfully covering her with a blanket. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the astonished Lian Jia and snapped his fingers. "Pack your things. We are leaving immediately. Honestly, I find myself longing for the underground city." Before long, however, Jean Yu's expression shifted abruptly as she rose hastily. In that instant, she remembered her brother, transformed into a demon. Should she report this to the Holy Knight Order? The thought crossed her mind, but after a brief hesitation, she shook her head decisively. No, even if he were a demon, he was a demon who aided her, and how could that angelic-faced man be a demon? Surely, it was merely a disguise. Embracing this conviction, Jean Yu dashed out of the tent, barefooted, into the astonished gazes of onlookers, sprinting towards a tent several dozen meters away. Yet, the emptiness within that tent revealed a stark truth. The enigmatic man and his companion had already departed, leaving no trace behind. Uncontrollable strange thoughts surged within her, causing Jean Yu's cheeks to flush. Yet, in the next moment, her attention was drawn to a wooden table nearby. There, on a blank sheet of paper, were several lines of graceful, flowing script. "To my dearest sister, perhaps one day we shall meet again." At the bottom of the script was a charming smiley face, reminiscent of the man's usual demeanor. Beneath the smiley, an arrow pointed in a particular direction. Following the arrow, Jean Yu glanced and gasped in disbelief. Not far away, a massive ruby was embedded in a wooden pillar, a treasure so exquisite that even the most unscrupulous merchant would gladly pay a fortune for it. However, unlike the reactions of others, Jean Yu, gently lifting the ruby, appeared remarkably serene, pressing the gem against her chest. She felt its coldness, yet seemed to hear the distant heartbeat of the man. After a long silence, she suddenly broke into a gentle smile, tilting her head towards the heavens. "Flame, Alex, and Constance." Taiping softly murmured the 3 names, pausing involuntarily at the last. Then, he stretched his body and quickly ran towards the mountaintop, the breeze carrying his voice far and wide. "Let us depart, little Lien. The first to reach the summit shall receive a piece of Christine's intimate apparel as a gift." Ugh, is that really a gift? Perhaps only for you. Chapter 16. Who is the new Lord? This is the life to look forward to. Taiping stretched languidly, listening to the distant chorus of the Tauren singing, "I am a little cow." Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger. Casually glancing at the mahjong tiles before him, he offered a subtle smile to the 3 liches, tossing out a tile with the number 3 while snapping his fingers gently, as if responding to a command. The Flame Lord, who was roasting food, promptly presented a roasted leg, his eager gaze capable of melting the mahjong table. After taking a delicate bite of the leg, Taiping chewed thoughtfully, nodding in satisfaction. Quite good, worth a taste, though attention must be paid to the seasoning and control of the heat. For specifics, you can refer to the gourmet's secret manual I wrote for you. It's your turn. Noticing Taiping's momentary distraction, Amos pointed to the 7 bamboo tile he had just played, anxiety written all over his face. Ever since Taiping invented the game of mahjong a few days ago, The underground races associated with him had succumbed to a gambling frenzy. Though Amos and several lich companions had initially joined under the guise of studying numerical arrangements, after a few days of fierce competition, they had lost the most wealth among all. Damn it, I must recoup my losses today. Remembering the magical necklace he had just pawned, Amos felt a pang of anguish in his already heavy heart. In truth, his situation could be considered fortunate compared to him. His companions had lost to the point of considering severing ties. Yet, Taiping always managed to soothe them with flattery, and with the black dragon's menacing presence nearby. These extravagant liches could only swallow their losses in silence. The eye of the demon is nearly repaired. However, I have no intention of announcing it publicly just yet, unless... Amos mused quietly, gently placing the mahjong tile in his hand down. He was acutely aware that if he chose to disseminate the news of the barrier's dissolution at this moment, it would incite chaos. Over the past several centuries, the sacred barrier had not only sealed the entire night underground city, but had also fostered harmonious coexistence among the various races dwelling underground. Yet, once the sacred barrier was known to be opened, a likely outcome would be fierce internal strife among the once united races. More terrifying than this unfortunate foresight was the possibility that the underground races might surge to the surface, unleashing centuries of pent-up anguish through slaughter and plunder. Indeed, they might initially thrive, but the current human world is no longer the disjointed realm it once was. Once the powerful sacred church issued a call to arms, the relatively weak night underground city would quickly become a flickering candle in the wind, imperiled at any moment. In light of this, your speculation is not unfounded. After hearing Amos's concerns, Taiping furrowed his brow slightly, lost in thought. Having lived in the night underground city for several months, he had gradually come to regard it as his home, and many among the demons, Tauren, dark dwarves, and dark elves had become his friends. However, the truth cannot be hidden forever. In reality, I have also been contemplating when to announce this news. Amos slowly stroked the mahjong in his hand, pondering aloud. I have discussed with a few companions that to prevent the underground city from fracturing, the best course of action would be to elect a new lord before the seal is lifted. A sudden, ominous premonition washed over the indifferent man. Sure enough, the next moment, a strange smile played on Amos's lips. We need someone with connections to all races. Moreover, while he may not be the strongest, he should possess a nimble mind, capable of adapting to the current world situation. Taiping's smile abruptly froze, and as the mahjong tiles slipped from his grasp, he pointed at himself, stammering in disbelief. Teacher, you cannot possibly be considering. No, I refuse. Ever since I served as squad leader in elementary school, I have never held any official position. Besides, I am neither a member of the Communist Party nor a Democratic faction. Relax, it's only temporary. Amos reassured the astonished man with a stiff voice, slowly explaining. In truth, you are merely a transitional figure. Once the underground city navigates through the initial chaos, Constance can take your place. Surely, you wouldn't refuse to help Constance become the lord of the night underground city? Of course, I would be willing. I would gladly live in comfort under a lord's protection. However, despite his efforts to decline, Taiping vaguely realized that he might indeed be the most suitable temporary candidate. My apologies, I must be out of my mind. Taiping paused, suddenly erupting into a cackling laugh. Following this, he pushed the mahjong tiles in front of him aside and brazenly reached out to gather the scrolls, magical items, and treasures before the three liches, conceding, Allow me. Now, shall we wager on the robes worn by our esteemed teachers? 6 days later, representatives from various races, summoned by Amos's magical communication, gathered in the Crimson Mountains, with the vast lair of the Black Dragon repurposed as the venue for the meeting. Before the formal assembly commenced, the representatives had already caught wind of a rumor that the sacred barrier sealing the underground city for 5 centuries might soon be lifted. This news instantly triggered chaos and unrest, transforming the previously harmonious atmosphere into something sinister. In this undercurrent of tension, the most significant meeting in 5 centuries commenced under the shimmering purple light of Amos's staff. Despite his near-immortal existence, this ancient lich seemed to have no habit of wasting time. After silencing the murmur of the crowd, he gently tapped his staff, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you are already aware of some insider information. The barrier sealing the underground city will soon be lifted. Though they had heard this news, The entire assembly fell into a tumult of buzzing voices at Amos's confirmation. Moments later, the dark dwarf leader, Horn, leaped to his feet, exclaiming loudly, "Mr. Amos, in that case, what are you waiting for? Let us open the barrier immediately and let those bastards outside experience the agony of being trapped underground." His words were met with enthusiastic responses from many races, with the soul-devouring demon Gutran licking his lips and cackling. However, amidst the chaos, the dark elf leader, Trist, lurking in the shadows, mocked with a peculiar tone, "Excellent idea. Then, Mr. Horn, please sharpen your battle axe immediately. To be honest, I look forward to seeing your body chopped into hundreds of pieces." The dark elves and dark dwarves had always been at odds. So even though Horn knew Trist had a point, he couldn't help but brandish his giant axe, fuming. "Trist, what right do you, who only dares to hide in the shadows, have to criticize me? If dark elves were intelligent, they wouldn't repeatedly lose to those elves. Oh, you doubt my strength? Do you wish to test it?" Trist's expression remained calm, but the chill in his voice was enough to send shivers down spines. While several representatives allied with the dark elves stood behind him, casting unfriendly glances at Horn. Unfazed, Horn rose defiantly, and the ever-contrarian Gutran quickly moved to his side. Grinning wickedly, "Friend, do you need assistance? I have a keen interest in dark elf souls." "Very well, splendid. It seems we can slay half of each other before we even reach the outside." Yet at this moment, when chaos was on the brink of eruption, Amos, standing upon the elevated platform, struck his staff with great force, emitting a deep, chilling laughter. "After 5 centuries of coexistence, not only have you failed to learn the virtue of harmony, but you have also forgotten the essence of gratitude. Is there not a soul among you who wishes to know who has bestowed upon us the eye of the demon?" At that instant, a blue light from his staff suddenly enveloped Taiping, augmenting his presence. The crowd erupted in a commotion. Some stood in stunned silence. Others whispered among themselves, while many flocked to Taiping, eager to embrace him. Even the most malevolent and cold-hearted demon could not suppress a faint smile at this moment. Gently patting Taiping's shoulder, saying, "You are the kindest human I have ever encountered. Therefore, I have resolved to grant you 3 wishes, without demanding your soul. It was merely a stroke of luck. I have not achieved anything of great significance." Taiping struggled to extricate himself from the multitude of arms surrounding him and bowed deeply to the raucous crowd before him. Amos gently tapped his staff once more, redirecting everyone's attention, and then this ancient lich uttered words that were difficult to believe. "Ladies and gentlemen, the world beyond has transformed significantly. The strength of the Holy See has grown to an insurmountable level. For the future of the Undercity, for the survival of all races, we require a true lord." Amos's words incited yet another uproar among the assembly. Many representatives of various races nodded in agreement while exhibiting contemplative expressions, fully aware of the power a lord could bestow upon their kin. "However, should I suggest selecting a lord from among you, it would likely—" Amos deliberately paused, surveying the glances of suspicion exchanged among the crowd, then revealed a barely perceptible smile as he continued, "Thus, we require a completely new lord. One who can maintain amicable relations with all races, who can represent our shared interests, and who possesses a nimble mind and fresh perspectives. And the candidate I propose is none other than he, the one who has brought us the eye of the demon." Chapter 17. A few matters regarding farming. In an instant, silence enveloped the room, as if each individual had been turned to stone, standing in a daze. Moments later, the black dwarf Horn suddenly shouted, "What nonsense! No, wait. This might actually be a splendid suggestion." Horn's mind often lacked agility, yet at this moment, he came to realize that this absurd proposal was not entirely without merit. He had maintained a cordial relationship with the black dwarfs and had, merely 10 days prior, brewed a new exquisite wine for them, resulting in a night of revelry. If he were to assume the role of lord, it would certainly be preferable to the ascendance of a dark elf. Moreover, Horn lacked substantial power, which would render any future attempts to challenge the lord according to the rules of the dungeon relatively simple. Indeed, it was a commendable suggestion. The intellect of the dark elves surpassed that of the black dwarves. Thus, before Horn could speak again, Tristan had already nodded slowly in agreement. Following this, Constance, the Flame Monarch, and Alex, who had been informed in advance, all cast their votes in favor. Observing the tide of consensus, the malevolent demon Gutherin and several other nefarious races, despite their lingering self-interest, reluctantly acquiesced to the group's wishes. Shall we conclude that there are no objections to my proposal? Amos gently rapped his staff, gesturing for Taiping to step forward. If so, according to the customs of the dungeon, the new lord shall deliver an address. I shall remind you once more, should anyone wish to voice opposition, now is the time. Thereafter, you must abide by the lord's commands. No one voiced dissent, though a few representatives subtly moved their lips. Under the gaze of the assembly, Taiping advanced to the platform with purpose, casting benevolent glances at every being present. Once he was assured of their awareness, he spoke softly. I thank you all for your support. I shall exert every effort to guide you towards the surface world. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd, yet moments later, the assembly fell into silence due to this extraordinary proclamation. In truth, which race truly relished their current existence? Tristan gazed up at the rocky ceiling. While dark elves shunned the sun, it did not imply they reveled in the dank, shadowy underground. Moonlight and forests. This was the world in which dark elves should thrive. His musings ignited a fervor akin to oil poured into a blazing fire, causing the assembly to erupt. Representatives clamored, recounting the injustices faced by their kin. In reality, they could scarcely comprehend one another's words, merely venting their frustrations. Yet Taiping made no effort to quell the chaos. He observed the tumult until each race recognized their own indiscretion and gradually quieted. Tristan stroked his elongated ear, then raised his hand high. I have 2 inquiries. Should you satisfy me, the dark elves shall become your most loyal vassals. Taiping nodded gently, inviting him to continue. Tristan inhaled deeply and declared, First, how do you intend to lead us to the surface? Will it be through conquest? A low murmur arose from the crowd. Even the belligerent minotaurs acknowledged that the victor of any war would not be a fragile dungeon. Taiping shook his head lightly, smiling as he replied, In truth, we do not seek to conquer humanity, but rather to integrate with them, sharing this world together. There are myriad ways to assimilate. Why must we choose warfare? Assimilate, then dominate? Tristan's malevolent nature led him to misconstrue Taiping's intent. Moments later, the dark elf, wearing a sly smile, posed his second question. Then, Dear how do you plan to integrate with humanity? Many methods exist, but adaptability is essential. Taiping smiled slightly, addressing the multitude of representatives. I have tentatively devised a plan, contingent upon a year's time. During this year, I hope you will all comply absolutely with my directives. In essence, is this a gamble? Tristan continued to stroke his long ear, seemingly weighing his options. Minutes later, he clapped softly, stating, I understand. In the name of the Dark Goddess, I swear that the Dark Elves will heed your commands for the duration of this year. Of course, should our survival be threatened, we reserve the right to refuse compliance. Tristan's vow set a commendable precedent. The representatives exchanged glances, and after prolonged deliberation, they each pledged their allegiance. A half-hour later, amidst Constanza's resounding call, Taiping donned the dark crown, symbolizing his lordship, officially becoming the first lord of the night dungeon in 5 centuries. Will you hold it against me? Taiping asked uneasily as he received the dark crown from Amos. His initial intention had merely been to serve as a temporary figurehead. Yet he now wielded genuine power, at least for the coming year. No, you have performed admirably. Amos gently patted his shoulder, a hint of a smile breaking through his skeletal visage. In truth, I eagerly anticipate your endeavors over this year. What indeed could facilitate the acceptance of the dungeon by the surface world? Following his gaze, Amos also focused on the territory. Moments later, he nodded slightly and murmured, A commendable thought. It is worth exploring. Contrary to the expectations of the various races' representatives, the new lord did not issue numerous decrees upon his ascension. Rather, he continued to lead a leisurely, relaxed existence. Of course, he did not remain idle. 3 days after his inauguration, Taiping began touring the residences of the different races, guiding their citizens in peculiar training exercises. The Flame Monarch was tasked with honing his culinary skills while also overseeing 20 fire sprites. Taiping utilized the underground clay mines to craft an array of cooking utensils. As the Flame Monarch gradually became adept in the kitchen, he expanded from mere roasting to steaming, boiling, and frying, coupled with innovative seasonings crafted from various strange fruits. The entire dungeon soon took pride in savoring the dishes prepared by these fire sprites. Many residents even began their encounters with the customary greeting, Have you eaten today? However, the minotaurs had no time to indulge in such delicacies. Their vocal training continued, and their repertoire expanded. After several listenings, He Taiping deemed the collective singing a waste and decided to extract dozens of minotaurs, merging them with some dark elves to learn a combat technique known as massage. While the new apprentices struggled to understand its utility, He Taiping sternly informed them that to earn gold and enjoy the company of beautiful women, they must master the art of massage. As for the dark elves, aside from those taken away, the remainder diligently followed the booklet authored by He Taiping, learning a craft referred to as performance, which was exceedingly effortless for the art-loving elves. Days later, He Taiping selected several outstanding individuals to rehearse a production entitled Romeo and Juliet. After reading the script, several female elves were moved to tears, thus enhancing their emotional investment in the performance. Observing the dark elves' enthusiasm, the historically discordant black dwarves became envious. Horn, accompanied by 10 dwarves, stormed into the dragon's lair, only to emerge half an hour later in high spirits, faces adorned with smiles and clutching several blueprints marked for a bicycle and a folding chair. Although not originally from a mechanical background, He Taiping was still able to sketch the simplest of devices with some effort. However, the practical implementation of these peculiar gears, as contemplated by Horn and his associates, was beyond his consideration. Upon witnessing this situation, the only one not assigned a task, Gutland, felt a stir of impatience. Yet, before this fiend could attempt any action, He Taiping personally arrived at his residence, laying out an array of gambling paraphernalia upon the table. Even with Gutland's extensive experience in cunning, he was unable to discern the purpose of these items entirely. Mahjong, poker, dice, pai gow. He Taiping listed all the gambling tools in one breath, then gently stroked his chin and smiled, saying, "I have heard that demons sometimes tempt souls through the allure of gambling. How about we engage in a wager?" The rules could not be simpler. Gutland had no objections to such a proposition. In fact, merely 2 hours later, he was playing even more astutely than He Taiping himself. Observing the dwindling coins before him, He Taiping not only felt no anger but rather beamed with approval, exclaiming, "Excellent, truly formidable. It seems I can entrust you with the operations of the gambling house." Gambling house, Gutland echoed, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes brightened. "My lord, do you mean for me to establish a gambling house in the realm of humans, and then? What shall I do with the souls? They shall all belong to you." He Taiping casually waved his hand, paused for a moment, and then added with a smile, "However, should any lovely lady wish to sell herself to settle her debts, do remember to reserve her for me." Chapter 18. The sauna room. Are you certain I won't suffocate once I step inside, my lord? Alex bit his finger, gazing at the peculiar chamber before him, a semi-enclosed space conjured by the liches through earth magic. However, the true terror did not lie within the chamber itself, but rather in the adjacent boiling water pool, from which a thick pipe connected the two, allowing scalding steam to surge into the chamber. Of course not. If it were to happen, it would merely be an unfortunate accident, and I would posthumously honor you as a martyr. He Taiping patted the Minotaur's shoulder, his tone resolute and dismissive. Faced with such insistence, Alex reluctantly shed his garments, and, under the mournful gazes of various representatives, timidly stepped into the chamber. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, evoking vivid imaginations of the scene. "Is it too hot? Endure for a moment. You shall gradually acclimatize." He Taiping disregarded the Minotaur's lamentations. His curiosity still piqued as he observed the sauna room. Although he did not fully grasp its intricate design, he had, with the assistance of the Lich and the Flame Lord, pioneered this novel venture based on the fundamental principles of a sauna. Yet, given the current circumstances, even the rugged Alex seemed to struggle, indicating that the temperature of the boiling pool was excessively high. With a gentle snap of his fingers, the flame immediately began to siphon off some of the heat from the boiling pool. As the temperature lowered, Alex's cries gradually ceased. After a brief interlude, he voiced his confusion. "My lord, it is still quite stifling. However, there is an odd sensation as if..." "Precisely, that is the next step." He Taiping nodded slightly, signaling a dark elf who had studied massage to enter the chamber. Minutes later, Alex's contented murmurs began to resonate, growing increasingly exuberant. "Ah, this feels delightful, utterly splendid. Just a bit lower. Yes, right there. Should I change my position?" The various representatives exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the nature of the proceedings. However, before they could react, He Taiping gently interjected, "That will suffice. Horn, please open the door. Do not be alarmed. This is merely a technique of massage." He Taiping smiled. offering an explanation amidst the crowd's skepticism. As Alex emerged from the room, greedily inhaling the fresh air, he boisterously proclaimed, "Oh, it feels marvelous. I feel as if I could single-handedly take down a dragon." Without allowing Taiping to utter another word, the assembled representatives eagerly raised their hands, clamoring, "My lord, I request to partake in the experiment. My lord, I wish to experience a massage from the dark elf. My lord, that will not be necessary. Today's experiment concludes here." Taiping's dismissal elicited sighs of disappointment from the gathered representatives. Yet, his subsequent statement ignited a spark of hope. "However, beginning tomorrow, we shall construct a series of sauna rooms and commence trial operations. At that time, you may indulge to your heart's content, though payment will be required." Considering the potential influx of patrons, Taiping set the prices exceedingly high. Nevertheless, even this could not quell the fervent enthusiasm of the dungeon's inhabitants. From the following day onward, the sauna rooms were in continuous operation, with the dark elves and minotaurs tirelessly working, their hands developing calluses. The dwarf chief, Horn, even brought several crates of magic crystals to reserve one of the sauna rooms for himself. As he put it, while the sensation of relaxation was undoubtedly delightful, the more exquisite pleasure lay in having the dark elves dutifully cater to the black dwarfs. Thus, in the end, it was the inventor who found himself deprived of the opportunity for enjoyment. Fortunately, understanding the principles of the sauna allowed Taiping to construct one wherever desired. He summoned flames to create a lava pool near the dragon's lair and called upon Christine, who had also learned massage, to enjoy personal pampering in this secluded sanctuary. Was this considered corruption? He murmured softly, rubbing his aching temples, before rising once more to approach the nearby sauna. For several consecutive days, he had confined himself within the dragon's lair, fervently writing. Constance and Lianjia had initially expressed interest in accompanying him, but eventually vanished without a trace, leaving the prolific writer alone. Damn it, has even Christine fled? After several unsuccessful summons, Taiping finally acknowledged his utter abandonment. The forlorn new lord, wallowing in self-pity, removed his outer garments and stepped into the sauna room. Yet, amidst the swirling steam, he suddenly spotted a vague silhouette concealed in the corner, startling him thoroughly. "Christine?" Considering the mischievous nature of succubi, Taiping called out softly. The figure hidden in the steam replied ambiguously, which eased his apprehension as he stretched his arms and ventured inside. "Meow, enjoying yourself here without a word from me? Never mind, my back is killing me. Hurry and help me." His complaints abruptly halted as he stumbled, inadvertently toppling the startled girl to the ground. The two found themselves mere inches apart, each feeling the warmth radiating from the other. "Who are you?" Taiping stared into the near proximity of her face, suddenly overwhelmed by a dizzying sensation. The girl, though youthful, concealed a wild beauty beneath her innocent exterior. Her hair flowed down to her waist, cascading like dark clouds across her form, obscuring breathtaking features. Silver droplets clung to her delicate cheeks, shimmering faintly, unable to mask the brilliance of her eyes. She gently bit her cherry lips, her slender arms modestly shielding her curves, embodying a beauty that resembled a flower blooming atop a cliff, untouchable and sacred. Before such beauty, even the astonished Taiping could not help but release a profound sigh, entranced by the depths of her captivating gaze. Yet, in the next moment, the silent girl suddenly extended her arms, gently wrapping them around his neck, exuding warmth. 2 hours later, tranquility returned to the sauna room. Taiping delicately cast a fireball, creating a small opening in the ceiling, allowing steam to rush out while inviting a gentle white light within, illuminating the two entwined figures. Gazing at the girl nestled against his chest, her face still adorned with a smile, Taiping felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Perhaps this was the most splendid day he had experienced in months. Planting a soft kiss on her porcelain-like cheek, Taiping caressed her cloud-like hair and spoke tenderly. "I apologize. I did not intend to intrude upon you. However, in that moment, well, regardless, I shall take responsibility." The girl lifted her wild beauty of a face, a hint of confusion and unease flickering in her expression. After a brief silence, she suddenly smiled and shook her head, playfully biting Taiping's earlobe. "The dragon god shall punish you. You were the one who wrote to summon me here, and now you say sorry? Wait, I wrote to summon you?" Taiping's smile gradually froze, as he could not recall penning any such letter. More importantly, The voice of the girl in his arms struck an oddly familiar chord, if amplified 20-fold, complemented by the unique, deep resonance of dragonkind. Constance? Taiping's expression remained frozen for a full 5 minutes, cautiously whispering the name. In that instant, he fervently wished she would blink her beautiful eyes and retort, "Who is Constance?" Yet, regrettably, upon hearing the name, the girl softly responded, tightening her embrace around his arm, her expression one of utmost satisfaction. But her smile vanished without a trace as the previously still Taiping suddenly sprang to his feet, posing a question that could incite fury in all women. "Wait, Constance, are you not a male dragon?" After a brief moment of silence, the sauna room was suddenly illuminated by flashes of lightning, as countless fireballs descended from the heavens. Amidst the thunderous roar of the dragon shaking the mountains, Taiping's cries of despair seemed utterly feeble. Very well. I acknowledge you are female, a 100% pure and natural dragon, devoid of any preservatives." Chapter 19. The consequences of the dragon incident. Taiping felt utterly innocent as he traced the scars on his body, casting a furtive glance at the somber-faced Constance. A wave of unshed tears welled within him. Yet, amidst this turmoil, he could not deny the breathtaking beauty of the black dragon transformed into human form, exuding an irresistible primal allure. He even pondered if he had known it was a dragon from the beginning, he might have succumbed to temptation. "That letter, you truly did not write it?" In the heavy silence, Constance's question resonated coldly, yet it could not mask the emotional turmoil beneath. She began to question why. Upon seeing the invitation within the letter, she had an inkling of what was to unfold, yet hesitated to assume her human form for the meeting. Was it indeed as Christine had advised her? If she did not wish for he to be taken away by Lianjia, she must learn to be more proactive. "Christine? Are you saying Christine passed the letter to you?" With Taiping's incredulous inquiry, both seated individuals suddenly comprehended, without a doubt. It was the mischievous handiwork of that playful succubus. Constance's complexion turned pale in an instant, and she sprang to her feet, stumbling toward the door. At that moment, the black dragon even forgot her ability to fly. But as she burst through the door, Taiping instinctively leaped up and embraced her trembling form from behind. He was unsure why he acted thus. After the initial shock, some emotion transcending logic urged him to cherish the girl before him, whether she was human or dragon. Moreover, if he released her at that moment, he would lose her forever. "Let go of me. I must find Christine." Constance struggled gently, curiously not employing her dragon powers. Seeing her reaction only confirmed Taiping's suspicions, and he boldly pressed his lips against her cherry mouth. After a brief resistance, her protests transformed into soft whimpers, and her delicate arms unconsciously entwined around him. After a considerable time, the two reluctantly separated by mere millimeters beneath the soft white light. Taiping continued to tenderly kiss Constance, gently caressing her flushed cheeks, and with the sweetest voice, he reassured her, "My dear, I'm merely a bit overwhelmed." Anyone would be when faced with a girl transformed from a black dragon. "No, I don't mind. What does it matter? In my homeland, humans can even marry foxes, koi, or even a tree." This flow of sweet nothings appeared somewhat disjointed, yet hearing such tender words for the first time, Constance found herself irresistibly enchanted. Perhaps unsure how to express her joy, the girl instinctively chose the most direct method, and soon, the dimly lit chamber was filled with soft moans and breaths once more. However, this entanglement did not last long, as a sudden black mist enveloped the sauna, coalescing into the shape of Amos above them. The entwined couple was startled, hastily rising to their feet. Taiping quickly grabbed his clothing, shielding the barely clothed Constance behind him, voicing his discontent. "Teacher, even if you have reached the realm of the rosy skull, you should at least consider our—" A sudden flash of lightning silenced Taiping, abruptly making him aware of his precarious situation. The old lich had always regarded Constance as a daughter, but half an hour ago, a certain human had done something utterly inappropriate to his beloved daughter. What was worse, Constance was not an ordinary human but a noble black dragon, at least in Amos's eyes. She was 100 times more esteemed than a mere human. Who could tolerate their daughter being defiled by such a lowly creature? In an instant of silence, the now aware Constance hastily shed her disguise, transforming back into dragon form, positioning herself protectively behind Taiping. At that moment, the black dragon had firmly resolved that if teacher Amos sought to take her lover's life, even if he was the father who had nurtured her for 5 centuries, She would do everything in her power to stop him. Fortunately, Amos had no intention of attacking. He gazed quietly at the colossal dragon before him and spoke in a low voice. Come with me. Constance, you need not worry, if I wish to kill him. Even the mightiest of holy dragons could not intervene. With such chilling words, the old lich turned away, heading into the mist. Constance breathed a sigh of relief and transformed back into her human form, though her gaze remained filled with concern. Taiping gently patted her cold hand, smiling reassuringly. Do not worry. I believe Teacher Amos means no harm. In fact, I need to clarify the situation with him. In the warmth of his gentle and confident smile, Constance, biting her cherry lips, finally nodded slightly and released her hold. Taiping softly kissed her cheek, then turned toward Amos. The two walked silently through the mist, one following the other, without uttering a word until a massive stone tomb emerged from the darkness. Taiping surveyed his surroundings with unease. Although he was certain Amos would not kill him, he remained uncertain of the purpose of this visit. Amidst his apprehension, Amos sighed softly and spoke in a tone distinct from that of a lich. You need not say anything. Simply listen quietly as I recount a tale. Yet no one knew why the princess, adored by many, would fall in love with a black dragon. In any case, on a dark night, she and her beloved departed from campus, delving into the underground city, a symbol of darkness. Even upon discovering the letter left by Bernice, the royal court and the church stubbornly believed it was a result of the black dragon's malevolent sorcery. Thus, a war that could have been averted ensued. This war lasted 7 years, and both campus and the underground city could no longer withstand the strain. Ultimately, Princess Bernice, standing before the two armies, plunged a dagger into her own heart, bringing an end to this senseless conflict. Yet, after her demise, the wailing black dragon king dragged his wounded body, claiming countless lives. And the enraged pope, before his death, unleashed a forbidden spell, sealing the entire underground city within a sacred barrier. The armies of campus withdrew, but the great sorcerer who had once followed Princess Bernice plunged headlong into the underground city. He accepted her final request to care for her newborn daughter, willingly embracing dark magic to transform himself into an evil lich in order to fulfill this charge. Not long after, the grievously injured Black Dragon King also perished, and the underground city was shrouded in darkness, peacefully enduring for 5 centuries. Princess Bernice and the Black Dragon's daughter grew up slowly, though retaining a dragon's form. Human blood coursed through her veins, rendering her emotionally human yet significantly weaker than ordinary black dragons. Nevertheless, the lich was perpetually preoccupied with one matter: the prophecy received by the Black Dragon King through his soul before his passing. The key to unraveling the night shall appear in 500 years. The man who possesses the demons, I shall also win the love of the Black Dragon. Amos's narrative came to a close, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Finally exhaling softly, I can now be certain that the prophecy has been fully realized. Henceforth, my task is complete. Ignoring the reverent gazes directed at him, Amos turned slightly to gaze at the grand stone tomb, stating blandly, Here lie the Black Dragon King and Princess Bernice. Extend my regards to them. From now on, you shall undertake the duty of caring for Constance, even if it is for just a brief 100 years. Nodding slightly, Taiping bowed respectfully toward the stone tomb, but then turned back to face Amos, deeply bending at the waist. Amos revealed a silent smile, quietly accepting his gratitude. Although a lich possesses no tears, Amos felt a slight dampness at the corners of his eyes in that moment. Perhaps what he had been waiting for over the long span of 5 centuries was encapsulated in this fleeting instant. 10 minutes later, the two departed from the stony tomb, journeying back toward the mountains. In the distance, the figure of Constance draped in white veil resembled a lighthouse amidst the pitch-black night, illuminating their path forward. Amidst the soft sounds of their footsteps, Taiping suddenly scratched his head and posed a startling question. Teacher, are you certain that you have conveyed all the prophecies? Of course. Do you still have any doubts? Well, according to the conventional tropes of fantasy novels, the latter half of the prophecy should state that the man who obtains the eye of the demon will become the king of the world. Do you truly aspire to be the king of the world? However, your reminder does seem to suggest that such a statement exists within the prophecy. Really? False. Chapter 20. The tavern's visitors. Are we really going to full air? After half a month of extensive discussions, as the various affairs of the underground city had finally begun to take shape, He Taiping resolved to venture into the surface world to lay the groundwork for the underground city's development. His chosen starting point was the Folair territory, located in the southwest of Night Island. This decision puzzled Lian Jia, who had been summoned to accompany him. Folair, situated along the campus coastline, is governed by a coalition of merchants. These traders, who control the economic lifeblood and maintain private guards, regard Folair as their domain, vehemently rejecting outside influence. For the past 2 decades, every new lord dispatched by the duchy to assume office there has met with inexplicable disasters. Over time, a saying has circulated in the capital: if His Majesty the Emperor wishes to rid himself of a noble, he grants them Folair. However, what intrigued He Taiping was precisely this lawlessness and danger. The campus duchy is the only one among the 3 great duchies that does not exclude other races, and Folair's unique circumstances have attracted various factions. Thus, if the Night Underground City were to develop in Folair, there would be no concerns regarding racial tensions. Furthermore, the chaotic situation could, in a sense, provide opportunities for clandestine dealings. Well, since you feel that way, I can only assist you, as a return for your previous favor. After hearing this explanation, Lian Jia shrugged nonchalantly and readily agreed. However, upon learning that Xiao Su would also be accompanying them, her expression changed abruptly. Grabbing He Taiping by the collar, she exclaimed, "You fool, you actually agreed to bring her along? For heaven's sake, if we clash with the local factions, our safety will be at stake." "Safety? Absolutely no problem." He Taiping lightly snapped his fingers and pointed at Constance, who was busy organizing supplies. "With a black dragon accompanying us, what is there to worry about? Moreover, Professor Amos has prepared a portal. If needed, warriors from the underground city can appear in Folair within half an hour." Lian Jia was momentarily taken aback, and then a strange expression crossed her face. She glanced at Constance, who had transformed into human form, then wrapped her arm around He Taiping's shoulder and whispered, "May I ask? You don't really have a relationship with that black dragon. I mean, you understand what I'm implying, right?" "Understood, completely understood." He Taiping stroked his chin slowly, smiling like a cunning fox that has pilfered a hen. "But what does that concern you? Could it be that you harbor feelings for me beyond mere friendship?" "Nonsense." This teasing retort instantly flushed Lian Jia's cheeks, but she quickly whistled, shoved her hands into her pockets, and strode away. Unfortunately, her subsequent collision with the stone wall proved the inner turmoil of this silver-haired warrior. In an instant, the temperature of the dragon's lair returned to normal. Constance approached with a radiant smile, presenting a delicate kiss while handing over the carefully selected staff and robe to her beloved. These items, sourced from the horde of the old black dragon, included the staff of celestial wings, which could reduce magical energy consumption by 50% and stored 3 high-level spells. The dark crystal robe could nullify mid-level magical attacks and offered some physical defense. The seemingly unremarkable bracelet possessed short-range teleportation capabilities, providing invaluable protection for mages against warriors. It could be said that Constance had completely shattered the dragonkin's miserly nature for the sake of her beloved, and the preciousness of the items she chose was enough to incite envy in even the greatest of sorcerers. However, He Taiping merely stuffed them carelessly into his ring, showing no curiosity about their attributes. Compared to these treasures, he was far more enamored with Constance's cherry lips and sweet tongue. Tanis is a small port town along the lengthy coastline of the campus duchy, where most residents earn their living through fishing, occasionally resorting to illegal smuggling to make ends meet. However, in recent months, relentless storms have plagued the seas, forcing even the most seasoned fishermen to temporarily cease operations. With nothing to occupy their time, they gathered in the tavern to gossip about rumors, such as whether an underground city truly existed beneath the Night Island, hundreds of kilometers away. Yet tonight, the tavern's atmosphere felt distinctly different. Many patrons, while indulging in drinks and merriment, unconsciously lowered their voices, casting furtive glances toward a certain corner of the tavern where a noblewoman was casually resting against a wooden table. This still image suddenly illuminated the dim tavern. The beauty appeared to be around 35 years old, slightly weary in appearance, yet her elegant demeanor combined with a mature allure carried an essence unattainable by youth. Her bright eyes radiated a gentle light, and the smile on her face exuded warmth and kindness. Simply gazing at her brought forth the sensation of a spring breeze, akin to witnessing daffodils blooming on a windowsill during a frigid winter's day. At this moment, however, The daffodil-like beauty was shrouded in a veil of quiet worry. She sighed softly, tilting her gaze toward the southeastern horizon, where the stars twinkled above Folaire, the destination of her journey. If given a choice, who would willingly accept the territory known as a noble's nightmare? Yet it seemed that the prime minister was determined to distance her from the princess. "My lady, would you care for a glass of wine?" Noticing her inner turmoil, the knight commander standing by bowed respectfully. His armor bore the griffin insignia, indicating that he was a royal guardian tasked with escorting the lady to her new position. "No, thank you. I merely feel a bit restless." The lady gently shook her head, pushing away the offered wine, and turned her attention to the conversations of the tavern's patrons. At that moment, a somewhat inebriated customer was passionately debating the Night Island issue, even escalating into a quarrel. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Fisherman Jerry raised his beer mug high, his face flushed from drink as he shouted amidst the laughter of the crowd. "Just 2 years ago, I spent 3 days on that island. If there truly was an underground city, I would have surely become one of those monsters." With a loud bang, the tavern door swung open forcefully, cold wind and rain rushing in, startling the residents lost in their fantastical thoughts. Yet, amidst the slanting rain, a young man clad in white entered the hall, accompanied by a wild-haired beauty with dark locks, their intimacy evident. Behind them followed the stretching silver-haired warrior and a sweet little girl cradling a kitten. Such an unusual ensemble naturally piqued the residents' curiosity, especially on this stormy night. The roads outside the town were fraught with peril. How had these seemingly fragile travelers made their way to Tanis? Jerry raised his beer and called out loudly, "Young man, where do you hail from? Is it your appearance that has spared you from the beast's jaws?" Having indulged a bit too much, Jerry's words carried a hint of mockery. But the young man in white showed no signs of offense. Instead, he bowed slightly and replied, "You jest, sir, but as a bard, my companions and I can hold our own against ordinary beasts. Of course, arriving safely at this small town is also thanks to the favor of Lady Luck." This statement was immediately met with approval from the townsfolk. The young man in white bowed in acknowledgement, yet his gaze subtly swept over the noblewoman in the corner. Moments later, as soft music accompanied him, he raised his voice slightly and began, "There is a land in the eastern continent known as Ally. It is close to the sea, and within its waters lies a mountain called Flower Fruit Mountain. A splendid tale, truly captivating." Perhaps moved by the enchanting story, the noblewoman, who had previously worn a troubled expression, could not help but reveal a faint smile. Upon witnessing this scene, the obedient maid promptly inquired in a hushed tone, "Madam, since the journey is rather dull, why not hire them to perform for you?" This time, the lady did not immediately decline. Instead, she appeared deep in thought. A few moments later, after some hesitation, she nodded and said, "Very well, please inquire, but do not pressure them. The price can be negotiated." The maid nodded in acquiescence and proceeded toward the nearby man in a white robe. Unsurprisingly, upon learning he could be employed by a noble, the poet readily accepted and, under the maid's guidance, approached the lady, expressing gratitude for her recognition. "Thank you for your appreciation and generosity. My name is Taiping, at your service." Without a doubt, this gentleman was Taiping, who had emerged from the underground world to the surface. As always, his refined demeanor and gentle voice garnered him a measure of admiration from the onlookers. The lady straightened her posture and returned the gesture. "You are too kind. You may call me Lady Via or the Duchess." "Via?" Taiping silently repeated, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. It seemed the intelligence he had acquired through Christine a few days prior was entirely accurate. This seemingly delicate woman was indeed the new lord destined for Folaire, and she was the primary target of his current endeavor. "Is that so? Then I thank you for your protection." Taiping smiled faintly, casually turning his gaze toward Lianjia. If her assertions held true, it appeared that the former lord of Folaire had fallen victim to an ambush by a band of robbers, accompanied at the time by 500 heavily armored knights. Based on this deduction, one might conclude that the strength of those brigands was rather formidable. However, despite his awareness of this fact, the smiling man had no intention of alerting Lady Via. He even hoped that those robbers would prove even more fearsome than the legend suggested. Only then would the fragile new lord become acutely aware of her perilous situation. Only then would she cling desperately to the lifeline offered by those around her. Thus, let the robbers come with greater ferocity. Taiping lightly snapped his fingers, watching as a few moths, seeking refuge from the rain, recklessly darted toward the candlelight. only to be reduced to ashes. Perhaps soon, a band of robbers would rush forth like moths, yet they would find themselves in despair, for awaiting them would not be the warm glow of candlelight, but rather. Chapter 21. Please forgive the lack of hospitality. Miraculously, the storm ceased by the dawn of the following day. Thus, the recently appointed He Taiping, accompanied by 3 ladies, set forth on his journey with Madame Vea's caravan. Prior to this, Christine had fully utilized her terrifying charm to extract intelligence from the eager knights. According to her, due to the grave illness of the old King Louis III, a significant portion of the power in campus had fallen into the hands of Prime Minister Lawrence. Although Princess Isabel was still struggling to maintain the royal family, many observers were convinced that the Duchy of Campus would change hands in a few years, reminiscent of how Louis I had seized the throne from Anlet 2 centuries prior. Presently, Madame Vea, who had been dispatched to Flair by Lawrence, undoubtedly belonged to Princess Isabel's faction. The reason for her exile was simple. Her deceased husband had been a high-ranking military officer, and even after his death, many in the army remembered his kindness. To avert any unnecessary troubles in the future, it was deemed best to distance this woman from the capital, Constantine, or simply cause her to vanish en route to Flair. However, He Taiping's arrival disrupted the carefully laid plans. This seemingly inconsequential and harmless man, with his wit and humor, quickly integrated into the caravan within a matter of days. Although the card games had caused the knights to lose considerable wages, what could be more cherished than entertainment on a monotonous journey? Moreover, this gentleman held a multitude of IOUs who would dare to disrespect a creditor. Through these small antics, He Taiping gradually forged a friendship with Madame Vea, not solely due to his affable nature. For Madame Vea, her beauty had subjected her to the greedy gazes of many during her time in Constantine. Yet, He Taiping's gaze remained innocent. And even when a glimmer of admiration sparked, it was far from lascivious. It must be acknowledged that even though she had matured from a young girl into a young woman, Constance still retained an air of naivety and a certain haughtiness. However, her affection for He Taiping was as transparent as crystal, leaving no room for doubt. Yet, the Black Dragon, who upheld monogamy, was immensely jealous, viewing her lover as personal property, which greatly troubled He Taiping, who had always been quite popular with women. It was not that he harbored thoughts of infidelity, but even a rural maiden asking for directions had nearly been incinerated by the dragon's breath for merely smiling. This was somewhat exaggerated. Thus, on this afternoon, apart from his own melancholy, He Taiping could only look skyward and sigh. Alas, is my taste in aesthetics truly so poor? Surely, only someone of Christine's caliber could lead me to err. Just as he indulged in thoughts of Christine, an invisible succubus leapt onto her steed and seamlessly nestled into He Taiping's embrace. Under Constance's gaze, capable of incinerating all, she gently nibbled on He Taiping's earlobe, teasingly whispering, "Dearest He, I believe we have guests arriving." Probably in 5 minutes He Taiping softly acknowledged her, turning to gaze at the tranquil southwestern woods, which sent shivers down his spine. Nonchalantly shrugging, he rode closer to Madame Vea's carriage and gently tapped on the window several times. Moments later, a perplexed visage appeared at the window. "Madam, should anything occur shortly, please do not be alarmed." He Taiping's warning left Vea momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, several knights at the front of the carriage suddenly drew their swords, shouting, "Be cautious, there are," before the words could fully escape their lips. A hail of arrows erupted from the dense woods on either side, turning the unprepared knights into pincushions. Amidst the shrieks and howls, brigands clad in simple armor revealed themselves, leaping from the depths of the ravines and descending from the treetops, brandishing their swords and cleavers like a swarm of predatory ants, surging towards the panicked caravan. "Protect the Duchess first." The knight captain swung his sword heavily, dispatching several of the nearest brigands, then swiftly thrusting towards the horses pulling the carriage. In pain, the 2 steeds neighed loudly and bolted, dragging the carriage away as dozens of knights followed closely, scattering the brigands attempting to obstruct their path. In a matter of moments, the besieged carriage miraculously broke free from the encirclement, racing towards the open plain ahead. Just as I suspected, He Taiping revealed a strange smile, observing the chaos among the throng. His white robe became the most conspicuous symbol, and several brigands attempted to launch an attack against him, but as they raised their swords, their throats were severed by the invisible allure. Following this, Lianjia could no longer contain herself, bellowing as she lifted a carriage high, hurling it down with a thunderous crash, obliterating dozens of fleeing brigands into a pulp. Stunned by such a terrifying display of power, both sides of the fray halted, turning in shock. Under the gaze of hundreds, Taiping gently pulled away his white robe, revealing a dark, obsidian cloak that sparked gasps. The appearance of the celestial wing staff in his hand shone with an enviable brilliance. In this sudden transformation, the brigands momentarily forgot to attack, standing frozen as if relegated to mere background. With a casual snap of his fingers, as the magic crystal disintegrated into dust, a dozen gargoyles materialized from thin air, surrounding Taiping as he slowly ascended into the sky. A silver-armored brigand leader finally regained his senses, roaring as he charged forward with his men, attempting to drag the ascending man back down. However, before they could swing their swords, Taiping had slightly bowed, pointing in a certain direction, and said, "Apologies, gentlemen. But your adversary is not me." In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged forth. The brigands turned in fear, and in their line of sight, the previously overlooked dark-haired maiden was striding towards them, her form shrouded in black mist, expanding with each step with a series of clattering sounds. Dozens of swords clattered to the ground, heralding the sign of surrender. The brigand leader trembled like a quaking quail, biting his palm in desperation, wishing to gnaw his hand off to play the role of the bride with severed hands. Moments later, he unleashed the loudest scream of his life, hoarsely exclaiming, "A dragon! It's the black dragon!" Before his words could conclude, his body was reduced to ashes by the torrent of dragon breath surging towards him. Immediately thereafter, lightning, flames, and a tempest erupted, drawing all remaining upright beings into the maelstrom. The colossal form of the black dragon emerged amidst blood and fire, its wings creating gusts that sent fleeing brigands crashing into trees, rendering them unconscious. "Forgive the lack of hospitality," Taiping signaled to the despairing crowd with a nod, snapping his fingers as he soared towards the plain, guided by the gargoyles. Behind him, the black dragon's ferocious roar echoed once more, silencing the brigands' wails as if their throats had been constricted. Undoubtedly, what awaited them would be a simple massacre. What is that sound? Miles away on the plain, the breathless knights, upon hearing the roar of the black dragon, instinctively rose, encircling Madame Vea protectively. The pale-faced woman, after a brief moment of bewilderment, suddenly trembled and called out, "Wait, where is Mr. He? Could he?" Her exclamation abruptly ceased as several knights suddenly drew their swords and violently thrust them towards Captain Joak, the splattering blood instantly staining Vea's long dress crimson. Joak turned in horror, seemingly seeking to discern the identities of these treacherous subordinates, but before he could utter a sound, more swords plunged into his body, sending the loyal captain into the depths of hell. "My apologies, my lord." A golden-haired knight unsheathed his long sword, kicking Joak's lifeless body to the ground, and then cast his crimson gaze upon Lady Vaya. Under the predatory ferocity of his stare, the protector recoiled in horror, pressing herself against the carriage as dozens of knights encircled her, advancing slowly. With a soft sigh, the golden-haired knight steadily raised his sword, aiming for Lady Vaya's chest. Yet, he did not strike immediately. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face as he gently sliced through her delicate gown, causing it to fall away in two directions. Vaya gasped, a mixture of shame and fury flooding her as she clutched her chest, but the pristine skin beneath was now exposed to the air, impossible to conceal. "Since you are destined to die, why not let us indulge a little first?" The golden-haired knight cackled, his expression a blend of lust and depravity, which immediately elicited raucous laughter from his companions. They had long salivated over the renowned beauty of the imperial capital, and now, faced with the opportunity, they could no longer contain their desires. Vaya's face was painted with panic, yet she clung desperately to her gown, leaning against the carriage as a feeble fireball began to form in her hand, its potency likely insufficient to even slay a cockroach. This, I believe, is a rather cliché trope of heroes rescuing damsels in distress, but alas, it seems I must make my entrance. A male voice suddenly echoed from above. The knights looked up in astonishment to see a host of gargoyles surrounding a bard, who floated gracefully in midair. Soon after, they began to descend, leaping closer to their position. Chapter 22. A fair bargain with the demon. The blonde knight furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly finding the situation troublesome. However, upon witnessing the creature summoned by Taiping, he could not help but chuckle in disbelief. These newly manifested beings were known as the giant armed monsters, possessing immense power in their left arms, yet they moved with considerable slowness and were of merely below-average strength. In other words, the one capable of summoning such creatures was unlikely to be formidable himself. Eliminate him, then we can have lunch. With a cold laugh, the blonde knight signaled dozens of knights to raise their long swords and charge forth. Their primary target was not Taiping or the giant armed monsters, but rather the agile gargoyles. In a single charge, nearly half of the gargoyles, ill-suited for direct combat, had already fallen, which only served to reassure the blonde knight further. He coldly mocked the man across from him. "Mr. He, is this truly your idea of a heroic rescue? Well then, should I start shouting for help?" Taiping narrowed his eyes slightly, suddenly snapping his fingers and chanting the fusion spell from the transformation incantation. In a brief incantation, 8 or 9 gargoyles flying at low altitude suddenly soared upwards, gathering within a bizarre purple light. In the next moment, a colossal creature, black as coal and approximately 10 times the size of an ordinary gargoyle, appeared in midair. It let out a howl to the heavens, its wings stirring a tempest as it plunged into the terrified crowd, effortlessly aiding 2 knights in achieving a rather unfortunate fate. "Find it. Hold it for 5 minutes." The blonde knight reacted swiftly, seizing the opportunity while his subordinates engaged the massive gargoyle, rushing madly towards the defenseless Taiping, clearly intent on striking down the man before the beast. Yet, upon seeing the enemy charge, Taiping showed no intention of evasion. Instead, he snapped his fingers, directing a few giant armed monsters to step forward and block the attack. "Do you really think you can stop me like this?" The longsword came crashing down, severing the waists of 2 giant armed monsters. The blonde knight roared, expelling fighting spirit, as if intending to cleave both the last giant armed monster and the summoner behind it in one blow. However, at that moment, Taiping had already begun chanting the shared spell. Suddenly, the left arm of the giant armed monster transformed into a surge of green light, swiftly attaching itself to Taiping's left hand, reconstituting into a powerful arm. "Ugh, I detest this appearance." In the face of the blonde knight's horrified gaze, Taiping sighed, swiftly activating his teleportation ring. His figure abruptly vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind the blonde knight. "Now then, how does it feel to be sent flying?" With a light chuckle, the blonde knight was sent hurtling backward like a kite on a short string, while the invisible Christine caught up mid-flight, her fiery dual blades flashing past, severing the ill-fated knight in half, who then fell to the ground with a thud. The blood that splattered forth revealed the succubus's form, causing Lady Vaya, who was near the carriage, to gasp in shock, nearly fainting. "Enough. We're not filming a horror movie," Taiping called out lightly, halting Christine's action of licking the blood from her lips. The succubus, with a seductive laugh, gradually faded into the air, while Lady Vaya appeared visibly frightened upon catching sight of the approaching Taiping. It was merely a trifling matter. Taiping waved his hand casually, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon Lady Vaya's exposed fair skin. Sensing the scrutiny, the woman let out a soft gasp, hastily turning away, her neck flushing a deep crimson. Taiping awkwardly scratched his head, quickly draping a white robe over her. In the flurry of motion, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her skin, feeling its smoothness, stirring something within him. "Of course, I have 3 identities." Taiping smiled slightly: a bard, a summoner, and a dungeon lord. "In truth, I favor the first identity the most." Half an hour later, Taiping finally laid bare his experiences. Lady Vaya sat beside him, hugging her knees, her expression betraying her astonishment. It was difficult for her to imagine that such a young man had managed to rule over a peculiar underground city in just a few months. Moreover, this strange underground city aspired to develop relations with the surface world, seeking harmonious coexistence with humanity. "If I am not mistaken, your target is Foil, and the partner you intend to choose is me?" After a long silence, Lady Vaya sighed softly, appearing exceedingly hesitant. The man beside her was correct. If she wished to establish herself in Foil, her only true ally lay with this underground city. Yet, would such an alliance not be akin to inviting a wolf into her home? Nonsense. What need have I to conquer the world? Am I to inscribe King of the World upon my tombstone? Taiping exaggeratedly shrugged, his comical expression eliciting a smile from Lady Vaya. However, her smile quickly faded as she gazed silently towards the northwestern sky. At that moment, the imperial city of Constantine was nearing dusk. Her beloved Edward was dining under the care of servants, while what of Andre? Perhaps, for them, she ought to. judging from your expression. It seems you are reminiscing about a child and a beloved? Taiping stroked his chin, observing the faint blush upon the beauty's face, and could not help but smile gently. Would you like me to sing a song for you now, to lighten the mood? Lady Via startled slightly, shaking her head in surprise, opting not to elaborate. A few minutes later, she resolutely extended her palm and said, "Very well, then let us wish for a pleasant cooperation." In truth, it seemed she had no better options left. One might think I were coercing you. Taiping laughed heartily, extending his palm in return. The two clasped hands gently, sealing their pact. Just then, Lady Via suddenly turned her gaze towards the southwestern sky, her voice trembling. That is. In the direction she pointed, a black dragon was soaring through the skies, spewing forth dragon fire, its immense presence awe-inspiring. Yet, at that moment, Taiping could not help but shiver involuntarily. He felt the piercing gaze of Constantine's crimson dragon eyes seemingly fixated upon the hand he held with Lady Via. Though it was a commercial city, Foyle lacked a commercial street, for every avenue was lined with various shops. That afternoon, a blood-stained carriage slowly entered through the city gates, halting before the dilapidated lord's manor amid the astonished gazes of the citizens. In truth, this nominal highest authority had not welcomed a single master in the past 3 years. As Lady Via walked into the lord's manor, accompanied by the remaining knights, Taiping turned his horse's head, smiling at his companions. "If you're not tired, shall we explore the nearby streets?" The 4 women, including the invisible Christine, voiced no objections to this suggestion. They first found an inn to stow their horses and belongings before setting out to wander the streets. It was Constantine's first time in a bustling city, and she appeared exceedingly curious. Within hours, she, along with Lianjia and Xiao Su, had swept through 3 entire streets, purchasing everything that caught their eye. No, perhaps rob would be a more fitting term. Witnessing this scene, Taiping felt increasingly certain of his intentions. Thus, merely half an hour later, the previously adamant owner, Rog, capitulated entirely under the allure of 50,000 gold coins. After signing the contract, the old owner Rog, clutching the gold note, beamed as he inquired, "Pardon my curiosity. What kind of shop do you intend to open? However, I might choose to open a restaurant." A few minutes later, Taiping pondered aloud. Rog was momentarily taken aback, his expression transforming to one akin to attending a funeral. Beside him, Xiao Su could not help but express her curiosity. "Uncle, your expression seems rather strange. Do the residents of Foyle not enjoy dining at restaurants?" No. In fact, they adore it." Rog shook his head vigorously, gazing at the charming little face before him. Ultimately, he resolved to utter a few words, as if to grant a favor. However, therein lay the crux of the matter. The local populace was more than willing to lavish substantial amounts of gold on culinary delights, resulting in a thriving gastronomic scene. Mr. Moon, in particular, presided over the largest restaurant in the area. Coincidentally, his establishment, the Dragon's Tongue, was situated right on this very street. In fact, the illustrious Dragon's Tongue not only dominated this thoroughfare, but was also less than 50 meters from this shop. In other words, any restaurant aspiring to establish itself on this street would forever exist in the shadow of Mr. Moon's empire. Thus, when Rog looked at Taiping, it was as if he were gazing upon a terminally ill patient. "Is that so?" Taiping furrowed his brow slightly, an expression seemingly laden with concern. Yet, mere seconds later, he burst forth with a radiant smile, clapping his hands gently as he exclaimed, "Splendid. Then I need not challenge each establishment individually. I shall simply vanquish the Dragon's Tongue." Rog gazed in exasperation at the ceiling, striving to suppress his disdain. At that moment, he was not only convinced that this fellow was a debauched nobleman, but also certain that his intelligence quotient lay below 80. It was a jest. Mr. Moon's restaurant had been a bastion of culinary excellence for 60 years, boasting 100 chefs from across the land and an array of fresh, rare ingredients. If this young man could best him, then surely the newly arrived lord would manage to survive for 3 months. Chapter 23. The frantic bet. 3 months? Almost simultaneously, in the study of a manor in the eastern part of the city, a rotund middle-aged man, whose girth resembled that of someone who had consumed a leavening agent, echoed the sentiment. After a brief pause, he abruptly seized a roasted leg of lamb nearby and bit into it with fervor, chewing vigorously as he declared, "If that new lord manages to endure 40 days, the merchant's alliance will become synonymous with ineptitude." This corpulent figure possessed little authority, yet the merchants surrounding him appeared exceedingly intimidated. bowing their heads in agreement. However, one bald elder among them, his face etched with worry, ventured, "Chairman Mott, this matter may not be as simple as it seems. The new lord's successful arrival here indicates that the brigands and knights we bribed have been defeated. Worse still, none of those men survived, leaving us in the dark." Edmund, taken aback, dared not counter. Mott, continuing to gnaw on the roasted lamb, momentarily devoured the morsel before resuming. "Just now, I dispatched an invitation to the new lord, inviting him to my residence for dinner tomorrow. If he broaches the subject of commercial taxes, I trust you all know how to respond." The merchants exchanged glances, their expressions revealing an understanding. In this era, strength dictated leadership. If the new lord aimed to wield real power, he must levy commercial taxes to finance the city guard. According to the Merchants' Alliance Agreement, should the new lord propose such taxes, they could invoke the pretext of a market downturn to request a delay. If they could stall for a few months, everything would be resolved. At that moment, the bald Edmund hesitantly inquired, "Chairman, what of the loans requested by several nearby lords? Should we approve them? They have sent envoys to urge us repeatedly." This question evidently dampened Mott's appetite. He cast aside the leg of lamb, wiping his greasy hands, his expression darkening as he replied, "Is there any other course of action? We can only reluctantly acquiesce. However, ensure they truly align with us. I do not wish to expend effort only to find it in vain. Rest assured on that front." Edmund responded, a flicker of joy illuminating his countenance as he bowed. "You may not yet be aware, but that new lord is a confidant of Her Highness the Princess, while the lords around us belong to the faction of the esteemed Prime Minister. Thus, we can anticipate a splendid spectacle. Let them contend, I merely desire my flour." Mott remarked, a slight movement of his lips betraying his thoughts as he gazed contemplatively at Edmund, softly adding, however, "Edmund, you seem to be too chummy with those lords. Be cautious. They have long coveted flour, and I do not wish to drive away wolves only to welcome tigers. Yes, I am merely being obliging." Edmund, akin to a coward encountering a fierce spouse, felt beads of sweat coalesce on his forehead. Yet, they command an army of 50,000 and possess formidable economic backing. If we offend them too much, it could invite. Thus, we must fortify our private guard. Mott interjected, seizing the roasted lamb once more, waving it like a sword. "Starting next month, each member of the Merchants' Alliance must contribute an additional 5,000 gold coins for the expansion of the guard." 5,000 gold coins. Several merchants of lesser means exclaimed simultaneously, though they quickly silenced themselves under Mott's piercing gaze. Nodding with satisfaction, Mott, in a voice unexpectedly sharp for his size, chuckled, "I recognize this may seem excessive, but I too shall contribute. Above all, remember, this is for the future of flour." The dinner inviting the lords commenced promptly after sunset the next day. Although a bevy of beauties graced the gathering, the Duchess in her pale lavender gown undeniably captured the spotlight. Additionally, the young tutor newly employed by the Duchess piqued the interest of the female guests with his gentle demeanor, though the trio of young ladies encircling him formed a formidable barrier, thwarting all prying eyes. After a series of trivial pleasantries, the lovely Lady Via raised her glass gently, extending her greetings to the merchants in attendance and gradually revealing the evening's theme. Unsurprisingly, her first request was for the reinstatement of commercial taxes beginning next month, suggesting a reduction of 30% from the principality's standard rate. This rationale was indeed irrefutable. Lady Via furrowed her brow and pondered, "Indeed, there are rather more brigands than before. I intend to re-establish the city guard to quell them, but the funding for this, alas, that burden may fall squarely upon you." Chairman Mott sighed, displaying a bashful demeanor akin to a young maiden. "However, we can assure you that once the nearby brigands and pirates are entirely eradicated, the commercial tax can be reinstated immediately. Even if you require us to double our contribution, we shall comply without hesitation. Thanks to your generosity, our monthly income barely offsets our expenditures, but if this continues, we may not endure for long." Ma was not surprised by Mr. He Taiping's prior investigation, casually gesturing, "It appears, Mr. He may not fully believe my words. Oh, I heard you purchased a shop just yesterday. Why not come and test it out personally?" Mr. He Taiping smiled slightly, stroking his chin. "I do indeed have intentions of opening a shop, yet I find myself hesitating now. To be frank, I worry about embarrassing you. After all, you just mentioned a market downer. If I were to profit handsomely, would it not reflect poorly on all of you? Well, I plan to venture into the catering industry." Mr. He Taiping continued, seemingly oblivious amidst the mixed gazes of ire and pity. Mott forced a smile and turned towards a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache seated nearby. The catering industry? Excellent choice. I believe Mr. Moon would be quite willing to engage in some friendly competition with you. The designated Mr. Moon nodded slightly, straightening his posture to regard Mr. Taiping with an expression of self-satisfaction and disdain. The surrounding guests had long ceased dining, their attention riveted upon the confrontation. Mr. Taiping clapped his hands lightly, and, amidst the mixed expressions of mockery and sympathy, smiled nonchalantly. Ah, I see. However, merely competing sounds rather dull. Why not wager instead? Mott and Moon exchanged glances, their prior indignation evaporating in an instant, replaced by the dawning realization of having stepped into a trap. Yet, in the presence of nearly 100 guests, how could they possibly retreat? After a brief moment of hesitation, they finally nodded slowly. Very well. But what manner of wager do you propose, Mr. He? Moon remained silent, seemingly contemplating his gains and losses. Minutes later, he abruptly nodded lightly, stating, within 3 months. Whoever can first achieve a profit of 100,000 gold coins shall be declared the victor. To ensure fairness, I propose that Mr. Falco and Mr. Shutt oversee the 2 establishments. The names he proposed belonged to esteemed hereditary nobles of the locality, and Mr. He Taiping had no objections. Thus, both parties hastily signed the wager at the dining table, with the attending guests serving as witnesses. At this juncture, the atmosphere of the dinner had been nearly irreparably marred. And as the host, Mott was reluctant to conclude the evening in such a manner. Therefore, after the signing, he gently tapped his glass to regain the attention of the guests. Before he could deliver his words, several guests, adept at flattery, interjected, Mr. Mott, we have heard that you invited a renowned performance troupe this time, expending a considerable fortune. Might we have the pleasure of witnessing an exquisite display of song and dance this evening? Indeed, your sources are quite astute. Mott squinted slightly, a hint of undeniable pride flashing across his features. In honor of the Duchess, I took the liberty of inviting a distinguished performance troupe to entertain us. Many individuals are likely familiar with the name of this performing troupe, the Auspicious Performing Arts Group. Does it ring a bell? Just as the words left my lips, an abrupt sound echoed from a short distance away. Numerous guests turned their heads to observe, only to witness the man who had just sealed a wager expelling a mouthful of liquor, precisely aimed at the unsuspecting Moon ahead. Chapter 24. An audience with my esteemed sister. Upon this thought, the crowd's gaze towards the president of the Merchant Guild grew increasingly reverent. Although Moat repeatedly waved his hands and chuckled, dismissing the matter as trivial, the smugness etched on his face was impossible to conceal. Amidst the lively atmosphere, only He Taiping remained composed, savoring his wine with an air of detachment. Yet, in his mind, the image of a smiling face surfaced, accompanied by the familiar address of brother. Speaking of the auspicious troupe, their leader was a rare beauty, possessing both charm and acumen in business management. At that moment, a guest aptly brought up Miss Jinhua, smilingly directing his gaze towards Moat, adding that he had heard Miss Jinhua was still unmarried, and wondered if the president had any intentions. Such shameless flattery provoked a silent scorn among many, likening it to flowers blooming amidst dung. However, the rotund Moat beamed with delight, his eyes nearly squinting shut. Well, that depends on Miss Jinhua's wishes. But speaking of camaraderie, she and I truly admire each other, and we often exchange letters. A soft murmur of awe rippled through the crowd, tinged with envy. Lian Jia's expression changed slightly as she tugged at the sleeve of the man beside her, whispering, Could it be that Jinhua truly has lost her sight? Or is this fat man merely boasting? Certainly not boasting, He Taiping replied, shaking his cup with a smile. In fact, back in my hometown, there was a girl who once claimed she would die for me, though she added, if you persist, I shall take my leave. I believe Mr. Moat's relationship with his sister is likely similar. In truth, as He Taiping had suggested, the so-called correspondence was merely orders for various props. Yet, Moat's shameless declaration left the unsuspecting guests in a state of envy. 10 minutes later, having basked long enough in the clouds of admiration, Moat finally clapped his hands lightly, smiling as he declared, Now, please enjoy the auspicious troupe's performance. I trust it will not disappoint. Before the applause could fade, the outdoor stage was ablaze with light. Dozens of dancers emerged from the shadows, commencing their ethereal performance of the Lotus Lantern. What a far-fetched fantasy it was, to ravish virtue from a distance. He Taiping rested his chin on his hand, absent-mindedly tapping the table with the other. In his view, Jinhua had matured significantly since 6 months ago, yet her delicate, resilient demeanor remained unchanged. However, a hint of melancholy lingered in her smile. Could it be that the auspicious troupe had yet to settle their debts? It troubled him. Had she not sold that gemstone, or was she simply unaware of its value? He Taiping murmured to himself, so engrossed that he hardly noticed the performance of the lotus lantern drawing to a close. At that moment, all guests rose simultaneously to welcome the slowly entering Jinhua, while Moat hurried to the entrance, chuckling. "Miss Jinhua, it seems your grace has only grown in our months apart." As he spoke, he extended his short, plump hand, seemingly intent on taking advantage of her delicate touch. Jinhua, slightly frowning yet resigned, reached out her hand. In that instant, she was struck by an overwhelming sensation. Gazing incredulously at the familiar figure seated in the distinguished guests area, deep in thought. "That is," Jinhua's voice quivered, her heart racing at an unimaginable speed. Though the man nearby lowered his head, hiding his face in the dim candlelight, the familiar gesture of stroking his chin was unmistakable. After half a year of traversing the entire campus duchy and feeling a sense of despair, this enigmatic man appeared once more before her. He was the new lord's tutor, a young man reputed for his business acumen. Moat paused, momentarily taken aback, then introduced with a hint of sarcasm. "Ah, would you like me to introduce you? If you have any grievances, I could offer some assistance privately." Clearly, the president misunderstood certain expressions and actions. Before he could finish, the pale-faced Jinhua swiftly approached He Taiping, and after a few steps, she even lifted her long skirt, running eagerly. Hearing the hurried footsteps, He Taiping finally looked up in astonishment. At that moment, he beheld a beautiful visage mere inches away, with her snow-white skin flushed with a faint blush. The hall fell silent, and He Taiping, inhaling the delicate fragrance wafting towards him, gazed at her cherry lips, raising his hands in surrender. "Too close. I seem unable to discern your features." Jinhua gently pulled back a few inches, yet remained silent, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable light. Witnessing this scene, He Taiping was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. However, before he could attempt to retreat, two delicate hands grasped his cheeks, pulling them apart with force. "Very well. This time, where do you intend to flee?" Jinhua's voice brimmed with indignation, yet her rosy complexion betrayed an undeniable joy and playful reproach. She pinched He Taiping's cheeks, reminiscent of the countless times she had dreamed of doing so, as if only this act could prove that she was not trapped in a dream. With a playful huff, Jinhua ceased her playful punishment. Observing the intimacy between this woman and her beloved, Constance swiftly stepped forward, tightly clutching He Taiping's arm, casting a vigilant glance at Jinhua, silently warning, "Private property of the Black Dragon, please do not touch. Offenders shall face dire consequences. These are all my friends. Lianjia, you have met before." He Taiping vaguely encompassed Constance under the term friends, uncertain how to introduce her. Jinhua offered a meaningful smile, first glancing at the awkwardly blushing man before taking a few steps forward to gently link arms with Constance. Under her gentle gaze, the previously hostile Black Dragon softened inexplicably. Impossible. Moat's heart raced momentarily, yet he quickly shook his head to dismiss the notion. After a brief hesitation, he opted for the most direct approach, inquiring, "Miss Jinhua, are you and Mr. He acquaintances? It appears you share a close bond. You must be old friends. Brother, or perhaps lovers." Moat murmured, unable to mask his sense of disappointment. However, upon hearing the latter part of Jinhua's sentence, he, along with all the guests present, gasped in unison, exclaiming, "What? The mysterious creator of the Lotus Lantern is." No wonder they were all so astonished. From the onset of the Lotus Lantern's popularity across the continent, Jinhua had confessed to fervent admirers that the design, rehearsal, and script of the performance were crafted by a mysterious author, who had quietly departed after the competition without a trace. Yet, the more elusive he became, the more the enraptured audience idolized him, with the art-loving prince of the Duchy of Atlantis even offering 200,000 gold coins just for a glimpse of this enigmatic creator. In the midst of this stunned silence, Jinhua, while linking arms with Constance, also gently took hold of He Taiping's arm. She offered a slight nod of apology to the gathered guests before leading the two of them toward the exit. Perhaps she believed that whether He Taiping, merely a tutor, remained at this gathering of luminaries mattered little. Lianjia, holding little Sue's hand, followed behind, bewildered. For a moment, The atmosphere in the grand hall grew desolate, witnessing this. Lady Vea simply rose to take her leave, and many guests exchanged glances before following suit. Mott's face was a mask of embarrassment, yet he could only force a smile to bid farewell to his guests. However, deep within, he had likely cursed the meddling man to no end. Among those who were familiar with his mindset, who would dare to approach him for further inquiries, they would rather shrink into the corners, wishing to become invisible. Yet, Mott showed no intention of letting them off the hook. After a few seconds of silence, he turned to the bewildered moon, his gaze laden with inscrutable meaning. Of course, I would not have recommended that you engage in a wager with him otherwise. Mott nodded with a satisfied expression, stroking his short beard thoughtfully. However, a crucial element for any merchant's success is never to underestimate any opponent, even if they are but a mere pest. Therefore, I presume you must have alternative plans in mind, correct? Indeed, your keen perception cannot be deceived. Moon bowed respectfully, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Even the most talented chef cannot single-handedly prepare meals for hundreds, and no matter how exceptional one's culinary skills, suitable ingredients are essential. Fortunately, I was appointed as the president of the Faller Chef Association just last year. My relationships with the food suppliers are quite favorable. Mott gently stroked his chin, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this plan. Minutes later, he suddenly patted Moon on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. Excellent. I look forward to your splendid performance. Furthermore, since those lords have sent envoys to request a loan, perhaps they could also provide some assistance. Chapter 25. Who is more despicable? Jean Yu let out a gentle sigh, relinquishing her proposal, yet her heart grew heavier with worry. Although this was her first visit to the city, Muin's success in the culinary industry had long echoed throughout the southern reaches of the empire, even reaching her ears multiple times. Now, her brother, a mere newcomer, intended to challenge this titan of the dining world. Should his confidence be praised or his recklessness condemned? This was merely the first step. Muin was the weakest of the three pillars in the Folair commercial alliance. It was said that most protagonists who traversed worlds often succumbed to the delusion of conquering the world or winning the hearts of every beauty. Although Taiping did not suffer from such afflictions, he too felt a semblance of madness at this moment. Their ultimate goal remained that figure, Chairman Moat, who was reputed to be the true Lord of Folair. According to the intelligence gathered by Kristen, the three most renowned merchants in Folair were Muin, who invested in the dining sector, Edmund, who dealt in illicit enterprises, and Chairman Moat, who engaged in mineral trade while simultaneously operating a bank. Among these three, Moat was not only the most formidable, but also the actual controller of the merchant alliance. Due to the demands of mining and/or transportation, Moat had assembled a private guard of over 1,000 men, which was the true reason for his current stature. Taiping observed the yawning Lianjia, pondering that with such military might, Moat had been gradually investing in other merchants' businesses, bringing them under his control. Thus, if they did not defeat Moat, all their efforts would be rendered meaningless. Madame Vaya had long lost her inebriation, simultaneously astonished by the detailed intelligence, while growing increasingly concerned about the situation. Taiping smiled slightly and shook his head. Rest assured, if those merchants are closely collaborating, the situation would be quite tricky. However, since they are also prone to biting at each other, we have the opportunity to intervene. Jean Yu was left speechless, almost compelled to check his forehead for warmth. But Taiping snapped his fingers and said nonchalantly, "Therefore, my plan is to defeat Muin within a month, and incidentally drag that Mr. Edmund down with him. Once these two pillars fall, we can turn our attention to Mr. Moat, and perhaps we shall find suitable allies." A month? Jean Yu and Madame Vaya exchanged glances, suddenly feeling as if they had drunk too much that evening, causing their ears to deceive them. Yet, amidst their incredulous expressions, Constance, who had been clutching her private possessions, smiled and pecked Taiping's cheek, clearly unperturbed by this audacious plan. In fact, Lianjia had already begun counting on her fingers how much wealth could be extracted from those merchants, pondering how much of it would belong to her. Little Sue, cradling a stray kitten, tugged at her clothing and said, "Sister, we can't take a quarter. Actually, a fifth would suffice," suppressing meaningless groans. Jean Yu and Vaya clasped each other's hands, feeling the chill and tremor within. In that moment, the two rational women made a sudden decision to indulge in a few more drinks until they were thoroughly intoxicated, thus sparing themselves the embarrassment of the present situation. Considering that the other party had just arrived in the city, Muin granted Taiping a month's preparation time. a seemingly magnanimous gesture that earned him the admiration of the townsfolk. However, amidst the praise, the residents began to silently mourn for the overconfident individual, as Edmund's underground casino had already set the odds for Taiping's victory at a staggering 1 to 1,000. Such high odds. Then place a wager of 50,000 gold coins for me. I would relish witnessing the casino's collapse, followed by Gutland taking over. Taiping, busy arranging his establishment, was not particularly surprised upon hearing this news. Instead, he turned to Jin Yu, who was directing the servants, and smiled. Sister, if those fans found out you were deigning to be the manager here, they might just burn the place down in outrage. Fans. Jin Yu was somewhat perplexed by the term, but affectionately pinched Taiping's ear, reproaching him. It doesn't matter. The performing troupe is already on the right track, and it would make no difference whether I oversee it or not. Moreover, I have fulfilled father's wishes and should start enjoying my own life, such as finding a good man, perhaps. Taiping's interjection immediately flushed the beautiful woman's face crimson, prompting her to retaliate playfully. However, after a few minutes of playful banter, Taiping seized the opportunity to embrace the pursuing Jin Yu, panting. All right, let us discuss serious matters. I personally hope you can continue to manage the performing troupe. Dark elf? Jin Yu gasped softly, but upon recalling her brother's true identity, she quickly grasped his intention. You wish for me to alter public perception of dark elves through these performances? Indeed, you are as wise as you are beautiful. Taiping commended, clumsily showering her with praise. Not just dark elves. I hope to foster a positive image of the underground city through these performances. Although it may be challenging to effect change in a few months, over the course of several years, it should yield significant benefits. In truth, the scripts had been adapted by Taiping from renowned film works, tailored to fit the characteristics of this world, and the positive portrayals had been shamelessly modified to represent the races of the underground city. Therefore, if one were to see Robin Hood portrayed as a dark elf or William Wallace as a minotaur, there would be no cause for surprise. It is noteworthy that in Taiping's recent adaptation of Romance of the Three Kingdoms, the three protagonists of the Oath of the Peach Garden had been completely transformed. Understood. Since this is your idea, dear brother, I shall do my utmost. After a few moments of contemplation, Jin Yu gently grasped Taiping's hand and smiled. However, even for rehearsals, I need not leave your side, right? I can simply instruct the actors on what to do and let them travel to various locations. Her words were interrupted as the restaurant's door was suddenly kicked open with great force, revealing Lian Jia, her face stormy, accompanied by little Su, who stormed in and exclaimed angrily, "Damn it, are all the chefs in this city dead? After a morning of recruitment, we haven't even managed to hire a single one. Moreover, those food suppliers are more unscrupulous than bandits. If we were to adhere to their prices, we would go bankrupt in less than half a month." Taiping shrugged, finding no surprise in the situation. The reason he had sent Lian Jia and little Su to recruit and negotiate was to ascertain whether they matched his expectations of being unscrupulous. Now that the unfolding events had validated his assumptions, he could set his prepared second plan into motion. Hey, are you not angry? Why not we raid the Dragon Tongue restaurant tonight and eliminate all the chefs there? Seeing his smile and silence only fueled Lian Jia's fury further. As she grasped Taiping's collar tightly, her fists clenched, her eyes gleaming with ferocity, capable of intimidating any carnivore. What a splendid idea. Why not simply eliminate Muan? That would save us even more trouble. Taiping, his feet leaving the ground, snapped his fingers lightly and turned his gaze towards Su, who was still clutching the kitten. But seriously, Lian Jia, you need not worry about the chefs. I am more concerned about the accountant. Little Su, are you interested? Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, the little girl stood frozen, while Lian Jia, after a moment of surprise, burst into laughter. Are you joking? If you were to give my sister 3 gold coins, she'd only buy a few thousand lollipops. You can't seriously expect her to manage the accounts for you. Lian Jia's smile abruptly froze, her ears deaf to the words spoken thereafter. Taiping gently patted her stiff arm and smiled, saying, "Are you feeling perplexed? I too am bewildered by the fact that among sisters born of the same parents, one is exceptionally intelligent while the other seems utterly devoid of wit." Chapter 26. My chef is Flame Dustin, a hereditary viscount of Flair, possessed several estates, and had long since abandoned any aspirations of serving the duchy, choosing instead to indulge in the pleasures of life. Thus, on the 8th of April, upon receiving an invitation to a newly opened restaurant, he felt a spark of interest and set forth from his manor to the city. The invitation promised an unforgettable feast, a claim no previous invitation had dared to make. The Little Bear Restaurant, he mused, glancing at the clumsy bear depicted on the sign, unable to suppress a sudden urge to laugh. Nearby, other invited nobles struggled to maintain their composure, their faces twitching with the effort. Fortunately, the upcoming performance of song and dance would soon alleviate their discomfort. It seemed that this visit would be devoid of fine cuisine, so they might as well enjoy the beautiful performers. How intriguing! I wonder what they shall present to their guests. Among the assembled guests was Mort, who sipped his coffee, smiling at Moon and several merchants nearby. He had resolved to feast at Moon's Dragon's Tongue restaurant after witnessing the entertainment, which promised to be a delightful experience. Of course, we have something splendid to offer, Moon replied with a serious expression, gesturing toward Mort's cup of coffee. In fact, have you not already savored it? Mort blinked in surprise, nearly bursting into laughter before forcing himself to regain his composure. As the performance concluded, a man clad in white robes gracefully ascended the makeshift platform, which had been prepared outside the restaurant at the host's request. The area before the platform had been cleared to reveal an assortment of peculiar props. Based on Moon's experience, they appeared to be various culinary tools, though their exact uses remained a mystery. He refrained from continuing and instead extended his right palm, revealing a piece of purple magic crystal that shimmered faintly. Mort, accustomed to the trade of magic crystals, felt a flicker of intrigue. He recognized the value of the crystal. However, his expression shifted dramatically as the young man began to chant a spell, revealing his true identity as a summoner. Blast it! How many secrets does this fellow possess? Mort muttered under his breath, but his words caught in his throat, unable to rise further. What had he just witnessed? As Taiping's soothing incantation filled the air, a black portal slowly opened in the cleared space, and emerging from it was not one, but 15 female dark elves. Their enchanting beauty elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd, mingled with an undeniable sense of desire. Fear not, these dark elves have all entered into a summoning contract with me. Taiping's next statement quelled the crowd's agitation, and many male nobles began to entertain thoughts of acquiring female slaves. However, their excitement soon morphed into panic as the portal remained open, and from it floated a full 20 fire spirits. While they may not have been exceptionally powerful, they were nonetheless the very embodiment of destructive flames. Before the crowd could completely unravel, the largest of the fire spirits drifted toward the stone platform. Taiping watched the flame gather its strength, silently praying he would not fumble his lines. Fortunately, his late-night preparation bore fruit, as the Flame Lord, after a brief moment of surprise, gracefully bowed and declared, "Esteemed Master, Flame has heeded your call. Please articulate your desires, and I shall serve you to the best of my abilities." Even disguised as a mere fire spirit, the elemental power coursing through Flame was far superior to that of its companions. Thus, as this formidable creature bowed in submission to a human, the guests, who had initially planned to flee, found themselves rooted to the spot, unable to conceal their astonishment. What a sensational spectacle! Too bad that magic crystal was wasted. Taiping maintained his enigmatic demeanor while subtly gesturing for Flame to rise. Only he understood that the summoning of dark elves and fire spirits was merely a clever use of the invisible portal gifted by Amos. This method allowed these denizens of the underground world to appear in the surface realm without raising suspicion or fear. However, this was merely a temporary solution. Even the mightiest summoner has their limits, and it is impossible to contract every creature of the underground. Yet when the time comes to summon entire races from the depths, Taiping was already prepared, unconcerned about human aversion. In stark contrast to his calm composure, Mort and the other prominent merchants seated below felt as though their souls had departed their bodies, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. They did not need to exchange glances to know that each bore a pallid expression, a blend of fear, surprise, and confusion. Any lingering doubts about the summoner's power were rendered absurd. Anyone who dared question him was either a fool or mad. I finally understand how those thieves met their demise. Mort mopped his brow. The haughty arrogance he once wore now vanished without a trace. His only solace lay in the fact that his wager was on the culinary arts rather than combat, otherwise. Yet his relief was short-lived. As Taiping gently raised his staff, the fire spirits immediately drifted toward their designated culinary tools, while the dark elves arranged themselves among them, tasked with transporting ingredients and spices. Suddenly, the closed doors of the restaurant swung open, and Lian Jia emerged, striding confidently while carrying two massive baskets, each weighing over 100 pounds. Most striking were the several corpses of magical beasts draped across her shoulders. "Those are precious," Moon stammered, struggling to articulate the names of the magical beasts, which hailed from the depths and were traditionally reserved for royal tribute. Even with the prowess of the Dragon's Tongue restaurant, they had only managed to procure half a beast a few years prior, for which they had paid 3,000 gold coins. Esteemed guests, these are exquisite ingredients from the underground world, including magical beasts, fungi, and fruits. Taiping continued, observing Moon clutching his chest, on the verge of a heart attack. "I assure you that the dishes crafted from these ingredients will satisfy your appetites. Let us commence the preparations, but I regret to inform you that today we can only offer complimentary delights to the first 100 guests." A hushed excitement rippled through the crowd. Clearly, after witnessing the earlier spectacle, they were eager to partake in the tasting event. Taiping smiled with satisfaction, waving his hand gently. The 20 fire spirits, under the leadership of the Flame Lord, began the live cooking demonstration. As the unfamiliar culinary tools danced in their hands and unheard-of cooking techniques were showcased, the flames flickered with abandon. The onlookers were collectively mesmerized, their senses captivated. In this moment, even Moon, normally an adversary, found himself entranced, greedily observing the cooking methods, attempting to commit them to memory. Though he soon realized the futility of such an endeavor. 40 minutes later, amidst Moon's resigned sighs, the first dish of stir-fried beast meat emerged from Flame's hands. The waiting dark elves lifted the aromatic dish and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, delicately placed it before Dustin. The Viscount, who had initially regretted entering the city, suddenly felt grateful for his decision. Eagerly, he lifted his knife and fork, ready to savor the morsel in plain view of all. Marvelous, simply exquisite. Moments later, as the expression of delight graced Destin's visage, all the guests could not help but swallow hard, yearning for their gazes to transform into hands to snatch that delectable dish from the accursed Lord Viscount. Observing this spectacle, Taiping, ever the instigator, coughed lightly and provocatively inquired, "So, who among us wishes to be the next taster?" In an instant, the crowd, as if commanded, raised their arms in unison, creating a magnificent scene reminiscent of a verdant forest. Meanwhile, the second and third courses had already been prepared by the fire sprite, with their fragrant aromas intertwining and tantalizing the appetites of all present. A few renowned gastronomes from the city even momentarily set aside their trepidation towards the fire sprite. Had it not been for the attendant's intervention, they would have rushed forward, burying their heads in the culinary tools to satiate their curiosity. In this round, we have lost. Amid the cacophony of excitement, Mort, cradling a cup of coffee, finally sighed in resignation after a prolonged silence. Beside him, several merchants hung their heads in speechlessness, as if ensnared by a spell of hypnosis. Moon's face contorted like a masterpiece of impressionism as he gazed at that cup of coffee, suddenly finding his previous jest exceedingly amusing, particularly to himself. Chapter 27. The Rescue of Soldier Alex. Should an outsider arrive in Flair in April, they would be astonished to discover that the entire populace is engrossed in discussions surrounding a peculiar establishment known as the Little Bear Restaurant. Overnight, this venue, with its whimsical name, has become the talk of the town, celebrated for its unique delicacies, its fiery chef, and the alluring dark elf waitresses, along with the myriad of thoughtful services offered post-meal. The discourse spans from the nobility to the common folk, with the esteemed Viscount Destin, who attended a tasting event, brazenly proclaiming that any noble who has not dined at the Little Bear Restaurant is merely a descendant of parvenus. This drunken assertion rapidly elevated the restaurant's status to synonymous with nobility. By the third day, the aristocracy flocked to the establishment, fearing that any delay might brand them as the progeny of nouveau riche. In light of this phenomenon, Taiping audaciously quintupled the menu prices and publicly declared that only the first 100 patrons each day would be accommodated. This seemingly self-destructive move paradoxically enhanced the restaurant's prestige, propelling it to the pinnacle of luxury in the city. A magical fountain, adorned with gold, was constructed within the restaurant, with mere fragments fetching hundreds of gold coins. An aerial stage was established for 12-hour performances, each song costing an exorbitant sum. The clientele, composed of counts and marquises, left barons feeling sheepish about initiating conversation. One might ponder the cost of such a dining experience. Surely it would be no less than 100 gold coins. 100 coins? That merely covers costs. It begins at 200. Do not bemoan the expense. It's a matter of understanding the psyche of the patrons. Those willing to spend 100 coins on a meal are indifferent to the prospect of spending an additional 100. Do you understand what it means to be noble? Nobility is about indulging in the most extravagant fare, not merely the best. Thus, our motto in the catering business is to seek not the best, but the most expensive. Consequently, in 3 days, we amassed. In the depths of the dungeon, Taiping luxuriated in Christine's massage while perusing a ledger in front of him. Beside him, Constance, transformed into a dragon, dozed amidst a pile of gold coins. Yet even in his exhaustion, the envious black dragon opened one eye to secretly observe Christine. In truth, the moment those delicate hands ventured beyond his shoulders, the long-suppressed dragon's breath would be unleashed. The revenue totaled 8,600 gold coins, yielding a net profit of 5,036 coins after expenses. Little Sue, with her softly curled silver hair, announced the figures in her youthful voice. Yinjia, savoring roasted meat, paused, then waved the skewer, exclaiming, "By the gods, this is far more lucrative than robbery. Shall we split the spoils? I am hungry." Horn blinked his beautiful eyes, his innocent demeanor leaving even little Sue feeling inadequate. Then, as if to validate his hunger, he abruptly shoved a piece of old jay into his mouth and began to chew rapidly. Just 2 seconds later, the frenzied dark elf leaped up, pouncing on the dwarf who was still eating. Undoubtedly, these two beings, who held differing views on whether stealing a card constituted theft, would always prove their point in such a manner. "You fool, you dwarf. If you dare swallow that card, you will become as foolish as your surface-dwelling relatives," Treister hissed, gripping Horn's neck with malice. Technically, his recent comment struck a blow to both dwarf races, achieving a twofold effect. This dark humor was hardly amusing, even if it provided an alternative explanation for the dark elf skin tone. However, Treister showed no intent to express gratitude. Instead, he countered his opponent with greater force. The napping Constance could no longer endure the ruckus, gently flicking her dragon claw and promptly ejecting the 2 buffoons from the lair. Yet, her tranquil moment was short-lived. As mere seconds later, the flame sovereign burst in, exclaiming loudly, "I've made a decision. Tomorrow, the main course at the restaurant will be grilled wyverns. How does that sound?" This was hardly a request for input, as he already bore 2 unfortunate wyverns in hand. Taiping regarded him, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Flame, if memory serves, Alex just accompanied you to the restaurant. Now, would you kindly inform me where he has gone?" "Alex?" Flame appeared momentarily dazed, seemingly searching his memory. Taiping sighed, exasperatedly spreading his hands. "All right. While our supplies are rather scarce, please do not tell me you have turned him into a steak." Before he could finish, the dazed Flame suddenly let out a strange cry and sprinted towards the cave's teleportation portal. Flames began to engulf half the lair, his voice echoing, "Damn it. I left Alex at the restaurant. There's no need for alarm. He is of sufficient age and will not get lost." Taiping called out to Flame's retreating figure. But suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. What could that mean? A singing minotaur and a group of dining guests? It could only imply. Moments later, all beings surged out of the dragon lair, racing towards the distant portal. Taiping grasped Constance. Flame clutched the 2 wyverns. Treister wielded a dagger, and Horn, lacking his great axe, simply hoisted a boulder. Perhaps in 5 or 6 minutes, they would enact a scene reminiscent of saving Soldier Alex. His musings were abruptly interrupted by an unforeseen spectacle before him. In the spacious dining hall, patrons who ought to have been screaming, fleeing, or fainting were instead continuing their meals. Yet, most were not focused on the food. Their attention was riveted on the suspended performance platform where Alex, half-clad, was belting out a tune, accompanied by a group of dark elf waitresses led by the Golden Moon. "Wife, come see God." With a resounding thud, Taiping struck his forehead with the frying pan, finally convinced that this was not a dream. Meanwhile, Constance and Treister peered out, incredulously surveying the scene. It appeared that the diners were thoroughly enchanted by Alex's singing and dancing, erupting in applause, cheers, and even a few middle-aged noblewomen gazing at Alex with hungry eyes, clearly not out of appetite. In response to the patrons' fervor, Alex, now invigorated, sang with the fervor of a mad bull. Transitioning from "I am a little cow" to "I am ugly, therefore I am gentle," and from the vast sea to the heartless love letter. Ultimately, in a fit of exuberance, Alex leaped onto the platform, performing the Minotaur's signature torch dance, which elicited thunderous applause. and the coins raining upon the platform could only be described as a deluge. By the gods, had I known it would be like this, I would have foregone the restaurant and simply hosted a concert. Taiping murmured to himself, the frying pan having long since slipped from his hand. Although Alex's style was his own training, Taiping had never anticipated such a monumental response. Perhaps the nobility, accustomed to the melodramatic singing of bards, found themselves utterly captivated by the raw, primal style of the minotaur. Honestly, I envy that bull. The flame sovereign gazed at the two wyverns still in his grip, sighing with unexpected loneliness. Treaster patted his shoulder, thoughtfully replying, "What's stopping you? You could do it too." "Really? You mean I could also take the stage?" "Absolutely. At the very least, you could serve as the torch in his hand." Chapter 28. Post-meal activities. Half an hour later, the minotaur, which had been frolicking on the performance stage for nearly 2 hours, finally descended from the platform, thoroughly satisfied. A throng of nobles, having transformed into fervent fans, surged forward to encircle this new idol, completely indifferent to his dark lineage. In fact, several ladies, reaching out to caress Alex's muscular chest, perhaps anticipated defeating this dark minotaur on some battlefield in the name of the light god, albeit not under the glaring sun. I still find it puzzling. Did the patrons not react at all when Alex stormed into the restaurant? Or did they think we were about to slaughter a bull for sizzling beef tenderloin? Observing the chaotic scene not far away, Taiping shook his head in confusion. Though campus nominally advocated for racial equality, the populace harbored a degree of fear and aversion towards dark races, especially among the elite influenced by the Holy See. It was simple enough, for I informed them that Alex was your newly subdued contract creature. Jinyu, having politely declined several noble invitations, approached with a smile. Her cheeks flushed, and breathing slightly labored after her performance, she exuded an added charm. Thus, the next moment, Constance appeared just in time between the two, effectively separating them. Constance, though initially unfriendly, softened her demeanor upon learning the whole story, bowing her head in reluctant gratitude. A few minutes later, under Jinyu's deliberate consolation and charm, Constance, who had seldom interacted with other women, found herself captivated. However, even as she considered Jinyu a friend, the black dragon resolutely reminded herself that sharing anything was permissible, except Taiping. "Speaking of which, it is indeed thanks to you, dear sister." Taiping exhaled softly. Alex's sudden appearance nearly derailed the plan, yet fortuitously, it transformed into an opportunity. Perhaps in the future, he could be arranged for more performances at the restaurant. A means to garner goodwill for the dark races. Perhaps soon, a concert could even be organized for him. Yet, at present, considerations of a concert took a back seat. Given the restaurant's bustling atmosphere today, it would be a shame not to seize the opportunity to expand the business. Contemplating this, Taiping leaned closer to Constance and whispered, "My dear, would you assist me in locating Huomiao and Trist? Please set up 2 sauna rooms in the backyard within half an hour. Is that agreeable?" The proposal was straightforward, prompting Constance to depart without hesitation. Jinyu, watching her retreating figure, smiled gently. "Such a simple girl. Brother, perhaps I should extend my blessings." "Indeed, I feel quite fortunate." Taiping nodded lightly but sighed in exasperation. Sometimes, she could be excessively jealous, and illogically so. "How amusing. If she were not jealous, you might need to worry instead," Jinyu remarked, tucking a stray lock behind her ear, smiling slyly. "Or perhaps you have other plans, wishing to find another?" Taiping paused, then chuckled in surprise. I currently have no such intentions. However, should that notion arise, it would at least need to be someone as beautiful as you, dear sister. Otherwise, I would merely incur Constance's wrath for no reason. After all, one must die with dignity." With this jest, Jinyu's delicate cheeks flushed slightly, and she playfully smacked him. Almost concurrently, the voice of Viscount Destin echoed from nearby. "Mr. He, your restaurant is indeed delightful. I was thoroughly pleased with today's Minotaur performance." His arrival perfectly aligned with the need, prompting Taiping to reluctantly abandon his teasing of Jinyu. He bowed respectfully to the Viscount, saying, "It is our utmost honor to satisfy you. In truth, I have always believed that customers are akin to gods." This statement sparked a glimmer in Viscount Destin's eyes, while the Earl of Overlord, who usually clashed with him, eagerly stepped forward, grasping Taiping's hand. What a profound insight. "Mr. He, would you be willing to part with that minotaur for a few days at my estate? I would gladly pay you 500 gold coins daily." 500, my lord. Have you grown accustomed to hiring those street minstrels? Destin seized the opportunity to jab at his rival, prompting laughter from the surrounding nobles. Provoked, Iverl's face flushed with anger, and he could not restrain himself from retorting, their exchange crackling with tension. Taiping cleared his throat just in time, playing the role of peacemaker. Drawing everyone's attention, he smiled mysteriously and said softly, "Gentlemen, we are about to launch a new post-meal entertainment service, a luxurious experience named sauna and massage, with..." He let his words hang, shifting his gaze towards a sultry dark elf not far away. Destin and Everl followed his gaze, locking eyes with the elf's alluring smile. Moments later, all three gentlemen erupted into knowing, mischievous laughter, a sound readily understood by any man. "I am quite interested. Can we begin immediately?" Destin said, lightly grasping Taiping's wrist as he confidently offered 200 gold coins. "What do you say?" "I'll offer 300, Everl declared, seizing the chance to retaliate, but Destin merely shot him a cold glance and raised his offer by another 100. In mere moments, the price escalated to 500 gold coins, drawing the attention of the surrounding nobles who gathered, unwilling to miss the spectacle. Stealing a glance at Constance, who appeared at the entrance to the backyard, Taiping smiled slightly. 500 gold coins is ample, no need for excess. How fortuitous that we have precisely 2 sauna rooms prepared. Let the 2 of you be the first to experience it." Amidst the envious admiration of dozens of nobles, the newly empowered Destin and Everl exchanged glances, striding confidently toward the backyard, followed eagerly by the other nobles, all keen to witness the unfolding scene. However, this curiosity swiftly morphed into apprehension, especially as they observed steam billowing from the enclosed chambers. Had it not been for the 2 scantily clad, alluring dark elves stationed nearby, most would likely have fled in terror. "Mr. He, are you certain this is enjoyment?" Destin stammered, eyeing the sauna room with trepidation, questioning if it was not a setup for murder. If he were to step inside, he feared he might end up on the dining table within half an hour. The worst part was, he would have to pay 500 gold coins for this ordeal, effectively making him a fool. "Rest assured, all you need to do is spend half an hour inside, accompanied by our enchanting dark elf beauty. I assure you, you will yearn for a second visit." Taiping smiled gently, then turned to Everl, adding, "Of course, I do not wish to impose. I trust that the Earl, upon returning from the battlefield, will possess the courage to." "Joking aside, I certainly wish to enter," Destin declared, undeterred by the provocation, stepping forward, leaving Everl behind. The smiling dark elf approached, affectionately linking her arm with his, momentarily easing his fears. Thus, the Viscount steeled himself, closed his eyes, and stepped into the chamber, undertaking the boldest act of his life. 2 seconds later, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the chamber, startling Eiffel, who had intended to step inside, robbing him of any courage to compare himself to others. However, shortly thereafter, the screams began to fade, replaced by a rising sound that was rather pleasant, interspersed with some peculiar commands, causing the listeners outside the chamber to exchange bewildered glances, their imaginations running wild. "Comfortable, exceedingly comfortable. Now, a bit lower, just don't rush. Ah, come to me, if you please. Of course, I can endure anything. Ah, a bit too vigorous, a tad too vigorous." These suggestive utterances evoked vivid imagery in the minds of all present, prompting the nobles to swallow audibly, the sound even overshadowing the moans of Viscount Destin. Eiffel shook his head in frustration. He suddenly regretted his timidity, realizing that he should have been the one to indulge in such pleasures. Minutes later, the heavy door of the chamber creaked open, revealing the flushed Viscount Destin, supported by a dark elf, as he stepped out slowly. Though his body appeared somewhat weak, the Viscount radiated vitality, as if he had just accomplished a momentous task of rejuvenation. Amidst the envious gazes of the surrounding nobles, capable of inciting deadly jealousy, Destin proudly gave a thumbs up to Taiping, exclaiming, "Damn it, this is a damned pleasure. I have never felt so comfortable." The fact that a nobleman would utter such expletives speaks volumes about the allure of the sauna. As whispers of admiration circulated among the crowd, Taiping bowed slightly and replied, "Thank you for your compliments, but this is merely the beginning. You may take a refreshing cold shower next, and a second round of massage awaits you." "A second round?" Destin paused, glancing at the dark elf beside him, suddenly bursting into a peculiar cackle as he strode confidently out. Poor Viscount. Perhaps he remains unaware that the one providing his second massage would not be the dark elf, but rather. Now, Which gentleman would like to indulge in a sauna and massage? With He Taiping's inquiry, dozens of arms shot up in unison, and hundreds of golden tickets glittered in the air, their allure surpassing even that of the elegantly clad dark elf beauties. Not far away, Horn, concealed behind the curtains, shook his head and muttered with indignation, "Damn it! Why is it always the minotaurs or dark elves stealing the spotlight? Even the bonfire is showing its face. Fear not. You shall have your chance." Gold Moon, holding a stack of manuscripts, gently patted his shoulder. "My brother just handed me a script, perfect for the dwarfs to perform." "Oh, what is it?" "Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs." "Interested? You could easily play the part." "I see. Am I to portray the princess?" "Very well. I shall reluctantly give it a try." "Ah, quite the opposite." Chapter 29. Christine's love. With a gentle sigh, He Taiping awakened from his meditation, the wall clock striking precisely at that moment. Unbeknownst to him, he had been immersed in thought for a full 3 hours. Yet the surge of magical power within him had not risen as swiftly as he had anticipated. It appeared that the source of his magic had reached its initial plateau. The pressing question remained: how could he transcend this barrier? Frustrated, he lightly grasped his hair, contemplating the notion of becoming bald. In truth, he had previously inquired about this matter with Amos, the ancient lich, who, after scouring through countless tomes, had enigmatically remarked that exploration was the greatest joy in life. The image of Constanza's fiery temperament sent a shiver down He Taiping's spine, prompting him to sit up straight and address Christine. "Can you not discern that my smile is but a grimace? Know that I have been deeply concerned for your safety. Have you unearthed any intriguing tidbits of information? Merely some old tricks." Christine sensuously arched her slender waist, recounting her findings from her recent infiltration of the mod estate. Mr. Moon intended to reduce prices by 30%, adopting a more populist approach to profit. Concurrently, he would offer a unique ingredient, a rare spice weighing merely 10 pounds, capable of igniting appetites and leaving diners enchanted. A populist approach. How fascinating. It aligns perfectly with my thoughts. He Taiping mused, gently stroking his chin as he casually picked up several property deeds from the table. Just hours prior, he had acquired several nearby shops, intending to expand the Little Bear restaurant space, with the new area designed to cater to a more common clientele. Is it redundant? Should we expose this ingredient? Christine delicately caressed her pale pink nails, her smile taking on an oddly mischievous tone. He Taiping glanced at her and shook his head lightly. "No, that would be a laborious endeavor. Rather than resorting to subterfuge, I prefer the satisfying sensation of directly overpowering my adversaries. Suit yourself." However, it appears that the Mott chairman has devised another scheme, seemingly intending to employ the Clich D Playboy narrative. Christine, seated cross-legged in her chair, smiled. Lord Saya of the Bruce territory has dispatched his younger son, Karl, to seek a loan. It is said that this Count Karl is a natural wastrel, particularly fond of women, especially dark elves. Indeed, it was a rather stale tactic, yet akin to writing a story, even if the beginning were the same. The conclusion need not follow suit. He Taiping maintained a faint smile, a contemplative expression crossing his features. "That dandy, Karl, piques my interest. Perhaps there are opportunities to exploit." Without needing his prompting, Christine nonchalantly nodded, replying, "Understood. I will gather intelligence on him. A few well-placed charms among his subordinates to stir jealousy over an illusory romance should suffice. I believe anything Karl has done since the age of 3 will be laid bare before us." This was a method well within the demonist's expertise. Yet He Taiping found himself strangely furrowing his brow upon hearing her response, contemplating. "In truth, you need not resort to such tactics. I believe a pouch of gold would suffice to procure the information we desire." Hypocrisy? If the end justifies the means, I have no qualms about being brazenly unscrupulous. Sensing a physiological shift within himself, He Taiping felt a wave of discomfort and extricated himself. Before the demoness could entwine herself around him once more, he propped his chin and asked softly, "I merely feel that your actions may tarnish your own affections. Christine, may I be so bold as to inquire, in your millennium of existence, have you ever truly loved someone?" For a fleeting moment, the demoness' countenance dimmed, yet she swiftly donned a brighter smile. The transition so rapid that He Taiping doubted his own perception. As he pondered, Christine languidly stretched, revealing her exquisite form, causing his thoughts to spiral. She then bent gracefully, her delicate form pressing against He Taiping's back as she whispered, "Everyone has a story. I am no exception. Many years ago, I once fell in love with a man. even believing I would merge into humanity, but alas, the outcome was what? Taiping waited a moment, yet the continuation eluded him, prompting an involuntary question. Upon witnessing the sorrow in Christine's eyes, his heart ached, and he murmured, I apologize. I should not have pried into your past. Since it has passed, then. Her laughter, as melodious as silver bells, gradually faded into the night, becoming a whisper. Taiping slowly approached the window, gazing at the twinkling stars above, lost in contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he gently touched his fragrant cheek and sighed. Fool, I undoubtedly believe everything you say. But do you truly believe it yourself? Or do you wish to forget swiftly? April of that year proved to be an unforgettable time of indulgence for the ordinary residents of Folaire. As the Little Bear restaurant ascended to the heights of aristocratic fashion, the Dragon Tongue restaurant, a mere 50 meters away, unexpectedly announced a 30% price reduction, sending the impoverished populace into a frenzy of delight. On the very first day of operation, Dragon Tongue restaurant recorded nearly 3,000 gold coins in pure profit. And as word spread among diners, the influx of patrons continued to swell. In addition to attracting common folk, noble elites, after savoring the exquisite fare, found the dishes increasingly alluring, returning for more. Consequently, many diners developed a routine: breakfast at home with something light, lunch at Dragon Tongue restaurant, indulging in hearty meals, followed by dinner at Little Bear restaurant after engaging in vigorous afternoon activities to make room for culinary delights. Thus, both establishments witnessed their revenues surge at a staggering pace. And after accounting for costs, patrons were astonished to discover that the significantly discounted Dragon Tongue restaurant held a slight advantage. Overnight, discussions regarding which of the two eateries would emerge victorious became the talk of the town, and the underground gambling houses, having adjusted their odds, once again offered a staggering 1 to 1,200 bet on the Little Bear restaurant's success. Amid the flurry of speculation, however, Taiping maintained a languid demeanor, merely taking time each day to prepare a few dishes at the Little Bear restaurant, while spending the remainder of his hours overseeing the expansion of the neighboring establishment's decor. This behavior left many observers perplexed, some even questioning whether Taiping had relinquished any hope of victory. Yet, the answers to all their speculations were finally revealed with the completion of the new restaurant, marked by a massive wooden sign hanging above the entrance. Chapter 30. Eat as much as you like for a mere 5 gold coins. One may enter and indulge at will. A resident softly read the words on the wooden sign, which promptly stirred a small commotion among the crowd. Moments later, a towering figure stepped forward and loudly inquired of the dark elf waitress stationed at the entrance. So, for just 5 gold coins, we can eat as much as we desire? And the dishes are the same as those enjoyed by the nobles? After a brief pause, he pondered, 2 hours? I wonder if it will be worth it. The hefty man rubbed his belly, seemingly weighing his options. Finally, after a few moments of hesitation, he produced 5 gold coins and declared, All right, I shall give it a try. But if you dare deceive us or serve us subpar food, mark my words. Rest assured, the restaurant is equipped with hammers. Should you find yourself dissatisfied, you may take matters into your own hands. The dark elf slightly bowed and guided him through the restaurant's entrance, while another waitress took her place, continuing to entice passers-by. Now, who else is interested in dining? Step inside and sample our offerings. Starting tomorrow, our prices will rise to 8 gold coins. Perhaps driven by curiosity or the allure of the day's promotional rate. The onlookers hesitated for a moment before reluctantly retrieving their coins and entering the restaurant in small groups. This surge in dining patrons drew even more spectators, and soon, the entrance was thronged with no fewer than 500 individuals, reminiscent of a bustling supermarket during a holiday sale. Shall we disperse them? From a nearby 2-story building, Lianjia observed the surging crowd, instinctively clenching her fists. She felt a tinge of irritation, as she deemed Taiping's buffet concept utterly unfeasible. Allowing them to gorge themselves for merely 30 gold coins was nothing short of wasteful. That man from earlier was clearly a voracious eater. His gluttony would surely lead to losses, even with the most mundane fare. Disperse them? No, this is a living advertisement. Perhaps I should consider venturing into advertising next? An offhand remark sparked a new idea in Taiping's mind. Yet upon seeing Lianjia's anxious expression, he momentarily shelved the thought and calmly reassured her, You need not worry. Not everyone possesses the same appetite as that man. Additionally, the food I have chosen is primarily grain and meat, which is quite filling. Despite his confident reassurances, Lianjia's face still bore signs of skepticism. Perceiving her doubts, Taiping chose to disregard her and settled at the window, savoring a freshly brewed cup of strong tea made from a certain plant native to the underground city, resembling tea leaves in flavor. This experience also made Taiping acutely aware of an advantage. The underground city held an abundance of peculiar resources, each of which could be harnessed to yield great benefits in the surface world. For instance, the blue flower that incites passion could be crafted into aphrodisiacs. Moreover, the rare magic crystals and precious minerals found on the surface represented a wealth of golden opportunities. With a deep sigh of contentment, Taiping closed his eyes and unwittingly drifted into slumber. Is that a compliment? Taiping suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. Lianjia stood frozen in shock, her cheeks flushing as if she had just emerged from a steam pot. After a brief silence, she sprang to her feet, seized Taiping by the collar, and angrily exclaimed, "You scoundrel, you pretended to be asleep. How unfair, my lady, I merely just awoke. Heh, had I known, I would have slept longer." Perhaps to overhear someone's confession. Unfazed by her theatrical threats, Taiping continued unabashedly. However, just as Lianjia was on the verge of a genuine outburst, he pointed out the window and exclaimed, "Look, the first batch of customers is emerging." This statement quelled Lianjia's simmering fury momentarily. She cast a wary glance outside, only to be captivated by the sight before her, completely forgetting her intention to confront Taiping. At the bustling entrance of the restaurant, several satisfied patrons were struggling to waddle away while clutching their round bellies, soon engulfed by the surrounding crowd, eager to inquire about the restaurant's offerings. Moments later, a number of these onlookers broke away from the throng and surged back into the restaurant, inciting a minor frenzy. It appeared they had already grasped the allure of the buffet. Taiping crossed his arms and smiled faintly. "I wager that today, the fire and dark elves will be utterly exhausted. This scene shall persist until at least 9 o'clock. While the excitement was palpable, Lianjia remained skeptical. "It is lively, but I question whether you will actually profit from this." With a gentle flick of her silver hair, she continued, "By the time we reach 9 o'clock, we may very well be bankrupt, devoured by this horde of locusts." "Bankrupt? Fear not. We shall soon know the answer." Taiping snapped his fingers and gestured towards the staircase beside them. Moments later, accompanied by hurried footsteps, Jin Yu rushed upstairs in a flurry. Without pausing to sip her tea, she clutched the ledger tightly, her face flushed with excitement as she gasped, "Brother, do you know how much we earned in just the past 2 hours?" Taiping extended his hand with a smile, encouraging her to continue. Jin Yu inhaled deeply, striving for composure before announcing, "In 2 hours, over 100 patrons purchased the buffet, and after deducting our costs, the net profit is—" She paused again, seemingly unable to believe the figure herself. Only upon Lianjia's impatient urging did she continue in a trembling voice, "The net profit is 209 gold coins. In other words, if we operate for 12 hours a day, coupled with tomorrow's price increase, we could earn nearly 3,000 gold coins in a single day." The magnitude of this figure nearly overwhelmed Lianjia, as she envisioned herself living amidst a sea of gold. Taiping exhaled softly, shaking his head, "No. Once the novelty wears off, our revenue will decline. However, I believe earning 2,000 gold coins daily should not prove too difficult. Furthermore, we can adjust our dishes to attract customers." Jin Yu nodded enthusiastically, her bright eyes sparkling with the radiance of sunlight. Based on this data, the Little Bear restaurant could potentially generate a daily income of 5,000 gold coins, meaning it would take merely a month to reach the goal of 100,000 gold coins. Yet, amidst her excitement, the woman who had once faced imitation of her musical performances began to realize a new concern. If the Dragon Tongue restaurant were to replicate the Little Bear restaurant's buffet concept, imitate us. Do they possess food as delectable as ours? Do they understand the art of food presentation? Moreover, they have already slashed their prices by 30. Establishing a buffet at this rate would be quite the challenge. Taiping shrugged nonchalantly, wearing a confident smile. "Ah, of course, I have another trick up my sleeve." Taiping suddenly smiled slightly, turning his gaze towards the direction of the Dragon Tongue restaurant, and remarked, "In fact, I suspect that by the day after tomorrow, the most shameless and clitch tactics will be employed." Chapter 31. The prodigal son. Upon receiving this news, Taiping, who had long awaited at the restaurant, gracefully led Lianjia outside, interrupting the standoff with a light cough. At the entrance of the establishment, a young nobleman, his face adorned with an air of arrogance, glared menacingly at several dark elves. Although his features were relatively handsome, Mr. Carl's complexion was notably pale, clearly ravaged by indulgence, exuding such a debauched aura that he could effortlessly embody the role of a villain in a tale of heroism. "Are you the owner?" Upon noticing Taiping's approach, Carl, having been expelled by the dark elves, was evidently seething with rage. Surrounded by several henchmen, he cast a disdainful glance at Taiping and sneered. "Is this your summon contract? These dark elves are utterly insubordinate. I apologize, but the contract I established with them does not include exploitation," Taiping replied, bowing with remarkable poise, though his tone betrayed a subtle sarcasm. "However, if you believe you can discipline them, by all means, proceed. Just a word of caution. The dark elf you just attempted to take advantage of possesses the skill of a mid-level swordsman." Carl's bravado faltered momentarily as he cast an incredulous look at the alluring dark elf. He suddenly realized that had he not withdrawn his hand in time, he might have faced far worse consequences than a mere slap. As this realization dawned upon him, the color drained from his face, while Taiping stood unperturbed, observing his counterpart with keen interest. At that moment, the crowd parted, and two warriors alongside a mage stepped forward. The previously blustering Carl suddenly appeared invigorated, striking a pose with his delicate waist as he boasted, "Excellent. Since you cannot manage these dark elves, allow me, the Count, to take over." Taiping remained unfazed, as if he were merely being invited for tea, yet his attention had shifted to the newly arrived reinforcements. If Christine's investigation was accurate, both warriors had attained a high level of prowess, while the mage, though mid-tier, possessed destructive capabilities that surpassed his companions. Therefore, in the event of a confrontation, the mage would be the primary target. He would leave the two warriors to Lianjia and Christine. As for the mage, well, it seemed he had yet to engage in a tussle with a mage since arriving in this other world. Why not indulge himself today? With this thought, Taiping's gaze shifted towards the mage, who, sensing an ominous presence, involuntarily shivered. If Carl had known Taiping's intentions at that moment, he would surely have bled from sheer shock. Mistaking Taiping's calm demeanor for hesitation and weakness, he boisterously declared, "Enough of this nonsense. Just listen closely. Either you obediently send that dark elf over." "What is that thing?" His voice trailed off abruptly as Taiping dramatically shed his white robe, which enveloped Carl as it fell. When Carl finally extricated himself from the robe, he was stunned by the sight before him. The man now donned a pitch-black robe, his staff radiating brilliant light, and in the sunlight, his features appeared handsomely devilish, inciting gasps of admiration from the onlooking women. "How dare you pose before me, the Count?" After a moment of feeling humiliated, Carl could no longer contain his fury and bellowed, swinging his arm forcefully. The two warriors exchanged glances and, as if in unison, lunged at Taiping, their swords flashing, unleashing the azure aura of high-level warriors. Meanwhile, the mage, slightly delayed, began chanting a spell, a luminous orb of electricity forming rapidly atop his staff. Is this what they call battle? Before Taiping could make a move, Lianjia, bored, stifled a yawn and swiftly advanced from the left. Her silver hair billowed, her exquisite beauty sharply contrasting with her brutish demeanor, momentarily stunning the warrior. In that instant, Lianjia's iron fist struck with tremendous force, catching the warrior off guard as he instinctively raised his sword in defense. Simultaneously, the other warrior, closing in on Taiping, stumbled inexplicably, losing his balance. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, pushing off the ground with his arms and leaping backward in a display of acrobatics that drew a few cheers from the crowd. However, before he could regain his footing, a fiery whip suddenly shot from thin air, coiling around him like an aquatic serpent, leaving him no chance to retaliate as he stumbled backward, utterly flustered. Witnessing his companions fall so swiftly, the mage, caught off guard, hastened his incantation, hoping to complete his lightning spell before the impending attack. Fortunately for him, Taiping, a summoner, did not advance but instead stood his ground, raising his staff to summon several giant arms from the abyss. This brought a sigh of relief to the anxious mage, who felt a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet, his relief was short-lived, as Taiping swiftly began chanting a shared spell, instantaneously acquiring two giant arms. In the mage's horrified gaze, the summoner appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful uppercut. Accompanied by the distinct sound of bones fracturing, the contorted mage soared into the air, crashing down onto the hard stone floor. Immediately, Taiping pursued, mercilessly delivering one kick after another, Mage. Impressive, isn't it? Lightning spell. Bring it on. The mage's anguished cries, mingled with splatters of blood, compelled onlookers to turn away in pity, silently mourning for the unfortunate spellcaster. Minutes later, having relished the sensation of tormenting a mage, Taiping clapped his hands in satisfaction and gently snapped his fingers. Lianjia, previously idling, cracked her knuckles with a menacing grin and approached the trembling Carl. Why you? Don't come any closer. Carl stammered, barely able to stand, relying on the support of his attendants to manage a few words. Taiping stroked his chin, watching Lianjia close in on the count with a sinister smile, suddenly recalling a classic phrase. Go ahead, scream all you want. Your voice will be of no use. But enough. This is where we draw the line. Just as Lianjia prepared to deliver a heavy blow, Christine deftly restrained her arm with her whip. Count Carl trembled like a quail, and before he could collapse, Taiping stepped forward, gently supporting him and smiling. Now, would you care to join me for a cup of coffee? Staring blankly at the man before him, Carl felt as if he were receiving an invitation from the devil. Unfortunately, Lianjia's incessantly moving fists served as a stark reminder of an undeniable truth. Thus, moments later, the perceptive count, filled with trepidation, cautiously re-entered the restaurant, accompanied by his 3 battered subordinates. Minutes later, seemingly devoid of wit, the young count, under Taiping's hospitable treatment, forgot his humiliation, coupled with Christine's enchanting charm. Carl's gaze towards Taiping gradually shifted from hostility to admiration. Subsequently, the once provocative prodigal son repeatedly apologized, patting his chest and vowing to cover all losses incurred at the restaurant. Taiping, ever humble, graciously declined, but ultimately accepted 5,000 gold coins after persistent insistence from Carl. It proved that monetary influence is the most potent weapon within mere moments of the transaction. The dialogue between the two parties grew exceedingly cordial. For those debauched and indulgent young lords, none are more adept at entertainment than Taiping, whose skill in amusement is unparalleled. Merely the mention of unheard-of recreational activities left Carl astonished and eager. Consequently, half an hour later, these two purpose-driven young men sat intimately shoulder to shoulder, referring to each other as brothers. This transformation elicited deep sighs of resignation from the few warriors and mages who initially sought revenge, as they felt their chances had evaporated. Yet, Carl remained indifferent to the discontent of his subordinates, his gaze transfixed on the lavish decor of the study and the enchanting dark elves, his face a canvas of rapture and envy. Minutes later, he could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Dear brother, your wealth and indulgence instill in me a profound jealousy. Even His Majesty the King pales in comparison. Might I request that you bestow upon me that dark elf who possesses the prowess of an intermediate swordsman? I assure you, I shall treat her with utmost sincerity, despite my rather dubious reputation." The attendants exchanged bewildered glances, fully aware that their lord's reputation was far worse than merely questionable. It was as dark as the Blackwater River. However, Taiping waved his hand dismissively, indicating for the two dark elves to depart before casually remarking, "You jest. Dear brother, if such words were to circulate, they would attract a horde of thieves. As for the dark elf, I would boldly suggest that rather than relying on my coercion, pursuing her yourself would bring far more delight." "Indeed, you are absolutely correct," Carl replied, momentarily taken aback, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. He then clapped his thigh and declared, "Starting tomorrow, may I dine at this establishment daily? Please, reserve a spot for me." "Of course. I would be delighted to assist," Taiping replied without hesitation, but after a pause, he wore a look of mild consternation. "However, dear brother, I must inquire. How do you intend to pursue the dark elf? I must caution you, the typical methods of sending flowers, writing letters, or serenading her will be utterly ineffective. Such flattery might dazzle an innocent maiden, yet it churned Taiping's stomach. He was grateful he had not overindulged at lunch, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To win over different women, one must employ different strategies. For the dark elf, her fiercely independent nature means that attempting to win her over through submissive flattery is nearly impossible. Thus, the best method to conquer this dark race is to demonstrate to her that you are stronger and more dependable than she. Carl's expression shifted to one of sudden realization, nodding vigorously in agreement. Yet, within mere moments, his demeanor soured, revealing a dejected countenance. It appeared this dandy possessed a fair degree of self-awareness, with his own abilities merely below intermediate level. The challenge of winning the dark elf's heart seemed as formidable as Taiping's affair beneath the vigilant gaze of the black dragon. Is strength solely defined by martial prowess? Taiping asked, placing a reassuring hand on Carl's shoulder, casually imparting his wisdom. Wealth and power can also enhance one's strength. Take our king, for instance. He is now an elderly man who struggles to walk, yet with a mere command, he can summon dozens of high-ranking warriors to his service. And you, my dear brother, may not rival his majesty, but you are the future heir of Bruce. The future heir? Carl paused, his bitter smile deepening. How could I ever dare to hope for such a thing? If my half-brother Nimot, with whom I share blood ties, were to grant me a few estates upon his ascension, I would be profoundly grateful. Surely you jest. Taiping exclaimed in exaggerated disbelief. However, as Christine had investigated, Carl, born of Lord Say's legitimate wife, had been overshadowed by his half-brother Nimot, born of a concubine. Lord Say seemed to favor the more capable eldest son, harboring intentions to establish him as the heir. How outrageous! To have such a brother? After listening to Carl's lament, Taiping took a sip of his coffee. He glanced at the mages and warriors standing nearby before hesitantly continuing. Dear brother, I harbor no ill intentions, but rather than following his gaze. Carl noticed his subordinates but waved dismissively. Brother, continue. These individuals were my mother's subordinates during her lifetime, and their loyalty is beyond question. Is that so? Then I must have been overly cautious. Taiping smiled faintly, offering an apologetic nod to the mages and warriors before leaning closer to Carl and whispering, in my homeland, there is a saying, the early bird catches the worm, while the late one suffers the consequences. I know you hold great affection for Nimot, but if he intends to disregard our brotherly bond by the gods, I may have spoken out of turn. Of course, I welcome your visits at any time, but the matter of the dark elf rests solely upon your shoulders. Taiping smiled gently and escorted him out of the room. Minutes later, the Count's carriage slowly departed from the Little Bear restaurant. As the carriage curtains were drawn, Carl, with his eyes closed in contemplation, suddenly let out a cold chuckle, and the dandy Fade vanished without a trace. His subordinates seemed accustomed to this change in demeanor, bowing their heads in reverence rather than surprise. This visit to the restaurant proved invaluable. I did not waste my time playing the fool. Tapping lightly on the carriage window, Carl's smile appeared oddly sinister. Moments later, he snapped his fingers and said coolly, Rudd, investigate how much power my dear brother possesses. The mage named Rudd nodded slightly, but hesitated. Master, do you truly intend to collaborate with him? He seems quite cunning, as if he wishes to exploit us for some ulterior motive. Cunning, you say? Carl rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then broke into a mirthful smile. Rudd, do you not find him remarkably similar to myself? As for exploitation, we shall merely fulfill our mutual needs. His tone was light, yet bore an undeniable authority, causing Rudd to pause momentarily before nodding in acquiescence. However, Carl hesitated briefly, then awkwardly added, additionally, order 99 of the most exquisite roses from the florist to be sent to that dark elf lady, for a duration of 1 month. Rudd's expression turned oddly incredulous, and he could no longer contain himself. Master, you cannot be serious. Before he could finish, a swift kick landed squarely on his leg. In that instant, Carl's dandy persona resurfaced, and he turned to gaze out the window, his eyes radiating a fervor capable of melting stone. Rudd, I assure you, I am utterly serious. This is my most earnest endeavor. Therefore, should you fail, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. I wonder what will transpire? Christine materialized slowly in the air, entwining her arm with Taiping's as she smiled softly. It appears you have just led a young man astray. However, I advise caution. My intelligence seems to contain a slight error. A slight error, you say? Taiping mused, stroking his chin. A dandy who can command 3 powerful followers? If their loyalty is merely a matter of old ties, it would be utterly laughable. Furthermore, I have always believed that those blessed with good looks should not be so inept. Indeed, but that does not hinder our plans. Christine playfully licked his earlobe, chuckling softly. Collaborating with a clever and ambitious individual is certainly preferable to partnering with a fool. That is undoubtedly true. Taiping nodded, rising slowly. Well then, we must set off for the seaside. Let us also summon Treester and Horn to join us, as the performance is about to commence. I recommend the book The Magic Thief. Although Falaire is situated by the sea, aside from the 2 ports dedicated to trade, the remaining beach resources have not been adequately utilized. This is seen by Taiping as a region ripe for development. It is noteworthy that this affluent time traveler has vacationed in Hawaii twice, and in his eyes, the coastal views of Falere might surpass those of Hawaii. Therefore, while the ladies are entranced by the golden waves, he Taiping, with a touch of discontent, remarks, "To me, this ocean appears to be paved with gold coins." One must concede that the members of the Merchant Alliance are rather foolish. Do they not comprehend the concept of tourism? Immediately after, this man, met with several disdainful glares, begins to chant an incantation, summoning a swordfish several meters long. Though not particularly aggressive, this marine creature swims steadily and at great speed. The onlookers stare at him in bewilderment, while the distant flames of excitement ignite in the eyes of a dwarf, who exclaims, "Boss, is this the main dish for tomorrow's restaurant service? What do you think?" He Taiping retorts, then snaps his fingers towards Trist and Horn, who are rehearsing the script of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Under the guidance of Jean Yu, they have been fervently practicing, nearly to the point of obsession. It is said that Horn has reached a level where he shouts poisonous at the mere sight of an apple. After several calls, the two engrossed in their artistic pursuits reluctantly approach. Horn, clutching a stack of scripts, mumbles, "Boss, you all eat first. I must continue my lines with Trist." Damn it, his portrayal of the prince is so wicked, he could frighten the princess to death again. Hearing this, Trist can hardly refrain from retorting, and he Taiping rolls his eyes, placing a hand on their shoulders, saying, "Be quiet. If I weren't certain of Trist's gender, you two could easily star in a melodramatic soap opera. Horn, discard your hideous dwarf headpiece. I have a rather sacred task for you." "Is it for me?" Horn stammers, glancing at Trist beside him, then grinning. "Boss, are you sure it's just for me and not for Trist? Well, fine, let me try it once." He Taiping finally relinquishes the idea of teaching and swiftly strides towards the swordfish. Several attendants, who had been waiting nearby, quickly follow his lead, connecting a surfboard to the swordfish. After testing the durability of the rope, the man standing on the surfboard nods in satisfaction and gently waves to the crowd on the beach, then lets out a whistle. As the whistle fades, the swordfish, receiving the command, darts forward, gliding smoothly across the water with the surfboard in tow, occasionally leaping gracefully in arcs. Amidst the gasps of amazement, he Taiping glides effortlessly over the sea, occasionally soaring high, adopting various remarkable postures. Observing this spectacle, the initially apprehensive crowd relaxes and begins to appreciate this unprecedented aquatic entertainment. Save for one pale-faced dwarf, whose legs tremble in fear. "Indeed, this task can only be entrusted to you." Trist finally exhales, seizing the opportunity to pat Horn on the shoulder with a nonchalant smile. Had it not been for his own fear of the ocean, he would have been tempted to kiss he Taiping right then, as it seemed far more entertaining than defeating a dwarf at the card table. "Do you understand? It's your turn now, and once you master it, you shall teach others. I hope to see a group of adept surfers within a few months." Completely ignoring Horn's fearful demeanor, he Taiping directly issues the command. He does not intend to complicate matters or seek amusement. Rather, he believes that among the various races lacking experience in water activities, dwarves, with their low center of gravity, are the most suitable for practicing surfing. Not a chance. Horn trembles as if stricken with malaria, suddenly shouting, "If so many dwarves can practice this, why must it be me?" Horn's fury freezes at that moment, replaced by sheer embarrassment. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his peers, this most dutiful dwarf grits his teeth, resembling a soldier about to leap off a precipice. "Fine. I shall consider it a sacrifice for the dark god, but I want him to accompany me." "Wait, that's a splendid suggestion." He Taiping suddenly interjects, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Trist, your agility might make you an excellent surfer. Additionally, it is said that competition breeds motivation, so let us make it a duo?" Trist's expression is a tapestry of complexity, woven with embarrassment, wry smiles, astonishment, and resignation. Just as he tries to decline, Horn mimics his earlier sigh, softly saying, "If I recall correctly, our oath to follow the Lord also included the dark elves, didn't it?" This is due to a remark made by Horn and Trist the previous night. The flames of gossip flicker as one of the attendants glances at he Taiping from a distance, whispering, "They say the boss is the most henpecked creature in the world." Coincidentally, he had just passed by the door at that moment. Unaware of the unfolding situation, he Taiping continues to smile amiably, inquiring of Vea, "Madam, you must now be convinced that we can triumph over Moon, correct? May I be so bold as to ask what your vision is for the future of Falere? Or how do you plan to deal with those merchants, braised or steamed?" Vea sighs softly, a hint of confusion in her tone. Mr. He, you should know that I was coerced into coming to this city. For me, ensuring that this city can provide taxes and pledge allegiance to Her Highness the Princess is already achieving my goal. As for the rest, understood. He Taiping strokes his chin, gazing towards the city as silhouette veiled in mist. If that is the case, I suggest retaining most of the merchants and allowing them to serve us. This would be the best way to preserve the city as vitality. Moreover, in my view, Falere is not merely a medium-sized commercial city. It should aspire to much greater prospects. It seems you have considered this thoroughly. Then I leave it in your capable hands. Vea states coolly, showing no dissatisfaction at He Taiping's presumption. However, based on the recent confidential communications from the princess, it appears that several nearby lords inclined towards Prime Minister Lawrence will not overlook our endeavors. First, we stabilize our internal affairs, then address external threats. I am already contemplating the issues concerning those lords, He Taiping replies with a gentle smile, raising his hand. But for now, I require your signature on a few documents, particularly regarding the protection of merchants' rights. A resounding crash interrupts their discussion as a diminutive object hurtles ashore like a torpedo, skidding across the sand for several meters before coming to a halt. A drenched and disheveled horn emerges from the gravel, gasping, "Boss, I would rather battle 2 dragons than participate in such entertainment again." Is that so? Unfortunately, the dragons do not share your sentiment. He Taiping sighs, narrowing his eyes slightly. By the way, if I am not mistaken, Trist was with you in the water. Where is he now? Horn blinks in surprise, turning to look at the sea, where the swordfish that should have been dragging the dark elf has vanished without a trace. The only remnants of their existence are the surfboard floating on the surface and the severed ropes. Well, I suspect Trist has become self-conscious about being a dark elf and intends to switch careers to become a sea elf. The Dinage Crystal Mine is located in the Baina Valley in the southeast of Falere, renowned for producing mid-grade fire elemental magic crystals. After over 30 years of mining, by the time it transitioned to Mott's ownership, the ore reserves were nearly depleted, yet it still generated an annual income of 150,000 gold coins. As He Taiping contemplated reprisal against the troublesome President Mott, his gaze naturally fell upon the crystal mine. Though I consider myself virtuous, I harbor an unfortunate flaw, an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Attempting to justify his audacious ambush, He Taiping pressed a hand to his chest and sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Even Constance, his beloved, discreetly expressed her disdain through a series of dismissive gestures, a river of scorn flowing silently from her. Dear master, I believe it is imperative for you to reassess the opponent's strength. Christine smiled softly, her allure magnified under the moonlight. It was common knowledge that this mine was home to 600 mercenaries gathered by Mott over the years, and whispers spoke of a high-ranking mage he had hired at a generous salary. A high-ranking mage? I cannot recall ever encountering such a being. He Taiping concealed himself amidst the dense underbrush, keenly observing the brightly lit valley. Even at night, the crystal mine remained vigilant, with several patrols traversing the narrow entrances, ensuring that not even an ant could slip by unnoticed. The reactions of the accompanying women to his mention of a high-ranking mage were markedly diverse. Constance, perched at the apex of the hierarchy, voiced no objections, while Lian Jia was eager to test her mettle. Lady Via, however, wore an expression of utmost peculiarity. Clad in a robe of enchantment, she longed to convey her affiliation with the mage class, albeit as a low-ranking one. I merely wish to witness the army of the underground city, Lady Via said, her fingers gripping her staff tightly. Though her resolve remained unshaken as she met He Taiping's gaze. I fear you may have nightmares as a result. He Taiping chuckled lightly, gesturing to the invisible Christine. At his command, the succubus activated a portal, and black mist began to envelop the forest. Moments later, Alex and Trist appeared before them, accompanied by nearly 100 bull-headed warriors and 50 dark elves. Although He Taiping had previously encountered Alex and his companions, the demeanor of the stout bullmen, combined with their intimidating presence, left a stark impression. Upon witnessing this formidable assembly of armed dark warriors, Lady Via found herself rendered speechless, even forgetting to gasp in surprise. Yet, He Taiping seemed dissatisfied with their numbers and inquired, "Is this all? Where are the black dwarfs, demons, and liches I requested?" "This is Master Amos's decision," Trist shrugged, a wicked grin curling his lips. He deemed such targets too weak to warrant our efforts. "Frankly, I won this opportunity to stretch my limbs after a game of Pai Gao with Horn. So, tonight's target is... Lady Via felt her heart race at the glint of bloodlust in the dark elf's eyes, her worries shifting to the miners in the valley. Yet, just then, Taiping gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Madam, you need not fret. Even the dark races harbor no interest in slaughtering the innocent. Trist, you can distinguish between soldiers and miners, correct?" I should be able to," Trist replied, his assurance akin to a lecherous promise as he licked his lips. Two ebony daggers sliding into his palms. "Do you have any final instructions for us? Alex and I are quite eager. Minimize casualties." Taiping mused for a moment before adding with a faint smile, "Also, I do not know you, do I?" Trist paused, then broke into a knowing smile. "Of course. We are merely wandering exiles who happened to stumble upon this crystal mine during an unexpected encounter." "Ah, what an unfortunate coincidence." Taiping mimicked the sacred gestures of the Holy See, tracing a cross over his chest before softly chanting an incantation. Minutes later, a swarm of beetles surged forth from the dark void, coalescing into a river that flowed towards the silent valley, the rustling sound sending chills down spines. Naturally, this commotion attracted the attention of the patrolling guards, but upon recognizing the attackers, they exhaled in relief. A mage swiftly began chanting, summoning fireballs that rained down upon the swarm of beetles. The seemingly formidable horde crumbled under the onslaught, losing half their number in mere moments. Witnessing this, a squad leader could not help but chuckle. Which fool of a summoner conjured this? Does he truly believe such lowly magic beetles could assault a crystal mine? His laughter was justified. Despite being hailed as creatures from another realm, these magical beetles bore no greater strength than the insects of this world, easily summoned by even the most novice of summoners. However, before his mockery could settle, the surviving beetles that had narrowly escaped the flames began to buzz ominously, taking to the air in a dense swarm towards the patrol soldiers. "What? How can magic beetles fly?" The squad leader barely had time to exclaim before he was completely engulfed by the swarm. Mere seconds later, a warrior clad in sturdy armor collapsed with a thud, his face darkened and bruised, a clear victim of the beetle's venom. The soldiers, filled with panic, retreated in confusion, utterly bewildered by how these ordinary magic beetles could both fly and possess poisonous stingers. "Alex and the others have begun their assault." Lianjia's irate voice cut through his thoughts. "Why are they leading the charge while I am left here to watch? When it comes to robbery, I, the most notorious female bandit of this continent, should have the final say. My head is worth 50,000 gold coins in the campus duchy." Ignoring Lianjia's morbid pride, Taiping silently observed the valley, marveling at the coordinated offensive launched by the bull-headed warriors and dark elves. This was his first glimpse of an underground race in action, and their might far exceeded his expectations. Alex led the charge, wielding heavy wooden pillars that sent bodies flying with each swing. Even heavy knights clad in armor could not approach them. Meanwhile, the dark elves concealed in shadows unleashed a barrage of poisoned arrows, targeting the officers attempting to direct the battle. Their stealth and dagger strikes were as fearsome as the scythe of death itself, seemingly effortless, yet deadly as any bull-headed warrior's blow. He was right. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Taiping sighed gently, but his attention was suddenly captured by a swirling sphere of lightning in the air. Moments later, multiple bolts of lightning crashed down, striking the advancing bull-headed warriors, with the most robust among them, Alex, becoming the primary target, nearly turning into a charred slab of meat. "High-ranking mage?" The onlookers exchanged glances, a shared smile dawning upon them. It seemed this night would not be as tedious as anticipated. At least something entertaining had finally made its entrance. Lightning storm. Protected by dozens of soldiers, Mage Ian raised his staff once more, chanting rapidly as bolts of electricity struck down like serpents, toppling several bull-headed warriors. Yet, before the soldiers could plunge their swords into the fallen, a dagger cutting through the air sent forth sprays of blood, inadvertently saving the bull-headed warriors' lives. "Survive this night, and next month we shall obtain the heart of the ocean. With the ability to breathe underwater, we can explore that sunken relic." The thought of the mysterious ruins ignited a fire within Ian's heart. After a moment of hesitation, he swiftly consumed a bottle of azure liquid, a mysterious potion he had discovered nestled within the crevices of the ruins. This very elixir fortified his resolve to enter the ancient site. Within less than half a minute, most of his expended magical energy was completely restored. Experiencing a dual surge of elation and regret, Ian raised his staff once more, accompanied by his hurried incantation. The sky in the direction of his staff began to transform into a deep crimson hue, a swirling vortex of blazing flames gradually taking shape in the void. The ensuing tempest even lifting several stones into the air. Even the bloodthirsty minotaurs felt the looming threat of death at that moment. Alex let out a fierce roar, glancing back at the injured tribesman behind him before charging forward without a second thought. He swung his wooden pillar, hoping to incapacitate the mage before the attack could be unleashed. However, as several soldiers were sent flying, the long-formed fiery tempest finally materialized. With Ian's piercing scream, the massive vortex of flames surged forth, scorching the earth beneath it, reducing smaller objects to mere ashes. Finally, it was time for the entrance. Yet, at that moment, accompanied by a sigh of relief, the silhouette of a raven-haired maiden suddenly appeared before Alex, a barrier of shimmering light rapidly expanding around her. The roaring vortex of flames collided violently with the luminous shield, pushing the girl back several meters. Yet, in a miraculous display, she stood firm, arms outstretched. As the inferno raged around her, failing to penetrate the barrier by even an inch, Ian and the soldiers were rendered speechless, hardly able to fathom the scene unfolding before them. Just as Ian began to speculate about the true identity of the girl, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hey, do you all need Christmas gifts? I can provide them for free." The group turned in shock, collectively gasping in disbelief. In their line of sight stood a fragile silver-haired girl, effortlessly lifting a boulder weighing over a ton. Not far from her, leaning against a tree trunk, was a man in white robes, observing the scene with a languid gaze. Moments later, he casually snapped his fingers. The boulder soared into the air, crashing down with a whistling sound, targeting the cluster of people centered around Ian. Seconds later, the scene was declared fresh meat, and Ian's final thought before losing consciousness was, "Are these two women truly human?" Half an hour later, the once quiet valley erupted into thunderous roars once more. The immense sound and the crimson light even startling those 30 kilometers away in flare. Moat, hastily donning his robe, stood by the window, staring blankly at the sky in the southwest, an ominous premonition swelling within him. The area engulfed in red light seemed to be master. The frantic voice of the butler suddenly called from outside, providing evidence for his foreboding. The crystal mine, the Dina crystal mine, is in trouble. Mott's body trembled, his outer robe slipping from his quaking form to the cold ground below. Moments later, the entire bedroom echoed with the piercing scream of the middle-aged man. The fury contained within transcending limits, causing the instigator dozens of kilometers away to sneeze. Achoo! Taiping rubbed his nose, gazing up at the crimson crescent moon. Under the awestruck gaze of Lady Vaya, he suddenly scratched his head, explaining to an imaginary audience, "You can't blame me. I'm truly a good lecher." Once more, he shouted, "Let the flames of the ticket come even fiercer." In the dim night, several bats suddenly swooped low, vanishing into the deep mists beyond. The carriage sped along the smooth gravel road, as Moon leaned against the soft cushions inside, feeling no sense of comfort. Half an hour prior, an enraged Moat had severely reprimanded him for repeated failures in their restaurant wager, though it was clear to anyone that he was merely venting his frustrations over the attack on the crystal mine. Why? Those wandering dark races. Why don't they wander to that bastard's house? Just the thought of Moat forcing him to pay a hefty penalty for the failed wager made Moon's heart constrict. Moments ago, he had nearly confronted Moat, but Edmund's timely whisper had restrained his anger. For years, any merchant who dared to resist, Moat had faced bankruptcy and fled the city. Yet this time, it was uncertain. The outcome between that young man and Moat was truly unpredictable. Thinking of Taiping, Moon couldn't help but recall the restaurant. Though the wager was destined for failure, the novel culinary techniques and various cooking tools left a profound impression on him. Unfortunately, even under the guise of "I am not a spy," he could not decipher those intricate cooking methods while sneaking into the Little Bear restaurant. Suddenly, the carriage came to a jarring halt, startling Moon, who nearly collided with the carriage wall. Moments later, he awkwardly adjusted his attire and exited the carriage, only to find the smiling man standing not far away, his rival who had been sparring with him for the past several days. A moment of astonishment passed through Moon as an ominous premonition surged within him. Just chatting, nothing more. Taiping smiled, spreading his arms and simultaneously lifting the super hearing he had acquired through shared techniques. The intelligence Christine had gathered was evidently accurate. The restaurant owner had clearly developed a rift with Moat, Otherwise, he would not have disembarked to meet him. Chatting? Moon scoffed, crossing his arms in front of the carriage door, showing no intention of inviting him to discuss further. I'm afraid we have nothing to talk about. Really? Perhaps as we converse, a topic may arise? The eviction order clearly held no sway over Taiping, who boldly boarded the carriage. Moon hesitated briefly before being gently nudged aside. With no other choice, he begrudgingly followed him into the carriage. All right, my time is limited, if you wish to converse. Please be swift. Moon urged impatiently, unwilling to let Moat discover their meeting, fearing dire consequences. By the way, if you intend to persuade me to side with the Lord, I advise you to. His words were abruptly interrupted by a thin booklet tossed in front of him. The soft thud startled Moon, and after a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly picked up the booklet. Yet, after only a few glimpses, his hands trembled slightly. The booklet contained various cooking methods, including steaming, stir-frying, and deep-frying, as well as instructions for crafting and using specialized kitchen tools. No, I am merely seeking a partner. Taiping smiled slightly, retrieving the booklet. You possess capital, connections, and resources, whereas I have innovative techniques and rare ingredients. Why not consider a partnership? In fact, I have several new dishes, such as Kentucky Fried Chicken, hot pot, sushi. Not clear? No matter, just know they can bring us immense wealth. Moon's breath suddenly became erratic, as though he beheld a breathtaking beauty before him. If their antagonistic relationship were set aside, he would undoubtedly welcome such a collaboration, potentially establishing himself as the culinary overlord of the entire Kuntas. Yet, moments later, the image of Mott's ashen face flashed in his mind, akin to a cold bucket of water dousing his desires, causing them to vanish without a trace. Admit it, you are also tempted, only wary of certain individuals' retribution. But before Moon could voice his rejection, Taiping affectionately placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling. May I boldly ask, why do merchants despise the Lord's rules so much? Why? Moon was taken aback, then suddenly scoffed. This question, you ought to ask the previous lords. Certainly. It may seem entirely reasonable to you nobles to impose a tithe, compel merchants to contribute, and requisition private lands. However, I regret to inform you that we, the merchants, do not share this sentiment. This is likely a matter of differing perspectives. The nascent stage of capitalism? Taiping gently stroked his chin, the term suddenly surfacing in his mind. He casually picked up the thin booklet, flipped through a few pages, and abruptly looked up, addressing Mr. Moon. Please, speak your mind honestly. If Flair's opposition continues, which side do you believe will ultimately prevail? This statement essentially acknowledged the merchant's unfavorable position. In truth, although several lords had retreated, it was evident to discerning eyes that this was due to the principality's own instability, leaving it little time to attend to this remote city. Should the principality ever set its heart on seizing this city, it could easily dispatch tens of thousands of troops, and even if 10 merchant alliances stood together, they would surely be obliterated. What would it matter? A Pyrrhic victory benefits no one. Taiping shook his head and retrieved a document from his pocket, handing it to the despondent Mr. Moon. The latter accepted it with a hint of skepticism, and after a brief glance, he gasped. What? The Duchess truly consents. Indeed, aside from basic commercial taxes and civic duties, the Duchess would assuredly not infringe upon any merchant interests. All of this could be guaranteed by the document. Taiping patted his shoulder and continued. Furthermore, merchants may enter the city council and have the opportunity to attain nobility. Oh, and I will represent the Duchess in funding a comprehensive collaboration with the Merchant Alliance. The new restaurant we discussed is the first project of our partnership. The weight of the document, the promise of nobility, and the prospect of commercial collaboration tipped the scales, causing Mr. Moon's previously steadfast resolve to waver. After a prolonged silence, he inhaled deeply, striving to steady his trembling voice. I must confess that the majority of Merchant Alliance members, myself included, would agree to this proposal. But the issue lies in. I hope you can arrange a meeting with Mr. Edmund. I wish to express my interest in collaborating with his underground casino. Additionally, I have several new projects to present to him. Taiping gently raised his hand, interrupting Mr. Moon's concerns. He then spoke in a tone laden with significance. As for the issue you are apprehensive about, I will resolve it for you. Perhaps thereafter, you will find yourself in the position of president of the Merchant Alliance. Mr. Moon fixated on him, seemingly searching for deceit within that smile, only to be met with disappointment. Minutes later, this merchant, who had risen through speculation, made the most monumental gamble of his life. In a hoarse voice, he casually remarked, "Tomorrow morning, President Mott will welcome Mr. Shuya from Mufat at his residence. Due to the destruction of the crystal mine leading to a cash flow shortage, he will seize this opportunity to sell 10 high-grade magic crystals he has treasured for years." Shuya, the reputedly influential merchant with official ties? He Taiping narrowed his eyes thoughtfully and nodded. "By the way, Mr. Moon, I have heard that President Mott has a bank in the city, which serves as his primary financial pillar." Mr. Moon paused, then smiled slightly. "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. A few years ago, President Mott's crystal mine suffered a severe collapse, and upon the news spreading, citizens fearing his bankruptcy flocked to his bank to withdraw their savings. At that time, he was on the brink of ruin, yet he managed to survive." "I see, that truly was a stroke of luck." He Taiping stroked his chin and snapped his fingers. "However, I believe that one cannot rely solely on fortune. Conversely, similar misfortunes may recur." As the 2-centimeter-thick iron box was slowly opened, the magical defensive array dissipated, revealing 10 palm-sized magic crystals shimmering with the light of wealth for the first time under the sun. The overwhelming magical energy left several onlookers breathless, even causing a sensation of suffocation. "These crystals are quite impressive. What price do you intend to sell them for?" A lavishly dressed middle-aged man picked up a crystal, examining it under the sunlight for several minutes, before nodding in satisfaction. Even an unfamiliar face could recognize him by his distinct large hooked nose. "Mr. Shuya of the Duchy of Mufat, reputed to possess a fortune in the millions. I propose a price of 30,000 gold coins per piece. What do you think?" Mott's expression darkened as he forced a smile, casting a sycophantic glance at Shuya, while internally he was overwhelmed with frustration. The news of the crystal mine's attack had spread like wildfire throughout Flair, and just half an hour ago, over 1,000 depositors surrounded his bank, clamoring for their funds. If he did not quickly gather cash, damn those dark races. A shiver ran through Mott, his frustration morphing into hatred for the instigator. He had entertained doubts about the new lord and Mr. He, but it was evident that with their military might, they could not have destroyed the crystal mine. In other words, he was simply out of luck, having coincidentally crossed paths with the exiled minotaurs and dark elves. What a wretched stroke of misfortune. As if sensing his thoughts, Shuya cleared his throat and set the crystal down. Before Mott could apologize for his distraction, Shuya extended 2 fingers and calmly stated, "I will take all 10 pieces for 20,000 gold coins each. 25,000 gold coins, or the deal is off." Shuya shot him a cold glance, presenting his final offer before leisurely taking a seat. Mott trembled with indignation, his lips moving as if to utter a harsh retort. Yet after a moment's pause, he resignedly conceded, "Very well, I must congratulate you on your profitable endeavor." Shuya paid no mind to the sarcasm, simply nodding at his attendant, who bowed and promptly retrieved a stack of banknotes from his pocket. Despite Mott's previous grievances, he could not help but tremble as he reached out for the stack worth 250,000 gold coins. He was confident that with this wealth, coupled with contributions from alliance members, he would undoubtedly weather this storm. But just as his fingers grazed the banknotes, 2 guards stationed outside suddenly let out horrified cries and flew back into the room. Several attendants surrounding Shuya paled slightly, instinctively shielding their master, their own aura radiating a faint azure energy. It was only at this moment that Mott realized these seemingly inconspicuous attendants were high-ranking warriors. Indeed, no wonder he was a wealthy and powerful merchant. Mott sighed in resignation, instinctively glancing towards the entrance of the courtyard. Just 2 seconds later, his expression of astonishment rapidly transformed into shock, for the man sauntering in was none other than Mr. He, his sworn adversary. "Apologies for the interruption." Seemingly oblivious to Mott's resentful gaze, he Taiping strolled towards Shuya, smiling. "If I am not mistaken, this must be Mr. Shuya of Mufat. Oh, you certainly possess a distinctive hooked nose." This latter remark, laced with mockery, caused several attendants to shift uncomfortably, while Mott seized the opportunity to retort, "Mr. He, please mind your manners. Furthermore, you are not welcome here. Please leave at once." "Not in a hurry. I am quite curious about this young man's intentions." Unexpectedly, the teased Shuya remained unfazed, stroking his prominent nose. "By the way, do you find my nose distinctive? Many say it is rather unattractive." "Well, I suppose that is a matter of differing aesthetic taste." He Taiping stroked his chin, a faint smile gracing his lips, only to quickly slap his forehead and exclaim, "Ah, I nearly forgot. I am here to conduct business." To be precise, I intend to sell something to Mr. Xiuya. I wonder if you might be interested? Hearing that he dared to sell goods on his own territory, Moat could hardly suppress the urge to spit blood at this shameless man. However, Xiuya appeared genuinely intrigued. Nodding with a smile, as long as it is something of quality, I am always interested. But what do you plan to sell? Are you considering selling me the restaurant? So you already know my identity. Taiping was momentarily taken aback. The other party had only been in Folair for 2 days, yet had gathered such complete intelligence. I do not intend to sell the restaurant at this time, but I do have some magic crystals on hand. Would you be interested? Magic crystals? Xiuya was momentarily stunned, involuntarily glancing at the iron box. Could it be that this recently famous young man is unaware that he is acquiring 10 pieces of top-grade magic crystals? In contrast to his confusion, Moat's expression shifted slightly before he suddenly cackled. How interesting. Mr. He, you wouldn't happen to have just picked up a few magic crystals from the roadside intending to sell them, would you? How did you know? Taiping looked at him in surprise, simultaneously retrieving a few small magic crystals from his ring and tossing them onto the table. Indeed, I am quite desperate and plan to sell these few picked-up magic crystals. Moat was momentarily speechless, but upon recognizing the mixed-color magic crystals, he could no longer contain his laughter. These are clearly the remnants left by magic crystal mines, suitable only for apprentices to practice with. Yet, unlike his reaction, Xiuya's disdain quickly turned into solemnity as he gently picked up one of the mixed-color crystals, his fingers trembling slightly. 100,000 gold coins each. I will take all 3. And the more, the better. A few minutes later, the price Xiuya offered astonished everyone present. As Moat wore a bewildered expression, Taiping slowly shook his head, replying, I'm sorry, but I only have 3 pieces, and the price isn't quite right. 120,000 gold coins. Xiuya, surprisingly agreeable, added 20,000 without hesitation. When he saw Taiping still shaking his head, his brows furrowed slightly as he raised the offer again. 150,000 gold coins. Mr. He, you should understand the importance of being content. Still shaking his head, Taiping raised a finger, indicating. The total price is 250,000, but there is one condition. I hope that after purchasing my magic crystals, you will not buy Mr. Moat's magic crystals. You bastard. Even with Moat's composure, he couldn't help but curse at such a blatant provocation, immediately planning to use his weight to crush the other. Yet, after a brief hesitation, Xiuya lightly nodded. No problem. Let us conclude the deal now. In less than half a minute, the trade was completed. Taiping casually tucked the gold coins into his pocket and bowed, saying, Thank you for your appreciation. I shall take my leave now. Also, let me add, your nose is not unattractive at all, truly. Under the peculiar gazes of those present, he turned to leave, not forgetting to embrace the statue-like Moat before departing. Xiuya watched the retreating figure, unable to resist touching his hooked nose, suddenly revealing a smile. An interesting young man. It seems my nose is indeed quite fine. At this moment, Moat finally found a chance to speak. He looked skeptically at the magic crystals and hesitantly asked, Mr. Xiuya, what exactly are these magic crystals? Xiuya slowly turned his head, his face devoid of any smile. After a few seconds of silence, he began, Mr. Moat, I know you have only formally taken over the crystal mine for less than 5 years, so you may not be fully aware of certain matters. However, have you truly never heard of the term composite magic crystals? Composite magic crystals? Moat repeated, seemingly searching for an answer in his mind. Minutes later, he suddenly exclaimed, Are you referring to those rare magic crystals that contain multiple elemental powers? That's impossible. How could he possibly possess such things? I too would like to know why Mr. He possesses such items, Xiuya said, stroking his hooked nose with a solemn tone. Moreover, I am even more curious about how many of such items he has. Moat was now petrified, his brain evidently struggling to accept this reality. Thankfully, a few minutes later, he finally grasped his predicament and hurriedly exclaimed, Mr. Xiuya, I can gradually help you investigate this matter. However, my 10 magic crystals at the moment. I'm sorry, but I am a man of my word, so please contact other buyers. Xiuya calmly stood up, casting a meaningful glance at him before turning to leave. Moat paused for a moment, then in a moment of desperation, reached out, only to be gently repelled by the aura of a few attendants, stumbling back several steps. Additionally, I suggest you leave Folair immediately. After taking a few steps, Xiuya turned back and sighed deeply. In this conflict, you have already lost. In fact, when a merchant foolishly attempts to engage in political strife, he will inevitably meet with failure. Why are the three of you? The impertinent question slipped out of Moat's mouth, only for him to realize his foolishness. He suddenly understood why most merchants had rejected his loan requests, citing liquidity issues. It seemed this was not merely a case of cold-heartedness, but rather a case of the wall collapsing and everyone pushing. Moat's face darkened, wishing he could swallow the bastard across from him whole. However, his years of tumultuous experience had kept this merchant calm, and he asked evenly, "Speak plainly. You may as well lay out your conditions and see if my fragile heart can withstand it." Quite straightforward, indeed simple. Taiping sighed, counting on his fingers. "I am very interested in the mines and shops you control, as well as this house and its contents. However, I find myself lacking in funds. Therefore I, along with my colleagues from the Merchant Alliance, plan to gather 1 million gold coins to purchase all of these. This is blatant extortion. After all, just yesterday, that mine alone could bring in an annual income of over 100,000 gold coins." Moat finally lost his patience for negotiation, erupting in volcanic rage. "Bastard. Even if I face bankruptcy, I will not sell to a scoundrel like you. If I were to list the mine for 500,000 gold coins, I would have no fewer than several hundred buyers flocking to me. I certainly believe that. However, the question is, do you have the time to wait for those buyers?" Taiping plucked a hair and gently blew on it. "If I recall correctly, your bank's entrance is surrounded by thousands of withdrawers. If someone among them were to raise a hand and lead them this way, it would be quite a spectacle. A most shameless threat, and in reality, Gutland had already blended into the crowd, ready to employ his crowd-pleasing tactics. Moat's complexion shifted like a chameleon, changing several times within seconds. Trembling, he turned his gaze toward Edmund and Moon, seemingly grasping at the last straw. Yet, the two merchants, once intimidated by his authority, now met his gaze head-on, their expressions reflecting a mix of delight and ridicule. Realizing this, Moat understood the situation was hopeless, helplessly slumping into his chair. Taiping smiled at him, akin to a lecher gazing at a naked beauty, eagerly contemplating his next move. Under such a gaze, Moat finally relinquished any resistance and obediently began signing the documents. A short while later, all of Moat's properties, shops, and mines had changed hands, some purchased by Moon in the name of the Merchant Association, while others fell into Taiping's possession. However, even with everything for sale, Mort's gold notes were still insufficient to satisfy the demands of the depositors. Thus, he was compelled to sell a portion of his estate to fully repay his debts. Following this, the once powerful Mort had no intention of lingering. That very night, he departed from Folair in a carriage with his family, vanishing into the darkness. Although Edmund had previously suggested a thorough eradication of the issue, Taiping ultimately dismissed this notion after a moment's contemplation, stating, "I may seek vengeance, but I do not relish annihilation. Overall, I consider myself a good person." Faced with this situation, Moon and Edmund, who had caught wind of the truth behind the crystal mine attack, dared not voice further opinions and busied themselves with various errands. Mort's departure left a myriad of unresolved issues, including the transfer of ownership and reopening of the shops that had been purchased, as well as the contentious establishment of a new president for the Merchant Guild and the delineation of power. More crucially, negotiations between the guild and the Lord had to commence, requiring both parties to devise a plan for future collaboration. Taiping exhibited little interest in these matters, declining the dual invitations from Lady Via and the guild, choosing instead to immerse himself in Mort's old residence, tinkering with new inventions. None could discern what this young man was plotting, though it was said, according to Lianjia, who occasionally ventured out for strolls, that he was concocting remarkable business ventures with the potential to yield a significant fortune. To put it simply, your involvement is imperative. Unsurprisingly, after pouring a cup of coffee for his companion, Taiping swiftly transitioned to the crux of the matter. Güterlin perked up immediately, eagerly leaning forward as if he could already perceive numerous souls hovering before him, awaiting his grasp. "You should be quite familiar with the gambling establishments. I believe it is time to contact Edmund and promote them in the nearby territories." Taiping patted Güterlin on the shoulder, then suddenly turned serious, saying, "Listen, Güterlin. Under no circumstances should these gambling houses be established in Folair, unless you are eager to deal with the mess that ensues." This principle had been firmly established since their days in the underground city, and Güterlin readily concurred, reasoning that it was far better to wreak havoc upon others' territories than one's own. Taiping nodded in satisfaction and retrieved 2 documents from his drawer, placing them before Güterlin. In addition to the gambling houses, devise a method to promote this project as a pyramid scheme. I believe your persuasive skills and experience will yield excellent results. Güterlin paused for a moment, then obediently accepted the documents. After a cursory reading of a few minutes, he suddenly shuddered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Damn it, boss, this must be the greatest masterpiece of the supreme demon in history. You must tell me who he is so I can pay my respects. This is a human invention, Taiping sighed, rubbing his somewhat heavy chest. His conversation with Jinhua had solidified a certain resolve within him. Never mind. Let us focus on managing the gambling houses for now, temporarily setting aside the pyramid scheme. Unless those lords intend to provoke us, they will undoubtedly come to taunt us. Güterlin grinned slyly. After confirming that Taiping had no further instructions, he bowed slightly and transformed into a bat, flying out of the room. This spectacle startled Jinhua, who was entering the room with a tray of snacks, nearly causing her to drop it. Are there any delicious treats? Taiping timely took the snacks from her hands, assisting the unsteady woman into a nearby chair. Under the dim candlelight, Jinhua appeared delicate and warm, stirring something within Taiping as he stood nearby. After a moment of hesitation, he hurriedly lowered his gaze to fiddle with the snacks in the bowl, diverting the topic. Why are they all vegetables? Noticing his disheartened expression, Jinhua tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. Because Constance said she wanted to eat some vegetables, so I specifically went to the evening market to buy them. Don't you like vegetables? A dragon eating vegetables? Taiping was somewhat taken aback, unsure of how to respond. But I must say, sister, you truly are quite kind to Constance. I'm feeling a bit jealous. Silly. Constance has a wonderful personality, and she is akin to my sister, Jinhua chided playfully, gently pinching his cheek. However, this gentle beauty couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, silly boy, perhaps this is the only way I can remain by your side. Seemingly perceiving her unspoken thoughts, Taiping merely gazed at her in silence. After a long pause, Jinhua suddenly glanced at Taiping's expression, hesitatingly asking, Brother, do you have something on your mind? You can tell that? Are you a fortune teller? Taiping flashed a radiant smile, yet under her penetrating gaze, his demeanor gradually dimmed. Moments later, he sighed softly and admitted, it's nothing really. I just have to engage in some morally questionable actions and feel a bit like a scoundrel. Well, if we speak of worthiness. Taiping nodded gently, narrowing his eyes slightly. Perhaps this endeavor will allow the entire underground city to integrate more smoothly into Folair. However, the issue lies in the fact that I fear I will harm many individuals in the process, even though those individuals may not be entirely blameless. Then go ahead and do it, and all I need to know is that it is you, brother, who is carrying it out. Jinhua softly grasped his hand, her fair face illuminated by the light, suddenly flushed with a faint crimson hue. Brother, even if you are indeed a demon and commit unspeakable acts, I will remain by your side. This time, the shy maiden did not lower her gaze but continued to meet his eyes, responding to the mixture of emotion and astonishment reflected back at her. In the poignant silence filled with longing, Taiping suddenly looked up and said softly, Understood. Then allow me to commit a few misdeeds, even if I always consider myself a good person. After a hasty discussion, the great demon Güterlin set off the next day, disguising himself as a human to leave Folair. His target was said to be Montiata, located to the west of Folair, where the young Lord Simons was reputed to be ambitious yet incompetent. Developing gambling houses and pyramid schemes under his nose should pose little challenge. On the day following Güterlin's departure, Taiping, accompanied by Constance, Lianjia, and Jinhua, also left Folair, boarding a ship bound for the central city of Dek in Campa. Thus, when Edmund and Moon found themselves entangled in internal disputes within the merchant guild and sought Taiping's intervention, they were met only with the sight of tightly closed doors and a sign that read, On vacation, please do not disturb. They chartered the finest ship and hired the best crew. Although the captain had reservations about Christine boarding, Taiping's generous offer of several thousand gold coins transformed Christine in the eyes of the sailors into a radiant goddess. Naturally, with such warm hospitality, Lianjia and the others did not hesitate to provide generous tips, which were undoubtedly born of Taiping's generosity. Therefore, 2 days later, when the group set foot on the ground of Dek, the sailors who had seen them off were weeping openly on the deck, the scene resembling a farewell to family rather than mere guests. Captain Claude, feeling the weight of the substantial gold note in his pocket, suddenly smacked himself hard. The profits from this voyage were sufficient to purchase a small estate. Yet he regretted not having slowed their journey for a few more days to acquire a few beautiful concubines for the manor. Unaware of the captain's thoughts, several disembarking passengers were guided by a hired guide to the city's most luxurious inn. Upon reaching this point, Taiping no longer needed to worry about the revelation of secrets and directly summoned his companions, Trister, Alex, Horn, and Flame. Although the inn's attendants were perplexed by the summoner's eccentricities, such as why he would reserve the finest rooms for creatures of darkness, they nevertheless served him with the utmost diligence, akin to that afforded to nobility, due to the generous coins that flowed from his hands. As Alex was warmly welcomed, he could not help but embrace Horn and exclaim, "Look, who says humanity shuns us?" Of course, if one were to thrust a gold note directly into an attendant's mouth, their astonished cries would swiftly transform into praises. Taiping patted Alex on the shoulder, striding confidently down the commercial street. Undoubtedly, the presence of several dark beings in the sunlight would compel passers-by to retreat, granting Taiping a rather exhilarating sense of dominance as he walked proudly along the center of the street. "Is that a liquor shop?" Horn sniffed vigorously and suddenly turned to gaze at a store by the roadside. Noticing several dark beings simultaneously eyeing them, the proprietor leaning against the door immediately shivered, his first instinct being to shut the door. However, before he could act, Alex's imposing figure barreled into the shop like a tank. It is well known that, aside from the dark dwarves, the minotaurs are the underground race most fond of fine wines. "Gentlemen, the shop has little to offer, so..." The flustered owner, unable to maintain his composure, seemed on the verge of exclaiming about his elderly mother and young child. Yet Taiping did not grant him the opportunity to speak, instead clapping him on the shoulder and demanding, "Enough chatter. Just tell me, how much is the fine wine in your establishment?" 2,000 gold coins. Taiping nodded slightly and withdrew a stack of banknotes, tossing them at the owner's face. "Here are 5,000. You may take a stroll outside. And kindly shut the door." The proprietor clutched the stack of banknotes, his mouth agape enough to swallow Alex whole. Yet, merely a second later, he revealed a sycophantic smile, bowing repeatedly as he hastily replied, "Yes. Yes, I shall leave at once. Please take your time selecting. If you need more, I have several thousand gold coins worth of wines in my warehouse." "Excellent. Then bring them all." Taiping waved his hand nonchalantly and tossed another stack of banknotes, nearly causing the owner to suffer a heart attack. However, Taiping seemed resolute in ensuring the excited fat man's demise on the spot, tossing another banknote and smiling as he inquired, "By the way, what shall I call you?" If Taiping's smile had once been reminiscent of a demon's, at this moment, it bore no difference from that of an angel. The owner, in a flurry, accepted the banknotes and bent his body at a 90-degree angle, as though he were a gymnast. "You are too kind. Everyone here calls me Neil. Honest Neil." "Ah, honest." Taiping regarded the cunning expression on the owner's face and found it hard to believe any semblance of honesty was present. Nevertheless, this was advantageous, saving much time on trivialities. After a brief pause, he gently patted Neil's shoulder and said, "Mr. Neil, could you please visit the nearby shops, such as the bedding store, weapon shop, accessory store, and clothing shop? Tell those merchants that I intend to purchase goods worth 100,000 gold coins, and I will only wait 15 minutes. 100,000 gold coins. Neil nearly choked at that moment, but seconds later, he leaped out of the shop with a surprising agility for his size, calling out loudly. Several passers-by, witnessing this, shook their heads in unison and crossed themselves, sighing, "Indeed, poor Neil has been robbed by those dark beings." As they regarded him with pity, the shop's door slammed shut. Immediately afterward, Christine opened the portal, and Horn rushed in with 2 bottles of fine wine, disappearing without a sound. 10 minutes later, a cacophony erupted from the portal, followed by the emergence of over 100 dwarves. Horn, surrounded by them, his eyes bloodshot, waved his wine bottle and shouted, "This is the place. Clear it out. Not a drop should be left." The dwarves cheered and descended upon the shelves like locusts. Taiping blinked twice, and the shop was left as pristine as if it had just been cleaned. Alex exhaled jealously, Trister shook his head incessantly, and Flame gazed at Taiping with a look of grievance, nearly shedding tears. "Fear not, there will be plenty for you all." Taiping gently patted their shoulders, assuring them that the money was earned together and thus should be spent together. Speaking of which, the underground city felt rather meager. It was time to indulge. Even the dwarves, busy hauling wine, paused momentarily at his words. Observing their puzzled expressions, Taiping remarked nonchalantly, "What? Do you not intend to enjoy yourselves? Alex, it's time to replace that minotaur armor. Treester, those dark elf accessories must be 500 years old. Horn. Aside from wine, don't the dwarves wish to acquire some tools? Flame, how about I commission a set of fine steel cookware for you? And build you a 300-meter kitchen? A 300-meter kitchen? The heat emanating from Flame could nearly incinerate the shop. Alex's eyes shimmered with tears, as if he wished to leap forward and kiss Taiping. Treester wore a faint smile, albeit with a hint of intrigue. And a half-drunken Horn swayed with his wine bottle, shouting, You should truly become a god of light. No, it should be a god of darkness instead. Taiping smiled slightly, yet before he could respond, Neil's respectful voice echoed from outside. Upon receiving permission to enter, the merchant led 5 or 6 companions into the shop. Perhaps already aware of the recent events, the newcomers gazed at Taiping with eyes ablaze with fervor. Let us be direct. I require many items. Taiping snapped his fingers and turned to the merchant who claimed to be the bedding store owner. The finest purple heartwood bed, silk quilt, swan-down pillows. In short, select the best bedding for this lady. He gestured to the lovely Constance beside him. After a brief moment of surprise, the girl reacted with joy, planting a heavy kiss on her lover's cheek. Her radiant yet wild beauty evoked envy among the merchants, while the bedding store owner, elated at the prospect of a large sale, hesitated, saying, Well, you know those materials are quite expensive. For instance, the purple heartwood bed alone requires 2,000. Not a problem. I will pay you double the market price. Taiping waved his hand without hesitation, pausing before adding, Furthermore, if you can deliver within 2 days, I shall offer you double the price again. In an instant, the merchant's breaths became heavy, and the bedding store owner, suppressing the urge to faint, nodded vigorously in agreement. Taiping then turned to the owners of the clothing and accessory shops, and the 2 merchants stood at attention as if inspected by a commander. This is quite a dilemma. What should I procure from you? Taiping mused, tapping his temple, causing the 2 merchants' hearts to plummet. They exchanged glances, and the taller merchant hesitantly suggested, Esteemed sir, if you wish to purchase more, we could consider lowering the price, or you may select from our stock first. No need. Choosing would be pointless. Taiping glanced at Constance, Christine, and Jinyu, stating coolly, 100,000 gold coins. I'll take everything from both stores. Moments later, a jubilant cheer reverberated through the shop, as several passers-by, who were crossing their fingers, exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Look, Neil and his companions have truly lost their minds. The recent frenzied 3-day shopping spree had etched the name of the wealth god's envoy into the memories of many merchants along Deck Commercial Street. Numerous individuals reminded themselves repeatedly that should they encounter this figure of fortune again, they must seize the opportunity to cling to his leg, for that would guarantee at least an 80% chance of reaping a substantial profit. However, their fantasies were short-lived. After squandering nearly 150,000 gold coins, Taiping departed on the evening of the 3rd day, leaving behind a legendary tale of a prodigal in Deck City. This journey had been immensely satisfying for all involved. Taiping indulged his extravagant whims. Jinyu acquired a vast array of attire. Lianjia obtained weapons and armor. And even little Sue found herself buried beneath a mountain of sweets. Yet, when it came to true bounty, it was the various races dwelling beneath the dungeons that emerged as the real winners. The nap-loving Constance now possessed a complete set of luxurious bedding, which she arranged in her dragon's lair, adorning it with a label reserved for black dragons. Vowing to indulge in 3 extra hours of sleep each day as an expression of gratitude, the minotaurs donned entirely new gear, even replacing their undergarments, nearly branding themselves as nouveau riche. The dark elves amassed a treasure trove of artworks, while the black dwarves reveled in fine wines and forging tools. As for the Flame Lord, although Taiping's promise of a 300-meter kitchen was still under construction, the newly forged kitchenware was enough to bring him immense joy. In summary, if a human were to venture into the Dark Night dungeon now, even if he were to be throttled and shaken violently, he would scarcely believe his own eyes. Was this truly the dark and barren dungeon of yore? The once gloomy stone walls were now adorned with luminous pearls, surpassing even the beauty of sunlit surfaces. The rugged ground had been widened and polished, with each cavern receiving a fresh makeover. The denizens of the darkness donned gleaming new armor and attire, indulging in delicacies once reserved for the nobility, all while admiring masterpieces crafted by artistic geniuses. If these scenes were captured on film and broadcasted, it would likely attract half of the dark races across the continent seeking refuge. Yet upon catching sight of the white cloth draped over a table, they temporarily forgot their schemes. Beneath this covering lay the fruits of Constanza's 10 days of labor, as well as the new products Taiping was about to unveil to the merchants. In truth, even little Su, Jinyu, and Lianjia had yet to witness them, for all were crafted within the confines of the dragon's lair, guarded by the black dragon until this very day. I know you all have numerous questions, but before that, may I pose one? Taiping gently grasped Constanza's hand and gracefully approached the white cloth. Amidst the puzzled expressions of the crowd, he refrained from hastily revealing what lay beneath, instead casually inquiring, "Pray tell, whose money is the easiest to earn in this world?" The merchants exchanged glances. Despite their years in commerce, they seldom contemplated this question. After a few moments of silence, Edmund hesitantly replied, "It must be the wealthy or the nobility." Incorrect. That merely reflects purchasing power. Taiping narrowed his eyes slightly, providing the definitive answer. It is quite simple. It is women and children, for they often purchase items beyond their means. Allow me to inquire further. What sort of products captivate the hearts of women and children? The answer was a collection of irresistibly adorable plush toys, their endearing forms capable of melting any woman into a puddle at first sight. Little Su, seeing these toys for the first time, squealed and dove into the pile. Jinyu, beaming with joy, cradled several kitty cats in her arms, while Lianjia, standing alone, struggled to maintain composure but could be heard muttering, "How infuriating. Even such trinkets cannot alter my resolve." Yet before she could finish her thought, the warrior succumbed to temptation, letting out a battle cry as she leapt into the sea of plush toys. In that instant, the merchants stood as statues, entranced by the scene of women clamoring for the toys, feeling both bewildered and exhilarated. Taiping snapped his fingers lightly, smiling. "Did you witness the results of this experiment? Does anyone still harbor doubts regarding the allure of these products?" The merchants, in unison, shook their heads, obedient as sheep. If even the rough-and-tumble Lianjia was enchanted by these toys, their charm was undoubtedly undeniable. Constance stood proudly beside her beloved, her chest puffed out, nearly inscribed with the words "Creator." Although the concept for these toys originated from Taiping and the materials sourced from the unique fluff beasts of the dungeon, it was none other than the black dragon, long thought to be clumsy, who had sewn them together. It is indeed difficult to fathom that a dragon could possess such delicate craftsmanship, and that it could infuse its own creativity into the designs, allowing Taiping to merely sketch the shapes of the kitty cats. The most crucial factor was that the dragon's physique rendered it impervious to any bone needle's sting, a decisive element in creating such intricate toys. This is indeed enough to incite a frenzy among women and children, Edmund mused, stroking his chin, secretly reveling in the thought. These irresistibly charming toys would soon become a fashion sensation throughout Quintus. Imagine young men purchasing toys for their partners, husbands gifting them to their wives, adults acquiring them for children. The potential for wealth was staggering. Not just Edmund, but every merchant present began to recognize the magnitude of this opportunity. Moments later, the atmosphere grew tense. Edmund was the quickest to react. Before the others could turn their gaze to Taiping, he hastily interjected, "Mr. He, if possible, might I propose an exclusive right to sell these toys?" "Edmund, do not be too greedy. Have the newly invented gambling games not been profitable enough for you?" Moon swiftly interrupted, then quickly added with a sycophantic grin, "Mr. He, we are already collaborating in the culinary business. Why not include a partnership for the toys as well?" His words incited a chorus of protests from the other merchants. It should be noted that Moon had recently opened several new restaurants, all thriving since acquiring the hot pot concept from Taiping just half a month prior. The other members of the trade alliance had been eyeing him with envy, and now seeing him attempt to monopolize again, an uproar ensued. However, Moon wielded considerable power within the alliance, fearlessly rebuffing his former companions. With a feigned air of superiority, he leveraged his early connection with Taiping to dismiss their objections, exuding a defiant attitude. Edmund, having been rebutted by him earlier, was eager to seize the opportunity to strike back, and soon the atmosphere turned chaotic, resembling a bustling marketplace. "Nonsense. When did my brother ever say he would relinquish the selling rights? Can we not sell them ourselves?" Amidst the tumult, Jinyu's cool laughter cut through, restoring some order. The merchants, doused in cold water, became considerably more subdued, all gazing at Taiping with bated breath, fearing he might utter the words "not for sale." Not for sale. Taiping smiled faintly, uttering those words, provoking an involuntary gasp from the merchants. However, before their spirits could plummet, Taiping continued, "But we can collaborate." Collaborate? The merchants exchanged glances, appearing both intrigued and puzzled. Taiping smiled lightly, not in a hurry to explain, but instead beckoned everyone to take a seat at the round table that had been prepared in advance. It was only after Jean Yu personally poured coffee for everyone that he spoke softly. "Gentlemen, we have known each other for several months now. What do you think of the little inventions I have created?" This question seemed superfluous, as every businessman present was well aware that Mr. He was like an emissary of the god of wealth. Even his minor inventions could yield immense profits. Were it not for the presence of several remarkable beauties by his side, every eligible merchant in attendance would have wished to marry off their daughters to him. A sudden, uncontrollable murmur arose, and the faces of the merchants turned pale for an instant, only to quickly flush with excitement. There were more inventions, and even more valuable ones. This implied that each person present could reap substantial rewards, provided they forged a good relationship with Mr. He. Wealth was inexhaustible, and only by uniting could they amass even greater fortunes. Taiping smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping across each individual in the room, and thus proposed, "Rather than competing fiercely for exclusive rights to these inventions, why not unite instead? Shall we establish a new commerce association to collectively produce and sell these goods?" This time, the merchants did not gasp in surprise, but exchanged glances in silence. Although they were undeniably stirred by the suggestion, they feared losing their individuality in the merger. Taiping, understanding their sentiments, continued, "Rest assured, as long as everyone invests according to their capital, there is no need to worry about unfair treatment. Furthermore, I will endeavor to persuade the Lord to invest in our association as well. This way, the Lord will be tied to us, and we need not fear any infringement on merchants' interests." In an instant, all the merchants grasped the significance of this point. If they had previously been merely intrigued, they were now profoundly moved, their hearts nearly leaping from their throats. Ever since Mort had departed, their greatest concern had been the possibility of the Lord turning against them. But with her joining the Commerce Association, that fear would vanish. "I will give everyone a few minutes to consider. If anyone is unwilling, they may leave, but I will refuse to cooperate with them in the future." At this moment, Taiping's formidable proposition solidified the resolve of those who had been hesitant. In the ensuing silence, Edmund and Moon exchanged glances and simultaneously inquired, "Mr. He, what do you intend to name the new association?" Half an hour later, the merchants collectively signed their names on the agreement titled Dragons and Dungeons. As stipulated in the agreement, Taiping's technical and capital shares combined accounted for 30 of the association. Lady Weiya contributed 5 based on her political standing, while Edmund and Moon each received 10. The remaining 45 would be divided among the other merchants. With his significantly higher share, Taiping unanimously became the leader of the new association. Once the agreement was signed, everyone let out a long sigh of relief, their faces adorned with faint smiles. Taiping generously handed over the design blueprints for the dolls, and the simplicity of the production process filled the merchants with delight, prompting an immediate decision to promote this product in the coming months. In fact, the impatient Edmund eagerly grabbed the blueprints, intending to hire female workers to learn from Constance right away. However, Taiping gently clapped his hands to halt his departure. "There's no need to rush. This is merely a small invention for pocket money." The notion of pocket money prompted a glance of confusion among the merchants, who suddenly realized that if the potential profit of nearly 10 million was merely considered pocket money, what wealth might the forthcoming new inventions bring? Not merely new inventions. Strictly speaking, I shall refer to it as a new industry. Taiping smiled subtly and snapped his fingers. Under the expectant gazes of the audience, a crystal ball with a radius of approximately 10 centimeters was delicately placed on the table. Their reactions did not escape Taiping's notice, yet he remained composed, refraining from further explanation as he steadily infused it with magical energy. Minutes later, the crystal ball gradually brightened under the flow of magic, and images stored within began to project, accompanied by soft music and singing. Strictly speaking, this was a rudimentary television drama, directed by Taiping without any prior experience. Merely orchestrated from the audience's perspective, the dark elves and black dwarves had not undergone training, performing based on musical theater principles imparted by Jean Yu. Additionally, The lighting, costumes, props, and other arrangements were hastily assembled. Yet, despite its various shortcomings, this production of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs had become an indelible mark in the history of Quintus entertainment, deserving of the terms innovation and pioneering. Completely distinct from the performance style of musical theater, the plot twists and turns, combined with marvelous light and sound effects, along with the visual enjoyment brought by the dark elves and black dwarfs. Half an hour later, the courtyard fell into an eerie silence, as the merchants suppressed their coughs and breaths to the bare minimum, captivated and greedily watching the images, utterly entranced. When Jinyu, portraying Snow White, suddenly collapsed, Taiping even noticed tears streaming from the corner of Edmund's eye, joking that this businessman, who also dabbled in the underworld, had long cultivated a heart of stone. As the Minotaur's slightly hoarse singing marked the end of the first half of the drama, the audience seemed to remain immersed in that atmosphere until Taiping cleared his throat several times, prompting them to slowly lift their heads and gaze blankly at the instigator. Seconds later, nearly everyone rushed forward, exclaiming loudly, "President, you must have the second half. And heavens, does the princess simply die like this?" Had Taiping not evaded swiftly, he might have been overwhelmed by dozens of eager businessmen. Nonetheless, it took him a full 10 minutes to convince them that what they had just witnessed was not a real event, repeatedly assuring them that he would hasten to produce the second half. Once the crowd had calmed somewhat, Taiping gently stroked his chin, relishing the chaos as he casually suggested, "Gentlemen, what if we were to sell this television drama?" This seemingly nonchalant proposal left all the merchants momentarily dumbfounded, only to erupt like water splashing into hot oil, igniting a chorus of exclamations. Moon clutched his chest tightly, his face flushed as he shouted, 100,000 gold coins. No, 200,000 gold coins. I am certain that the noble merchants in the capital of campus would gladly pay such a price to purchase this television drama. Fool. Why sell it? Edmund, ever more astute, retorted directly, "We should screen it ourselves, find a larger crystal ball for projection, and then charge admission, 2 gold coins per ticket. Just consider, campus has a population of 8 million. Who would refuse to watch this television drama?" In an instant, the entire courtyard was abuzz. The merchants crowded together, shouting words only they could comprehend, envisioning countless gold coins raining down upon them. And all they had to do was hastily construct a large warehouse to accommodate this immense wealth. Had it not been for Taiping's fiery ball of magic to snap them back to reality, they might have remained lost in their dreams forever. You all make excellent points, but I lean towards Edmund's screening plan. Taiping glanced at Edmund, who puffed out his chest with pride, exuding an air of superiority. In addition to ticket sales, we can also record the merchant's products using water recording magic, interspersing advertisements during the screening, and charge them a fee. I refer to this form as advertising, which implies widespread promotion. I believe no merchant could possibly refuse such a proposal. This scheme was unexpected, and Moon's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, 50,000 gold coins. I wager that those affluent merchants would not hesitate to spend such an amount to promote their goods. His statement, once uttered, stirred a cacophony throughout the courtyard. Fortunately, the attendants had been ordered to keep outsiders at bay. Otherwise, one might mistakenly assume a brawl had erupted. Amidst the chaos and clamor, Taiping gently clapped his hands, drawing the merchant's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, I sense your interest. However, I must inquire. How do you intend to produce this television series?" This peculiar turn of events can be attributed to the unique nature of the water-breathing spell. Although it belongs to the intermediate tier of the magical system, even a mage dares not boast of a guaranteed success rate. This is due to the spell's high demands on the water element and its strict prohibition against interference from other elements. In other words, to cast the water-breathing spell, one must possess exceptional elemental control and immense magical power, with success not assured. While individuals with such capabilities do exist on the continent of Quintus, they have long since ascended to the level of archmage. Thus, finding a mere handful of archmages to create such a thing is even more challenging than locating a human with a water elemental affinity. Another critical dilemma is that filming a television series lasting 40 minutes consumes an extraordinary amount of magical energy. It is worth noting that the water-breathing spell had previously been employed solely for rapid communication, with a time limit of 1 to 2 minutes. Such a prolonged duration had never been attempted. If that is the case, how then was the television series you just played recorded? In the midst of silence, as hopes began to dwindle, Edmund's sudden query drew dozens of gazes toward Taiping. In reality, Taiping's cold water splash was far from exaggerated. Amos and others, unable to extricate themselves from his insistence, had already expressed their grievances on the first day of filming. After enduring the arduous process, Amos lamented to Taiping, "Never make such a request again. Otherwise, I will eliminate you first and then run away with the liches." If that were the case, would we not lose our chance? Moon held the crystal ball reluctantly, his eyes filled with helplessness and regret. Anyone who suddenly glimpses a lucrative opportunity, yet watches it slip away, would feel similarly. Thus, I must inquire whether there are alternative methods to overcome this limitation. Taiping sighed softly. For him, producing the television series held dual significance. On one hand, it was a means to amass great wealth. On the other, it provided an opportunity to gradually integrate the various races of the underground city into human society. However, without resolving the obstacle posed by the water-breathing spell, this twofold plan would remain nothing more than a castle in the air. The crowd exchanged glances, unable to provide an answer. Yet, amidst the silence, a soft, slightly alluring female voice suddenly interjected, "There are indeed solutions. However, what benefits would I receive?" What a splendid journey it was, though regrettably devoid of a suitable romantic partner. A silvery laugh resonated gently, and the enchanting figure of a succubus appeared beside Taiping. Her breathtaking beauty radiated magic beneath the sunlight, momentarily captivating the souls of all present. What an impressive entrance! Taiping rubbed his nose and sighed helplessly. "Mr. Moon, I understand your astonished demeanor, but could you please set down the crystal ball? Your hands are trembling, and I am quite concerned." With a resounding crack, the crystal ball, reportedly worth over 1,000,000 gold coins, disintegrated into dust. Yet, before Taiping could voice his anguish, Christine smiled lightly. "Do not worry. You can always create a new television series, as long as you summon a nightmare beast." The so-called nightmare demon is a mid-tier otherworldly creature, resembling a demon with little offensive capability, yet capable of conjuring illusions to achieve deceptive effects. As Christine pointed out, the illusion-making of the nightmare demon is fundamentally similar to the water-breathing spell. With slight modifications, it can be recorded within a crystal ball. This indeed presents a commendable suggestion, but with my current strength, summoning a nightmare demon seems unfeasible. Taiping stroked his chin, initially intrigued, but then sighed once more. If only he could summon a nightmare demon for filming, it would be an excellent choice. Only ancient summoning techniques could successfully call forth a nightmare demon, thus alleviating concerns about other merchants imitating him. The merchants exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he implied. Fortunately, the mystery was swiftly unraveled as an irate dark elf female swordsman dashed past the courtyard entrance, followed closely by Constance, Jinyu, and Lian Jia, all with peculiar expressions, seemingly stifling laughter. Moments later, the disheveled Baron Karl appeared at the courtyard entrance, though his tattered clothing did not diminish the vibrancy of the rose he held. "Oh, I see." The merchants exchanged knowing glances, and a hint of amusement flickered across their faces. They had long heard tales of Baron Karl's pursuit of the dark elf, with accounts suggesting that the infatuated lad had been chased down 3 whole streets by the furious swordswoman, yet returned the next day to profess his love. In fact, Edmund's underground casino had already opened odds on the Baron's chances of success, offering 100 to 1. Minutes later, the spectacle concluded momentarily as lunch commenced. Due to the large number of attendees, Taiping decided to set up a folding table crafted by the dwarves in the courtyard. The exquisite craftsmanship nearly distracted the merchants from their meal, as they began contemplating the potential profits of this new product. The array of exquisite dishes presented, along with the never-before-seen rice wine from Quintus, elevated the atmosphere of the meal to a crescendo, even coaxing a smile from the drowsy Lian Jia after a few sips. "Dear brother, I wager that even the king's indulgences cannot compare to yours." Perhaps having had one too many drinks, the flushed Baron Karl exuberantly waved his wine glass, his boisterous behavior drawing frowns from the gathered crowd. Yet, Taiping discerned a deeper implication within this revelry. Indeed, before he could finish speaking, the dissipated Baron shook his head lightly and, seemingly unintentionally, sighed. No wonder that pirates and brigands are beginning to set their sights on Foiler." This statement caused a subtle shift in the expressions of those present. Edmund solemnly set down his wine glass, intoning gravely, "Baron Karl, is your information reliable?" "Absolutely reliable. You must understand, our family has connections within the bandit groups." Feeling insulted, Carl blurted out, but just seconds later, he realized his indiscretion. Awkwardly rising to excuse himself, "Apologies, I am feeling a bit unwell. I must step away for a moment." With that, the dandy staggered away. Edmund gazed after him, slowly stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, I fear we may have trouble. No wonder those bandit groups have recently ceased trading with us. It appears they have resolved to launch a united assault on Foiler." Bandits daring to attack Foiler? Jinyu, a newcomer to this land, appeared bewildered by the notion and asked incredulously. In her view, no matter how rampant the bandit groups might be, even with 5,000 or 6,000 members, their lack of discipline and penchant for wild raids made the idea of assaulting a city seem absurd. Is that even a question? Those bandit groups likely have the support of nearby lords. Mr. Edmund, I believe the Chamber of Commerce Alliance must have offered assistance to them as well. Taiping smiled faintly, appearing unfazed. Based on the intelligence gathered by Christine recently, these long-established bands of thieves resemble mercenaries, often hired by one faction to harass another, thereby profiting from the chaos. Edmund's expression turned exceedingly awkward, yet he could not deny the truth of the matter. After a few moments of silence, he dryly remarked, "Do you know what truly concerns me? I am far less worried about the common thieves than about the possibility of the lords dispatching their armies to join the thieves' assault. What Baron Carl just mentioned likely alludes to this." "Impossible," Jinyu gasped, but quickly regained her composure. "Mr. Edmund, are you suggesting that due to the political inclinations of the lord, therefore?" Edmund nodded gently, and the merchant's expressions grew increasingly grave. "Lady Vera belongs to Her Highness the Princess's faction, while several nearby lords have already aligned themselves with the Prime Minister. In such circumstances, how could they possibly stand idly by as Foiler rapidly flourishes? More importantly, Foiler's wealth has long attracted the attention of surrounding powers, compounded by the internal strife within the Chamber of Commerce that has drastically reduced the mercenary force to a mere 3,000. Only a fool would overlook such a splendid opportunity. Compensation? I believe it is they who should be compensating us." Taiping, who had been toying with his wine glass, suddenly spoke in a calm tone. "Very well, I had initially intended to gradually eliminate the thieves. Since they have chosen to come to us, it would be remiss not to eliminate them entirely in light of their hospitality." At this proclamation, the room fell into complete silence. Even Carl, who had been continuously drinking rice wine, set down his cup and regarded Taiping with contemplation. Edmund wore an expression of utmost peculiarity. He glanced at Moon, who mirrored his astonishment, and finally could not refrain from speaking. "President, our station forces number only 3,000, yet the thieves boast approximately 5,000. If we factor in the assistance from the various lords, 5,000 or even 10,000, it makes no difference to me," Taiping declared, raising his goblet. "If you are all mentally prepared, I have something I wish to present to you." He snapped his fingers, and Christine, receiving the cue, began to chant an incantation, activating the pre-established portal. As the merchants watched in horror, a black void slowly opened, heavy footsteps echoing from the darkness. Moments later, Edmund, fixated on the portal, suddenly gasped and leapt to his feet. He had encountered Alex before, but the figure emerging before him, a minotaur, with a massive wooden pillar effortlessly hoisted on his shoulder, Alex, towering over 3 meters, exhaled a frosty mist, exuding an air of menace as he strode forth. Yet this was not all. Following the minotaur were dark elves, black dwarves, and mighty demons. By the time the ancient lich and the formidable flame lord floated out from the black void, all present had forgotten to gasp. They merely clutched their chests, repeatedly reminding themselves not to faint or attempt to flee. "Lord, Alex is at your command." As rehearsed numerous times before, the minotaur addressed Taiping with the utmost respect, followed by Trist, Horn, Gutland, and the Flame Lord, who all similarly bowed, while only Amos offered a slight nod as a greeting. Such displays were more than sufficient. The merchants stood transfixed, some even gnawing on their fingers in a frenzy, as if trying to ascertain whether they were dreaming. Carl set down his cup, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes, while Edmund, after trembling for some time, finally exclaimed, "My lord, President, your other identity is the Lord of the Underground City. Yet I can assure you, I am human." Taiping's initial statement elicited gasps from the merchants, but the latter part of his sentence brought them a sigh of relief. As long as he was human, it at least proved that the president still stood on the side of humanity. The matter of whether he was the Lord of the Dark Underground City was a secondary consideration, especially since Foiler had encountered dark races before. However, In the next moment, both Edmund and Moon simultaneously grasped the staggering implications of this revelation. If Taiping truly was the de facto ruler of this underground city, then the impending crisis posed by the thieves might be effortlessly resolved. No, not only that. If Folair could harness such formidable military might, Alex, the Minotaur chieftain, commands 300 Minotaur warriors and 2 priests. The sweeping wooden pillars stirred a gust of wind, eliciting gasps from the merchants. Trist, the Dark Elf chieftain, leads 100 Dark Elf archers and 50 Dark Elf rogues. While her beauty was certainly captivating, the poisoned daggers slipping from her sleeves dispelled any lingering notions of admiration. Horn, the Black Dwarf chieftain, commands 150 Black Dwarf warriors and 50 Dwarf lizard riders. The massive iron axe and irascible temperament were among the many reasons for the Black Dwarf's unpopularity. Gutland, the Great Demon, leads 20 demons in greeting you all. No introduction was necessary. The demon's infamous reputation sufficed to convey the essence of malevolence, as evidenced by the pale faces of the onlookers. The Flame Lord. I apologize, I have no subordinates. The Flame Lord seemed somewhat embarrassed by his lack of followers, yet his apology prompted the merchants to roll their eyes in jest. You are already an extraordinary being. If you were to command a few subordinates, would there be any hope left for others? Taiping stood by, smiling as he observed the captivating spectacle unfold. Sensing the impact of the moment still fell short of his expectations, he cleared his throat and summoned the astonished merchants closer. Gesturing toward the ancient lich, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Master Amos. If you do not mind, you may address him as the Archmage." "A Master Archmage," Edmund stammered, his voice trembling as he regarded Amos with nearly sycophantic admiration. The entire quintus boasted only 5 archmages, and here he stood before one. Indeed, he was a lich. But what did that matter? Surely, even His Majesty the King would invoke the name of the God of Light, while secretly venerating Master Amos. More importantly, as long as the president wielded his power judiciously, they possessed the strength to safeguard Folair. Edmund and Moon exchanged a glance, each revealing a shared smile. For far too long, Folair had been dubbed a financial giant, military dwarf among the southern territories, but now, with the support of the underground city, which territory would dare to act recklessly? These merchants could finally stand tall, no longer needing to flatter the lords or donate funds to the bands of thieves. With this thought, the merchants gazed at Taiping with newfound warmth, unconsciously regarding him as their true pillar of support. Yet, Baron Karl chose to douse their enthusiasm with cold water, leaning over the table and drunkenly muttering, "Dear brother, your strength truly exceeds my expectations. However, I have heard that the Lord of Mont Yada commands a griffin cavalry, and it is said that the thieves plan to emulate them." This was, of course, a well-meaning warning. The flying races would pose a significant disadvantage for the non-flying denizens of the underground city in combating aerial forces. The merchant's expressions darkened once more, while Taiping cast a grateful glance at Karl and replied with a smile, "Griffins, I have yet to encounter one. Mr. Edmund, shall we open a betting pool at your underground casino and set the odds for the Griffins defeating the Black Dragon?" "Be Black Dragon?" The crowd fell momentarily silent, stunned by the repetition of the term. As they exchanged bewildered glances, Taiping snapped his fingers and turned to the girl beside him, Constance. In the next moment, an immense pressure, palpable as if it had substance, radiated from the ebony-haired maiden. In mere seconds, everyone except Taiping had turned pale, leaning against their supports, desperately resisting the weighty pressure of the outside world. In certain novels, this is referred to as the aura of dominance. Taiping gently snapped his fingers and smiled, remarking, "Yet in this world, we typically describe it as dragon's might." The atmosphere fell silent, as dozens of awestruck gazes converged upon Constance. Karl had even forgotten to feign drunkenness. Sitting upright and whispering in a trembling voice, "By the divine, I am witnessing a dragon transformed into human form." No disrespect intended, merely profound astonishment. "Dear brother, would you mind sharing the nature of your relationship with this lady? Could it be that, aside from being a summoner, you are also a dragon knight?" "A dragon knight?" Taiping mused, nodding thoughtfully, casually wrapping an arm around Constanza's slender waist. Noticing the intimacy, the black dragon smiled and kissed his cheek. However, Constance was seemingly oblivious to the fact that Taiping's thoughts at that moment were, "Of course, I am also a dragon knight, but only by night." Unfortunately, Karl did not grasp the underlying meaning of those words. His attention was wholly captivated by their affectionate gestures. If the previous display of dragons might have been astonishing, he now felt compelled to bite his fingers, ensuring he was not ensnared in a dream. In the past 5 centuries, the number of dragon knights across the continent could be counted on one hand, and among humans entangled in romantic relationships with dragons, there was but the Duke of Saga from Ufat. Yet, his brother, clearly, bore no resemblance to Saga. Where then did he emerge from? Is there any further inquiry? Taiping gently snapped his fingers, awakening the petrified assembly. If there are any remaining questions, we may continue to verify. No, that suffices. Carl hastily straightened, presenting Constans with the most benevolent smile, while his mind raced with thoughts. He began to realize the advantages this situation could afford him. Damn Nimit. How could he have consistently kept him under control, earning their father's favor? Was it not due to that formidable cadre of warriors? Yet now, the circumstances had shifted. If he could garner Taiping's support, backed by the underground city, and with the Black Dragon at his side. In fact, nearly everyone present harbored similar thoughts. The merchants exchanged glances, their expressions transitioning from confusion to astonishment, and then to unrestrained joy. Moments later, Edmund, his face flushed, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, his mirth contagious, igniting a collective frenzy of laughter among the merchants. Very well, I trust no one will disclose this matter. Taiping coughed lightly, instigating an abrupt silence across the room. Furthermore, please continue dining, dear guests. Would you care to sample the delicacies roasted by the flames? Additionally, Alex's singing is quite commendable. The merchants paused momentarily before eagerly nodding in agreement. At that moment, who cared whether these dark races were malevolent? As long as they stood with us, that sufficed. Who could bring us boundless wealth? Who possessed the strength to protect us? Edmund and Moon exchanged glances, suddenly overwhelmed by an uncontrollable pride. Indeed, he is our guild leader. Yes, he is ours. In this jubilant atmosphere, the collective luncheon extended for quite some time, concluding only around 3 in the afternoon. After the merchants reluctantly bid farewell, Carl lingered under the guise of inebriation. Yet, once the crowd dispersed, he abruptly lifted his head from the table, his gaze devoid of any drunkenness. Taiping smiled as he took a seat, gently tapping the table. Dear brother, it seems you are even more astute than I had imagined. Dear brother, I fear I must apologize for my earlier pretense. Carl replied, inclining his head slightly with a hint of contrition. In truth, I do not aspire to be an ambitious schemer. However, if you were to exist in my circumstances, you too would adopt a cautious and even sinister demeanor. I understand. Therefore, embodying a debauched scion is the most effective means to confound adversaries. Taiping nodded in agreement, pouring Carl a fresh cup of coffee. Yet here, you may safely discard your mask. Though our alliance is born of mutual benefit, I have always maintained a cordial disposition towards those who address me as brother. I wholeheartedly concur. To lead a life of comfort, we indeed must take action. Taiping extended his hand, and Carl, resonating with understanding, gently clasped it. In that moment, the two young men, once guarded, felt an unexpected kinship blossom, a sense of mutual respect gradually emerging within their hearts. Furthermore, my affection for that dark elf lady is entirely sincere. However, the moment dark elves were mentioned, Carl reverted to his infatuated self, clutching his chest in feigned agony. If she inquires about this, dear brother, you must surely attest to my integrity. Oh, it appears you have yet to discover her name? Taiping shrugged, revealing a silent mirth. Yet moments later, he smiled. However, I would be more than willing to assist you in resolving other predicaments, such as family affairs. The second volume is nearing its conclusion, and the forthcoming third volume promises to be even more captivating, with an elevation in both the narrative and humor. Anticipate with great enthusiasm, and your support through votes and collections would be greatly appreciated. The foremost event of significance was undoubtedly the dissolution of the Chamber of Commerce Alliance and the swift establishment of a new guild. Although many residents were perplexed by the name Dragons and Dungeons, there was no disputing that this new association, which encompassed nearly half of the city's merchants, would inevitably become the economic powerhouse of Folair. Perhaps in due course, it might even ascend to the actual authority over governance and military affairs. Within merely half a month post-establishment, the new guild unveiled several innovative products, including rice wine, folding tables, and its flagship merchandise, dolls. In truth, each product launched was akin to a captivating beauty, compelling consumers to prostrate themselves in admiration. Subsequently, it would rapidly gain popularity in the neighboring territories, thus fostering the emergence of counterfeit goods. Undoubtedly, the Dragons and Dungeons Guild was not only amassing a fortune in gold coins, but also witnessing its reputation soar like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, becoming the most buzzworthy term in Southern campus. Take, for instance, the most sought-after dolls. Their sales on the first day caused Moon to experience hypertension, and on the second day, Edmund suffered a heart attack. By the third day, both leaders of the guild were adamant about avoiding the scene, opting instead to recruit a large number of female workers for sewing training under Constance. A month later, the guild found itself compelled to limit the supply of dolls and began seeking additional business partners. Yet this could not quell the fervor of the residents. Even the prominent merchant Mufat, who resided there, personally visited to place an order for 6,000 dolls. Meanwhile, more merchants were en route to Folaire, leaving Edmund, the sales manager, both elated and troubled, contemplating the absurdity of donning a paper bag just to step outside. This news ignited a fervor for stock purchasing throughout the city, making this summer far hotter than previous years. Nobles and the middle class, needless to say, eagerly opened their purses. Even the impoverished, lacking purchasing power, often banded together to acquire shares cooperatively. In the span of just 2 days, all 20,000 shares were sold out, with preliminary statistics from Shaosu indicating that nearly 60,000 residents had purchased or jointly acquired shares in the guild, amounting to 60% of Folaire's total population. This was precisely as intended. Money is inexhaustible. The key is to get everyone on board. Upon hearing this figure, Taiping nodded in satisfaction. As long as the residents of Folaire were linked by a shared interest, the emergence of the underground city would not incite excessive panic or aversion. Taiping sipped his coffee, narrowing his eyes slightly, and inquired, "Are the rumors you mentioned related to the Lord's intentions to cut off raw material supplies? It appears they plan to attack us both militarily and economically. Currently, the inventory could sustain operations for half a month, but it was imperative to resolve the matter promptly." The ever-silent Lady Vieg gently interjected, "This issue pertains to me, so I will write to Her Highness Isabel, requesting that several northern territories engage in trade with us. However, that distant water would not quench our immediate thirst, and the costs of long-distance transport were exorbitant." Edmund sighed in agreement, his expression akin to that of a man whose home had just been burglarized. Observing their expressions, Taiping replied nonchalantly, "There's no need for such long faces. While I cannot resolve the fabric issue, we have no trouble supplying Folaire with metal and wood for a year and a half." Vaya and Edmund exchanged glances, their heads adorned with question marks. Yet Edmund's reaction was swifter. Within moments, he was taken aback, realization dawning. "Chairman, do you mean to collect resources from the underground city?" "Indeed. The underground city lacks many things, but it abounds with various minerals and timber." Taiping crossed his arms, smiling slightly. "Although we currently lack the manpower to recruit miners for underground extraction, the diverse ores accumulated by the Dark Dwarves over the past 5 centuries are more than sufficient. As for timber, the Taurens can assist in felling trees, which can then be transported to Folaire via portals." This was undoubtedly good news, and the listeners' concerns were swiftly alleviated. As long as they could endure these next few months until the northern trade routes were opened, matters would become significantly more manageable, even if costs were somewhat elevated. Furthermore, the neighboring territories could not indefinitely stifle Folaire. If they refrained from selling these raw materials, their own economies would gradually collapse. Gradually collapse? Within months. I intend for them to experience a complete disintegration. Taiping narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Do they think they can intimidate me?" "Edmund, instruct Gutland to establish several gambling houses in the neighboring territories. Remember, our aim is not to amass wealth, but rather to ensnare more individuals in this web." Edmund was momentarily stunned, a shiver coursing through him. Taiping, evidently not yet satisfied, stroked his chin and added, "Additionally, regarding the pyramid scheme I previously mentioned, inform Gutland that he may commence preparations, but he must exercise caution in his recruitment practices. Do you understand?" At this juncture, Edmund was no longer merely shivering. An overwhelming chill engulfed him. To him, the smiling figure of the chairman before him appeared far more demonic than Gutland, who fancied himself the most formidable fiend in history. As for the nearby lords, it seemed prudent to prepare a few gravestones for them in advance, and perhaps offer a moment of silence. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, interrupting the thoughts of the assembly. Moments later, a somewhat disheveled moon appeared at the doorway, exclaiming in a panic, "My lord, chairman, the port has been attacked. It's a siren assault." What? The three individuals present sprang to their feet, as if propelled by springs. Taiping's expression shifted dramatically. "Damn it. Lianjia and Jin, you are at the port." Minutes later, the bell-summoning soldiers rang out over the courtyard. Abandoning the command of Lady Vaya and the others, Taiping summoned a blood eagle and sped toward the port. Midway, Constance, having received the news, hastened to catch up. However, mindful of the panic that a sudden appearance of her black dragon form might incite, she opted to remain in her human guise and utilized levitation magic instead. The duo soared through the air, soon reaching the port's vicinity, where they beheld hundreds of sirens gliding through the shallow waters. As legend describes, these half-woman, half-fish beings possessed strikingly beautiful complexions, captivating voices, and alluring forms concealed beneath aquatic foliage. Yet at this moment, these enchanting creatures were engaged in acts of brutal aggression. They swam just beyond the reach of the guards' attacks, unleashing water-based spells that relentlessly assaulted the port. Under such sustained distant bombardment, the entire port was engulfed in thick smoke. Dozens of nearby vessels were decimated, either wholly submerged or slowly sinking. On the dock, buildings, warehouses, and public facilities had been utterly annihilated, reduced to ruins. Fortunately, the sailors and citizens who managed to escape suffered only minor injuries, avoiding any life-threatening dangers. "Damn it!" Taiping spat vehemently, urging the blood eagle to descend rapidly. Several sirens detected his presence and simultaneously launched water arrows into the air, all of which the agile blood eagle evaded with ease. Amidst the howling winds, Taiping clung tightly to the eagle's form while swiftly chanting incantations. The summoning spell radiated white light, and dozens of icy swordfish materialized in the water, launching their assaults on the sirens. Strictly speaking, these lower-tier marine summoned creatures lacked formidable offensive power, but they served excellently to divert attention. Half a minute later, Constance, having flown in, hovered in midair and began to quietly chant a draconic spell. Her black hair billowed without wind, rising high as crackling lightning formed instantly, striking the sea in a display of Zeus's fury. In a fleeting moment, over a dozen sea monsters, unable to evade their fate, were reduced to mere cinders. Witnessing this spectacle, the port's guards erupted in jubilant cheers. Yet, after the initial shock of the unexpected assault, the sea creatures swiftly devised a countermeasure. As the second wave of lightning summoned by Constance descended, the undulating sea monsters collectively dove beneath the surface, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Simultaneously, amidst a brief incantation, a solitary sea creature, floating alone, suddenly raised its arms high. In mere seconds, the surrounding waters began to whirl, coalescing into a resurrected sea dragon that roared as it lunged towards the suspended Constance. Was that their leader? The seemingly advanced sea dragon magic posed little threat to Constance. Thus, suspended in the air, Taiping found himself with the leisure to observe the spellcaster, the sea sprite. Even amidst battle, he couldn't help but marvel. Aside from Christine, she was undeniably the most beautiful woman he had encountered since arriving in this other world. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall, concealing her enchanting figure. The contrast with her crystal-like skin was striking yet harmoniously balanced. Her features, imbued with an Eastern charm, were flawless, and her jade visage, though cool, radiated an infernal allure. However, what captivated him most were her eyes, sparkling like stars, akin to Medusa from ancient Greek mythology. Anyone who gazed into them would be petrified in an instant. Like a pristine lotus in a moonlit pond, she swayed gracefully in the night breeze. A vision to admire but not to disturb. Unbeknownst to him, Taiping sighed involuntarily. Just moments later, the overwhelming aura of a dragon from behind jolted him back to reality, making him acutely aware that a certain woman's jealousy was poised to erupt. Fortunately, the next moment, the renewed assault by the sea monsters caught Constance's attention. Completely disregarding the barrage of water arrows shooting toward her, the girl, her face pale, raised her arms high. Between her hands, an unimaginably massive sphere of electricity was rapidly forming. Though it had yet to unleash its fury, the howling storm it generated was enough to instill fear. Sensing the impending doom, the earlier spellcaster let out a few sharp whistles, diving beneath the waves alongside her companions, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, Constanza's electric sphere had reached the ocean's surface, its roaring light engulfing dozens of yards of water, causing monstrous waves to rise, which transformed into vapor before even crashing down. Amidst the surging tides, countless fish corpses floated, intermixed with several unfortunate sea monsters that had perished. Alas, a woman's jealousy could rival even the small cosmos of a Saint Seiya. Taiping involuntarily shuddered, suddenly worrying for his own fortunate existence. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of sea monsters that had submerged re-emerged 100 meters away on the sea's surface. Without hesitation, they leaped and tumbled in the tumultuous waves, darting through the surf at arrow-like speed, quickly disappearing from sight. Too quick, one could hardly savor the moment. Taiping snorted coldly, guiding his blood eagle to descend slowly. However, at that moment, Lianjia's furious and frantic voice suddenly echoed through the port. Damn it! Why aren't you pursuing those sea monsters? Jinyu has been taken by them. Just then, a fish leaped from the water, landing heavily among the crowd. Everyone paused momentarily, turning to see that a shell was bound to the fish's back, seemingly inscribed with writing. Taiping and Lianjia exchanged glances, rushing towards the shell, where the inscription was quite clear. In 5 days, near Tita Island, exchange hostages with you alone. Please bring 500 sets of swords and armor as gifts. Thank you for your cooperation. Damn it! Lianjia slammed her fist against the wall, her roar audible even miles away. I bet the sea monster's attack is definitely connected to the nearby lord. Damn it! If I hadn't been taking Jinyu for a stroll at the port. Even the typically brash Lianjia had deduced the truth. The underlying issues were evident. These sea monsters inhabited the nearby waters, occasionally attacking passing ships. Yet rarely did they assault human cities. Today's unusual behavior was undoubtedly orchestrated by the local lord. It seemed that these schemers had promised substantial benefits while disregarding taboos. For it is known in the legends of campus that trading with ominous sea monsters would lead to great disasters. It appeared that Taiping had underestimated these scoundrels. How could they sink to such depths? He crossed his arms, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. After the initial rage subsided, he quickly regained his composure. After all, no amount of furious outbursts would help. His priority was to rescue the abducted Jinyu. 500 sets of swords and armor are not an issue. I will have someone gather them immediately. Vea placed a hand on Lianjia's shoulder, urging her to sit down while frowning slightly. However, Mr. He, have you considered the consequences of such actions? The sea monsters will undoubtedly not be satisfied with this single attack, and with swords and armor. They could even launch a temporary landing operation. This concern was one that everyone present wished to voice, yet none dared to broach it. Indeed, before the words finished, Lianjia had jumped up, grabbing Vea by the collar, shouting angrily, "Scoundrel! What do you mean? Are you going to abandon your sister?" The crowd exchanged glances, sensing her irrationality. Edmund swallowed hard, speaking softly. "But President, those sea monsters will dive underwater at the first sign of trouble, and even Constance would be unable to attack them. Moreover, for the exchange in 5 days, they specifically requested that you go alone, I fear. Isn't that just perfect? Precisely because of that. They won't mobilize their entire clan." Taiping mused, stroking his chin, his finger lightly tapping the table, a sign that he was concocting a scheme. Indeed, 2 minutes later, the squinting man asked gravely, "Edmund, who should I contact to acquire a large number of scrolls within 5 days?" "Understood." Taiping nodded slightly, rising slowly. "Then arrange a meeting for me. I wish to see him this afternoon." Rather than attributing Edmund's efficiency to his own capabilities, it was more accurate to say that Mr. Shuya held Taiping in high regard. Merely 2 hours later, this busy merchant welcomed Taiping to his temporary residence. After exchanging a few polite pleasantries, the anxious man directly made his request, hoping to procure a large quantity of scrolls within 5 days, regardless of their level, but their attributes must be related to those sea monsters? Shuya pondered for a moment before grasping the implication. "Your idea is excellent, but the activation of the scrolls requires time. Is there any guarantee that they won't flee before then?" Following the last transaction, Shuya had visited several times, hoping to continue the magic crystal trade. However, Taiping was reluctant to expose the underground city prematurely, thus politely declined. At this moment, upon hearing his request, Shuya initially displayed delight, then waved his hand with a smile. "You flatter me. I would not wish to be seen as taking advantage of the situation. However, regarding scrolls, I have branches in various southern territories. With effort, I should be able to gather some. As he spoke, he summoned several attendants, instructing them to attend to this urgent matter immediately. Seeing this, Taiping promptly rose to express his gratitude once more and was about to depart. However, Xiuya gently stopped him, smiling. Mr. He, in fact, I was also intending to seek you out. There is a matter I wonder if you would consider? Taiping paused. Taken aback, please speak. If I am able to do so, I shall certainly make every effort. Xiuya personally poured a cup of coffee for him and remarked, let us put it this way. The prospects for the development of the Dungeons Dragons Guild are exceedingly bright, thanks to your inventive genius and business acumen. However, if I may be so bold, the city of Fulier is rather small and insufficient to support your grand ambitions. Have you considered expanding to Mufate? I could serve as your intermediary. This proposition was almost unabashedly a recruitment, and given Xiuya's official background, it seemed his intentions extended beyond merely attracting a merchant. He was also seeking to recruit talent for the kingdom of Mufate. Indeed, among the three principal duchies, Mufate boasted the strongest political and economic power. Any ordinary merchant, upon hearing such an invitation, would likely agree without hesitation. Is that so? Xiuya mused, gently stroking his hooked nose. With his experience, he could certainly discern that his counterpart was not deceiving him. Thus, he could only await future developments. However, should you contemplate expanding elsewhere in the future, I implore you to consider Mufate first. Of course, I would be delighted to bask in the shade of your illustrious tree. Taiping graciously bowed, concluding the conversation. Clinging to such a steadfast ambition, he hastily departed the harbor on the night of the fourth day, accompanied only by the invisible Christine and a summoned silver giant squid serving as their vessel. Although the squid's speed was not remarkable, it excelled in stability, allowing them to reach the vicinity of Tina Island by dawn. With several hours still remaining until the agreed-upon time, Taiping, sporting dark circles under his eyes and stifling yawns, had no choice but to begin his preparations. A few hours later, the trap he had deemed the most insidious and shameless was finally complete. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his mind began to wander to the fate of the sea witch, particularly that of the enchanting sea witch leader. However, before he could fully envision the scene where shouting would yield no results, the object of his musings leapt from the distant sea, gliding through the waves with urgency. Arriving 2 hours ahead of schedule, it appeared they were also eager to conclude the transaction. Taiping was momentarily taken aback, but soon displayed a faint smile. It was a fortunate coincidence, as the other party's urgency suggested they would not spend much time observing their surroundings, which implied, you seem to have arrived quite early. Are you anxious to meet your beloved? A clear and icy voice echoed nearby, and soon the stunning sea witch surfaced gracefully. Accompanying her were 5 or 6 sea witch warriors, and imprisoned within a water shield was the haggard Jinyu. Upon hearing the word beloved, both Taiping and Jinyu exchanged a glance, their cheeks flushing slightly. Yet mere seconds later, Taiping concealed his fanciful thoughts and cleared his throat, saying, how intriguing. Are you perhaps considering establishing a matchmaking service? If you intend to proceed with the transaction, please do so swiftly. Certainly, there is no problem. Taiping protested, glancing at Jinyu. So, how do you plan to return the hostage? According to the melodramatic conventions of my homeland, we usually count to 3 together, and then, there is no need for such complications. Once we receive the swords and armor, we shall naturally release this lovely lady. The sea witch named Mu interjected, waving her hand to dismiss his suggestion. Rest assured, my promises are far more reliable than those of humans, even if no one calls me the honest Mu. Now, please, step away from the giant squid. Though the plan deviated slightly from the original design, it was of no significant consequence. Thus, after a brief hesitation, Taiping summoned a blood eagle to soar into the sky. Seeing him at a distance, the sea witches felt secure enough to escort Jinyu toward the giant squid, their eyes evidently drawn to the swords and armor. None noticed that certain creatures, initially scattered across the nearby waters, were gradually drifting closer to the giant squid. Just a little closer, and you shall receive a gift you will remember for a lifetime. Observing the sea witches stepping into his trap, the man aloft appeared nonchalant, yet a smile crept at the corners of his mouth. He observed below, waiting for those creatures to approach the sea witches by a few more meters, at which point he could. However, just then, the water beneath the giant squid erupted violently, the squid being unexpectedly overturned by an immense force. Following this, dozens of figures surged from the depths. And before the splashes could settle, their swords and spears were already arcing toward the unsuspecting sea witches. Amid cries of despair, 2 sea witches met their demise on the spot. Fortunately, Mu reacted swiftly. Sensing the impending danger, she propelled herself backward with a powerful flick of her tail, chanting a spell mid-air and unleashing several water arrows. These hastily conjured water arrows lacked substantial offensive power but served to momentarily hinder the attackers. Seizing this brief pause, a stunned Taiping finally discerned the identities of the assailants. They were grotesque, half-human, half-fish creatures, horrifically ugly compared to the beautiful sea witches. Their upper bodies resembled humanoid figures with shark heads, clad in armor made of fish bones, their skin covered in coarse scales, wielding short spears, while their lower halves transformed into long, serrated fish tails, adorned with blue and white scales, with natural bone spears protruding from their mouths, appearing extremely sharp. Goodness! Even if cooked and served at a banquet, they would frighten away countless guests. Taiping exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Mu, having retreated several meters, had been pierced in her left arm during the ambush. She pressed her hand against the wound and coldly exclaimed, "Gaeta, how could you be here? Are you suggesting we should attack your water city?" Gaeta, a deep blue half-fish warrior, licked the blood from his bone spear and sneered, "I apologize. We happened to capture a lone sea witch, who, quite cooperatively, informed us that you, Priestess Mu, were not in the water city but rather traveling here. So, of course, we had to come here to pay our respects." Mu's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of panic was evident in her eyes. 3 sea witches who had narrowly escaped immediately positioned themselves in front of her, seemingly attempting to shield her as she fled. However, at Gaeta's whistle, dozens of half-fish warriors emerged from the surrounding waters, completely surrounding the 4 sea witches beside the giant squid. "When you meet the sea god, do not forget to send our regards." Gaeta's mocking laughter echoed as the half-fish warriors raised their short spears in unison, their tips glowing ominously green, clearly coated with poison. No one doubted that at Gaeta's command, the 4 sea witches would swiftly be transformed into nothing more than hedgehogs on land. "Perhaps you all should visit the sea god together?" Just then, a faint male voice resonated from above. Both sides halted in surprise and looked up, only to meet the smile of a young man. It was a friendly smile, yet it bore an unsettling, almost sinister quality. In the next moment, the man atop the blood eagle gently snapped his fingers. Instantly, hundreds of freezing spells activated simultaneously, a dazzling white light enveloping nearly 100 yards of the water's expanse. White mist billowed upward, sending a chill through Taiping, and as the mist gradually dissipated in the sea breeze, the surface of the water had congealed into vast ice blocks, entombing the giant squid, Jinyu, the sea witches, and the half-fish in an icy prison, as if they were insects trapped in amber. Once again, a fortunate bet. It seems one's appearance correlates with their luck. Taiping mused, stroking his chin, a self-satisfied smile gracing his lips. In his prior preparations, he had procured a substantial quantity of freezing scrolls and had summoned hundreds of silver jellyfish. These summoned creatures possessed little offensive capability, but could trigger a chain explosion of magical energy once given the command to self-detonate. Of course, while the jellyfish's self-detonation could activate the scrolls, the jellyfish themselves were incapable of carrying the scrolls. Thus, Taiping summoned a pouch fish known as the Nang fish, allowing these creatures, bearing the frozen scroll, to merge with the jellyfish. As he had stated, he was eager to see if appearances were indeed proportional to fortune. Fortunately, this time his gamble paid off. "May Buddha bless me. Do not let my dreams of an elegant lady be shattered." With a trembling hand, he felt for a pulse, and upon detecting a faint heartbeat, Taiping finally breathed a sigh of relief. To enable Jinyu to breathe underwater, the sea nymphs had indeed used a water-repellent shield to confine her. Thanks to the isolation effect of the shield and the residual oxygen, Jinyu had merely slipped into a deep coma, yet she was perilously close to complete suffocation. Artificial respiration? Gazing at her slightly parted cherry lips, Taiping was suddenly beset by wicked thoughts, which sprang forth like mushrooms after rain. In truth, if one were to rescue an unconscious individual, artificial respiration would naturally be the most effective method. However, treating Jinyu in such a manner would surely lead to dire consequences if Constans were to find out. "Damn it, I am attempting to save her." After a moment's hesitation, the conflicted man, filled with complex emotions, leaned down gently to kiss her. The soft and sweet sensation was delightful, Yet the aware lecher soon suppressed his wicked thoughts and concentrated on the rescue techniques he had learned in his past life. After approximately 5 minutes, Jinhua finally let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. "Sister, you are unharmed." Taiping was overjoyed. But before he could finish his sentence, a palm, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck his right cheek. The originally pale beauty was now flushed. Her gaze fixed on the man before her, trembling as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" "Of course, I am rescuing you. This is the method of resuscitation from my homeland." Taiping covered his stinging cheek, explaining with a sense of grievance. Yet, unbeknownst to him, beneath the surface of his ostensibly righteous words lay a hint of inexplicable guilt. Momentarily stunned, Jinhua accepted this notion with skepticism. However, recalling the earlier incident of being so brazenly approached, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, coupled with a touch of joy, and could not help but glance at Taiping. Coincidentally, the anxious man also turned to look at her, their eyes meeting in the air before they hastily averted their gazes, both feeling a sudden rush of warmth in their hearts. "Excuse me. Although disrupting others' romances might result in dire consequences, I am curious how you intend to handle this situation." Christine's half-smiling voice interrupted their awkwardness. At that moment, she stood above the entrapped figure, hesitating whether to take action. However, 10 minutes had already passed, and the sea nymph trapped in the ice was likely suffocating to death. Regardless of her fate, we must first extract her. Taiping cleared his throat, seizing the opportunity to rise, declaring fiercely, "Although I typically do not indulge in raw fish from the land of the rising sun, today I wouldn't mind sampling it." The notion of consuming raw fish was merely a bluster of intimidation. However, if given the chance, Taiping would gladly devour this beauty. Yet, under Jinua's watchful gaze, he could only beckon Christine to assist him in binding the unconscious priestess to a wooden post, subsequently marking it with a conspicuous sign at the beach of Tea Island. This binding posture evokes memories of a certain nation's peculiar films. Observing the perfect form on the wooden post, Taiping gazed up dreamily. Jinhua shot him a fierce glare, moving closer to check the priestess's breath, frowning slightly as she remarked, "Her breath is quite unstable. Perhaps it is due to being frozen for too long, causing her blood to congeal. This is simple. I shall administer artificial respiration." Upon hearing this, Taiping immediately patted his chest, volunteering with a bold spirit of, "If no one else will go to hell, then I shall." However, under Jinua's lethal glare, he quickly shrank back and awkwardly suggested, "Actually, a bit of massage might suffice as well." Jinhua snorted coldly and called Christine over to assist, and together they began to ease the priestess's circulation. Watching the two delicate hands gently pressing and kneading the exquisite form, the witnessing male felt parched and restless, wishing he could replace her. Fortunately, after a few minutes, the unconscious priestess finally let out a soft moan, spitting out several fragments of ice before slowly opening her eyes. In contrast to expectations, the awakened sea nymph, upon realizing her predicament, exhibited little surprise. She slightly lifted her head, casting a sidelong glance at the man before her, and said coolly, "The ice sealing technique is rather effective. It seems I was too careless. However, had I not been in a hurry, such a trap." She paused, then gently shook her head. "Never mind. A failure is simply a failure. There is no need to make excuses. Should I thank you for saving my life, or should I cry for help?" A jest uttered from the lips of such a frigid beauty possessed a unique charm. Thus, even with a heart full of indignation, Taiping could not help but show a hint of a smile before he cleared his throat and solemnly stated, "Neither is necessary. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. First, why did the sea nymph tribe attack Folair? Second, what are those hideous half-human, half-fish creatures? It appears to align with my thoughts. Thus, the matter has become simpler." Taiping squinted slightly, nodding as he said, "Speak plainly, Priestess Mu. For your sake, I hope the sea nymph tribe will withdraw from this sea area and pay a compensation of 200,000 gold coins. Of course, I would not mind if your nobility offered other forms of payment, such as corals, gems, or underwater resources." "Impossible. My life is not worth such a sum." The priestess huffed, closing her eyes. "I can only guarantee that we will not attack Folair again within half a month. But if someone is willing to continue paying for our services, my tribe would gladly strike again. As for compensation, you may seek our employer for that. Do you need me to provide their names? To be honest, I do not relish the idea of killing." Moments later, Taiping slowly extended his hand to caress her beautiful visage. Feeling the smoothness beneath his fingertips, he stated coolly, "However, considering your identity, I am willing to offer two options for resolution. First, to bask in the sun on this island. Second, to sell you to those nobles, who would surely be quite interested in a beauty of the sea nymph tribe." Such a threat appeared to have the desired effect, as the silent sea nymph suddenly opened her eyes. Yet, before Taiping could reveal a triumphant smile, she returned his smile and replied, "If it is sunbathing, then by all means. As for being toyed with, you had best ascertain my gender first." Taiping's smile abruptly froze on his face. After a moment of shock, he suddenly, amidst Jinyue's exclamation, tore away the waterweed robe of the priestess. Upon glimpsing the flatness of her chest, the man who had been so confident turned ashen. Trembling, he stared at the hand that had just caressed that pretty face, letting out a horrified cry as he stumbled toward the sea. A man. Jinyue stared at her hands, which had just massaged the priestess, clearly unable to comprehend this revelation. Her face contorted as she stood frozen in disbelief. "Oh, I seem to recall." Christine lightly brushed her hair back, pondering thoughtfully. In reality, one cannot definitively say whether they are male or female, for the gender of the sea nymph only forms after the age of 60. As the succubus had mentioned, the uniqueness of the sea nymph lies in the fact that their gender only solidifies after reaching 60 years of age. When they encounter a beloved partner, they will adjust their gender accordingly based on the other's. However, it is crucial to note that sea nymphs are exceedingly loyal in love. Once they change their gender, it remains fixed for eternity. The thought of having intended to administer artificial respiration to this androgynous priestess sent a chill down the furious man's spine. Christine smiled silently, while Mu cast a cold glance at him, stating with a hint of indifference, "Have you confirmed this? Moreover, let me share a piece of unfortunate news. Do not expect me to leverage my position against the sea demons. According to the customs of my clan, a new priestess can be elected at any time after the demise of the old priestess. Tell me, are you the captor, or am I?" Taiping was taken aback for a moment and began to feel a bit frantic. He slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing that the person before him was akin to a tasteless morsel, neither satisfying nor entirely dispensable. "What do you think?" Mu glanced at him, her expression veiled with an unspeakable sarcasm. However, before Taiping could completely lose his composure, she suddenly raised her head and said, "However, if you abandon your unreasonable demands for compensation and merely wish for the sea demons not to attack full air, I have many solutions, such as hiring us." "Hiring? How intriguing. Are you planning to profit from both sides?" Taiping paused for a moment, then scoffed. "Do not forget, I have another option, such as cooperating with those shark-headed beings. If it comes to that, you will find the shark-headed creatures are more stubborn than stone." Mu's expression remained unchanged as she replied coolly, "Moreover, I regret to inform you that you have just killed their leader." Taiping's sneer froze on his face, but before he could react, Jinyu interjected, "If you wish to hire us, what do you require? Gold, food, or perhaps weapons and armor?" "Certainly weapons and armor." Mu nodded, smiling as she added, "For this upcoming assault, your employers have provided us with 200 sets of weapons and armor. If your offer exceeds theirs, we would be more than willing to serve you, even if it means attacking the nearby coastal territories." Taiping glanced at Jinyu and Christine beside him, feeling somewhat swayed. Minutes later, he pondered aloud, "If I am not mistaken, the Sea Demon clan intends to use these weapons against the shark-headed beings, does it not? Yet, it appears the situation for your nobility is quite dire. From the earlier remarks of the shark-headed beings, it seems your underwater city is under attack and may not endure for long. That is our concern, and it is of no relevance to you." A fleeting look of helplessness crossed Mu's face, yet she quickly regained her composure. "What you need to consider is whether you intend to hire us. I understand, but hiring would not be cost-effective." Taiping snapped his fingers, narrowing his eyes. "Priestess Mu, why not form an alliance to confront our mutual foes? If you require armor and weapons, you may purchase them through trade. As for dealing with the shark-headed beings, we can provide assistance accordingly." Mu stared at Taiping, seemingly perplexed by his suggestion. After a lengthy silence, she could no longer suppress her laughter. "Are you jesting? The sea demons are notoriously regarded as a malevolent race, and a human city actually intends to collaborate with them? I can only say you are either mad or harboring some ulterior motive." Such sarcasm indicated that she was somewhat intrigued. Taiping felt a surge of elation, yet continued, "If you harbor doubts about my sincerity, we could sign a magical contract. Furthermore, upon forming an alliance, Folair could even designate a portion of the sea nearby as a new underwater city for the Sea Demon clan and provide assistance at any time. A sea area? Mu's laughter abruptly ceased, and despite her efforts to maintain calm, the tremor in her voice was undeniable. If I heard correctly, did you just say that Folair is willing to allocate a sea area for us? Right near Folair? Of course, it is merely a sea area, and there is no issue with that. Taiping nodded with a smile, internally acknowledging that he had gambled correctly once again. Though he was not well versed in the circumstances of the Sea Demon clan from the shark-headed being's remarks, it was evident that the Sea Demons had been under relentless pursuit and were living in a state of semi-exile, facing the threat of extinction. Thus, if they could ally with Folair and establish an underwater city nearby, even the formidable shark-headed beings would think twice before launching an attack. A sea area? A refuge by the city. Mu softly repeated the phrase, slowly lifting her gaze to meet his. Taiping met her fervent gaze without flinching and extended his hand. This is a mutually beneficial endeavor. I believe you need not deliberate further. Additionally, if you question why humans are willing to collaborate with the dark race, after we sign the magical contract, I will provide you with a reasonable explanation. Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Mu was momentarily taken aback, while Taiping leisurely approached the shoreline. Christine followed closely, smiling slightly, after experiencing so many setbacks. Letting them off the hook does not quite suit your character. That depends on what we stand to gain. Taiping narrowed his eyes slightly, snapping his fingers. Moreover, who truly stands to lose is still uncertain. The efficiency of the Sea Demon clan was evidently in stark contrast to the bureaucratic sluggishness he had known in his past life. Merely 2 days after signing the magical contract, over 1,000 sea demons appeared off the coast of Folair, presenting this enigmatic aquatic race to the residents. As per their previous agreement, Madame Vayaf and the Merchant Guild negotiated to allocate the southeastern sea area of Folair for the Sea Demon clan's residents and provided materials for the construction of their underwater city. In addition, trade between the parties progressed smoothly. The guild assembled a batch of weapons and armor while temporarily hiring dwarves to expedite the forging process, with expectations to produce 1,000 sets of light armor within 2 months. In exchange, the Sea Demon clan generously offered rare underwater treasures such as pearls, corals, and gemstones. In reality, considering the rarity of these underwater treasures, the guild emerged as the true beneficiary. Just these pearls alone are worth 3,000 gold coins. Do you not feel at a loss? Taiping mused, rubbing a few pearls in his hand while smiling at Mu. At that moment, he was perched upon a giant squid floating on the ocean's surface, sipping freshly brewed rice wine while basking in the comforting sunlight. His obsidian sunglasses capturing quite a bit of attention. It matters not. After all, due to our infamous reputation, no human is willing to trade with us. Mu gracefully leapt onto the giant squid, her fishtail transforming into slender legs upon landing, her fair skin prompting Taiping to harbor a myriad of fanciful thoughts. Yet, mere seconds later, these thoughts gave way to a sigh of lament. Heavens! After encountering such a stunning being, how could I possibly retain interest in other women? With a soft sigh, he tucked away his complex thoughts and spread out several blueprints on the squid's back. Very well. Let us discuss the construction of the water amusement park. I believe you would not wish to remain submerged forever, living as a race burdened by a wicked reputation. Mu appeared slightly moved, silently consenting. In truth, the Sea Demon clan was not entirely aquatic. They were more akin to whales, capable of residing underwater for extended periods, yet still requiring air. Compared to the perilous underwater realm dominated by monstrous fish, land not only offered diverse scenery, but also a greater sense of security. However, persuading humans to accept a group of sea demons traversing through their streets posed a significant challenge. Nevertheless, the man before her boldly claimed that the construction of an amusement park could facilitate the gradual acceptance of sea demons by humans, a notion that was quite astonishing. Yet, as a member of the Dark Faction himself, he had indeed integrated the underground city within Folair in a matter of months. Although still not fully public, the residents' reactions to the occasional appearances of minotaurs and dark elves suggested a lack of aversion, even sparking curiosity and enthusiasm. Understood, so what do we need to do? After a prolonged contemplation, Mu finally resolved to nod slowly, stating, to clarify, we lack sufficient funds for collaboration. You must understand that we have not retained many pearls or corals in the past due to our inability to engage in trade. You need not provide any funds. All we require is your assistance in construction. Taiping smiled, and shook his head, pointing towards the distant sea. For most, signing a magical contract with a siren might seem like a desperate choice. Yet for someone well-versed in aquatic resources, like Taiping, it was far from a simple decision. What appeared to be a reluctant concession could actually yield substantial benefits, such as the siren's expertise in constructing aquatic facilities. To put it succinctly, you shall exert considerable effort in the construction aspect. Moreover, once the water park is completed, the routine maintenance and management will also fall under your purview. With this hidden agenda in mind, Taiping solemnly proposed, "What if we split the revenue equally?" Of course, Moon nodded gently. Her curiosity piqued as she picked up the blueprint. After a moment of contemplation, she frowned slightly and inquired, "But what do these terms mean? Beach volleyball, paddle surfing, high diving, aquatic performance arena, sunbathing, whitewater rafting, ocean Ferris wheel. Is this what you refer to as water entertainment? You will understand once it is constructed." Taiping stroked his chin with a faint smile. He could already foresee the immense revenue these entertainment projects would bring to Filaire. He believed that in 6 months, this water city would become the most renowned tourist attraction in the entire campus, drawing throngs of visitors eager to flock there. The surge in tourist numbers would bring with it a robust purchasing power, further stimulating commercial growth, effectively resolving Filaire's developmental bottleneck. "I too eagerly anticipate that splendid scene." Carl's voice suddenly rang out beside the colossal squid. Judging by his bruised visage, it was evident that his recent reconnaissance involving the Siren clan had not gone well, perhaps even resulting in a few counterattacks from the female sirens. Nevertheless, this nobleman earnestly suggested, "Dear brother, I strongly recommend training the female sirens as lifeguards to assist drowning residents. Particularly, the training for artificial respiration must commence without delay. I can offer assistance." "That is indeed a commendable suggestion. I approve. However, I shall personally conduct the training for artificial respiration." Taiping nodded thoughtfully, but then abruptly seized Carl by the collar. Whispering fiercely, "You scoundrel, you already have dark elves. Do not cause trouble here. Keep your distance." The eyes of the two men locked in a fiery exchange, and sensing a confrontation was imminent, Mu merely smiled and leapt into the water. Yet, before fully submerging, she turned back, coolly stating, "Apologies. But I do not intend to provide siren lifeguards unless both of you can guarantee to keep your distance from them." With a gentle flick of her tail, she vanished beneath the waves, leaving behind a muffled laughter. The two men exchanged glances and, almost in unison, spat out, muttering curses of monster. "I wager this fellow is intent on claiming the female sirens for his harem," Carl lamented, shaking his head in dismay. "It seems she may transition in 2 years. That means the attack will likely commence in the coming days." Taiping accepted a letter and tucked it away, then asked, "So, dear brother, is there anything I can do for you?" "Actually, it's nothing much, but Nemo will also be accompanying the band of thieves this time." Carl paused, then crossed himself. Sighing, "To be honest, I am quite worried about his safety. War is fraught with uncertainties, and if he were to be struck by a stray arrow, well, if that is the case, I share your concern." Taiping mirrored the gesture, lamenting, "Yet, what can be done? Sometimes fate is simply elusive." "Indeed. Hence all we can do is pray silently." Carl produced a silk handkerchief and cleared his nose, tears glistening in his eyes. The Loya Valley, nestled within the Foul Mountains northwest of Filaire, means the place shrouded in dense fog. At noon, the scorching sun slightly dispersed the mist, and sounds of conversation, hoofbeats, and clashing armor echoed from the valley. After a brief interval, a multitude of men and horses emerged from the fog, fully exposed to the blazing sun. Their armor was not uniform, and their banners appeared disordered. Their advance lacked coordination, rendering them almost a rabble. Yet, no one could ignore the palpable scent of blood that wafted from them, a fragrance not typical of ordinary soldiers, but rather a suffocating aura possessed only by survivors hardened through years of blood and fire. "Brothers, hasten forth. We must reach Filaire before dusk." A man with fiery red hair and a bushy beard rode by, raising his left arm high and proclaiming, "As long as we capture Filaire with full force, the gold, treasures, and women within the city shall be yours to share. I, the Red Wolf, swear it." Stimulated by this blatant promise, the disordered thieves raised their sabers and shouted in unison, their morale soaring. A one-eyed giant licked his lips and cackled, "Gold, we have plenty. However, I have heard that the new lord is renowned for her beauty. By the gods, no one shall compete with me." The Red Wolf happened to ride past him, and, upon hearing this, reined in his horse, laughing heartily. Night Owl, do you think someone like you stands a chance with that beauty? Let us wager. Whoever claims more lives shall have her. And I will add an additional 20,000 gold coins. What say you? His challenge ignited a chorus of agreement among those nearby. The Night Owl, undeterred, spat defiantly. A wager it is. Do you think I am afraid of you? I shall see which is the true greatest thief band here, the Red Wolves or the Night Owls. These provocative words further inflamed the thieves' fervor, with shouts and curses ringing out. Amidst this chaotic clamor, a silver-armored knight in the rear frowned, muttering inaudibly. These fools truly believe Fulair is unguarded? It is said that the black-haired girl who last attacked the sirens possesses formidable magical prowess. Even with defenses, it can be taken, right? Besides, the casualties are not ours. Beside him, a blond magic swordsman, wielding a great sword, chuckled. Nimot, you need not be too anxious. Think of this as a joint excursion with Bruise and Montiata. I have no reason to be anxious. I merely find it somewhat tedious, Nimot replied, casting a glance at the magic swordsman. If given the choice, he would prefer to be among the thieves. Compared to those bloodthirsty bastards, this fellow, known as the meat grinder of Montiata, was the true terror. It was rumored that 2 months prior, he had brutally cut open a pregnant woman's belly simply to ascertain the gender of her unborn child. Just then, the rapid sound of hooves echoed from the front, swiftly reaching the ranks. A scout on a decrepit horse galloped towards the astonished thieves, shouting, "Halt! Halt! There are enemies blocking the way." "Fool, is this the enemy you speak of?" The Red Wolf and Night Owl stared incredulously at the lone figure ahead, their expressions utterly bewildered. Moments later, they instinctively grabbed the scout and harshly demanded, "Garnier, have you been drinking? Do you honestly consider a single person an enemy?" But, Garnier stammered, gazing at the man in a white robe before him, struck dumb. He had indeed spotted dozens of warriors, seemingly fearsome minotaurs, beside the roadblock from a distance. Fool, it must be an illusion. How could a minotaur possibly appear here? Without hesitation, the Red Wolf abandoned Gainier and slowly drew the colossal axe from his back. Amid the mocking laughter of thousands of thieves, he strode forward across the overgrown plain, calling out from several meters away, "Friend, whatever you plan to do, just say it. No need for theatrics." Me? The man in the white robe, standing with his back turned, slowly turned around. His graceful and handsome features ignited a deep jealousy within the Red Wolf. "It's nothing of great importance. Merely here to enjoy the scenery, and perhaps to recruit a few bandit groups. I've heard the most renowned among them are the Red Wolf group and the Night Owl group." Suddenly, the laughter of the thieves was silenced as if by a spell, vanishing into thin air. Yet, mere seconds later, that laughter erupted again, louder than before, nearly shaking the ground. The Night Owl, propped up by his long knife, clutched his stomach, tears of laughter glistening in his eyes. How absurd. Someone has the audacity to recruit us. Huh. To think someone would come to recruit us. This statement intensified the already boisterous laughter, but at that moment, the Red Wolf raised his left arm, silencing the commotion. In the ensuing stillness, he slowly lifted his 2-meter-long axe and rasped, "So, you intend to surrender? Or to fight?" With the Red Wolf's sudden roar, thousands of thieves momentarily hesitated before urging their steeds forward, closing the distance between the two sides to just over 100 meters in mere seconds. They held fiercely, brandishing their sabers, the blades shimmering with deadly light under the scorching sun, exuding an aura of bloodlust. Indeed, the Red Wolf's strategy was astute. At the rear of the bandit ranks, hundreds of knights from various territories remained stationary. Pondes lightly spun the hilt of his sword, turning to his companion Nimot, and spoke in a grave tone, "Feign ignorance. Then suddenly attack. Leaving no chance for the enemy to enact their schemes, it appears these thieves are far from the simpletons we imagined." As he spoke, the thundering cavalry converged like a raging sea, charging towards the unarmed man in the white robe. The ground trembled violently, and the howling wind swept through as the gleaming blades coalesced into a silver river. No one doubted that in mere moments, anything in the path of this torrent would be mercilessly ground to dust. "Excellent, formidable." Calmly observing the oncoming cavalry, Taiping activated his teleportation ring, retreating hundreds of meters in an instant. He then whistled lightly, and before the sound faded, a vast portal opened before him. Amid the startled cries of the bandits, 300 Minotaur warriors surged forth, swiftly arranging themselves into formation. The massive wooden pillars they positioned before them stood like an indomitable fortress, awaiting the enemy's initial assault. But this was merely the beginning, not the end. As the minotaurs formed their ranks, 150 dark elves emerged from the black void, swiftly knocking their longbows, aiming at the onrushing foes. Under the blazing sun, the tips of their arrows gleamed with a sinister green light. A harbinger of poison, this terrifying scene caused the advancing bandits to pale, their ferocious momentum suddenly faltering. Yet, amidst the swirling yellow dust, the red wolf let out a piercing howl, raising his colossal axe and commanding, "Spread out, accelerate the charge, and push through." In that instant, a barrage of arrows shot forth, striking the bandit ranks with unerring accuracy, resulting in chaos and devastation. Before the fallen bodies could touch the ground, the dark elves expertly knocked their bows again, unleashing a second wave of attacks. Within half a minute, these natural marksmen unleashed 4 volleys of arrows at an unimaginable speed, each arrow finding its mark. In the wake of this lethal onslaught, 500 to 600 bandits fell, yet the remaining ones managed to scatter, maintaining a loose formation as they continued their gallop. Mere seconds later, the distance between the two sides had narrowed to just over 100 meters, and the red wolf was already swinging his axe, ready to strike the towering minotaur. Yet, none anticipated the incantation resonating from the seemingly dormant portal. Several liches emerged, their glowing purple staves pointed skyward. In an instant, a thick black mist enveloped the bandit horde, causing the once galloping steeds to slow as if bound by invisible chains, while the thieves atop their backs moved sluggishly, like marionettes whose strings had been tangled. The cloud of stagnation. Pandes and his companions managed to narrowly escape. But upon recognizing this advanced group spell, the sword mage hastened forward, retrieving a magical signal from his pocket and hurling it into the air. However, as he called for reinforcements, the dark elves unleashed 3 more waves of arrows, toppling the helpless bandits. The now slowing cavalry collided with the waiting minotaurs, producing a cacophony of chaotic sounds. As most steeds were sent sprawling, their riders tumbling to the dust. Alex raised a wooden pillar and, under the chanting of the minotaur priests, surged into the bandit ranks like a ravenous tiger, leaving behind a trail of mangled bodies in their wake. "Damn it! Attack that white-robed figure!" Pandes shouted, his eyes burning red as he led hundreds of knights charging forth. The dark elves, sensing their approach, prudently retreated into the portal, allowing the knights to confront the instigator without obstruction. A few knights at the front could already see the smile on the white-robed man's face. Wait, why was he smiling? The answer became evident as the incantation of Taiping resonated. Hundreds of vines suddenly sprang forth from the ground, forming a low wall that the galloping steeds could not halt in time, crashing into the vines and sending riders sprawling. The knights following were likewise impeded by their companions, resulting in utter chaos. Yet, at Pandes's furious roar, the low wall vanished, reigniting hope in the knights. "His magic is waning, charge." Nimod's cheers barely left his lips when hundreds of black dwarf warriors and lizard riders surged from the portal. These immensely powerful beings crashed into the disordered ranks of knights, effortlessly reaping lives with their massive axes. A swarm of magical beetles suddenly appeared, overwhelming the battlefield with their buzzing, drowning out the knights' cries of despair. "Retreat! Retreat!" Pandes bellowed. But in the next moment, he looked skyward, laughter erupting from him. "Wait, those are our griffins." A piercing cry echoed through the sky as over 100 griffins belonging to Meng Yada soared toward them, raining arrows and wind blades down upon the dwarves, slaughtering the knights, forcing them to retreat. Yet, amid Pandes's ecstatic laughter, Taiping also gazed upward, sighing, "What a pity. I hadn't intended to resort to this." What? Pandes's smile froze in place, a suffocating dragon's might suddenly permeating the plain, causing both sides to halt in their tracks. The blazing sun lost its brilliance as a terrifying black dragon ascended from the dense forest, its scales glistening ominously, enveloped in swirling, furious lightning. With a clang, Pandes's colossal sword crashed to the ground as he gazed at the encroaching black dragon, suddenly enveloped by a sense of overwhelming darkness. Moments later, a blinding bolt of lightning struck the knight, plunging him into true darkness. However, compared to the one who is facing imminent death, many knights must endure tortures akin to hell. Angered, Constance could not tolerate the assault on her beloved. She relinquished magic and dragon fire, descending like a meteor into the fray, her movements a visceral expression of her wrath. The roars and cries of agony truly became the symphony of the battlefield. Indeed, it was in that manner. Taiping nodded, gently wiping the fine sweat from his brow. Moments later, he recalled the latter part of the advertisement and added nonchalantly, even the heavens were moved to tears. A total of 3,600 thieves, along with 300 knights from various territories, were slaughtered under the blazing midday sun. The only survivors were a handful of thieves who fainted in time and the red wolf and night owl, who Taiping had designated to remain. This was a blatant massacre, had it not been for Taiping casting the freezing scroll. The impassioned Alex might have even considered marching to the nearby territory to prolong this unsatisfactory war. Boss, you're biased. Why did we come out so late? Hone grumbled as he dismounted from his lizard, tossing the captive he held onto the muddy ground. With the portraits left by Carl, Taiping easily recognized the disheveled knight as the first heir of the Nimit Brutus territory. Fear not, I believe there will be plenty of opportunities for brawls in the future. And the dark dwarves will not be left out. Taiping patted Hone's shoulder, deftly lifting Nimit's chin with his toe, smiling as he remarked, for instance, this esteemed Count Brutus here seems quite interested in engaging us in combat. Upon hearing Taiping unveil his identity, Nimit's face turned pale. Realizing the futility of his attempts at concealment, he struggled to his feet and sternly declared, since you are aware of my identity, you ought to treat me in accordance with the rules for noble captives. According to the laws of the campus principality, I can ensure my personal safety and offer 30,000. A foot suddenly shot up without hesitation, landing squarely in his groin. Nimit cried out in pain, collapsing onto the muddy ground. Taiping brushed the dirt off his toe and sneered, when did I ever say you could stand up? Mr. Nimit, does your noble etiquette also dictate that a count may disguise himself as a thief to attack other territories? Scoundrel, how dare you treat me so? Nimit's forehead was lined with veins, whether from pain or rage, or perhaps a combination of both. However, upon seeing Taiping poised to kick again, the count, wishing to preserve his ability to reproduce, promptly chose to remain silent and adopted a calmer tone. In truth, I did not intend to partake in the thieves' assault. There is clearly a misunderstanding. However, since I am in your custody, I am willing to pay 30,000 gold coins as ransom. 30,000? Taiping narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light causing Nimit to shudder, prompting him to hastily amend his offer. How about 50,000 gold coins? No, 100,000 gold coins? 100,000 gold coins, you say? Taiping inclined his head slightly, bending down to beckon him closer with a finger, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival. Nimit disregarded any notions of noble dignity and hurriedly crawled a few steps in the mud, bringing his face nearer. Nimit's smile froze upon his face. For before he could utter a word, a whip of flame abruptly constricted around his throat, silencing his intended speech. Casting a glance at the pale-faced captive, Taiping shrugged helplessly and sighed to the now-revealed succubus. Christine, please refrain from killing in my presence. I have a soft heart. Minutes later, the screams emanating from the dense forest heralded the end of a life. Meanwhile, Alex strode forth, carrying the unconscious red wolf and night owl. Trist smiled at the two captives, licking his lips as he said, Boss, while I would love to eliminate them, I assume you would not approve. Am I correct? Of course, otherwise, I would have used them as fertilizer. Taiping rolled his eyes and kicked the red wolf. However, I shall leave it to you. A month from now, I want to see these two starving tigers transformed into docile sheep. Can you manage that? Absolutely, half a month will suffice. Trist paused, then broke into a radiant smile. Such a task was far more to his liking than merely harvesting lives. He believed that by then, they would become obedient pets, albeit the kind that could bite fiercely. Observing the smiling Trist, Taiping's gaze brimmed with appreciation. The dark elf thought as he did. Although most of the thieves near Fuller had been decimated, there still remained 1,000 or so. By subduing the red wolf and night owl and commanding them to control the remaining thieves, the bandit threat could be thoroughly eradicated. After that, the true headache would fall upon the lords who had merely sat back and watched the spectacle unfold. All right, take away all the spoils that can be taken. Taiping glanced at the blood-red sunset, lightly clapping his hands, yet suddenly seemed to ponder something. By the way, Hone, did you know? Those thieves often hide gold coins in their little trousers, so… Damn it, I haven't finished speaking. Where are you going? Young Lord Simons of the Montiata territory was a marquis of considerable decorum, even when a certain servant mocked him for being narrow-minded and a pretentious glutton. The marquis did not display anger, but merely waved for him to withdraw. However, that very night, the gossipy servant suddenly vanished, allegedly departing in shame. Yet at this moment, the Marquis's roar reverberated throughout half the Lord's manor, prompting the servants to discreetly distance themselves from the study. Fearing to incur the wrath of the Marquis and the presence of Lord Brutus Say and Lord Nidal Quincy, the steward lord, wiping cold sweat from his brow, regretted having sent that confidential letter, knowing well the trouble it would bring. 3,600 thieves, along with our 300 knights, have all vanished into thin air in a single afternoon. Simon slammed the letter onto the table, turning his contorted face toward the silver-haired elder across from him, rasping. Lord Say, did your illustrious son Carl discover nothing of the dark races while indulging himself in Fuller? Say coughed lightly, covering his mouth with a handkerchief, and replied softly. Carl's mission was not to investigate the enemy's strength, nor did I place my hopes on him. However, Marquis, I suggest you properly reorganize your reconnaissance team. Just half a month ago, they assured us that Fuller had fewer than 1,000 city defense troops. For this foolish conclusion, I paid the price of my eldest son. So, you are blaming me? Simon's eyes suddenly turned blood red, while the seemingly aged Say straightened his posture, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. As the tension between the two escalated, the somewhat rotund Lord Quincy hastily interjected, Lord Say, Lord Simons, I can empathize with your sentiments. However, rather than lamenting what we have lost, should we not consider how to punish those responsible for our losses? I'm sorry, without a sure victory, I shall not wager recklessly. Say shook his head, coldly regarding Simons. The latter seethed with rage, yet found himself unable to counter, grudgingly closing his mouth. Seeing this, Quincy quickly sought to mediate. So, Lord Say, what is your point? My point is quite simple. The crux lies with the dark races, Say replied, lowering his voice. While campus ostensibly advocates racial equality, the common populace still harbors a certain aversion towards the dark races and the underground cities. If we leverage this, Simons and Quincy exchanged glances, both grasping the implications therein. After a moment of silence, Quincy inquired softly, so, in addition to issuing a statement, we must promptly inform the Prime Minister and the Parliament. The Duchy must impose a penalty on Folier for such audacious actions. That's insufficient. Saya gently shook her head, gesturing towards the northeastern sky. In addition to notifying the Prime Minister, we must also convey this news to that direction. That is where the real crux lies. Are you suggesting? Quincy and Simmons exchanged glances, suddenly beaming with delight. In that case, not only will we receive unexpected assistance, but we may also be richly rewarded. Precisely. Saya sipped her coffee and remarked coolly, moreover, while we must strengthen economic sanctions against Folier, we should also expedite the commercial development of our territory. The trade fair in 2 months will serve as an excellent opportunity to showcase the strength of our local Chamber of Commerce. Do you have any plans? Quincy nodded and cast a meaningful glance at Simmons. His territory had long been renowned for its fashion industry in Campos, while Saya's pharmaceutical business thrived, both serving as robust pillars for economic development. In contrast, Montada, which had traditionally exported various ores and timber to Folier, would likely find it challenging to advance economically following the sanctions, especially after recently suffering losses from the Griffin beasts, necessitating substantial funds for reconstruction. To his surprise, Simmons nodded without hesitation, responding with a defiant tone, "No problem. I shall continue with comprehensive economic sanctions." In fact, Montada's recent economic momentum has been quite impressive, as some external merchants have introduced innovative trade that invigorates us greatly. Observing his self-satisfied expression, Saya and Quincy exchanged knowing glances, both feeling a spark of inspiration. Watching their muted reactions, Simmons felt a surge of joy, further solidifying his resolve. These two old foxes, do they wish to see Montada's spectacle? In that case, I must indeed express gratitude for the existence of gambling houses and pyramid schemes. Indeed, while the long-term development of these aspects is detrimental, who cares? Once we swallow Folier and reap substantial benefits, we can abolish them at our leisure. The so-called history of transmigration is a chronicle of the protagonist battling various fools, schemers, and debauchers, certainly not excluding a different kind of struggle with beautiful women of all kinds. Thus, on the day following Taiping's triumphant display, the 3 territories of Bruce, Montada, and Nidal united in a melodramatic twist to condemn Folier for its collusion with the underworld. This announcement quickly spread from the southern territories, creating a stir throughout Campos. Within just a few days, the topic in the Duchy's parliament had shifted to foliar, the underworld, and the devil. In an instant, the previously obscure foliar became the target of public ire, its frequency of mention among millions surpassing even the protagonist's frequent exclamations. Members of parliament, nobles, merchants, and commoners, all of whom usually held diverse political opinions, now directed their animosity towards foliar. Although their attitudes towards the dark races varied, under the encouragement of certain individuals, the faction advocating for the expulsion of the underworld and the punishment of foliar began to gain the upper hand. Thanks to this momentum, foliar, already in a precarious position, found itself further destabilized. 3 days later, upon receiving 12 letters of condemnation from various territories, Lady Vaya could no longer restrain herself and decided to visit that leisurely man to discuss strategies. It is worth noting that her capabilities in dealing with such conspiracies were only slightly above those of a character in a transmigration narrative with an intelligence below 60. Do not worry. If those lords truly become enraged, they will issue ultimatums rather than mere letters of condemnation. Taiping sat alone atop the giant squid, relishing the rare moment of sea fishing. Upon receiving the letter of condemnation from Vaya, he tossed it into the sea without even glancing at it. Vaya gasped, but after her initial shock, she had to concede that Taiping's point held merit. The territories of those lords were far removed from foliar, aside from shouting slogans. They could at most engage in a game of deadly glares. In contrast, the truly concerning reactions came from the nearby territories, the imperial capital's verdict, and the sentiments of the common populace regarding this matter. Bruce, Montana, and Nidal had already intended to address us. Their attitudes need not concern us. Taiping gently lifted his rod, pulling a large fish from the water. As for the imperial capital, surely Her Highness the Princess will not remain indifferent. As long as she champions the principle of racial equality in Campos, the Prime Minister will be unable to impose any sanctions. Thus, the only real concern remained the attitudes of the ordinary people. Following Taiping's reasoning, Vaya quickly reached a conclusion. In recent days, she had dispatched individuals to conduct investigations. Although rumors were on the rise, the situation in foliar remained relatively stable. The local residents, accustomed to the dark races and subtly influenced by Taiping's various methods, exhibited panic but did not disperse. Moreover, most of them had invested in the Chamber of Commerce, leaving little room for betrayal from a perspective of self-interest. However, compared to the local residents' reactions, the populace in the nearby territories, particularly the merchants engaged in external trade, responded strongly to the rumors. Although many merchants would still choose to conduct business in foliar due to the lucrative profits, the volume of transactions had notably decreased. This was not good news for foliar, which relied on trade for its livelihood. If this continued, it could even jeopardize the city's very foundation. Vaya paused, momentarily at a loss. Yet unable to decline his invitation, she patiently settled down to fish. Having lived in the imperial capital for years, she had never ventured into sea fishing. Initially, she was somewhat clumsy, but under Taiping's careful guidance, she gradually became engrossed in the activity, allowing a few smiles of contentment to surface. Indeed, patience is required in all matters. Fishing is one such endeavor, as are many others. Taiping reclined against the squid's back, admiring the sight of the beautiful woman fishing, casually tossing a water bottle her way. Would you care to try? This is a new concoction of mine, made from fruit juice, pulp, and milk. It tastes quite delightful. Is it safe to drink a mixture like this? Vaya queried suspiciously, taking a sip. The furrow in her brow suddenly relaxed, revealing a blend of surprise and delight. Just then, the portal opened unexpectedly, and Lianjiao leaped through, exclaiming, Horn said the items you requested have been completed. Would you like to take a look? Half an hour later, the two arrived at the enclave of the black dwarves in the underworld to see the product. Gazing at the peculiar wooden box with a handle before her, Vaya clearly found it perplexing. Over the past month, the black dwarves, led by Horn, had been rather secretive, as if preparing to poison the Emperor's lunch. Yet, no one could have anticipated that all this effort was merely for the creation of such a wooden box. Vaya gasped, evidently unable to believe her eyes. The circulation of Quintus writing relied predominantly on hand copying, with occasional use of magical printing techniques, albeit at a high cost. Yet, this wooden box before her could effortlessly print text, representing a revolutionary change that could astonish the entire continent. But her astonishment did not end there. As Horn continuously manipulated the handle, sheets of paper emerged from the box, ceasing only after 20 had been produced. Taiping casually picked one up, observing the relatively clear writing, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, "Excellent. If we manufactured 10 such machines, we could print thousands of sheets in a single day." As he spoke, he handed the paper to Vaya with a smile. "I am not skilled in crafting ink, so I use the local ink mixed with a plant root's juice. However, for simple reading, it should suffice. We can refine the rest later. Do you understand? We do not ally with the dungeon. Rather, we have conquered and tamed it." Christine, with her melodious laughter, gradually revealed herself, and this brilliant idea originated from her mind. In truth, the issue of the dark races that had long plagued Taiping was effortlessly resolved amidst Christine's cheerful banter. "I dare say, it is challenging for intelligent women to find husbands." Taiping muttered a few protests before turning to the nearby black dwarf, guiding him gently. "Horn, tell me, which deity will you worship from now on?" The named dwarf paused momentarily, clumsily making the sign of the cross over his chest, growling, "Do I even need to say? Of course, I worship that damned god of light." Omit the damned." Taiping shot him a sidelong glance, filled with exasperation. However, at that moment, both Lady Vea and several core members of the Merchant Association displayed expressions of sudden realization. Indeed, as long as this justification stands, not only is Folaire blameless, but he also gains immense credit for subduing the dungeon. What does exterminating the dark races amount to? The true achievement is taming them and compelling them to fight for the forces of light, an unprecedented feat. I am contemplating, if we were to print tens of thousands of these documents and distribute them across the neighboring territories. Christine mused, lightly caressing her petite earlobe, and smiled softly. "As I have heard it said, a lie spoken 1,000 times becomes the truth." The crowd exchanged glances, simultaneously gasping in disbelief. In the absence of printing technology, Quintus could only rely on word of mouth to guide public opinion. However, Folaire, equipped with printing capabilities, could easily disseminate pamphlets on a grand scale. Given the contrast, which side would the common folk trust more? Unfounded rumors or documented facts? The answer is evident. No, not pamphlets, but newspapers. Taiping shook his head, smiling faintly. "Let us create a newspaper detailing various aspects of Folaire, including this incident with the dark races. Moreover, do you all recall the advertisements I mentioned?" Several listeners exchanged puzzled looks, and moments later, the suddenly enlightened Edmund exclaimed, "Indeed. We can inform some external merchants that as long as they pay a fee, we can ensure their products are remembered by thousands, even tens of thousands. Let us set aside the profit-making for now. I suddenly feel that mere publicity may not suffice." Yet at this moment, Christine slowly shook her head, dismissing her proposal of distributing pamphlets. After regaining her composure, she realized that if public opinion alone could alter the situation, there would be no need for warfare. Simply printing and scattering a few thousand sheets would suffice. "I understand that publicity is merely a means of rational persuasion, granting us a grandiloquent title, but what follows must appeal to the emotions." Taiping stroked his chin, nodding thoughtfully. "I suddenly think we should hold a concert." The advent of the printing press did not surpass the era. It was simple to produce, as mastering the principles of printing sufficed. In my youth, I would craft rudimentary printing presses to play with at the newspaper office. For the residents of the territories of Bruce, Montiata, and Nidal, the date of June 6th would be unforgettable. On that morning, dozens of giant eagles suddenly soared above towns, villages, and fortresses, scattering tens of thousands of papers to the ground. The fluttering white sheets, akin to snowflakes, obscured the sky within minutes, causing several astonished city guards to instinctively launch attacks, only to be heavily reprimanded by their captain for picking up the paper. Fools, who would waste throwing magical scrolls. The dissatisfied captain glanced at his subordinates before picking up a newspaper and reading it silently. The educational level in campus is relatively high among the principalities. Thus, even commoners can recognize a few words, and these trained soldiers certainly surpass ordinary individuals. Moments later, as the captain perused the newspaper, he suddenly gasped in astonishment. "What? So those dark races were subdued by Folaire? By the gods, this is simply unimaginable. Yet upon reflection, they indeed only attacked thieves." Observing his soliloquy, the nearby soldiers could no longer contain their curiosity and began to pick up newspapers from the ground. After another half-minute, one soldier raised his newspaper triumphantly, exclaiming, "Look, I heard Folaire is hosting a grand concert, featuring performances by mermaids and dark elves." Ah, those are rare beauties. Any man would find this topic immensely intriguing. And 5 or 6 soldiers instinctively gathered around, their faces brimming with fantasies. The captain swallowed hard, but still endeavored to maintain his composure. Pointing at another part of the newspaper, "Fools, is there nothing in your minds except women? Look here. The Dragon and Dungeon Association announces a sale of goods at a 20% discount. That is the information of value to us. 20% off?" The soldiers gasped in unison, their faces lighting up with excitement. The soldier who had initially focused on the mermaids rubbed his hands together and remarked, "Captain, do those goods include dolls? I've wanted to buy a few for Vivian." This suggestion immediately garnered the soldiers' unanimous approval, although one hesitated, saying, "But Captain, isn't Folair allied with the dark races? If we recklessly go over—" "Bah, you coward!" Before the other soldiers could mock him, the captain spat vehemently. Raising the newspaper, "Can't you see clearly? It states right here that those dark races have been subdued by Folair. Do you understand what subdued means? Use your dull brain to ponder." The rebuked soldier muttered a few words, seemingly wishing to retort, but failing to find a suitable argument, ultimately resigning to silence. Nearby, residents who had picked up newspapers had also paused, forming small groups to discuss. This commotion attracted more attention, as people from all directions gathered, requesting newspapers to read. 10 minutes later, noticing the overwhelming demand for newspapers, a shrewd individual began selling his copy for 20 copper coins, a move that swiftly inspired others to follow suit. Has the price reached 20 silver coins? Then we could attempt to print a new edition and set the price at 15 silver coins. A few days later, when this news reached Taiping, he unhesitatingly approved the new plan. However, situated amidst the noisy backstage of the concert, he had to raise his voice to the maximum to ensure Edmund could hear him. After several days of preparation, the concert, shamelessly named after the same song, finally commenced this evening in the central square of Folair. Although recent rumors had rekindled a modicum of fear among the residents towards the now familiar dark races, they still arrived with skepticism, drawn by the promise of discounted goods after the concert, unwittingly gathering a crowd of tens of thousands. Undoubtedly, this concert was headlined by Alex and his subordinates, yet it also featured impromptu magic performances by Constance and Flame. Additionally, the play Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, performed by Jean Yu, Trist, and Horn, took the stage, while the typically aloof half-elf Mu was invited by He Taiping to play the lead in a mysterious drama. Very well, then, this time we plan to expand the distribution range. Edmund's suggestion was only half finished before being interrupted by the hurriedly arriving Horn. A diminutive figure clad in theatrical attire clutched a stack of lines, murmuring to himself. Upon catching sight of He Taiping, a spark of realization lit up his eyes, and he hesitated, asking, "Boss, when I take the stage, should I step with my left foot first or my right?" Horn nodded mechanically. Yet his anxious demeanor revealed that he was no different from the lovesick boys singing beneath the girls' dormitory. He Taiping, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and ultimately decided to forego further instruction, turning his attention to Alex's preparations. At that moment, the Minotaur had donned a fresh costume and was admiring himself in front of a mirror, his eyes gleaming with excitement, akin to a bulb radiating light in the dark. "Relax, I am not sending you into battle." He Taiping gently patted his shoulder and smiled. "Listen, outside there are tens of thousands of fans awaiting you. All you must do is rush out and sing all the songs you usually perform while showering, eating, or using the restroom. Is that understood?" "Absolutely." Upon hearing the word tens of thousands, Alex puffed out his chest, brimming with exhilaration. As He Taiping waved his arm, the Minotaur let out a resonant roar and dashed through the curtain. Instantly, a thunderous applause erupted around the performance platform, interspersed with the booming voice of the Flame Monarch. "Ladies and gentlemen, the inaugural Same Song concert of Folair officially begins." Even though the Minotaur spent 2 hours on stage clad only in a pair of shorts, this did not hinder his swift rise to stardom in Folair. In fact, when he concluded his 18-song set and intended to exit the stage, frenzied fans surged forward, dragging Alex and his 20 little Minotaurs into the throng. According to whispers the following morning, many middle-aged noble women appeared considerably revitalized, as if they had received some form of rejuvenation. Damn it, was that intentional? Horn fell to the ground for the 4th time, this time not due to a long skirt, but rather the sword of Prince Trist. As the furious dwarf sprang to his feet, he seized the corner of the dark elf's garment, and, taking advantage of the audience's distraction, hissed, "Fool, I warned you." In response to his rebuke, Trist merely rolled his eyes, wearing an expression of helplessness. The dark elf gently helped the fallen Jinyu to her feet and whispered, "All right, you go cry over there. Just hand the princess over to me." "What nonsense is this?" Trist was momentarily taken aback, unable to react before the roaring dwarf, accompanied by 6 subordinates, charged forward. In an instant, both sides were entangled in a chaotic melee, resembling a brawl in full swing. The audience, bewildered, assumed this was part of the script, applauding and cheering for what they perceived as an innovative plot twist. Minutes later, as his subordinates wrestled with the dark elf, Horn emerged from the crowd, scooping up the bewildered Jinyu and sprinting around the stage. Trist followed closely behind, both of them embarking on a lengthy chase around the stage, their cries echoing, "Give her back. Not a chance. Put the princess down. Dream on." Taiping watched from backstage, his mouth agape, biting his fingers in disbelief at the spectacle. The crowd exchanged glances, simultaneously shaking their heads and muttering in unison, "Fools." He recommended a friend's book, The Sword Saint of the World of Warcraft. It is not easy for newcomers to gain recognition. He is striving to climb the rankings. And if the seasoned readers could take a look, it would be the greatest assistance to him. Perhaps your single collection or vote could change his life. Monstrous, simply monstrous. Taiping sighed, shaking his head lightly, as he reluctantly made his entrance from the other side of the stage. A few days prior, upon seeing the merfolk's fish tale, he was suddenly reminded of the famous fairy tale The Little Mermaid, which inspired him to create tonight's performance. However, while the lead female role was already secured, finding an actor to portray the prince proved challenging, leaving the director no choice but to take on both roles. Aside from the unsettling absence of the male lead, the performance was remarkably successful. Unlike Taiping, who understood the underlying truth, the audience was thoroughly entranced by the mermaid's poetic and graceful presence, while the dramatic twists and turns of the plot evoked countless sighs of emotion. By the end, when the mermaid princess bid farewell to the prince, resolutely sacrificing herself and dissolving into foam in the sea, thousands in the audience wept silently, their hearts heavy with sorrow. As the applause gradually subsided, Taiping surveyed each face in the crowd, softly sighing. "Today, I am not merely pleased by the success of the performance. Rather, I am grateful that amidst the swirling rumors and impending crisis, so many still stand here, applauding these terrifying beings." The crowd exchanged looks of surprise at his blunt gestures. Yet amidst the clamor, Taiping pointed at the various actors on stage and called out, "Alex, evil? Horn evil? Trist evil? Everyone, please reflect sincerely. In the past 6 months, who has aided Folair? Who has lived alongside you? Who has defended this city against the attacks of the bandits?" 6 centuries ago, King Yade of Campus signed the Declaration of Racial Equality, and today we stand on the cherished soil he loved. This solemn declaration shines like a beacon, offering hope to millions of dark races tormented by the unjust flames of oppression. Its arrival was akin to the joyous dawn, ending the long night that shackled the dark races. Yet today, 6 centuries later, we must confront the grim reality that dark races have yet to attain equality. Today, under the shackles of racial segregation and discrimination, the lives of dark races are severely oppressed. Today, dark races continue to reside in impoverished underground cities beneath the materially abundant surface. Today, dark races still shrink in the corners of Quintus, acutely aware of their status as exiles in their homeland. We do not seek to conquer the world, nor do we wish to harvest lives or plunder all that can be taken. We merely desire to attain rights, to be treated fairly, to live alongside all in the sunlight. When we act, we must ensure we advance. We cannot retreat. Now, some may ask me, when will you be satisfied? No, we are not satisfied now, nor will we be satisfied in the future, unless justice and fairness surge forth like the roaring tides of the sea. Friends, today I tell you, at this very moment, despite the myriad challenges and setbacks we face, I still hold a dream. This dream is deeply rooted in the dream of campus. I dream that one day, this nation will rise up and genuinely realize the essence of its creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all races are created equal. I dream that one day, on the streets of Folair, minotaurs will sit alongside humans, sharing the bonds of brotherhood. I dream that one day, my children will live in a land where they are judged not by their race, but by the quality of their character. This is our hope. I live in Folair with this belief. With this belief, we can carve a stone of hope from the cliffs of despair. With this belief, We can transform the cacophony of discord in this nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. If campus is to become a great nation, this dream must be realized. Let the voice of freedom resonate from the majestic palace of Constantine. Let the voice of freedom echo from the towering mountains of Tanya. Let the voice of freedom rise from the peaks of the Roland Mountains. As the clarion call of liberty reverberates, echoing from every hamlet, town, and city, we shall hasten the advent of the epoch when the progeny of all deities, humans and minotaurs, elves and dark elves, dwarves and black dwarves, will unite, hand in hand, in a timeless anthem, freedom, equality. Praise be to the omnipotent gods, for at long last, we have attained all. Silence descended. A profound hush enveloping the tens of thousands gathered in the square. Not a cough, not a whisper. Only the rhythmic cadence of breath betrayed the fervent emotions surging within each heart. After an extended pause, a venerable voice resounded from the heart of the square. Long live freedom. Long live equality. It was an elder, his frail frame seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet his raised arms stood firm, an unyielding mountain. All eyes converged upon him, and moments later, thunderous acclamations erupted anew, imbued with an invigorating power, a magic capable of dispelling all shackles and constraints, as they extolled freedom and equality. In that moment, who cared from whence their neighbor hailed? Who gave thought to the presence of dark races within the city? Thousands of front-row inhabitants breached the barriers, surging onto the stage like a tidal wave, embracing the minotaurs, black dwarves, and dark elves with unrestrained fervor. Had it not been for Firebrand's formidable flames, he, too, might have been engulfed by the zealous throng. The young summoner, now the center of attention, was compelled to utilize teleportation magic to swiftly escape, exclaiming, "Wait, I am human, truly human." Nearby, Amos, concealed behind the scenes, exhaled softly, lamenting to Constance, "Never again ask me to unleash a mass charm spell. Even a lich cannot withstand such expenditure." Thus, when you witness Alex frolicking with human children, when you observe Horn engaging in a drinking contest with a drunkard, when you see Drizzt serenading beneath a young woman's window, when you find Firebrand entering a home to impart culinary wisdom, in truth, save for the last, which might precipitate a conflagration, none of these scenarios warrant alarm. The denizens of Furel have gradually embraced the existence of dark races, and ere long, they shall acclimate to and relish this coexistence. Much like salt is indispensable in cooking, or a golden finger is essential for transmigration. Concurrently, foreign merchants who had witnessed the performance and address that evening disseminated the news throughout campus, their astonishment palpable. Taiping, of course, would not squander this opportunity to amplify the tale. He instructed Edmund to produce a new edition of the newspaper, augmenting both its print run and distribution range manifold. The efficacy of the newspaper in shaping public opinion far exceeded initial expectations. Regardless of the duchy's overall disposition, within days, the sentiment in the territories surrounding Furel had undergone a transformation. The discourse shifted from how to deal with the dark races to why Furel had managed to subdue them, and whether the dark races were truly as malevolent as imagined. In tandem with this dissemination of sentiment, the novel creation of the newspaper rapidly became a focal point of attention. People speculated about its production process, marveled at its circulation, and debated the news it contained. The once valueless newspaper was soon being hawked for 30 silver coins a copy, yet even at that price, demand far outstripped supply. Seeing this, Taiping seized the moment to publish a third edition, further inflating the price to 20 silver coins. Despite this exorbitant cost, the 50,000 copies sold out within half a day, a significant portion being purchased in bulk by merchants from afar, who then resold them in other territories. This was precisely the scenario Taiping had hoped for. As the newspaper became a commodity of value, the news reports it carried gained greater credence. More importantly, as the newspaper's influence expanded, the advertising effect it generated was remarkably potent, and correspondingly, advertising rates continued to escalate. When the first edition was printed, aside from the Dragon and Dungeon Merchant Guild, other merchant guilds and free traders remained dubious, investing little in advertising. However, they soon regretted their indecision. Witnessing the influx of foreign customers into Furel and the frenzied acquisition of goods from the Dragon and Dungeon Merchant Guild, these merchants, filled with remorse, hastily approached Edmund, seeking to reserve advertising space in the next edition. By this time, Edmund, who had been apprehensive about failing to meet his targets, adopted a haughty demeanor. fueled by a desire for retribution. Only after the merchants wined, dined, and presented gifts for several days did he grudgingly agree to carve out 5 blocks for advertising. Within 10 minutes, the price of these 5 advertising blocks had soared to 5,000 gold coins, prompting Edmund, in his excitement, to rush to Taiping's residence, seeking his approval to publish further editions. Not too frequently, lest readers grow weary of the advertisements, Taiping cautioned, pouring cold water on Edmund's enthusiasm. Furthermore, you must first scrutinize the merchants seeking to advertise their wares. As purveyors of media, our credibility is paramount. Edmund was momentarily taken aback, but upon reflection, he was all the more impressed by the young chairman's perspicacity. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Chairman, Gutland has successfully infiltrated Monta disguised as a human, and has begun to develop multi-level marketing. Additionally, our gambling dens are thriving. The residents of Monta seem to have a penchant for these forms of gambling." Taiping set down his quill, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Excellent, but exercise caution. Avoid being too aggressive, lest you attract the attention of local officials. Offer the local officials generous gifts, preferably enticing them to invest. Bear in mind that our objective is not to amass wealth, but to plant a few tripwires. Rest assured, the parasites of Monta seem content with the taxes we remit," Edmund replied, his gaze drawn to the pattern Taiping was sketching. 2 days ago, the distinguished Lord Simmons himself issued an order to vigorously support gambling dens and multi-level marketing. I believe that Monta's local merchants will soon join these ventures. Taiping carefully stowed away the pattern and was about to speak when he suddenly turned toward the door. Moments later, Mu's clear voice echoed softly from outside the room. "Are you available? There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Of course, please enter." Before Taiping could rise, Edmund eagerly opened the door, ushering the beautiful siren priestess into the room, and tactfully excused himself. Mu surveyed the surroundings briefly before settling into a chair opposite the wooden table, gently placing a parchment map on the surface. "What is this?" Taiping inquired, pouring fruit milk for his guest while examining the parchment map with interest. It appeared to be a newly crafted nautical chart, with a particularly conspicuous red cross in the lower left corner, marked with the words Great Barrier Reef. "Do you recall the request I made before our collaboration?" Mu gestured toward the red cross. "Now that the Siren clan has settled down temporarily, I hope you can assist me in traversing to this Great Barrier Reef and retrieving something for me." "Great Barrier Reef?" Taiping repeated, recalling the incident at the crystal mine. The mage who had been crushed by Lian Jia had also carried a map, which also marked the Great Barrier Reef. Having noticed the mage's unusual behavior, such as his sudden restoration of magic after consuming a certain blue liquid, Taiping had preserved all of his belongings, including the map. Reflecting in this manner, Taiping arose and retrieved the map from his bookshelf, placing it upon the table. Indeed, despite variations in their cartography, the positions of the Great Barrier Reef were nearly identical on both maps. Upon witnessing this, Mu's countenance shifted subtly, and she exclaimed in a hushed tone, "Hold on. Why do you possess this map as well?" "I acquired it from a mage," Taiping replied. "It seems he inadvertently stumbled upon a mystical location and marked it accordingly." He furrowed his brow, then turned to extract a cerulean gem from his magical storage chest. Furthermore, this gem was found alongside the map. Before he could complete his sentence, Mu, abandoning her customary composure, swiftly seized the gemstone. After a moment of intense scrutiny, she uttered in a tremulous voice, "Indeed. This is a relic bequeathed by our ancestors." "A relic? What relic?" Taiping inquired, taken aback. He recalled the vial of azure liquid capable of restoring magical energies. Could it have originated from this relic? "It is the fabled birthplace of the Siren race," Mu declared, clutching the gem close to her bosom, her luminous eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. "And, interestingly, it is also reputed to be the genesis of the shark-headed people." The answer Mu provided far exceeded Taiping's expectations of a mere treasure trove or point of origin. According to her narrative, the Sirens and shark-headed people, two marine races sworn to eternal animosity, shared a common ancestral history. Legend held that both races descended from a mysterious underwater palace, where they gradually propagated and flourished. This revelation convinced Mu that a clandestine palace lay buried beneath the collapsed ruins. According to legend, the Siren and shark-headed races were created by a primeval deity to serve as attendants within the palace. The deity commanded these races by means of a silver chime. Upon hearing its resonance, Even the most formidable siren or shark-headed individual could not defy its commands. Therefore, you intend to venture into this enigmatic palace to retrieve the silver chime? Taiping inquired, sipping his milk tea as he contemplated the proposition. He held little interest in the chime itself, but the prospect of a primeval deity's palace hinted at the presence of various arcane treasures. He reasoned that if a mere vial of azure liquid could restore a mage's magical reserves, the palace must harbor untold riches. Indeed, it is the most efficacious means of vanquishing the shark-headed people, Mu affirmed, gently placing her hand upon Taiping's. Listen carefully, she continued, her gaze unwavering. I desire only the chime. All else shall be yours. Your tasks are simple. First, summon extraplanar entities to excavate the ruins. Second, assist me in contending with any guardians that may dwell within. Those tasks are not overly arduous, but the issue lies in my inability to descend into the water. Taiping responded, a shiver running down his spine as he gazed upon the delicate hand resting upon his own. It appears you possess no discernment. Mu sighed softly, gesturing towards the azure necklace adorning his bookshelf. The heart of the deep grants its wearer the ability to move freely underwater. Did you acquire this trinket from a peddler's stall simply because of its aesthetic appeal? Ah, that appears to be Mott's property. Taiping stammered, vaguely recalling Mott's fire sale of numerous possessions to settle his debts, including the necklace. He realized that Mu was correct. He had indeed acquired the necklace solely for its aesthetic value, placing it upon his bookshelf as an ornament. How vexing. Had I not sought assistance? Would Mu have continued to mock me in secret? Then, we should encounter no further impediments. Mu smiled faintly, averting her gaze from his indignant expression. 2 days hence, we shall embark upon our journey to the Great Barrier Reef. Is that agreeable? Because I can barely trust your character, Mu added, sipping her fruit smoothie. Most importantly, the chime requires a specific incantation for its use, which our ancestors acquired by happenstance. And with your intellect and magical aptitude, how could you possibly master it swiftly? Taiping was naturally incensed by Mu's disparaging remarks and even threatened to stage a work stoppage. In retaliation, he stubbornly insisted on first visiting Manta to oversee Gutland's deceptive endeavors. Unable to dissuade him, Mu accompanied him along the coastal route to Manta's port, where one of Gutland's pyramid scheme franchises was conveniently located. After surreptitiously landing, the pair subtly altered their appearances using siren illusion magic. Guided by a demon who had come to greet them, they drove to Des, Manta's principal city. 3 hours later, the dust-covered travelers arrived at the underground chamber of a casino where Gutland awaited them. Boss, are you planning to abandon me? The greater demon exclaimed theatrically as he rushed towards Taiping, his spirits high. His casinos in Manta had enabled him to acquire the souls of 62 debtors in just half a year, an unimaginable feat in the past. Please, I did not teach you to misuse idioms in such a manner. However, it appears your harvest has been bountiful. Taiping chuckled, patting the demon's shoulder as he casually settled into an armchair. However, the reaping of souls must be selective. I do not wish to see you preying upon the indigent. The souls of spendthrifts, profligate sons, and inveterate gamblers, on the other hand, are better off reaped. Understood, you have reminded me countless times. Gutland acknowledged, though only time would tell how much he had truly comprehended. After conversing for a while, the greater demon presented a stack of ledgers, detailing the casino's operations. Our casinos have been thriving in recent months, generating several thousand gold coins in revenue daily. However, as per your instructions, we have attracted local officials to invest, so the money is inconsequential as long as we profit. The key is to implicate as many people as possible, particularly to ensnare wealthy merchants and nobles in the throes of gambling, Taiping said, stroking his chin and narrowing his eyes slightly. Furthermore, how is the pyramid scheme progressing? In terms of destructive potential, that is the truly formidable weapon. That aspect presents some challenges. Gutland furrowed his brow, elaborating on the difficulties encountered. According to him, while the pyramid scheme had commenced, its recruitment of new members had been lackluster, with only a few hundred individuals joining in the past 2 months. Far short of the initial projections. The primary reason for this, he surmised, was an evident deficiency in persuasive and seductive tactics. People are inherently avaricious. The key is to seize upon their greed, to instill in them the belief that they can attain sudden wealth, Taiping said, sipping his coffee thoughtfully. Additionally, you can cultivate a sense of unity, fostering the feeling of brotherhood and sisterhood among them. As for persuasiveness, he sighed softly, then abruptly slapped himself across the face. Perhaps, like those individuals, he was nothing more than a scoundrel cloaked in a guise of benevolence. However, in this world, scoundrels often lead more joyous lives than virtuous individuals. Therefore, from this perspective, the Lightbringer, championed by the sacred church, undoubtedly did not exist. As anticipated, the distinctive scenic area formed by the coral reefs was remarkably grand and awe-inspiring. The boundless coral formations constituted a veritable fortress, emitting a subtle, iridescent glow. The palace ruins that Mu indicated lay beneath a deep crimson coral reef, easily overlooked without careful scrutiny. Then, I shall commence. Having ascertained the location, Taiping prepared to summon several marine creatures capable of excavation. However, just as he had uttered the first few words of the incantation, he heard Mu exclaim softly beside him, abruptly commanding, submerge. Quickly, Taiping paused, taken aback. Before he could react, Mu pulled him downwards, concealing him amidst the crevices of the coral reef. The two figures were closely entwined, their bodies intertwined, causing Taiping to feel both a tempest of emotions and a chill run down his spine, plunging him into profound agony. However, in the next moment, a shadow swiftly swept overhead, capturing his attention. He looked up to see dozens of shark-headed beings, and amidst them was a creature that was half human, half snake. This creature, adorned with a serpent's tail covered in black scales and a male upper body, possessed blood-red eyes, deep purple fangs, and an astonishing 3 pairs of arms. It seemed to be the leader of the shark-headed beings, who, under its command, began excavating the coral reef, their intentions clearly aligned with those of the two onlookers. Taiping exchanged a glance with Mu, each sensing the questions reflected in the other's eyes. Mu made a gesture for silence and shook her head gently, indicating her complete lack of understanding regarding the appearance of the shark-headed beings. Amidst their astonishment, the shark-headed beings had already utilized specialized tools to carve out a passage, and the half-snake, half-human creature inspected it momentarily before emitting a satisfied hiss and swimming ahead. Seconds later, these unexpected visitors vanished into the coral. Taiping let out a quiet sigh, lowering his voice. Damn it, can you explain why these shark-headed beings are here? Mu shot him a cold glance. Her lips sealed in silence, and then swam directly toward the coral. Taiping sighed in resignation, following her while muttering, Fine, I just knew there were no secrets in this world. Damn it, I don't feel like eating shark fins today. The passage within the coral was not narrow. Yet to avoid attracting the attention of the shark-headed beings, they proceeded with utmost caution. As they emerged from the darkness, they beheld a granite door that had been pushed open. In other words, the shark-headed beings had already entered the palace and might have even acquired the magical bell. It was unimaginable. This was undoubtedly beyond human craftsmanship. It was a vast rock palace, seemingly hewn from natural stone, adorned with intricate patterns that had evidently been sculpted later. The effort and time required for such a creation were beyond comprehension. As Taiping gazed at the grand spectacle, he began to doubt his previous judgments or the existence of that primordial deity, much like the divine figure of the Holy See. Time is of the essence. Mu glided past him, gracefully slipping through the stone door. Taiping envied her fishtail and followed suit, albeit clumsily. However, the moment they entered the rock palace, a miraculous event occurred. The interior, surrounded by seawater, revealed only a shallow layer of water that barely reached their waists. Undoubtedly, this was a magic that could repel seawater, and certainly not something a contemporary mage could achieve. With this thought, they proceeded even more cautiously, fearful of awakening a potentially living great being. Minutes later, they arrived at a fork in the passage. Unable to determine which way the shark-headed beings had taken, Taiping, guided by his left-handed instinct, chose the left passage. A decision that quickly proved to be correct. After walking for several minutes along the passage, they pushed open a tightly shut stone door, revealing a grand hall several hundred meters wide. Dozens of enormous luminous pearls embedded in the ceiling illuminated the space as brightly as daylight, while the stone cabinets displayed an array of dazzling armor, weapons, and magical artifacts. In that instant, Taiping felt his breath grow heavy. Rest assured, all of this is yours. I merely seek that magical bell. Mu patted his shoulder, having already devised a plan for the spoils. But her voice suddenly faltered. Taiping, taken aback, followed her gaze westward, and could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. In their sight, several 2-meter-tall crystal enclosures were embedded in the walls. But what truly shocked them was the contents within. Mu, I'm starting to believe the legends of your kind. Taiping murmured unconsciously, stepping forward. Within those crystal enclosures lay vividly preserved corpses, including a siren, a shark-headed being, and a figure resembling an angel. Wait, an angel? How could it possibly be here? Gazing at the last body, Taiping frowned slightly, feeling a rush of confusion. Although he had never encountered the Holy See, he had heard about its so-called creation myths from others. In such myths, angels, as messengers of the light god, could not be overlooked. However, it was peculiar that an angel would appear in this underwater realm. With such doubts, he scrutinized the body again, excluding the pristine, outstretched wings. The figure was a strikingly graceful woman, her visage serene and elegant, truly describable only as perfect, her golden hair cascading like rays of sunlight. Dazzling to the point of being blinding, a pure white robe enveloped her slender form, yet could not conceal the divine aura emanating from her. Akin to a sunflower, radiant and full of life. As he beheld the lifeless angel, Taiping couldn't help but think of a golden flower blooming in the sunlight. Yet, seconds later, Mu's trembling whisper broke his reverie. Look at her left hand. Taiping was taken aback, instinctively directing his gaze towards the angel's left hand, where a silver magical bell dangled from her index finger. In that instant, both of their breaths grew heavy. That must be the very objective of their quest. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu lunged forward, attempting to open the sealed crystal enclosure. But at that very moment, a dim whip-like shadow, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, struck towards Mu's arm, yanking her forcefully backward. Caught off guard, Mu was sent sprawling, but Taiping reacted swiftly, seizing a nearby sword and striking down with force. The seemingly dull long sword effortlessly sliced through the whip, heightening Taiping's anticipation for the treasures, yet he had a far greater dilemma to confront. Unbeknownst to them, the shark-headed beings that had remained hidden now appeared at the entrance of the hall, and the half-human, half-snake creature coiled before the stone door, one of its arms still clutching a severed whip. That was Taiga, the priest of the shark-headed beings. Mu whispered in Taiping's ear, "Do not inquire why he appears so distinct. Each generation of shark-headed beings births such a priest. Let us see, is this not dear priest Mu?" Meanwhile, Taiga had discarded the broken whip, cackling with a shrill, hissing voice that sent shivers down their spines. "I did not expect to see you here. Then it is certain that your objectives align with mine, no?" Despite being at a disadvantage, Mu showed no intention of retreating. Instead, she conjured a staff, ready to chant spells for an assault. "Indeed, I too wish to acquire that magical bell. So kindly step aside, and I will consider taking you as my servant once I obtain it." Taiga flicked his serpent-like tongue, slowly raising his 3 pairs of arms, as 6 short swords began to materialize in his grasp, gleaming with a cold silver light. "Apologies, but might I inquire about your intentions first?" Taiping gently snapped his fingers, and Christine appeared with a charming, light laugh. The flames flickering between her fingers caused the shark-headed creatures to retreat in fear. For the aquatic races, fire was the most terrifying weapon. "Ah, then you are indeed a human of the sea demon clan." Taiga narrowed his eyes slightly and took a step back. However, before he could utter another word, he suddenly leaped forward with the strength of his serpentine tail, charging directly at Christine. The unprepared succubus, not skilled in close combat, could only retreat hastily while barely defending herself with the longsword forged from flames. Meanwhile, dozens of shark-headed creatures had begun to howl and charge toward them. Mu swiftly began chanting a spell, and water arrows shot forth like a torrential downpour. Although nearly 10 shark-headed creatures were felled in mere seconds, the remaining ones continued their advance unabated. Fortunately, at that moment, Taiping had already begun chanting a summoning spell, and several massive shielded beasts materialized between the two sides, effectively isolating the approaching shark-headed creatures. Seizing this opportunity, Mu relentlessly unleashed a barrage of water arrows, stabilizing the precarious situation. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Taiping immediately directed his attention toward Taiga and Christine, hoping to summon creatures to aid the succubus. However, at that moment, Taiga, seemingly engrossed in his battle with Christine, suddenly leaped aside, using the force of his weapon's impact to propel himself, and exhaled a thick black mist that obscured vision for several meters. Sensing the black mist, Christine felt a wave of dizziness and quickly retreated a few steps, while Taiga seized the moment to charge toward the crystal barrier, his long tail sweeping in to pierce through, heading straight for the magic bell. Damn it! Who would have thought the opponent could be so cunning? By the time Taiping realized the situation, Taiga had already ensnared the magic bell. Just as Mu was about to utter a horrified exclamation, Tiaga, ensconced within the black mist, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and was hurled out of the mist. His long tail inexplicably severed, crimson blood instantly staining the sea. What is happening? To the astonished gazes of the combatants, the angel, presumed dead, slowly emerged from the crystal barrier. In her alabaster hand, a sword of light gleamed brightly, glistening with droplets of blood. Kill her. After a moment of stunned silence, Tiaga suddenly shrieked and lunged forward, followed closely by the dozen shark-headed creatures, who exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. In an instant, numerous long swords were thrust toward the angel, mere feet away from claiming her life. With a resounding clang, the radiant sword flashed through the air, leaving behind a beautiful arc, as the long swords shattered into fragments. Just before Tiaga and the others could retreat in panic, a blinding light erupted from the angel's left palm, a tangible brilliance that sent the attackers flying back. With a heavy thud, Tiaga and the shark-headed creatures collided against the surrounding walls, then slowly slumped to the ground, completely unconscious. A formidable opponent, perhaps only Constance could defeat her. Taiping shuddered involuntarily, shielding Mu and Christine as they retreated. Had he known that this palace had not been entirely submerged, he would have brought Constance along, thus avoiding their current predicament. Yet, as he wallowed in self-reproach, the angel who effortlessly repelled the shark-headed creatures slowly turned to face them, her deep blue eyes sparkling with a faint glow, fixating intently on the three intruders. Taiping's heart raced with alarm, but he instinctively extended his arms to shield Mu and Christine. This instinctive protective gesture stirred a subtle sense of gratitude within the two sheltered individuals. However, the anticipated attack never came. The angel, wielding the sword of light, took a few steps forward before suddenly collapsing to her knees as if drained of strength. In the astonished gaze of the three, a silver chain hanging from her chest began to overflow with a faint red glow. Soon, this light coalesced into a humanoid spirit, quietly floating above the angel. Moments later, a serene voice emanated from the spirit, seemingly woven from whispers of the wind. Do not be afraid. I mean no harm. For thousands of years, I have resided within this confined artifact, once believing I could never. Are you a descendant of the merfolk? The spirit continued. It seems the beings I created still exist in this world. Merfolk. Mu paused momentarily, then understood the spirit was referring to her. Seconds later, she suddenly grasped the true meaning behind its words. This spirit claimed to have created the sea demons, implying that it was indeed the source deity of the sea demon clan. Taiping, originally filled with apprehension, exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this, nodding in affirmation. Yes, I have been this way since birth. Indeed, just as I suspected. The spirit floated gently, continuing, and what of your parents? Did they also possess black hair and eyes? At this, Taiping was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. Yet, before he could deny it, the spirit's voice suddenly dropped to a hushed tone. But be cautious, for the blood of the descendants of the gods harbors unknown secrets. Once you reach the age of 30, you will face a trial of magical adversity. Should you fail to overcome it, you will meet a tragic end. Upon hearing this, both Mu and Christine gasped in horror, their gazes fixed on Taiping. In the midst of their concern, the spirit continued. Indeed, you may feel nothing now, but when you reach 30, in fact, the descendants of the gods must endure a calamity every 30 years. It was at the age of 90 that I could not withstand my trial, leading to my physical demise. Perhaps out of gratitude for Taiping's assistance, Mu, biting her lip, suddenly bowed deeply to the spirit, solemnly stating, Great source deity, since you have endured 3 calamities, you must possess methods to cope with them. As a descendant of the gods, Taiping may be considered your kin. Could you, in light of this, impart to him the means to withstand these trials? The spirit remained silent for a long while, finally hesitating. Very well, I will give it a try. Young man, come before me, release all your inhibitions. Dissolve your magical power, and allow me to explore the shackles and impediments within your soul. His voice, though ancient, bore an authority that brooked no refusal. Taiping composed himself and stepped forward, complying by extending his arms before the angel and taking a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes. The spirit, accompanied by a whispering breeze, began to encircle him, gently urging, There is no need to resist, no need to fear. Release your heart and soul, and let me assist you. Before the spirit could finish, it suddenly let out a low shriek and lunged toward He Taiping's eyes. Yet, at that moment, the seemingly defenseless He Taiping abruptly opened his eyes. The spirit's advance was abruptly halted just before it could fully enter his gaze. Repelled by the surging magical energy emanating from him, Mu gasped in shock, rendered completely unresponsive by the unexpected turn of events. However, Christine, who had been standing still, suddenly sprang forward, her fiery dual blades flashing as they aimed for the silver chain. The angel appeared to lose her ability to act, staring blankly as the flame blades drew near, until a clang echoed as the silver chain snapped in two, falling to the ground. Almost simultaneously, the spirit that had penetrated He Taiping's eyes let out a wail. In a blaze of scorching crimson light, the gradually fading spirit twisted frantically, trembling as it cried out, "How? How can this be? Why? Why did you see through it?" The spirit's lament abruptly ceased. After a few seconds, it trembled once more, exclaiming, "No, I refuse to believe. If so, why did you not destroy the silver chain earlier, waiting until I was on the verge of entering your body? You fool! If I had not taken that risk, how could I acquire your knowledge, memories, and the magical essence residing within your body?" He Taiping stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes slightly as he remarked, "In truth, the moment you first mentioned the offspring of gods, I had already established a mental connection with Christine. Christine, your acting is quite impressive. I was nearly deceived. Thank you for the compliment." Christine licked her enticing cherry lips and smiled. "The acting techniques imparted by Golden Moon recently have been exceptionally beneficial. I have learned with great pleasure." In the midst of her beguiling laughter, the soul, now steeped in despair, howled like a dying beast, evoking a profound sense of compassion. Moments later, he suddenly transformed into a sphere of red light, vanishing completely from He Taiping's sight. Upon absorbing this orb of red light, He Taiping also trembled violently, emanating countless beams of blue light. These blue rays enveloped He Taiping and the angel, quickly forming a cocoon of light. Mu suddenly gasped, attempting to rush forward, but Christine swiftly blocked her path with her blade, stating, "I'm sorry, but I refuse anyone's approach before he Shunli awakens, even if you bear no malice." Mu was momentarily taken aback, but could only halt in resignation. Fortunately, the cocoon of light did not last long. Merely 10 minutes later, the blue light erupted with dazzling brilliance, forcing both women to instinctively shut their eyes. When the radiance gradually faded, He Taiping stood smiling in place, his left hand resting on the kneeling angel, while his right hand grasped the magical bell that would determine the fate of the merfolk. Such a feeble soul possesses such formidable soul magic. He Taiping mused, touching his left eye with a hint of trepidation. Had I hesitated even for a moment, I would have been completely consumed. However, fortune often favors the bold. Having absorbed this powerful soul magic, the barriers to merging with the source of magic had been tentatively breached. Perhaps soon, he would ascend to the rank of a high-tier summoner. With this thought, he began to walk toward the two women. Yet at that moment, Christine suddenly drew her flame blade and softly commanded, "Halt. I must first ascertain your identity as he, not that of the soul. Understand, anything could happen." He Taiping, feeling troubled, ran his fingers through his hair and glanced around. After confirming that Constance was not nearby, he helplessly raised his hands and declared, "I believe the most beautiful woman here is undoubtedly you, Christine. Not bad, though it's a pity you've lost much of your memory." He Taiping lamented with a sigh, shaking his head. "I had initially intended to fully inherit his memories, but now I have only acquired fragments that require further organization. Damn it, my mind feels like a hive, buzzing incessantly. Greed is not a virtue." Christine smiled slightly, but before she could say more, a low grunt suddenly emerged from the nearby stone wall, where the previously unnoticed Tiaja and the shark-headed men were slowly regaining consciousness. Since the appearance of the angel, the three had overlooked the unconscious shark-headed men. Now, seeing them awaken, Mu instinctively began to chant a spell, but Tiaja, having opened his eyes, reacted more swiftly, leaping to his feet before Mu could launch her first ice arrow. Notably, the long tail severed by the angel had already healed significantly, suggesting he possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities akin to that of a gecko. Christine spread her arms, ready to charge forward with her flaming blade, but He Taiping smiled slightly and raised a hand to halt her attack. Simultaneously, Tiaja, now fully awakened, summoned 6 ice swords, hissing as he demanded, "Hand over the silver bell. Do not entertain thoughts of controlling us. If you believe you can learn to use it before I strike, Then give it a try. In response, Mu unleashed a continuous barrage of water arrows. The next moment, Tiaja swung his 6 ice swords, hissing as he charged forward, targeting not Mu, but he Taiping, who held the magical bell. Within seconds, the dazzling sword light was upon them, and the trio could even discern the pattern of Tiaja's scales. Yet, despite the dire situation, the tall man showed no sign of retreat, maintaining a calm smile. An innocent man bears the burden of guilt. Amidst Mu and Christine's exclamations, he Taiping casually lifted the silver magical bell and gently shook it before the sword struck his face. Tiaja, who had lunged forward, suddenly froze in place as if struck by a petrifying curse. Not just him, but even the shark-headed men who had been about to attack also halted, standing still like statues. Mu was momentarily stunned, realizing that he Taiping had grasped part of the source god's memory, which conveniently included the usage of the magical bell. As if to confirm her suspicion, he Taiping approached Tiaja, bell in hand, and calmly stated, "Very well, you will obey my commands, correct?" Had he been able to resist, Tiaja would surely have lunged to shred this new master with his tail. However, considering the bell's backlash effect, he could only lower his head after a heavy sigh, murmuring, "Yes, I will obey your commands." He Taiping nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for them to exit the palace and wait for him outside. He then turned to Mu, narrowing his eyes slightly. The once joyful Mu changed expression upon meeting his gaze, as an uncontainable thought bubbled up in her mind. He Taiping had mastered the magical bell, and if he intended to control the merfolk as he did the shark-headed men. Hey, continue. But before this thought could coil around her like a venomous snake, Mu suddenly heard a voice, followed by an object flying toward her. Instinctively, she reached out, catching the item, but a mere glance left her in astonishment. The object was none other than the magical bell coveted by the merfolk. "Do you not desire it?" He Taiping observed the statue-like Mu, lightly patting her shoulder, smiling as he inquired. "Or do you intend to entrust it to me for safekeeping? I wouldn't mind. Does this imply becoming the king of the seas? It seems quite tempting." He Taiping shrugged indifferently, stretching lazily. "But never mind. I despise such cliché plots. Besides, are we not friends? Will you refuse me if I ask for your help in the future?" Mu remained silent, seemingly in deep thought. Moments later, a smile suddenly blossomed on her icy countenance. "Indeed, we are friends, forever friends." Having received the magical bell, Mu promptly departed the palace to subdue the waiting shark-headed men outside. Although she claimed to be eager to experiment with the bell, the tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Christine observed the staggering figure and couldn't help but smile. "Dear master, your actions indeed took me by surprise. I initially thought you would control these 2 races. To be honest, that was my intention. However, the issue lies in my lack of understanding regarding the use of the magical bell." He Taiping sighed regretfully, responding quietly. Noticing Christine, who seemed poised to inquire, he continued, "The memories I integrated do not contain the method of using the bell. As for my previous act of subduing the shark-headed men, it merely relied on a temporary curse embedded in the bell to prevent them from attacking, should the shark-headed men regain their wits and attack again. So, you intend to pass the bell to someone who truly understands how to use it, Mu?" Christine paused, suddenly comprehending his earlier generosity. After a few moments of silence, she sighed. A clever way of giving flowers to Buddha. Mu is evidently moved. Perhaps she will offer herself in gratitude. Then let her continue to be moved. It serves our interests well. He Taiping stroked his chin, snapping his fingers lightly. "All right, we have much to accomplish. Let us hasten to activate the teleportation portal." Half an hour later, upon receiving the summons, Constance, Horn, Trist, and Alex hastily arrived from the underground city. Even Amos, who seldom showed his face, was invited to discuss various matters. With no time to entertain these half-mad individuals, he Taiping urged Constance and Amos to sit down together and recounted in detail the memories he had acquired. From the remnants of that soul's memory, it became evident that he was indeed the creator of the merfolk and shark-headed beings, not a primordial deity, but a summoner from the ancient magical era. As for the merfolk and shark-headed beings, they were new species he had synthesized through summoning and alchemy, initially intended to serve and protect him. The ancient magical era? Amos pondered for a moment, then spoke solemnly. You should recall the magic circle that aided your ascension as a summoner and the source of magic, both of which originated from that ancient epoch. In other words, the soul imprisoned within the silver chain can indeed be considered your contemporary. He Taiping nodded. Acknowledging that his acquired memories were incomplete, yet it appeared that during that enigmatic ancient magical era, mages relied on large sources of magic for their power, neglecting personal meditation. Consequently, when these sources of magic inexplicably exploded, the ancient mages swiftly faced annihilation. Meanwhile, this summoner, residing in the depths of the ocean, was conducting a significant experiment when calamity struck. The abrupt interruption of magic utterly destroyed his physical form, yet his soul fortuitously found refuge within the angel's silver chain. However, due to a lack of crystals, the angel dared not venture forth recklessly, allowing the uncontrolled merfolk and shark-headed beings to escape the underwater palace and gradually proliferate into two distinct races. So what of this angel? Like Taiping's initial reaction, Amos immediately recalled the records of the Holy See. From his eager expression, he resembled a mad scientist keen on dissecting corpses. A being created to serve the ancient mages. Taiping glanced at the silent angel trailing behind him, attempting to uncover memories associated with her. But the remaining clues were scant. In that era, it seemed every ancient mage possessed several angels as servants, all bound by soul contracts. Therefore, as I absorbed that soul moments ago, his angel also recognized me as her new master. Taiping's tone carried a hint of exhilaration, akin to winning a 5 million gold prize. Any man would hardly refuse the presence of such a beautiful maid. If her power rivaled that of a black dragon, it would be monumental news indeed. Is it truly something to rejoice? Observing his self-satisfied demeanor, Constance could not suppress her jealousy, muttering that she was merely a soulless servant, mechanically obeying orders. Indistinguishable from a puppet, this is merely nascent intelligence, which can be nurtured over time, Taiping asserted, although he harbored some concerns. In truth, beyond her low intelligence, the angel had a significant flaw. She required high-tier magic crystals as a power source. This explained why she had abruptly ceased her attack earlier. What was more disheartening was that a single high-tier magic crystal cost 50,000 gold coins, only sustaining the angel's normal operations for a mere 15 days, excluding energy consumed in battle. Upon realizing this, Taiping was overwhelmed with exasperation, exclaiming, "This is no combat automaton. It's a prodigal doll." Seeing his furrowed brow, Constance felt somewhat appeased and gently leaned against him. Amos, who had scarcely spoken until now, mused, according to your description, the summoner lost contact with the outside world upon entering the silver chain. He remains unaware of how the world has changed or evolved into its current state. Taiping nodded in agreement. Amos furrowed his brow, his expression shifting as he seemed to contemplate a truly dreadful event. Moments later, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Listen, this matter must not be disclosed. I will decide after my research." His voice carried an authority even more pronounced than usual, allowing for no dissent. Taiping exchanged glances with Constance. Though they were unclear about the underlying secrets, they nodded nonetheless. Amos sighed softly, gesturing toward the angel. As for her, do your utmost to avoid using her. I will craft a mirroring spell to conceal her wings. Taiping paused momentarily, reluctantly consenting to this arrangement. Amos fell silent once more, and after a lengthy period, he quietly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, the Holy See." "No. It is best that you do not know too much. Some secrets can be fatal. To clarify, readers may associate the mention of the Holy See with liches of divine battles or nefarious cults. I assure you, it is neither. Although a newcomer, Shan Shui hopes to offer fresh narratives, and you shall see as the story unfolds. One cannot prosper without unexpected windfalls, nor can a horse thrive without night grass." Upon returning from the underwater palace, Taiping reveled in the sensation of newfound wealth, pacing restlessly in the room throughout the night, disrupting Constance's sleep. Consequently, when they awoke the next day, both bore dark circles under their eyes, prompting Amos, upon seeing them, to exhale deeply and say, "There is much time ahead. Some matters should not be overindulged." In previous times, Taiping would have sworn an oath to prove his innocence. Yet now, he could hardly afford to concern himself with such baseless accusations. The substantial wealth unearthed from the underwater palace required prompt and careful management, for it was a hard-won treasure. Among these riches, the most eye-catching were the armors possessing both physical and magical defenses. According to the memories Taiping absorbed, these armors were originally intended to equip the shark-headed beings for battle, yet now they would benefit the similarly built minotaurs. It is known that the minotaurs, endowed with brute strength, chiefly fear magical attacks. Thus, with this armor that could mitigate 50 of magical damage, their combat prowess would nearly double. Complemented by customized iron and sandalwood pillars, rendering them formidable tanks on the battlefield. Such gains naturally incited envy among the dark elves, but fortunately, their discontent lasted only half a day. Taiping discovered a design for a magical crossbow in the palace's library. And with the scant mithril stored in the palace and the underground city's rich crystal mines, Horn assured the dwarves could manufacture 200 magical crossbows within a month. Compared to the dark elves' previous bows, these magical crossbows could fire 10 arrows simultaneously, boasting terrifying power. However, in contrast to the material gains of the minotaurs and dark elves, Taiping acquired even greater invisible wealth. The fragments of memory stored in his mind were invaluable resources coveted by countless mages. These fragments encompassed extensive magical knowledge, predominantly that of the ancient summoners. It is worth noting that Taiping lacked understanding of the reformed and shared summoning spells, making this knowledge a timely boon, greatly assisting him. Additionally, the vast array of notes and tomes in the palace library constituted a fortune that could drive contemporary mages to madness. These books encompassed a wealth of knowledge on magic, weaponry, equipment, potions, and alchemy, covering nearly every conceivable aspect. Amos and the liches swiftly monopolized these tomes, erecting formidable magical defenses outside the room to prohibit any entry. This left Taiping deeply frustrated, as he initially intended to inquire how Amos would educate the abducted angel. After consuming a magic crystal, the weakened angel regained her ability to function, and following the application of the mirroring spell, she became Taiping's attendant. Constance, with no malicious intent, suggested testing her combat prowess, only to be met with a firm shake of the head from Taiping in refusal. Joking aside, setting aside the fact that the jealous black dragon might take the opportunity to eliminate the angel, the precious magic crystal valued at 100,000 couldn't be wasted so carelessly. Then, shall I call you angel? Taiping mused as he watched Constance depart in disappointment, then turned to gaze at the puppet-like angel beside him. Despite knowing she was an artificial being, it was difficult for Taiping to equate her with mere tools when faced with her exquisite visage. Perhaps, as mentioned in the memories he had absorbed, with patient education, such artificial constructs could gradually enhance their intelligence. Yes, master, I shall obey your command. The angel bowed gracefully, her voice crisp and flawless. Yet her expression remained devoid of emotion, akin to still waters. Witnessing this, Taiping felt a pang of pity and resolved to cultivate her into a true sentient being. After all, I am a teacher by profession. I can start from the basics. With a decisive thump of his fists, he solidified his determination. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside, and upon receiving permission, two merchants, Edmund and Moon, entered with measured steps, bowing respectfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Edmund produced a document and placed it on the wooden table, stating gravely, "President, we have just received word that a trade fair will be held in Bruce a month from now. Should we attend? A trade fair?" Taiping rubbed his chin, clearly puzzled. Noticing his confusion, Moon promptly explained. According to him, the trade fair was initiated by the campus chamber of commerce, serving as an excellent opportunity for various merchant guilds to showcase their strength. Each year, territories send merchants to exhibit local quality goods, and this year, it was Bruce's turn to host. Does that mean territories like Montiata and Nidal will also be participating? Taiping seemed to find the notion amusing, instinctively narrowing his eyes. Upon hearing this, the three merchants exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with smiles. Taiping snapped his fingers and remarked casually, "That works too. It saves me the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Let us simply overturn them all." Edmund and Moon exchanged hesitant glances, questioning, "President, do you mean to defeat their quality goods at the fair and seize their orders? That might be quite difficult. Bruce's pharmaceutical industry and Nidal's apparel industry have centuries of history and innovate every year. Then we shall only know by trying." Taiping lightly tapped the table, a smile of profound significance gracing his lips. When it comes to pharmaceuticals, who could be more adept than a lich? I have already commissioned teacher Amos and others to produce several potions. Oh, what expressions are those? Do you think a lich can only concoct poisons? Edmund looked momentarily stunned, glancing at the pills in his hand and swallowing hard. "President, could this possibly be? Any doubts? I wouldn't dream of holding back. Consider it a favor for you." Taiping stroked his chin, feigning regret. Once Edmund and Moon, still skeptical, pocketed the pills. He laid out several design blueprints from his ring on the wooden table, stating, as for Nidal's apparel industry, that might be a tad tricky. However, if we can produce these garments within a month, it shouldn't pose a problem. Edmund and Moon leaned closer, intrigued by the peculiar apparel designs, murmuring incomprehensible terms. The three items appeared exceedingly odd, particularly the third. What significance did the two interlinked circular fabrics hold? Was it a headpiece to shield against wind and sand? Oh, a headpiece to ward off wind and sand? Taiping nearly spat out his coffee, his mind flashing to the image of a thief in undergarments. Realizing it was difficult to clarify, he decided against an explanation, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it, you'll understand their purpose once they're produced. But you won't have any use for them. Edmund was left puzzled, clearly not grasping why he couldn't partake. Moon, however, more obediently shifted the topic, saying, President, the 1,000 sets of swords and armor you requested have all been prepared. May I ask, are you planning to engage in external warfare soon? Me, a lazy person, to venture out and fight? Preposterous. Taiping waved his hand, narrowing his eyes slightly. These swords and armor are meant for the red wolves and night owls. What? Have they agreed to surrender? Moon paused, swiftly realizing his question was unnecessary. Under the meticulous care of Treester for nearly half a month, even a stone man would be swayed, abandoning the darkness for the light, let alone a few thieves with wavering resolve. Precisely. It's now their turn to take the stage. Taiping stroked his chin, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. The red wolves and night owls were the largest thief leaders in the region. After being fed the concoction by the lich, they could only obediently comply, rallying the thieves to serve them once more. With the addition of the sea demons and the shark-headed tribe, these four forces would spread across the seas and land, launching disturbances from both directions against the other territories. Even Bruce, with its formidable military strength, would find itself beleaguered by such wolfish tactics. As long as the merchant caravans continued to be attacked, traders would turn to Folair for commerce, achieving a double benefit. Observing Taiping's composed demeanor, Edmund and Moon exchanged glances, unable to suppress a shiver. After a few seconds of silence, Moon gently tugged at Edmund's sleeve, whispering, Edmund, I think your underground casino could feature a betting line where the president is a demon. Under the evening sun, several horse-drawn carts laden with goods formed a procession, hastily making their way to the main city of Bruce, Rhine, in the fading light. Merchant Edward leaned against the yoke of a cart, a hint of worry etched on his face. It was no wonder he felt uneasy. In merely a month, merchant caravans heading to Bruce had been robbed dozens of times, reaching the point of asking, Did you get robbed today? Don't worry too much. We're quite close to Rhine now. I doubt those brigands will be so audacious. His companion, Merchant Schwa, offered consolation, handing him a bottle of fruit milk, a new beverage recently launched by the Folair Dragon and Dungeon Chamber of Commerce, which had taken campus by storm in just a few months, thanks to extensive newspaper promotion. While this was true, if the city defense forces were reliable, then pigs could surely climb trees. Edward, looking at the fruit milk in his hand, suddenly had a thought and pondered, Schwa, I plan to complete this business and then develop in Folair. They have the protection of the dungeon races, which reportedly have completely expelled the brigands. It's very safe there. Going to Folair? Schwa was taken aback, then nodded slightly, saying, That sounds good. I've been considering the same. I heard that goods sold from there to the north could yield 3 times the profit, even if you. His excited expression abruptly froze, quickly transforming into horror. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves erupted from the distant mist, swiftly converging into a torrent. Moments later, the red flag of the magic wolves was raised high, followed by a surge of hundreds of thieves clad in mismatched armor. Damn it! Edward and Schwa exchanged glances, their faces paling instantly. Meanwhile, the band of robbers, racing towards the convoy, had already closed in. The foremost of them, a red-haired knight, shot a signal arrow into the air and bellowed, Surrender without resistance. We seek only your goods and have no interest in spilling blood. This was a brazen warning, yet it resonated with a grim reality. The merchant caravan, with merely a handful of guards, stood no chance of resistance and could only yield submissively. Within a mere 10 minutes, a vast quantity of goods was systematically taken away by the robbers. Yet, the Red Wolf remained mounted beside the convoy, a sinister grin adorning his face, concealing an unspoken strangeness. In times past, such cowardly words would have drawn mockery from the Red Wolf, but at that moment, He nodded in reluctant agreement, his countenance betraying a profound awe. If initially they had capitulated under the duress of the dark elves' hospitality and coercion, they now found themselves genuinely subservient. To stand alongside so many formidable warriors and accept the command of a single individual was, for a thief who revered strength, an honor in itself. Here they come. The night owl suddenly turned to glance towards the direction of Rhine, sneering. As predicted by the master, those fools have finally emerged from their shells. Now, let us act according to plan. The Red Wolf, understanding the unspoken command, sheathed his sword and whistled, prompting the band of robbers to abandon the remaining goods and flee towards the distant mountains. However, perhaps having taken too many goods, their retreat was not swift enough. And within a matter of minutes, they were spotted by the Rhine garrison. The city defense forces, having endured days of frustration, were seething with anger. With this opportunity at hand, they had no intention of relinquishing it. They hastily pursued, unknowingly advancing into the wilderness. The commander leading 1,000 city defenders hesitated momentarily, yet, considering their overwhelming numbers compared to the robbers and the expansive terrain that did not lend itself to ambush, he urged his troops to continue the chase. However, upon spotting the hundreds of robbers waiting by the stream, his heart sank and an ominous premonition gripped him. Regret it now? Alas, it is too late. The Red Wolf chuckled menacingly, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, Christine's figure materialized on the desolate plain, and amidst the soldiers' gasps, a dark portal began to open. Moments later, the colossal figure of Alex stepped forth from the void, his towering horns shimmering blood-red in the fading light. Did this portend death? Repeat that, Carl exclaimed, gripping the scout's collar tightly in the Lord's council chamber. All 1,000 city defenders perished? Yet, unbeknownst to those present, beneath his ferocious facade lay a hint of a smile, as he mused to himself, "My dear brother has performed splendidly. Perhaps soon enough, the old man will be driven to his grave by anger." "Enough, Carl, this does not concern him," Saya interjected, gently coughing and breathless as he dismissed his younger son. Since the untimely demise of his astute eldest son, he had been compelled to personally oversee all matters. But no matter how he steeled himself, the frailty of age could not withstand such strain, and he gradually began to falter. With a cold snort, Carl reluctantly released the scout and yielded to his father's side. Saya sighed deeply. Turning to the steward standing nearby, he pondered aloud, "Lauren, how has trade fared in the territory this month? Has it seen a significant decline?" The steward hesitated for a moment before candidly reporting, "My lord, I must apologize, but this month's trade revenue has decreased by 30 compared to previous months and continues to decline. This is partly due to the incessant attacks by the bandits, and also because merchants are beginning to shift their focus to full air." "Is that so? A full 30? Unexpectedly." Saya did not erupt in the anticipated fury, but instead softly repeated the figure, sinking into contemplation. After a few moments, he suddenly turned to Carl and stated gravely, "Carl, immediately issue orders to every town in the territory, requiring each to send half of their garrison to Rhine. Furthermore, issue a special command allowing them to recruit mercenaries in large numbers, with their wages to be covered by Rhine." "Are you serious?" Carl was genuinely taken aback, stunned by his father's drastic decision. Mobilizing garrisons from other towns to Rhine would mean leaving them vulnerable to bandit attacks. While recruiting mercenaries might alleviate immediate concerns, the financial strain would surely plunge Bruges into a fiscal crisis within 3 months. "My lord, a visitor seeks an audience outside the manor." At that moment, a servant's voice rang out from the hall. "I know you are not inclined to meet anyone at this time, but he claims to bear a letter from the Prime Minister." The 3 men exchanged glances, each taken aback. Saya coughed a few times and waved his hand. "Very well, let him come to my study. You must be courteous in your speech." The servant bowed and departed, while Carl hurried forward to assist his father in rising. Fortunately, this time Saya did not command him to withdraw, but hesitated slightly before saying, "Then, Carl, you shall accompany me to meet the envoy and see what instructions the Prime Minister has brought." This directive aligned perfectly with Carl's wishes, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. Thus, the two traversed the corridor, guided by the servant into the study, where the visitor was admiring the paintings adorning the walls. Upon their arrival, he turned slowly and bowed in greeting. Cloaked in white, his entire form was obscured, yet his gaze seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul. Carl felt a shiver run down his spine, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. Casting a glance at his inept younger son, Saya suddenly reconsidered his choice of heir. Perhaps the offspring of his concubines warranted consideration. Yet, this was not the moment for such thoughts. He composed himself and gracefully bowed. "Welcome, esteemed friend from afar. Though it may be presumptuous, may I inquire your identity?" The envoy smiled faintly, then gently lifted his cloak, allowing golden hair to cascade like a waterfall, instantly illuminating the dim room. Carl was rendered speechless, confronted by a beauty so divine it seemed beyond mortal comprehension, her features exquisite and sacred, and her slender form exuding an undeniable strength. This was not a woman birthed of earthly origins, but rather a celestial being akin to the radiant angels chronicled by the Holy See. Moments later, the silver cross presented from her delicate hands confirmed her identity. Fengwu, the commander of the Second Knight Order of the Holy See, the continent's sole silver dragon knight. As for Saya, although he had received a document from Prime Minister Lawrence stating that reinforcements would be sent, he could hardly fathom that the reinforcements would be a dragon knight from the Holy See. It appears that notifying the Holy See about the underground city was indeed a judicious decision. I express my gratitude for the information regarding the underground city entrusted to you by Prime Minister Lawrence. His Holiness the Pope places great importance on this matter and has thus commissioned me to investigate and address it. After a few brief pleasantries, Fengwu, who is renowned for her adeptness in handling affairs, spoke with an air of confidence, stating that dark forces are rising in Campos. While the majority of your country remains oblivious and even believes the absurd notion that dark creatures have submitted to the light gods, which is truly disheartening. Her sigh was imbued with genuine emotion, causing even the elderly Saya to be slightly moved. Though he quickly extricated himself from that peculiar sentiment and recognized the implications of her words, it seems that Prime Minister Lawrence has decided to collaborate with the Holy See, which signifies that the power of the Holy See will gradually permeate the Duchy of Campos. Perhaps, in the near future, this approach will prove to be exceedingly wise. Realizing this, Saya resolved to immediately convey his sincerity to the envoy of the Holy See. Without hesitation, he made the sign of the cross over his chest and replied solemnly, "Indeed, they are blinded by the lie of submission, but fortunately, you have arrived in time. If there is anything I can assist with, I shall do my utmost to provide help. Moreover, I am confident that the lords of the territories of Menjida and Nider share my sentiments." Seemingly pleased with his attitude, Fengwu, who had initially appeared stern, could not help but display a hint of approval in her smile, a sudden bloom of warmth that made Carl forget to breathe and nearly drop his coffee cup. Saya cast an annoyed glance at his son, regaining his composure to add, "However, the issue lies in the fact that our territories have recently been besieged by bandit attacks, leaving us in dire straits. In truth, I suspect that dark forces are at play behind this." "A bandit group?" Fengwu furrowed her brow slightly, listening patiently to Saya's account, falling into a contemplative silence. After a moment, she gently nodded and said, "Understood, then I shall deal with this bandit group. Perhaps it will reveal the forces behind them. Is that truly feasible? That would be ideal." The proposal was precisely what Saya desired, and hearing it filled him with delight. Yet, only moments later, he hesitated slightly, saying, "My lady, it is not that I doubt your strength, but it seems the enemy possesses a black dragon." "I fear a black dragon." Fengwu lightly brushed her hair aside, revealing a knowing smile. "Ah, that is precisely why His Holiness sent me here." Saya was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing he had made a grave error. Clearly, beyond her title as the leader of the Holy Knights, she was also a rare dragon knight, and the Holy Silver Dragon was, in fact, the natural nemesis of the Black Dragon. With this realization, Saya's previously anxious heart was instantly calmed. At that moment, however, Carl seemed once again enchanted by Fengwu's smile, inadvertently knocking over his coffee cup and splattering himself in the process. Under the watchful gazes of two individuals, one filled with disappointment and the other with a sigh, the blushing young noble quickly stood up and hurriedly exited the room. This further solidified Saya's resolve. Perhaps he should reconsider the matter of his heir. Yet, as human sight cannot penetrate walls, he remained unaware that, after rounding the corner of the long corridor, the previously flushed Carl had suddenly taken off running, his destination being his own chamber, where a crystal ball gifted by Taiping awaited him, ensuring communication could be established round the clock. As this was the first public rehearsal, everyone, including Jinyu, Weiya, and Lianjia, had gathered on site to observe. Edmund, feeling apprehensive, approached the night demon, glancing at the clear image on the crystal ball before nodding in satisfaction. President, the filming effect is quite remarkable, even clearer than the water breath technique. Of course, the night demon was a creature that relied on illusions to survive in the other world. Christine lounged under a sunshade, sipping fruit milk that had been sold for 50 silver coins a bottle. Her enchanting figure stirred hearts and incited jealousy in Constance, who stepped forward to deliberately obstruct Taiping's view. Then, does this mean we can soon release this television series? Moan, who was always responsible for legitimate business, hastily sought to take on this task before Christine could finish speaking. Edmund cast a slightly discontented glance at him, evidently displeased that his companion could profit immensely from such a venture. Compared to dolls, dining, and fruit milk, it was evident that launching a television series was the most lucrative endeavor. Just the merchants eager to place advertisements would frantically stuff your pockets with money. Edmund was momentarily taken aback, while Horn eagerly inquired, President, do you not think this is quite wasteful? If we aim to fully dominate the surrounding territories, a television series would be the best indeed. But please tell me, if there were no television series, could we still win? Taiping turned to Moan, who hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. That is correct. Since the current situation allows us to overpower them, there is no need to employ new projects. Furthermore, do you not think we have been expanding a bit too rapidly of late? Without giving the two merchants a chance to retort, Taiping continued, dolls, dining, fruit milk, and the apparel and medicines that will follow can all yield tremendous profits for us. However, gentlemen, may I ask if you have maximized the benefits of these products? Edmund and Moan exchanged glances, hesitating to respond. In truth, both acknowledged that their recent situation was a case of overreaching. Due to Taiping's plethora of ideas, the guild was always in a frenzy, often hastily launching new products before the previous ones had fully cooled. The consequence of such haste was the inadvertent wastage of considerable profits, preventing the full realization of product value. Are you suggesting we should first consolidate our existing product sales? After a few moments of silence, Moan coughed lightly and spoke up. If that is the case, we must expand our sales channels, as the current purchasing power of the population is nearing saturation. In other words, we cannot merely satisfy the needs of external merchants. We should actively seek to broaden our reach. I understand, and that is precisely why I am retaining the television series as a product. Taiping stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, perhaps soon, we will encounter a splendid opportunity for expansion, and the television series will become our greatest breakthrough. His contemplation was suddenly interrupted by the sound of galloping hooves in the distance. A servant hurriedly approached, tossing a letter into the air before even drawing near. My lord, we have just received an urgent magical message from Count Karl, rated at the highest level of urgency. Everyone was taken aback as Taiping swiftly seized the letter and scanned it rapidly. Moments later, he raised his head and softly commanded, Edmund, are the Red Wolves and Night Owls active today? Edmund was momentarily stunned, then replied, yes, they plan to ambush a grain convoy heading to Rhine this evening. This plan was established 3 days ago. Before he could finish, Taiping had already swiftly summoned the blood vulture and soared into the sky. Simultaneously, Constance transformed into a black dragon, her wings taking flight. The man and dragon ascended into the air, disappearing into the horizon in an instant, with only Taiping's voice echoing alongside the drifting letter. Additionally, if any readers with monthly tickets are convenient, could you spare a few for Shanshui? Thank you for your support. Beneath the scorching sun, several carriages lay overturned in the muddy path, their contents spilled and soldiers sprawled on the ground. A vivid testament to the chaos that had unfolded. The Red Wolf and Night Owl reined in their horses at the roadside, observing the sacks of grain being hoisted onto the backs of steeds, a satisfied smile gracing their faces. It seemed this venture had yielded a bountiful harvest. You know, I despise this unrefined work of robbery. Red Wolf yawned in boredom, suddenly recalling a saying often uttered by that esteemed figure. Robbery is a profession with great prospects. Night Owl, stroking his bald head, quipped a dark jest, but moments later, he slapped his own face, cursing his ill-fated tongue, accompanied by a faint whisper. Silver streaks suddenly appeared in the sky, rapidly expanding. Red Wolf, momentarily taken aback, squinted against the blinding sunlight, fixating on the southeast. Seconds later, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if afflicted by a seizure. That sight, all the thieves had noticed the unusual phenomenon. Beneath the blazing sun, a glimmering silver dragon descended from the heavens, its wings stirring up a tempest akin to a tornado. In that instant, No one fled or screamed. They had all succumbed to the dragon's formidable presence, prostrating themselves on the ground, allowing the swirling dust to envelop them without a trace of resistance. Perhaps Lady Constance had recently developed a penchant for dying? Unlike most thieves, Red Wolf and Night Owl managed to stand, albeit precariously, under the dragon's might. They unsheathed their swords, feigning nonchalance as they attempted a symbolic resistance. Yet the knight atop the dragon merely glanced down, her gaze possessing a tangible weight that sent shockwaves through the two men, stripping them of their resolve. Lay down your weapons, and subsequently accept the judgment of the god of light. The silver dragon unfurled its wings, slowly circling in the air, casting a colossal shadow over the ground. One could hardly discern whether the authoritative voice emanated from the dragon or its rider. Red Wolf and Night Owl exchanged glances, ultimately succumbing to despair. However, almost simultaneously, another voice wafted from afar, soft yet imbued with warmth, prompting the thieves to share a collective smile. Indeed, you rascals, hastily lay down your weapons and embrace the Buddha's salvation. This proclamation was almost a direct echo of the Dragon Knight's words, cleverly substituting the god of light for the Buddha and judgment for redemption. Wind Dance paused, instinctively glancing southeast, where, beyond a veil of mist, the colossal form of a black dragon also loomed, rapidly enlarging. Moments later, even the white-robed man leaning against its back became distinctly visible. Wind Dance's expression shifted subtly, yet she quickly regained her composure, clearly exhibiting remarkable poise. However, the silver dragon beneath her could not tolerate such treatment, unleashing a deep growl. Crude humans. Has the black dragon not imparted the etiquette of a dragon knight to you, or does it share your lack of refinement? The dragon's overwhelming presence was so potent that even the fearless Constance found herself involuntarily retreating a few meters before it, while Taiping, seated atop its back, felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow to the chest, nearly choking on his own blood. This indirectly confirmed that the silver dragon's power surpassed that of Constance, and when combined with the dragon knight radiating divine energy, the disparity in strength became even more pronounced. The shockwave generated by those words evidently eclipsed the earlier display of rudeness. Not to mention Wind Dance's astonished expression, even the previously roaring silver dragon seemed momentarily entranced, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. A dragon in love with a human, and a black dragon at that? It was well known that among the already arrogant dragons, the brutish black dragon was the least inclined to associate with humans, let alone engage in romantic entanglements. Yet, judging by the black dragon's demeanor of indulgence and the affection that shimmered in her gaze, the man's words did not appear to be mere fabrications. After nearly 2 minutes of silence, Wind Dance finally collected her thoughts and bowed respectfully. I see. Then it is we who have been remiss. If I am not mistaken, you hail from Flail, and your purpose here is. Clearly, the Dragon Knight had no interest in pleasantries, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Taiping narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the figure before him under the harsh sunlight, conceding that even the resplendent silver dragon could not overshadow this woman's brilliance. She was undeniably a presence that could not be overlooked, strong, stubborn, calm yet fervent, precisely the type that posed a formidable challenge. Having reached this conclusion, Taiping suppressed any lingering disdain and replied with gravity, In truth, our aims align. I have come specifically to eradicate the bandits who have been troubling several territories. No need for thanks. It's merely a serendipitous act of goodwill. Upon hearing this, the prostrate thieves turned ashen, while Red Wolf and Night Owl exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting palpable fear. Indeed, these men were of little use to their master, and should he choose to eliminate witnesses, a complete slaughter at this moment would be the wisest course of action. However, contrary to their expectations, Taiping clasped his hands together, softly intoning, Amit Ba? Though these bandits are stained with blood, they may not be beyond redemption in the eyes of my Buddhist faith. As the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha immediately. Good. Buddhism? Wind Dance exchanged glances with the silver dragon, the latter shaking her head gently, indicating that she had never heard of this religion. Observing this, Wind Dance grew increasingly certain of his true intentions and coolly remarked, Oh, so there exists such a thing as Buddhism on the continent. However, I regret to inform you that under the radiance of the God of Light, all evil must vanish like darkness, and thus this matter. You are gravely mistaken. He Taiping sang a soft Buddhist chant, then spoke earnestly. May I inquire? If you were to eradicate these bandits, would it resurrect the slain innocents? Would it restore the plundered wealth? The answer is evidently no. Therefore, why not allow these individuals to atone for their sins through future labor? He paused, looking at the thieves. Ah, do you scoundrels intend to embrace my Buddha? As he called out, several bandits even pinched themselves to induce tears, creating a scene that was unexpectedly poignant. He Taiping nodded in satisfaction, clasping his hands together. Ba. Good, good. Given this, I shall today open the doors of mercy and allow you all. Wait. Wind Dance, who had remained speechless until now, suddenly raised her voice as the situation seemed to reach a critical juncture, slowly lifting her dragon spear. Your words are indeed compelling. Yet I regret to inform you that these miscreants must face the judgment of the God of Light. As for you, the best course of action would be to withdraw. Your black dragon has yet to fully mature. Even if she has entered her prime, she cannot contend with the silver shadow. To be honest, I have little confidence in defeating you. He Taiping narrowed his eyes slightly, raising his left hand slowly, only to snap his fingers lightly. However, do you believe you can triumph over me? No, to be precise, it should be we. His voice lingered in the air as a black portal materialized atop the dragon's back. Within moments, Alex and Trista materialized in succession. Yet if these two figures only elicited a mild disdain from Wind Dance and the Silver Dragon, the subsequent appearance of the Flame's Sovereign instilled a sense of unease in both the Dragon Knight and her steed. Indeed, a juvenile black dragon might not be a match for the Silver Dragon, but with the addition of the Flame Sovereign, slightly inferior to the Black Dragon, the situation had transformed entirely. As if to solidify the resolve of the Wind Dancer, He Taiping softly intoned an incantation. A flash of azure light illuminated the scene, and a formidable, giant, venomous scorpion materialized alongside 6 gargoyles upon the back of the dragon. Yet, the summoning spell did not conclude. It lingered in the air, resonating with an incredulous energy. Before the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the 7 creatures bizarrely merged, coalescing anew in the dim blue glow. The resultant being, though retaining the form of a scorpion, sprouted 3 pairs of bat-like wings. Witnessing this peculiar summoning technique, a flicker of astonishment finally crossed Wind Dancer's eyes. He Taiping gently stroked his chin and smiled. The hour grows late. I presume Duke Say has prepared a lavish welcome feast for you. Perhaps we should part ways here? Wind Dancer remained silent, and after a prolonged moment, she slowly bowed in acknowledgement and turned her silver dragon around. However, after flying a few hundred meters away, the Dragon Knight turned back, raising her spear and declaring, I must concede, your strength is indeed formidable. Yet, darkness cannot ultimately triumph over light, and you shall pay for your actions. Is that so? Then I shall await that day. He Taiping responded with a bow, discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and added nonchalantly, by the way, if darkness cannot conquer light, then why does night perpetually supplant day? Silence. Do you truly believe yourselves to be traversers capable of vanquishing a silver dragon through sheer force? He Taiping's reprimand transformed the boisterous band of thieves into a silent tableau. He then snapped his fingers and smiled at the 2 rogue leaders. You 2 scoundrels, if you're still alive, hurry up and climb aboard. We have pressing matters to attend to. Had this been earlier, such a tone would have incited rebellion from the Red Wolves and Night Owls. However, after witnessing the previous spectacle, the once recalcitrant thieves were now filled with gratitude. Thus, upon hearing He Taiping's brusque admonition, they felt an unexpected warmth and obediently stepped through the portal, emerging at the entrance of the underground city. Half an hour later, the hastily assembled crowd gathered in Constanza's dragon lair, which included representatives from various races of the underground city, as well as the esteemed Lady Via from Folaire, and Edmund and Moon. Despite the urgency of the situation, He Taiping could not suppress a desire to propose wagering while discussing matters. A suggestion that earned him scornful glances from Jin Yu and the cheers of many representatives from the underground city. Has the church's influence finally reached campus? Although lacking a legitimate claim, they could easily dispatch powerful allies to their aid. Amos, with a grave expression, fiddled with a card and suddenly exclaimed, Wait, did I just play the God of Wealth? Trista and Horn exchanged glances, raising their eyes to the cave ceiling to avoid the awkwardness of the ancient lich's presence. He Taiping stroked his chin, though internally he did not feel as at ease as he appeared. If the church's reinforcements possessed the same strength as Dragon Knight Wind Dancer, Coupled with the tens of thousands of soldiers from the territories of Bruce, Montiata, and Nidal, it would indeed present a formidable challenge. That Dragon Knight Wind Dancer, from the perspective of my demon kin, stands at the threshold between high and supreme tiers of power. Christine, reclining on a soft blanket, analyzed softly, in comparison. Her silver dragon, though rated at 6th tier, is not significantly superior to Constan's at 4th tier. In Quintus Continent, the classification of power among humans and creatures diverged. Human champions were categorized into lower, middle, high, and supreme tiers, while magical beasts and summoned creatures were divided into 9 tiers. However, in Taiping's view, this rigid classification seemed somewhat unreasonable. In terms of magical prowess, his strength barely exceeded the middle tier, yet with the right approach, he could still defeat a high-tier mage. Thus, combat skills were what truly mattered. Is being a dragon knight truly something remarkable? At most, I shall avoid one-on-one combat in favor of a brawl. With such shameless thoughts, Taiping spat and squinted with a cold smirk. The Holy Church is indeed formidable. But Amos, you, Constance, and Ember, are you merely cheerleaders? If pressed, I wouldn't mind having Angel join the fray. I refuse to believe that they would dare to attack their own revered angels. His description was highly amusing, prompting laughter amongst the crowd as they envisioned Angel's entrance, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Invited guest Mu Qing cleared her throat and nodded slightly. Though my kin dwell in the sea, we can still engage in combat on land for several hours. The Sharkmen are natural assault specialists, while the merfolk excel in healing and restorative magic, ready to assist you all. The crowd perked up at her words, their gazes towards Mu growing warmer. Simultaneously, Horn, responsible for crafting weapons and armor, bellowed, the batch of magical crossbows you tasked us with will likely be completed in about 10 days. Additionally, regarding the remaining mithril and magic crystal, could we use some to forge weapons for the ordinary soldiers? No, quality steel should be reserved for the blade. Taiping gently shook his head in denial. At that moment, a lich seated beside Amos hesitantly spoke. My lord, if we have sufficient mithril, could we perhaps forge a few magical crystal cannons? Based on the materials I've gathered from the palace library, these alchemical weapons possess astounding offensive capabilities. But due to a lack of adequate data, turning to look at the lich, Taiping found the unfamiliar face intriguing and cast a curious glance at Amos. The latter nodded slightly and introduced softly, "This is Fowler, my student before I transformed into a lich. He has always been engrossed in obscure alchemy, hence my lack of regard for him. Yet, who could have foreseen that he would be the only one to accompany me during my transformation?" Upon hearing such praise, Fowler appeared somewhat flustered. It seemed that even becoming an evil lich had not altered his character. Taiping hesitated for a moment before finally nodding uncertainly. Very well. Then I shall trouble Fowler to craft a few magical crystal cannons. If you require any materials, feel free to request them from Edmund and Moon. Money is no object. Just ask. However, amidst the clamor of roasted dragon knights and steamed popes, the voices of red wolves and night owls suddenly hesitated. My lord, while we are aware of our limited strength, is there anything we can do for you? Ah, you two? Taiping stroked his chin, meeting the determined gazes of the two thieves. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly smiled. Actually, I have a rather formidable task that requires your cooperation with Gutland. However, this assignment is quite troublesome. I wonder if you... Red wolves and night owls exchanged glances before simultaneously drawing daggers to slice their wrists, declaring resolutely, My lord, you could have abandoned us, yet you risked your life to save us. We have no means to repay you, but we are willing to devote our lives to your service. Please command us, even if it costs our lives. Ah, if I wanted your lives, why would I have saved you earlier? Taiping waved his hand dismissively, scratching his head lightly. Do you remember what I said when I rescued you? You two should have already converted to my teachings. Red wolves and night owls were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed it was merely a fabricated excuse for their rescue, not realizing that there truly existed a doctrine. Amidst their astonishment, Taiping clapped his hands together, beaming. Thus, I have decided that from today onward, you two shall be responsible for promoting this doctrine and opposing the Holy Church. Do not worry, I will draft a manual for you, and Gutland will assist you. In less than 2 months, I guarantee you will become the most outstanding missionaries in Quintus. His words were delivered lightly, yet the peculiar gleam in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of the two coerced converts. Red Wolf swallowed hard and hesitantly asked, My lord, are there any rules to this doctrine? It wouldn't have a plethora of prohibitions like the Holy Church, would it? Having arrived at the doorway, Red Wolf and Night Owl exchanged a glance and responded with unwavering resolve. Lord, we shall seek out the Dragon Knight and engage her in a battle to the death. What? What did you say? Simultaneously, in the Lord's manor of Rhine City, Say's arm trembled upon hearing the news, involuntarily knocking over his coffee cup. Are you implying that the man is accompanied not only by a black dragon, but also by a flame monarch? Regrettably, we have witnessed the ascendant trend of the dark races. Amidst the silence, Windance furrowed her brow slightly and spoke in a measured tone. However, your grace need not be concerned. Under the radiance of the Lightbringer, even seemingly formidable evil will shatter like a bubble. Indeed, I am certain of that. Say made the sign of the cross over his chest and nodded in agreement. Yet, within his heart, he silently disparaged, the Lightbringer is mighty? Radiance? Shall we merely utter such platitudes when the black dragon and flame monarch come knocking, expecting them to obediently retreat? Situations that cause you apprehension will not arise. As if discerning his inner anxieties, Windance made the sign of the cross over her chest, a confident smile gracing her lips. His Holiness the Pontiff foresaw this possibility and has granted me the authority to muster reinforcements. I have already dispatched the signal. Reinforcements from the Sacred Sea will arrive within a month, sufficient to eradicate these dark forces. Reinforcements? Say was taken aback upon hearing this. While breathing a sigh of relief, he hesitated. Are you implying that the Sacred Order of Knights under your command will hasten here? That would certainly be ideal. But as our nation has not formally recognized the Sacred Sea as the state religion, with such a large-scale deployment not. Precisely, so that is not feasible. Windance interrupted him, yet added before Say could succumb to disappointment. But rest assured, the Pontiff will dispatch a cohort of the Lightbringer's devoted warriors in a dispersed manner. While these divinely chosen warriors may be few in number, their power is sufficient to contend with the dark forces, even the Black Dragon and Flame Monarch. Here. She paused, the image of clashing with these divine warriors already materializing in her mind. Even she, astride a silver dragon, would not dare claim to vanquish a coalition of 3 divine warriors. More enigmatic still, these warriors appeared as if descended from the heavens, suddenly materializing beside His Holiness in the pontifical palace overnight. Rumor has it that they are veterans nurtured by the Sacred Sea for many years, and the Battle of Flare should be their debut on the stage. I see. Then I shall anticipate their arrival. Observing Windance's confident demeanor, Say finally set aside his unease. He then changed the subject. If you have no pressing matters of late, might I suggest you remain in Rhine City and explore its sights? In a fortnight, we shall hold the annual trade exposition. You could accompany me to visit it, which would also be an excellent opportunity to propagate the Lightbringer's doctrines. Windance hesitated briefly before accepting the proposition, perhaps swayed by the final sentence. Seeing this, Say hastily instructed his attendants to prepare rooms and a banquet for the divine emissary, inevitably leading to a flurry of activity. In truth, Say's obsequiousness stemmed not solely from flattery. In his estimation, having an emissary of the Sacred Sea by his side would undoubtedly create a sensational effect at the trade exposition. Perhaps I should disseminate rumors, claiming that these pharmaceuticals have received guidance from the Sacred Sea. With this thought, a faint smile graced Say's lips, and the gloom that had previously enshrouded his heart dissipated entirely. If one were to inquire of a resident of the Duchy of Campus as to the most unforgettable spectacle of their life, 80 would offer the same response: the Ducal Trade Exposition. This mercantile exhibition, held for 120 years, has gradually shifted from its initial commercial purpose to a fusion of commerce and entertainment, thus becoming a beloved spectacle for all social strata. Consequently, when this year's trade exposition was held in Bruce, even knowing that a recent rebellion had transpired there, tens of thousands of people still flocked to the city. In their wake came a plethora of merchants, theatrical troops, and the ruffians, thieves, and brigands that invariably accompany prosperity. Therefore, as I have stated, light and darkness invariably coexist. Taiping declaimed grandiloquently on the crowded street, earning the accolades of the Golden Moon ladies, but causing Edmund and Horn on the other side to surreptitiously clench their fists in trepidation. They had just arrived in the city and were already astounded by the sudden spectacle. Had it not been for the prestige of the Golden Moon theatrical troupe, the best outcome for the group would have been to spend the night on park benches, using newspapers as bedding. Anything else, just name it. Reveling in the feeling of being a nouveau riche, Taiping splurged money with abandon, nearly neglecting his primary objective. Edmund, noticing that the day was growing late, hastily stepped forward to remind him, "Chairman, should we not register our exhibited goods first before touring Bruce?" Mentioning the exhibited goods, Taiping suddenly recalled a vital matter, whispering, "Edmund, did you complete the task of distributing those pills that I entrusted to you?" Swift and efficient. Edmund made a gesture of completion, responding with a smile. The auspicious theatrical troupe arrived in Bruce a few days ago to perform, attracting a multitude of noble dignitaries to attend. We seized the opportunity of the performances to distribute all the pills through a ticket lottery, believing that some of them will ingest them. All of them distributed. Are you certain? Taiping wore a beaming expression, seemingly harmless, but to those familiar with him, this presaged the onset of a volcanic eruption. Consequently, in an instant, everyone uniformly retreated a few steps to avoid being caught in the crossfire. I did retain a small quantity privately. Edmund shuddered involuntarily, confessing pitifully. Since his dubious ingestion of the pill last time, he, who had always been somewhat prone to faltering in the face of battle, had unexpectedly displayed great prowess that night, leaving his wives and concubines routed and disarmed. However, since that occasion, he had not had the opportunity to obtain these pills again. Having been entrusted with distribution this time, he would naturally engage in some underhanded dealings. Nonsense. Taiping gazed at the azure sky overhead, pondering for a moment. As you know, Master Amos is accustomed to crafting poisons, inevitably adding some ingredients. Therefore, I would never use them unless I am 100% certain of their safety. Edmund's vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. Taiping smiled as he stepped over him, slowly approaching the trade exposition registration desk not far away. While the clerk registered the exhibited items, the seemingly leisurely man did not neglect to stroll idly nearby, nonchalantly exchanging a slip of paper with a passerby. As fate would have it, Say, Simmons, Quincy, and others also arrived at the registration desk moments later. In truth, the two sides, who had been engaged in clandestine warfare for many days yet had never met, were now truly meeting for the first time. And the hapless Carl could only serve as the introducer at this moment, surely experiencing a sense of torment amidst the dozens of scorching gazes that intersected. However, this staring contest did not last long. Taiping soon shifted his gaze, directing it toward the white-robed woman standing to the side. After a few seconds of contemplation, he suddenly bowed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, "Miss Windance, it seems we are indeed destined to meet, encountering each other everywhere." Ignoring his facetious tone, Windance, enshrouded in her white robe, nodded gently in greeting, stating in a somber tone, "Mr. He, how fares the situation with those thieves?" "Oh, they have converted to my Buddha and no longer engage in evil." Taiping stroked his chin, the image of those two bald heads with their woeful expressions materializing in his mind, and he could not help but smile faintly. "In truth, I am planning to promote Buddhism in Flair. If there are any aspects of religion that I do not comprehend, I may have to inquire of you." Taiping smiled, offering no response. He was beginning to feel that he was growing weary of hearing about the Lightbringer's radiance. However, Simmons remained somewhat disgruntled as he cast a glance at the exhibition goods registration of the documentarian. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "How intriguing, truly intriguing. Do you know what Faller's exhibition goods are?" "They are also pharmaceuticals and apparel." Say and Quincy exchanged astonished glances. Ignoring their surprise, Simmons directly addressed Mr. He, smilingly declaring, "Mr. He, I have heard that your merchant association is quite remarkable. I wish to congratulate you. Yet, could it be that due to your smooth progress, you now intend to savor the taste of defeat?" Pharmaceuticals and apparel. Do you know how long Bruce and Nidal have been engaged in these ventures? Honestly, I am unaware. Taiping shrugged nonchalantly, smiling as he surveyed the audience around him until he discerned their curiosity piqued. He then spoke lightly, "There is a saying in my hometown. Would you care to hear it?" With a gentle smile, he continued, "As the saying goes, the waves of the Yangtze River drive on the waves in front. The former waves perish upon the shore." Simmons's smile abruptly froze, while both Say and Quincy revealed their ire simultaneously. However, before they could admonish him, Taiping had already bowed and taken Constanza's hand, departing. After walking a mere 5 or 6 paces, he turned around, nodding to the poised Fingwu, saying, "Miss Fingwu, I hope our next encounter is not on the battlefield. What do you think?" Fingwu appeared to want to respond, yet Taiping had already strode away, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Simmons glared in that direction, suddenly casting a greedy glance at Fingwu, whispering, "Miss Fingwu, If you feel discontent, we could. Although that fellow is a peculiar summoner, his physical form is quite frail. A single assassin would suffice to resolve the matter. Say observe the young Marquis's obsequiousness with a hint of derision curling at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, before that smile could fade entirely, Fengwu slightly furrowed her brow and coldly retorted, Mr. Simmons, if we were to proceed in such a manner, how would we differ from those dark races? By the light of the divine, I implore you to exercise caution in your words and deeds, and I shall not tolerate hearing such suggestions again. Simmons, feeling rebuffed, could only force a laugh and step away. Quincy, discreetly watching the scene unfold, nudged Say and murmured, Your Grace, we must not let our guard down. The Dragon and Dungeon Association has already bestowed upon us too many surprises. I understand. Say nodded lightly, maintaining a composed demeanor. Therefore, I have prepared exceptionally rare pharmaceuticals for this exhibition. As for you, there should be no issues, correct? Certainly. Quincy smiled faintly, observing Simmons once more entangled with Fengwu, before exclaiming, at times, I truly do not comprehend why merchants of peculiar nature would willingly venture into Simmons's territory. Especially since I have heard he recently invested in those merchants' businesses and made a considerable profit. Say stroked his chin, smiling slightly. He is not foolish. Rather, love makes one foolish, especially when it is unreciprocated. Today's first update still seeks votes and collections. To be honest, I feel somewhat ashamed to utter this phrase, continually troubling everyone. Thank you for your support. I am profoundly grateful. I recommend a book titled Reviving Tang. Although many recent historical novels bear similarities, I hold high hopes for this one. The author is diligent and possesses talent. Currently, they are striving for the rankings. So do check it out. Additionally, wander through the review section to see how many familiar faces you might encounter. According to the rules of the campus exhibition, the entire square is divided into several zones based on product categories, with similar products displayed within the same area by merchants themselves, evoking a sense of rivalry. The pharmaceutical exhibition from Bruce's territory was set up in the Southeast District, and Say, having the advantage of the locality, began arranging the booth 3 days prior. The results proved his investment was not in vain. Within a single morning, orders amounting to 30,000 gold coins were garnered. Carl nodded repeatedly, yet his gaze had already fallen upon a female dancer passing by outside. Say, slightly disappointed, turned to observe the modest stall across from him, which he had specifically prepared for Faller. However, as noon approached, they had yet to commence business. Had they perhaps retreated in fear? His speculation was, in fact, contrary to reality. Mere minutes later, a grand procession led by Taiping surged forward. The spectacle resembled a gathering for battle rather than commerce. Say was taken aback and was about to summon assistants to prepare for a confrontation when Taiping began directing the arrangement of the booth. However, to be frank, the so-called arrangement was rather cursory. Several attendants merely placed a row of wooden boxes on the exhibition table and then laid a 2-meter-long wooden plaque atop it. Believing they had fulfilled their task, Say exchanged bewildered glances with Quincy, who had come to assist, musing aloud. Is that fellow intending to feign poverty to elicit sympathy from buyers? Amid their confusion, Taiping produced a handmade brush, dipped it in prepared ink, and, rolling up his sleeves, began to write swiftly on the wooden plaque. His fluid and graceful strokes immediately elicited applause from the surrounding onlookers. However, when he completed his work and instructed his attendants to hang the plaque high, the spectators, initially ready to cheer, collectively gasped, rolling their eyes in unison. Undoubtedly, the elegance of one's demeanor can inversely relate to the quality of one's script. The plaque, now elevated, bore a scrawl so grotesque that even with pushpins, it could not be secured. Nonetheless, the creator remained blissfully unaware, beaming with pride as he surveyed the crowd, exclaiming, What do you think? Is my cursive not breathtaking? Edmund and Moon gazed skyward, wishing to transform into birds and escape. Lianjia held little Sue's hand, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Jean Yu maintained a faint smile, as if the entire affair were of no concern to her. Amid the various expressions of disdain, only Constance, entwined with her lover's arm, planted a gentle kiss on his cheek and enthusiastically praised, This is the finest script I have ever seen. My dear, you are a genius. Pharmaceuticals from the auspicious Performance Troops lottery. Amid the petrified expressions of all, Say twisted his mouth, forcing himself to read that line, yet finding it even more perplexing. Setting aside the unsightly script, The slogan neither specified the name of the pharmaceuticals nor detailed their effects. And not a single ingredient was mentioned. To think that such a line could surpass Bruce's already secured 30,000 gold coins in business was utterly ludicrous. What on earth? Simmons, standing beside Feng Wu, immediately sneered in disdain. Does he believe that bearing the auspicious performance troops banner will allow him to outshine us? If that is the case, I shall swallow this plaque whole. Yet, merely 5 minutes later, Simmons found himself regretting his words. He shivered as he gazed at the plaque, contemplating whether it might require some seasoning to make it more palatable. Meanwhile, beside him, Say, Quincy, and the others were no longer in the mood to mock. Their attention was entirely focused on the stall, from which a steady stream of buyers began to flock as soon as the plaque was hung. Initially, the crowd was sparse, but it gradually swelled into throngs, until the influx of people could only be described as a tide. Fortunately, as the casual visitors began to disperse, merchants with substantial orders began to arrive, some of whom had long-standing collaborations with Bruce. Observing this, Say seized the opportunity to pull aside a middle-aged merchant with whom he had the closest relationship, whispering, "Frol, what on earth are they selling over there that has sparked such a rush?" The merchant, referred to as Frol, glanced at him, hesitating. "You do not know? The Dragon and Dungeon Guild has recently unveiled a potion that allows men to, well, you understand." This request does not seem excessive, yet Flor, after listening, hesitated and stammered, "My Lord Duke, considering we have traded for so many years, we should indeed assist. However, the price of that potion is rather steep, and I have nearly exhausted my supply of gold coins, and—" He hesitated for a long time, but ultimately, out of respect for their past relationship, he whispered, "The Dragon and Dungeon Guild has established a magical contract stating that any merchant purchasing their potions is prohibited from buying any in Bruce. Therefore, I am truly sorry. Very sorry." With that, Flor hurriedly departed. Saya stood rigidly, transformed into a statue of longing. Simmons gazed blankly at the wooden plaque, clearly pondering how to digest it. Carl wore a foolish expression, inwardly wishing to rush over and kiss Taiping. Only Quincy, seasoned by years of commercial warfare, remained relatively composed, clearing his throat and saying, "My Lord Saya, there is no need to be disheartened. This is merely a minor setback. I refuse to believe that those warriors rely on consuming vitality potions to heal their wounds." Quincy shrugged lightly, stating, "If my assumptions are correct, this batch of potions should be the work of those liches, which is why their effects are so remarkable. However, when it comes to potions, can the dungeon truly outshine Nidal in garment design? In fact, I have specially prepared a batch." At this juncture, he suddenly fell silent, leaving Carl, who intended to gather information, feeling somewhat disappointed. After building suspense, Quincy merely revealed a confident smile and said solemnly, "In any case, please rest assured and await our exhibition. I believe it will astonish Flor." Behind the square flowed a stream, not particularly wide, yet glistening in the sunlight with a unique charm. A man, belching contentedly, strolled casually along the riverbank, digesting his lunch, unwittingly wandering several miles to the vicinity of the slums. Perhaps due to the squalid environment, the stream had begun to turn murky here. A few ragged children surrounded a benefactor, clamoring for food, their cries piercing the midday air. Upon catching sight of the benefactor's face, Taiping could not help but pause slightly. The golden waterfall-like hair and the silver robe could only belong to the Dragon Knight, a woman he had encountered twice before. Unlike her usual demeanor, as she distributed food to the children, she wore a look of compassion and blessing, bustling about. Almost simultaneously, Wind Dance noticed the onlooker and gently inclined her head in greeting. "Mr. He, we meet again. I am glad it is not on the battlefield this time." Taiping teased, "Do you long to defeat me on the battlefield?" He gently stroked his chin and approached, but suddenly reached out to grasp a boy's arm. Perhaps he exerted too much force, and the child struggled for a moment before bursting into tears. Wind Dance furrowed her brow and said sternly, "Mr. He, you need not prove your abilities in such a manner. I am aware of your swiftness, but—" Her words were abruptly cut off as the boy's pinched fingers revealed a barely noticeable blade. Taiping narrowed his eyes slightly and remarked, "I have heard that such a blade can not only relieve a person of their purse, but can also sever a belt, leaving one's attire in disarray. My apologies." Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, Wind Dance, knowing he had helped her, could only let out a resigned sigh and nod her thanks. Taiping smiled, releasing the child, yet brushed the dust from his hands and remarked, It appears that the divine light of the god of light has not graced this land. Or perhaps, wherever there is light, darkness lurks nearby. These past few days, I have received notice that the benevolent waters may soon be published. Thus I kindly ask friends supporting this book to leave a few monthly votes as gratitude. This statement, of course, carries a hint of disparagement towards the god of light. Wind Dance paused momentarily, then crossed herself and said devoutly, "You are mistaken. It is precisely because darkness still exists in this world that we must spread the divine light to every corner. Even in this slum, outside the reach of the holy sea, I have brought the light of the divine and strive to assist them." Taiping pointed to the bread clutched in the hands of several children and remarked with a trace of sarcasm, "So, is this assistance merely these loaves? Once they are consumed, what will happen next? Will these children simply sit on a small stool here, waiting for your next act of charity? For thousands of years, every religion has provided aid to the impoverished, yet few consider this aspect." Thus, although Taiping's tone was somewhat irreverent towards the holy sea, Wind Dance merely raised an eyebrow and fell into silence. After a few minutes, she suddenly lifted her head and said somberly, "Then, Mr. He, how do you plan to assist them? Perhaps by soaring into the heavens?" Wind Dance clearly doubted this, observing as Taiping completed his design and gestured for several children to join him, leading them to a few bamboo-like plants nearby, perfect for making kites. After a brief period, with the aid of magical tools, a rudimentary kite was completed. Taiping exhaled softly and connected the spool of thread purchased by Wind Dance to the kite, then stood and smiled. "Very well, I know you surely do not believe. But would you like to witness a miracle?" Gently chanting, he summoned a wind spirit, and as it blew a gentle breeze, the kite wobbled and ascended into the sky, gradually stabilizing. The children leaped and laughed joyfully, and Taiping patted their heads, occasionally teaching them the art of flying kites. Before long, these novices were able to launch the kites on their own. Wind Dance stood by, arms crossed, her expression revealing astonishment and confusion. She could not comprehend why this peculiar object could soar into the sky, nor did she understand Taiping's intentions. "What purpose does it serve?" she inquired. To which Taiping smiled slightly, beckoning a small boy over and gently asking, "Now tell me, do you remember how to make this kite?" The boy paused, then excitedly nodded and dashed away. Taiping clapped his hands and turned to Wind Dance, spreading his arms and saying, "It is that simple. I intend to use the proceeds from selling these kites to provide for them. As we say in my homeland, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish." Wind Dance fell into silence, and despite her internal resistance, this virtuous woman had to concede that his method was indeed more effective than the charity she had always practiced. Taiping noted her contemplative demeanor and chose not to elaborate further, giving a slight nod as he said, "Then, I shall take my leave. I hope to see you again this afternoon." With that, he turned to depart. However, after walking a few dozen meters, he suddenly heard Wind Dance's soft call from behind. "Forgive me, Mr. He, may I speak with you for a moment longer?" Taiping slowly turned, nodding for her to continue. Wind Dance took a deep breath and said calmly, "Mr. He, if you are willing to abandon the dungeon, I could act as a reference and guide you into the Holy See. I believe the Pope would be delighted to meet someone as outstanding as you, and I am confident that your future achievements will surpass mine. Is this an offer of allegiance or persuasion?" Taiping quirked a smile and waved his hand dismissively. "But I think not. I cannot bear such an honor. However, will you truly not reconsider?" The wind danced as it gazed upon him, an intensity creeping into its previously serene eyes. That gaze, laden with complex emotions, softened even the resolute heart of the man, yet he quickly regained his composure. Perhaps it was better to let it be. After a moment of silence, Taiping shook his head and, with a slight smile, remarked, "I loathe having to chant the God of Light is above hundreds of times a day. It evokes memories of certain scenes from the past. By the way, I am curious, doesn't your esteemed church find it bothersome to have thousands chanting the name of the God of Light daily?" Noticing no one was concerned about his whereabouts, Taiping exhaled softly, though even he could not fathom why he felt a twinge of guilt. Half an hour later, as the magical chimes resonated once more, the afternoon trade fair commenced anew. This time, the merchant's attention shifted to the fashion exhibition area, for a rumor had spread since noon that the territory of Nidal would unveil exquisite special evening gowns that afternoon. Soon, this rumor was confirmed to be no mere fabrication. Quincy had long awaited at the storefront, and as the crowd surged forth, he remained composed, nodding to his attendants. Several mid-level mages simultaneously cast the dark cloud spell, transforming the sky within hundreds of meters into a nightscape, while magical fireworks soared, adding a touch of brilliance to the darkness. Then, a few attendants hurried towards the wooden racks displayed before the shop, exchanging knowing glances before simultaneously unveiling the black cloth concealing the garments. In an instant, dozens of resplendent evening dresses emerged from the dim night, their exquisite craftsmanship exuding opulence, causing the women present to gasp in unison, unable to tear their gazes away. The two attentive merchants, upon noticing the silvery glow emanating from the gowns, could not help but exclaim, "Snow silkworm silk?" The mere mention of those words startled the crowd, even the perpetually composed wind dance showing a flicker of emotion. It is worth noting that this snow silkworm silk is harvested only from the peaks of the snowy mountains along the borders of Mufate, its price rivaling that of gold. Quincy's use of it in crafting evening gowns demonstrated his unwavering determination to succeed. Indeed, each gown contained a small amount of snow silkworm silk, enabling it to shimmer in the night and providing remarkable cooling properties. Quincy, with a hint of reserved pride, slowly introduced, there are a total of 30 evening gowns, each starting at a base price of 2,000 gold coins. You may consider your bids for half an hour. No sooner had he spoken than murmurs of excitement rippled through the crowd of merchants. Quincy watched the reaction with satisfaction. While the base price was not exorbitant, it was sufficient to incite a frenzied bidding war. Perhaps within half an hour, the price of a single gown could multiply 5 or 6 times. However, just as a pleased smile began to spread across his face, a languid voice interjected from the other side. "Apologies, Lord Quincy. May I continue to borrow your dark cloud spell?" Quincy paused in astonishment, turning to see the man leaning casually against several wooden crates, smiling in their direction. Though he silently cursed the audacity of the man, Quincy, under the watchful gaze of thousands, feigned generosity and waved. "Do you also require the effect of darkness? Very well. I shall instruct the mages to maintain the dark cloud spell for half an hour." "Much appreciated." Taiping replied with a slight bow, then snapped his fingers. The commanded attendants, under Lianjia's direction, swiftly retrieved various wooden boards of different sizes from the crates and began constructing temporary structures in the exhibition area. This peculiar activity naturally drew curious glances, and Quincy exchanged puzzled looks with Say, both bewildered as to why a fashion exhibition had seemingly morphed into a woodworking display. Their questions were soon answered. Within 10 minutes, a simple platform emerged before the crowd. It was a T-shaped wooden stage, draped in black curtains, from behind which faint sounds of feminine laughter could be heard, igniting the imagination. Quincy swallowed hard before frowning. What on earth are they doing? Before he could utter another word, melodious music wafted through the air, and beams of magical light illuminated the platform, adding a distinctive hue to the night. As anticipation swelled among the onlookers, the black curtain was gently lifted, revealing 3 graceful women who stepped forward, gliding onto the stage with an elegant poise, exuding an alluring charm. In that instant, a synchronized sound of gasps filled the exhibition area, the audible swallowing of thousands echoing in unison. "Thank you for your votes and support. I am immensely grateful. I would like to recommend a classic yet unfinished work by the author Chaos Shrimp, a title many readers may recognize, Living in Another World. This book is recommended by the UNESCO as the best textbook for leisure and entertainment." Years later, many merchants who attended the Bruce Trade Fair would still recount their experiences from that day to friends, clutching their chests and sighing with solemn conviction. That afternoon, we witnessed not only the most beautiful women and performances in the world, but also garments you will never forget. Indeed, these garments have since become widely promoted. Yet at that time, I was the first witness. This assertion is not an exaggeration. Everything that graced the T-shaped platform that afternoon was, as merchants described, utterly flawless. The 3 tall beauties glided gracefully across the wooden floor, their high-heeled wooden shoes accentuating their already statuesque forms. The 2 women on either side, with their long pointed ears, clearly belonged to the dark elf race, possessing an elegant allure intertwined with an enticing wickedness. Yet, it was the enchanting beauty at the center, surrounded by them, who was truly beyond words. Was that a succubus? Merchants exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting an obsession as profound as if they had savored a century-old vintage. Yet, more merchants, while captivated, instinctively turned their gazes toward the women-esque garments. Though somewhat peculiar, The unique charm of those outfits was undeniable. The garments were indescribable. The fabric shimmered softly under the light, and even without touch, one could envision its smoothness. Adorned with floral patterns, even the most discerning artist would be slightly moved. The seemingly simple tailoring, however, subtly sculpted the attire to fit closely, showcasing the women's graceful figures. The relaxed yet noble collars, narrow sleeves, and flowing hems exuded a legendary elegance, standing tall and poised. These were no mere garments for wearing. They were exquisite works of art, capable of transforming an ordinary woman into an embodiment of artistry. Yet, if these garments overflowed with elegance, the black stockings subtly revealed beneath the hem, accentuating the allure of silky skin, added an irresistible charm as the women walked. On their delicate feet, the novelty of high-heeled wooden shoes left the merchants breathless, hinting at the glimmer of gold coins. But that was not all. As the two dark elves approached the center of the platform, illuminated by magical light, they gently raised their hands to touch the buttons of the chipao. At that moment, the merchants' breaths grew heavy. Their faces, flushed with excitement, became crimson, as if they might explode at any moment. Quincy stood dumbfounded at the booth, licking his lips in disbelief, a thought surfacing in his mind that he could scarcely believe. Could those dark elves be intending to? However, the feeling of disappointment did not linger long, as the merchant's attention was soon captured by the intimate garments of the dark elves. The peculiar garments woven from magical silk fit impeccably upon the feminine form, accentuating the two mysterious peaks that rise majestically towards the heavens, leaving onlookers parched with desire. The subtly translucent fabric and ingenious design seem to shroud the enigmatic regions, yet they evoke a wealth of imagination, inciting an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. Thus, it can be said that when men purchase clothing for women, it is less about adorning them and more about the allure of undressing them. In this moment, standing among the audience, Edmund could not help but recall Taiping's famous adage. It must be admitted that this statement rings with utmost accuracy, capturing the psyche of male buyers perfectly. In truth, after the initial astonishment had worn off, the men present began to contemplate whether they should acquire the chipao, stockings, high heels, and lingerie to present to their wives or mistresses. Meanwhile, some women who accompanied their husbands or lovers already sparkled with excitement, eager to purchase every piece of attire, preferably to possess them exclusively. As the commotion subsided, Taiping raised his arms to quell the laughter, clearing his throat to announce, "All right, let us get down to business. The chipao is priced at 1,000 gold coins, stockings and high heels at 500 gold coins, and lingerie at 1,500 gold coins, with only 200 pieces available of each type, though orders are welcome." Before he could finish, the crowd surged forward, nearly engulfing him. Yet, just before being overwhelmed, Taiping summoned his remaining strength to shout, "Wait. There is one final stipulation, akin to the magical contract regarding pharmaceuticals. I trust you all understand without further elaboration." The merchants pushing momentarily halted, their gazes shifting towards Quincy in the distance. Moments later, their enthusiasm erupted anew, overwhelming Taiping like a tidal wave. Amidst the cacophony, the unfortunate man could only be heard exclaiming, "Wait. The contract is not in this pocket, it's over there. Damn it, which scoundrel is squeezing my private parts?" Meanwhile, at a desolate exhibition booth, dozens of evening dresses lay neglected, their once gleaming silver hues now dulled. Quincy's countenance darkened, more dismal than the gowns themselves, as he stared blankly at the platform and finally sighed, hoarsely uttering, "My lord, I have a sudden feeling that we may have provoked an adversary we should not have. War, it seems, would be our only recourse." Without much hesitation, Say resolved to act, and in the eyes of Quincy and Simons, he discerned the same determination. For the first time, the three lords, despite their discord, turned to the white-robed woman who held the true power of decision. Surely, it was her. Seemingly oblivious to the trio's intense gaze, Wind Dance remained poised, gazing slightly upward, reminiscent of a statue of a divine being. After a prolonged silence, as the three grew increasingly anxious, she finally inclined her head and spoke slowly, "Understood. If this is the choice of the three of you." In the midst of the chaos, a recommendation for the book The Most Chaotic in History emerged. A title that evoked laughter, for the book is indeed a comedic work, an adventure through the land of Shinjo, highly recommended for all. 5 days later, amidst a chorus of accolades, the curtains of the trade fair gradually descended. with the dragon and dungeon merchants from Folair undoubtedly emerging as the greatest victors of this commercial exhibition. They reaped substantial profits in both pharmaceuticals and apparel, not even accounting for other lucrative orders such as hot pot, fruit milk, and dolls. In a short span, Taiping, who had been a behind-the-scenes figure, began to step into the limelight, becoming the center of attention. Under normal circumstances, this star, under the focus of countless gazes, would have humbly stepped forth to pose for photographs, indulging in the thrill of signing autographs and charming a few fervent admirers. However, since the conclusion of the trade fair, he found himself inundated with tasks, leaving no room for respite. It was no wonder that the servants in his residence often jolted awake in the middle of the night, hearing his anguished cries from the study. 8-hour workday? I demand overtime pay. Moreover, considering the opposing forces numbered 50,000, Lady Vea decided, after discussions with the merchants, to allocate a substantial sum to recruit mercenaries. Bolstered by formidable financial resources and the renown of the dungeon, Folair managed to recruit 5,000 mercenaries within half a month, supplemented by an additional 3,000 city defense troops, barely assembling a total of 8,000. However, in terms of combat strength and strategy, this ragtag army was woefully inadequate, likely more suited for municipal duties, numerous and brazen, yet devoid of integrity. In contrast to matters that merely required Taiping's attention, other issues necessitated his direct involvement. Although orders for clothing had been secured, the need for variety and styles compelled a certain gentleman, once accustomed to traversing through flower gardens, to reluctantly undertake the design task. Within 2 days, he sequestered himself in the study, producing 60 designs, yet due to various reasons, the majority were rejected, compelling him to persist. Damn it, I'm utterly drained. I wasn't a lingerie thief in my past life. How could I be so creative? Despite such grievances, Taiping pressed on. Simultaneously, the construction of the water park reached a critical phase, demanding his guidance. Otherwise, progress would stall. Additionally, a matter of utmost importance loomed before him: the swift and comprehensive integration of the ancient summoner's soul memories to enhance his own powers in a short time. Undoubtedly, from the current battlefield perspective, should Folair engage in conflict with the 3 territories, Wind Dance the Dragon Knight would pose the greatest threat. The only forces capable of countering her in the skies would be the Black Dragon Constance and her knight, who was not a knight in the traditional sense. This strategy soon proved effective. Approximately half a month later, Taiping successfully began to merge some mid-tier summoned creatures. While their newfound strength remained at a mid-tier level, their battlefield effectiveness rivaled that of high-tier beings. Imagine the transformation when a griffin with a lion's head merged with 3 hellhounds. In reality, the resulting creature possessed 4 spell attack capabilities and exhibited formidable prowess in close combat. As the fusion technique flourished, the previously highlighted shared skills identified by Amos began to yield increasingly significant results. Taiping no longer settled for merely leveraging the innate abilities of low-tier summoned beings. His aspirations shifted toward mid-tier creatures and even those that had undergone fusion. Although success rates were a concern, should he acquire the melee capabilities of a green goblin or the frost aura of a snow spirit, even Constance would need to brace herself to claim victory over him. Jokingly, he mused, even if you exert your utmost effort, I would certainly surrender in advance. Cradling Constance gently in his arms, feeling the warmth emanating from her body, Taiping basked in a sense of happiness while gazing towards the western sky. At this moment, what was that seemingly formidable foe in Bruise up to? Lady Wind Dance, Andre, have been dispatched to provide reinforcements. Almost simultaneously as Taiping directed his gaze towards Bruise, a silver-haired knight rushed into the courtyard of Lord Say's estate, kneeling on one knee before Wind Dance, bowing in reverence. His demeanor was exceedingly respectful, showing no hint of disregard due to her gender. With a slight nod, Wind Dance gestured for her subordinate to rise. Yet her attention had already shifted to the 6 figures cloaked in silver robes standing eerily still behind him. Say, Quincy, and the others exchanged astonished glances, for they had never encountered such peculiar warriors, motionless and silent, their very breaths almost inaudible. Could it be that they were devoid of life? In the presence of the God of Light, our journey has proceeded remarkably smoothly, allowing us to arrive 2 days ahead of schedule. At this moment, Andre, who had already risen to his feet, began the handover of responsibilities. Turning towards the 6 warriors clad in white robes, he declared, from this moment on, these 6 chosen warriors are under your command, and my subordinates will assist you." As he spoke, he transferred a metallic disc into Feng Wu's hands. At that instant of the exchange, the 6 chosen warriors stepped forward in unison, bowing deeply, yet remained silent. Saya, who had been observing their movements, narrowed her eyes slightly. Contemplating the peculiarity of their synchronized actions, not only did they step forward simultaneously, but the size of their steps and the depth of their bows were perfectly aligned. An extraordinary sight indeed. Are these truly the chosen warriors? As doubt filled the air, Karl, sporting dark circles under his eyes, yawned lazily and remarked, "They seem rather dull. Can they truly adapt to the battlefield?" He continued, "I apologize, Lady Feng Wu. I harbor no ill intent, but since we've placed our bets on them." His words, though lacking in courtesy, were interrupted by Quincy pulling at his sleeve, prompting understanding in Saya. While the Holy See held immense confidence in the 6 chosen warriors, it was prudent to assess their capabilities before the onset of war and devise strategies for coordination. Thus, having her somewhat tactless son broach the subject was not entirely unwelcome. "Understood. So, Lady Saya, if I were to damage the rockery in your courtyard, it should not cause too much confusion, should it?" Feng Wu smiled lightly, glancing towards the leftmost chosen warrior and gesturing towards the nearby rockery. Without hesitation, the previously mechanical warrior suddenly shed his white robe, revealing a visage so stunning it seemed almost inhuman. In the next moment, he slowly spread his arms and, with a loud cry directed towards the heavens, a surge of milky white holy light erupted from his body, coalescing into substantial wings of light behind him. As the wings gracefully fluttered, the composed male ascended, soaring like an angel from the myths of the Holy See, his radiance so blinding that Saya and the others had no choice but to avert their gazes. In mere moments, the airborne chosen warrior crossed the pond, approaching the towering rockery that stood several meters high. After a slight rotation in midair, he gently raised his left arm, and at that moment, the holy light surged towards his palm, forming a dazzling sword of light. Amidst the gasps of Saya and the others, the radiant sword flashed through the air and vanished without a trace. Remarkably, the rockery, which should have been obliterated, remained standing intact, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. "Is this sufficient?" Feng Wu inquired, her tone laced with pride yet tinged with a hint of uncertainty. She recalled that when she departed from the Holy See 3 months prior, the prowess of these chosen warriors had not reached such heights. How could they have undergone such astonishing improvement in such a brief span? Perhaps, as the legend suggested, they were indeed the manifestations of the god of light's emissaries. Exchanging glances, Saya and the others, after a moment of shock, broke into smiles. While these 6 individuals may not be capable of subduing formidable foes such as the Lord of Flames or the Black Dragon in single combat, where could the opposing faction find 6 warriors of such caliber? Moreover, our side is fortified by the presence of a dragon knight. Thus, it appears that even before the battle has commenced, we have already secured a significant advantage. How fortunate we are, Karl exclaimed, standing rooted in place before bursting into enthusiastic applause. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this young noble's inner thoughts echoed a contrary sentiment. Damn it, this is incredibly unfortunate. Perhaps I should take some action? Seizing the opportunity to tease a maid, Karl swiftly exited the courtyard and hurried to his chamber. Within minutes, news concerning the chosen warriors surfaced in Fowler's crystal ball. Taiping furrowed his brow as he reviewed the report on the evaporating rockery, realizing the situation was more complicated than anticipated. The dynamics of the confrontation between the 2 armies had shifted due to these mysterious powers, potentially leading to a catastrophic outcome. Professor Amos, perhaps you must take action. Taiping sighed, casting a glance at the lich seated across from him, calmly savoring his coffee. Disgusted by the waste of the precious beverage, he tossed the report onto the table and admonished, "Do not brush me off with your old bones and reluctance. I am not asking you to wield a massive axe in battle. That depends on the strength of the opponent and whether it can pique my interest." Amos replied, his expression shifting from casual to contemplative as he perused several reports. The mechanical reactions and synchronized movements, the wings formed from holy light. Interesting. Have you not drawn any connections? What? Taiping was taken aback, following Amos's gaze, which naturally settled on Angel. Moments later, he felt a jolt of realization as he understood the implication. Indeed, Angel's responses were also mechanical and monotonous. Although she possessed natural wings, she employed holy light in combat. Did this signify? What it signified remained uncertain, yet he felt compelled to test these adversaries. Amos caressed his staff, a hint of intrigue in his demeanor. Perhaps this battle could help unravel some of my lingering questions. However, akin to countless attempts before, Angel's performance showed no signs of improvement. When commanded to serve or fight, her actions and speech were impeccable, as if honed through the finest training. Yet, when posed with inquiries or given the freedom to act independently, her performance was nothing short of abysmal. It was hard to fathom that a person could break a fork while eating steak, chewing and swallowing it whole, only to emerge unscathed. Well, what must be known will eventually come to light. After several minutes, he relinquished the highbrow game and resolved to attend to his daily tasks. Now, Angel, let us continue our educational endeavors. Today's theme is the 36 variations of human expression and how to guard against lewd advances. As customary, Angel obediently settled beside him, ready to absorb the lessons imparted by the man. The slanting rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a glow upon her face, causing even her expressionless visage to appear animated. Taiping gazed at her pure and sacred countenance, inexplicably reminded of a figure riding a silver dragon. Yet mere seconds later, he shook his head in disbelief, dismissing the trivial thought. Listen, a joyful smile should resemble this. Taiping forced a pained grin, exclaiming, now, why don't you give it a try? Angel stared blankly at him, struggling to tug at the corners of her mouth. Very well, this time it's not a stomach ache. It's appendicitis. Taiping, taken aback, shook his head again, attempting another joyful expression. No, it should come from the heart, from the heart. Do you understand? Once more, Angel displayed no signs of irritation, merely staring blankly as she managed to produce a smile. This time, it was not from appendicitis, but rather from the notion of an appendicitis operation without anesthesia. Taiping's jaw dropped as he gazed at the unperturbed woman maintaining her smile, and he suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. After several minutes of silence, he began tugging at his hair, exclaiming, damn it, I want you to smile, not to perform in a melodrama. A barely audible laugh suddenly resonated in the room, as crisp as the sound of glass chiming. The dejected man suddenly lifted his head, just in time to witness the flicker of a smile fading from Angel's face. With such doubts lingering in his mind, he attempted to tug at his own hair once more, and indeed, mere seconds later, Angel chuckled lightly again. This realization made Taiping mourn for his hair. Perhaps soon, he would find himself bald amidst Angel's laughter. Yet moments later, he clenched his fists and exclaimed, all right, let us commence the lesson on weeping. Even if it entails plucking my beard, I shall not hesitate. However, the lesson on beard plucking did not last long, for by the following morning, a messenger from Bruce arrived in Folaire bearing a letter of condemnation. As he extinguished his own candle to illuminate others, he hastily departed from Angel and rushed toward the Lord's residence. Upon entering the council chamber, he immediately sensed a peculiar tension in the atmosphere. The haughty middle-aged man standing at the center of the hall was evidently the root cause of the trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, please hand over the 2 murderers from Bruce immediately. We are certain they are hiding within the Duchess's estate. The messenger held his head high, nostrils flared, arrogance radiating from his demeanor. In truth, his confidence rested solely on the long-standing tradition of not harming envoys in times of war. Rad let out a cold laugh and, adhering to the script he had prepared, spoke in a deep voice, Madame Vaya, I advise you to open your estate for our search. Otherwise, we Bruce shall join forces with Montiata and Nidal to hold Folaire accountable. He continued, or do you believe that after Folaire's economic development, you can vanquish us with a shower of gold coins? Well, hurling gold coins on the battlefield does sound rather spectacular. What if I refuse? Rad taunted, stroking his short beard. Indeed, you possess the support of the underworld, but do not presume that with these dark creatures at your side, you can. And what can you do? A voice interrupted coldly. Rad turned in astonishment, only to find himself suspended in midair. Lian Jia's expression was as cold as ice as he effortlessly lifted him. Taiping stood nearby, arms crossed, eyes slightly narrowed, and remarked, when the tiger does not show its might, do you take me for Hello Kitty? What do you want? Rad stammered, trembling as if afflicted by malaria. Yet he maintained the composure befitting an envoy. In times of war, one does not slay envoys. Moreover, even if you were to kill me, it would not change. Rest assured, as a Buddhist, I generally do not take life. Taiping smiled, patting Rad's cheek. However, I wouldn't mind doing something else. Tryst. Cease your invisibility and come forth." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the dark elf concealed in the shadows of the wooden beams gracefully descended and bowed. "Boss, would you like me to entertain this guest?" "Indeed, give him a grand reception, ensuring to fulfill the duties of a host," he Taiping mused, stroking his chin while observing Rad with great interest. "Oh, and do not forget to carve a turtle on each of his cheeks." "What? Are you unfamiliar with the shape of a turtle?" "No matter, just draw one resembling Quincy's physique." His voice carried beyond the hall, more melodious than Alex's singing. Moments later, accompanied by a wretched cry, the delightful performance finally came to a close. It appeared that Trist could no longer endure the act and dealt a heavy blow. He Taiping, still simmering with anger, glanced at the nearby minotaur and suddenly laughed. "Alex, let our guest Rad experience true music. I mean, the style you employed before embracing the beastly route." Even though not all present were devotees of the god of light, they nonetheless traced a cross in the air, mourning in silence for the unfortunate envoy for 2 minutes. He Taiping observed Alex's enthusiastic departure and satisfiedly nodded before turning his attention to the attendant who had accompanied Rad, casually beckoning with his pinky. The declaration of war was succinct, yet signified the gradual unfolding of conflict. The next morning, the 3 territories of Bruce, Montiata, and Nidal jointly issued an ultimatum, demanding Folaire surrender the 2 murderers or face war within 2 days. In response to this provocation, Folaire published a new edition of the newspaper that same afternoon, disseminating it via airdrop to the neighboring territories. In this newspaper, Madame Vaya elucidated the truth behind the alleged hiding incident and, through evidence analysis, pointed out that this inevitable war was merely a self-preservation tactic employed by Bruce and the other territories to escape economic turmoil. In an instant, rumors swirled among the 3 territories, and public sentiment grew restless, shifting the tide of public opinion. Although they had anticipated Folaire's actions, they did not foresee the extent of evidence gathered by the likes of Saya, leaving them somewhat flustered before this betrayal. However, they soon found themselves with little energy to dwell on such matters, for that night, the seemingly defensive Folaire audaciously deployed its underworld army, launching a grand offensive into Bruce, capturing cities along the coastline until they temporarily retracted their fangs after seizing the port of Berlin. At this moment, upon receiving the news, the territories of Bruce, Montiata, and Nidal assembled an army of 40,000, ominously advancing toward Berlin port. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this battle would take place in this previously obscure port, with the outcome determining the economic and political direction of the southern territories of Campus. Despite the upheaval in the south, the Campus royal family swiftly issued orders, demanding the 4 lords immediately cease hostilities while awaiting the duchy's mediation. Yet, whether it was Saya or Madame Vaya, both suddenly appeared illiterate at this moment, showing no reaction to the orders. More intriguingly, the Prime Minister Lawrence, who held significant power, merely called for peace and understanding with remarkable poise, but took no tangible action. This led many to speculate that perhaps the victors of the war would indeed be from Bruce. Did they truly believe Bruce would emerge victorious? At this very moment, he Taiping, situated at Berlin port, appeared remarkably at ease. He sipped his fruit milk, gazing at the clear sky, and squinted slightly. "Then we can inform Edmund to raise the odds of this war a bit more. This earthen city is simply impeccable. Perhaps we might consider forming a construction crew in the future?" He stomped his foot against the solid ground, clearly satisfied as he sat atop the city wall. Onlookers exchanged glances, observing the peculiar scene: a sturdy city wall, a reclining chair, a small table, a sunshade, and beside them, 5 or 6 uniquely charming ladies. It hardly resembled a battlefield. Rather, it appeared to be a vacation. In truth, it was not just he Taiping who regarded this war as mere amusement. Alex was leading 300 minotaurs and staging an opera within the fortifications. The Flame Monarch had stealthily joined the cooking camp to assist with meal preparations. Amos was playing mahjong with the liches. Constance was discussing beauty tips with Jinyu. And as for Trist, well, the dark elf had been engaged in an intense poker game with Horn for the entirety of the morning. In summary, aside from the anxious Vaya and Jinyu, there was hardly a normal person in sight. "Here they come." At that moment, the air shimmered with translucent ripples, and Christine's figure appeared upon the wall. The merrymakers paused, turning their heads toward the horizon, where a yellow dust storm roared forth. The sounds of hoofbeats, clashing metal, and horns blended together, resonating like the roar of a war beast, echoing from afar, causing even the sturdy earthen walls to tremble slightly at that instant. In a stunned silence, the onlookers exchanged glances before suddenly shouting, "Let us play cards." "Play cards? Horn, you rascal, how come my pair of commanders is missing a card?" "Lianjia, you must bear witness for me." Vaya and Jinhua simultaneously gasped, as if witnessing the most unbelievable scene in the world. Compared to Jinhua, who was accustomed to Taiping's demeanor, Lady Vaya, having interacted with fewer people, found it particularly hard to accept. She gazed at the thousands of troops galloping through the smoke, her voice trembling. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask, are we really going to let them attack the Earth City?" "Of course not." Taiping shook his head, bending down to shout into the city, "Alex, cease your infernal singing and step out to deal with the enemy." The performance of the Lady of the Camellias was abruptly halted, accompanied by Alex's furious roar as 300 minotaurs, shrouded in the priest's bloodthirsty aura, charged out of the Earth City in formation. Following them were approximately 10,000 city defense troops and 2,000 thieves led by the Red Wolf and Night Owl. In fact, the sight of 2,000 bald heads gleaming under the scorching sun surpassed even the shock value of the Minotaur's magical defense armor. However, aside from this startling spectacle, one must admit that the formation was appallingly poor. Due to the lack of a true military leader, the arrangement was effectively commanded by the two thieves, who understood little of tactics. They simply placed the Minotaurs on the left flank and the cavalry on the right, leaving the city defense troops in the center on standby. This rudimentary command led to an outbreak of laughter from the assembled Bruce coalition, instantly dispelling their fear of the undercity races. Silence fell as everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. There were many warriors from the undercity, but none had a knack for leadership. In this moment of quiet, Vaya seemed to be reminded by these words and instinctively looked toward the northwestern sky. Undoubtedly, she thought of Mr. Andre, who was thousands of miles away. That seemingly omnipotent genius. A horn abruptly interrupted her thoughts, as thousands of spears pointed skyward, bursting forth in dazzling light. Amidst the unified roar of tens of thousands, 3,000 spear warriors raised their weapons high, stepping forward in unison with the gradually resounding war drums. The thunderous sound of 3,000 feet hitting the ground was so powerful it struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the untested city defense troops, causing them to blanch slightly. "Let them kill." Taiping took a sip of fruit milk and waved his hand casually. Before his soft command could fade, the Minotaurs, standing still against the earthen wall, began to move slowly towards the opposing spear warriors. In mere seconds, they accelerated like a Lamborghini, crashing forward with tremendous momentum. "Raise your spears." At that moment, 5,000 spear warriors halted in a precise formation, grouping in threes, raising their spears skyward, the shafts deeply embedded in the ground. Their gleaming spearheads emanating a deadly aura, aimed at the charging Minotaur warriors. However, the roaring Minotaurs, seemingly driven mad under the bloodthirsty aura, disregarded the spears before them and charged forward with their wooden pillars raised. This scene resembled a roaring tidal wave crashing against the hardest rocks, resulting in a deafening clash. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected miracle occurred. Just as most believed the Minotaur warriors would fall victim to the spears, they forcefully crashed into the enemy formation amidst the scattered eyeballs. The spears, capable of piercing the hide of a giant lizard, either slid off or broke upon striking armor, inflicting only minor wounds on a few overly impulsive Minotaurs. It seemed that the physical defense of the magical armor was equally commendable. The spectators on the city walls were slightly moved, their expressions revealing admiration. Lianjia, witnessing the one-sided slaughter below, couldn't help but pound his fists together, declaring, "If I'm not mistaken, the defensive power of this armor is likely thicker than his skin. No wonder those steel spears couldn't penetrate." "Is that a compliment? Perhaps I should send my beard to deal with the Minotaurs." Taiping stroked his short beard, bemused by its ability to pierce skin. During the banter that ensued over the next several minutes, the 3,000 spear warriors had suffered heavy casualties, their heavy armor and spears becoming their greatest hindrances in both combat and retreat. But in the next moment, the surge of magical energy emanating from the Bruce coalition interrupted their jesting. Accompanied by the chants of hundreds of mages, a storm of electric black clouds rapidly gathered above the battlefield, shortly enveloping both the Minotaurs and spear warriors in shadow. Taiping paused, astonished. So ruthless. Do they plan to sacrifice their own soldiers as well? His suspicion proved correct. Before his words had fully left his lips, hundreds of serpent-like bolts of lightning descended from the sky, and savage lightning spheres plummeted into the battlefield. The frenzied surge of lightning engulfed the entire scene, blindingly bright, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Yet, the continuous cries of agony revealed the sheer power of the lightning assault. After a moment, both sides of the confrontation opened their eyes simultaneously, but upon seeing the area cloaked in lightning, they emitted cries of astonishment that were starkly different. On that scorched battlefield, most of the minotaurs remained standing, holding their massive wooden pillars aloft, defiantly gazing at the distant enemies. Their armor glimmered faintly with silver light, and a mist of water gradually expanded around their bodies. In stark contrast, thousands of spear warriors had nearly been obliterated in this cataclysmic strike, with only a few hundred still struggling in pools of blood. How is this possible? A collective gasp echoed through the Bruce coalition. Saya, Simmons, and Nimot stood dumbfounded, their minds blank. They could hardly believe that the minotaurs, notorious for their magical frailty, had sustained minimal damage under the tempest of lightning unleashed by hundreds of mages. It was more surreal than the god of light descending from the heavens. Nothing is impossible. The magic resistance of that armor has been tested against intermediate-level spells. Taiping explained to Vaya, standing 1,000 meters away. Of course, even so, it cannot completely withstand the destructive force of the lightning storm. Fortunately, with the assistance of Mu and the Sea Demon tribe, we cast a mist barrier on Alex and the others, a special water magic spell that can partially isolate magic. Thus, I suspect they are about to deploy their trump card. Suddenly, a black mist, embodying Amos, enveloped the sky. Taiping was momentarily taken aback, mumbling in protest. "Teacher, could you move a few meters to the side? You are blocking the sunlight. If this continues, my skin tone may end up uneven." Before his words had fully settled, the second horn sounded from the enemy ranks once more. The prolonged sound of the horn rippled through the air as over 10,000 shield bearers lined up in front of the coalition suddenly parted to the sides, and 3,000 silver-armored heavy cavalry from Nidal charged forth, their gleaming silver armor creating a tumultuous wave, propelled by the spears leading them into the fray. The ground trembled violently, the warhorses neighed loudly, and their target was none other than the minotaurs, still engaged in slaughtering the spear warriors. It seemed they were finally willing to invest their resources. Taiping felt a slight stir within him, for the first time lifting himself from the chair. In previous wars, human heavy cavalry were the main force against the minotaurs. Once these powerful knights, skilled in the use of fighting spirit, could break the minotaurs apart, the situation would become dire. This unfolding scene was naturally observed by the charging silver-armored cavalry, but their distance was simply too great. Even in their fury, they could only watch from afar. Fortunately, the minotaurs' retreat appeared sluggish, and within half a minute, they were drawn within a few hundred meters. At the command of the cavalry captain, the silvery spears stood upright like a forest, before gradually leveling off as the warhorses began their charge. The ground quivered as if in aftershocks. "Excellent. Is it finally my turn to shine?" Taiping, reclining in his armchair, offered a faint smile and began to chant languidly. Suddenly, hundreds of vines erupted between the minotaurs and the knights, obscuring their vision. Though this verdant barrier lasted a mere 10 seconds before vanishing, it forced the charging knights to halt, watching helplessly as the minotaur warriors surged through the city gates. "Oh, you asked for this." Before Taiping's indolent voice had faded, hundreds of dark elves materialized atop the walls, gazing down upon the knights. Unlike their customary bows, they now wielded heavy crossbows, their cold gleam under the sun and their grim visages sending shivers down spines. A slight agitation rippled through the knightly ranks, but the commander, after a momentary blanch, roared, "Fear not. Even crossbows cannot traverse 500 meters." His words were met with a dense, overwhelming rain of arrows. With the twang of the activated crossbows, thousands of bolts flew forth like a swarm of locusts, their density so great that they blotted out the sun. The knights watched in despair, futilely spurring their steeds, attempting to flee, but the entangled horses and the vines blocking their retreat trapped them in place. In a mere 10 seconds, nearly half the knights had fallen to the onslaught. But the nightmare had only just begun. With a faint smile from Drizzt, the magic crossbows, freshly reloaded, were raised once more. This was not combat, but a one-sided massacre. Cries of agony, the twang of crossbows, and the neighing of horses blended into a cacophony of horror. Lifeless bodies tumbled from their mounts, and riderless steeds trampled those who were merely wounded into pulpy heaps. Both sides stood transfixed, gazing upon the inferno unfolding before them. Even Taiping, the instigator, could not help but stroke his nose and mutter, perhaps I went a bit too far. But war is merciless. With an arrow loosed by Drist, nearly the entire force of 3,000 silver-armored heavy cavalry was annihilated, only a few hundred outer knights managing to escape. All this transpired in less than 2 minutes, rendering any rescue attempt by the Blues Alliance utterly futile. They could only watch in stunned silence as their comrades were slaughtered, not even laying a finger on the enemy. A profound silence descended, broken only by the howling wind, a mournful dirge of carnage and bloodshed. Taiping slowly rose, allowing his figure to be seen atop the city walls. The resplendent celestial winged staff drew all eyes to him. Under the gaze of tens of thousands, he used amplification magic and declared in a deep voice, "Duke Sayer, why waste the lives of common soldiers? Let us settle this with a duel between our strongest champions. It would be mutually beneficial." His words caused a stir within the Alliance ranks, but after a few seconds, the horns of full-scale assault blared once more. 10,000 shield warriors, bearing heavy shields, advanced to form a defensive line. Their shields, nearly 4 inches thick, were only wieldable due to weight reduction enchantments, impervious even to the most potent crossbows. Behind these advancing shield warriors were approximately 20,000 swordsmen and other troops, along with 500 mages. Various enhancement spells shimmered above the ranks, bolstering the soldiers' combat prowess. Even with the chosen warriors, they still lack confidence, so they've decided to overwhelm us with numbers? Taiping sighed softly. He did not genuinely expect the city garrison to withstand such a formidable force. Therefore, the only recourse was to employ. As she comforted him, Farrell, trembling with excitement, waved a flag. Simultaneously, the black dwarfs stationed behind the city garrison sprang into action, removing the black tarpaulins. In an instant, 5-meter-long magic crystal heavy cannons were exposed to view, their massive barrels exuding an aura of death under the sun, causing the onlookers on the walls to gasp in unison. Fire! At Taiping's hushed command, Farrell waved the flag once more. The 2 magic crystal heavy cannons shuddered in unison, emitting a resonant hum, and multicolored light coalesced at the muzzles, growing ever more brilliant. Sensing impending doom, the Blues Alliance quickened their advance. But when they were still about 1,000 meters from the city garrison, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted. Amidst the violent tremors of the ground, the 2 magic crystal heavy cannons unleashed their fury. 2 spheres of multicolored light, each about 3 meters in diameter, soared skyward, roaring like enraged dragons, before crashing down into the Alliance ranks. The blinding flash forced everyone to shut their eyes, but strangely, the roaring spheres made no sound upon impact. Indeed, there was no sound, no cries of agony, no geysers of mud, no roars or bellows. The only presence in that zone of war was the silent, multicolored wave of light, spreading swiftly and unstoppably, halting only 500 meters away. Within that 500-meter radius, all matter had been utterly vaporized, leaving behind a chasm, hundreds of meters wide and several meters deep, a testament to the devastation that had just transpired. Magic crystal heavy cannons, once thought to exist only in the ancient magic era, had revealed their terrifying visage once more after millennia. Though each firing consumed nearly 100 high-grade magic crystals, and each cannon required 3 hours to cool down after a single shot, this initial volley had utterly shattered the unprepared Blues Alliance. Perhaps the mages were regretting their failure to erect magical barriers in time, for had they done so, over 10,000 lives might not have been extinguished in a matter of seconds. With a furious roar from Alex, 300 minotaurs, having regrouped, surged forth once more, followed by 1,500 shark-headed warriors who had just landed. These 1,800 formidable warriors, united in their charge, and bolstered by the city garrison's renewed morale, howled as they stormed towards the enemy ranks. Flanking them were hundreds of dwarf lizard warriors and 1,000 rogue cavalry. The siren race chanted spells, continuously bestowing blessings and restorative magic upon these brave warriors, making them even more fearless as they surged forward like ravenous tigers into a flock of sheep, like a tidal wave crashing upon a shoal, instantly obliterating anything that dared to stand in their path. But at that moment, a majestic roar echoed from the heavens, and a silver dragon, gleaming in the sunlight, swept the ground with its draconic aura. Simultaneously, pillars of silver light erupted from the battlefield, and 6 figures leaped into the air, unfurling wings of solidified light. With each swing of their swords, they obliterated hundreds of soldiers, their power unstoppable. Teacher Amos, I leave it to you. Taiping smiled faintly and leaped into the air. Constance transformed into a black dragon at the same moment, carrying her lover into the sky. In the faint haze, the lance of wind danced and the roar of the silver dragon awaited their arrival. Almost simultaneously, the Flame Lord roared and transformed into a towering fire demon, lunging towards the 6 chosen warriors who were slaughtering the soldiers. Scorching waves of fire surged forth, turning everything in their path to cinders. The terrifying spectacle drew the attention of the 6 chosen warriors. They swung their light swords, and the combined streams of light, as radiant as the Milky Way, met the raging sea of fire. Meanwhile, Amos, still standing on the city walls, raised his staff, leading several liches in a simultaneous chant. Powerful magical energies surged from them, drawing the attention of the chosen warriors. It was a terrifying magic, worthy of the term forbidden spell. A dark mist, exuding the essence of death, descended from the heavens, enveloping 6 chosen warriors in an instant. A tempest of hurricane winds, crimson flames, and bolts of lightning erupted simultaneously within this ominous fog. The gates of the demon realm swung open abruptly, a powerful suction consuming one of the chosen warriors. Observing this scene, Taiping let out a gentle sigh of relief and urged Constance to ascend more swiftly. Above them, Wind Dance, brandishing her dragon spear, rode the silver dragon as it hurtled downwards. In a fleeting moment of collision, the 2 colossal dragons evaded each other with unimaginable agility, their claws simultaneously raking across each other's bodies, tearing away hundreds of scales and flesh. The still maturing Constance evidently suffered greater injury, struck in the abdomen by the silver dragon. She stifled a low groan, suppressing her pain to avoid alarming her beloved. Yet, Taiping had already discerned her distress from the tremors of the dragon's body and immediately encircled her long neck, whispering, "My dear, there is no need to confront that beast head-on. Our task is merely to hold them at bay." Constance nodded slightly, her words of dragon magic erupting instantaneously, enveloping the silver dragon that was charging at them once more, while she rapidly ascended, creating distance between them. Seizing this brief respite, Taiping quickly chanted spells amidst the tumult, summoning several blood eagles and a 3-headed hellhound. In an instant, these summoned creatures fused, giving rise to a newly born beast that soared into the air with 3 pairs of enormous wings, charging towards the silver dragon, all the while dodging dragon magic and launching magical assaults. Within mere seconds, the blood-winged hellhound had reached the side of the silver dragon. Although the dragon's spear and dragon breath struck its body simultaneously, the formidable amalgamation still lunged for the dragon's neck, its 3 sets of fangs sinking mercilessly into the tough dragon scales, reaching flesh beneath, while venom infused with various magical elements seeped into its bloodstream. Even the mighty silver dragon could not suppress an enraged roar, violently swiping its claws at its long neck, obliterating the tenacious beast into a bloody pulp. "You despicable human! You shall pay dearly for this." The silver dragon, never having endured such humiliation, let out a thunderous roar, disregarding Wind Dance's attempts at consolation, and soared skyward, lunging at the black dragon that lingered in the upper air. This time, truly incensed, it showed no mercy. The magic it unleashed was akin to divine retribution, engulfing the space within hundreds of meters. Constance conjured a magical shield to protect the vulnerable Taiping within, striving to counterattack with her magic. However, lacking significant combat experience against her kin, she was unaware that for dragons, the true determinant of victory lay not in magic, but in physical confrontation. In an instant, the roaring silver dragon had pounced upon its adversary, its razor-sharp claws slashing through the air, leaving deep gashes upon the black dragon's long neck. Almost simultaneously, Wind Dance, wielding her dragon spear, summoned her own fighting spirit, launching her spear like a flash of lightning, piercing the black dragon's left wing. The severely wounded Constance let out a mournful cry, but could not momentarily break free from her constraints, struggling desperately to escape the terrifying onslaught. Before Taiping could utter another spell, the silver dragon, having immobilized its opponent, turned its head and clamped its jaws around the adversary's neck once more. Enraged by the excruciating pain, Constance bared her fangs in a vicious retaliation. Yet, it was undeniable that in terms of both strength and experience, she was far outmatched by the silver dragon. To make matters worse, Wind Dance had suddenly drawn her spear, aiming directly at Constanza's throat. Scoundrel! Taiping's eyes turned crimson. Before Wind Dance could make her move, he unleashed an advanced spell hidden within the Staff of Celestial Wings. This was a collective weakening spell embedded by the Archmage who had crafted the staff. Even a dragon's magical immunity could not entirely disregard its potency. In an instant, the two battling dragons simultaneously released their grips, plummeting from the sky like heavy stones, colliding with one another during their descent. Even worse, due to their uncontrollable state and the weakening spell, both riders were violently jolted and fell from their dragons' backs, hurtling towards the unyielding ground. Seeing this, the dragons, struggling to regain their balance, hastily cast levitation spells to catch their riders' bodies, ensuring a safe landing. Moments later, both dragons released relieved breaths and resumed their fierce battle, instinctively lunging forward once more to determine the victor with their fangs and claws. Damn it! Taiping muttered fiercely upon landing, quickly chanting spells to summon creatures to aid Constance. However, Wind Dance, now descending, would not grant him that opportunity. Discarding her spear, she suddenly drew her longsword, unleashing a crescent arc of silver fighting spirit aimed at Taiping's chest. At the critical moment, it was the ring's teleportation ability that saved the summoner's life. But the interrupted incantation could not be resumed, and Wind Dance was upon him again. This time, the ring could no longer save its master. With a metallic clang, a sword of light abruptly intercepted Wind Dance's attack. Angel, who should have been waiting on the city walls for orders, spontaneously intervened, positioning herself just in front of Taiping, though her pure white wings were not displayed. The divine fighting spirit emanating from her was enough to leave Wind Dance momentarily speechless. This was a fighting spirit possessed only by knights of the Holy See. Why did it manifest in this maid's garb? My master is a good person. I cannot allow you. Due to her independent action, Angel, who could usually articulate her thoughts fluently, stuttered slightly, but still managed to convey her intent. Moments later, a silver beam erupted from her, expanding at an unimaginable speed and enveloping the space within hundreds of meters, even reaching the 5 chosen warriors enveloped in the dark mist. In that instant, an unexpected transformation occurred. The chosen warriors, who had previously lost their will to resist, began to regain their vitality, as if infused with power from Angel's silver radiance. Their light swords merged and connected, transforming into a stream of light that surged skyward, forcibly creating a breach in the impenetrable dark mist. Within seconds, 5 silhouettes dashed through the gap, their target being Taiping, who had been blown away by the shockwave. In that moment, a chorus of exclamations erupted. Yet they could not halt the advance of the 5 chosen warriors. Angel, engaged in combat with Wind Dance, struck a powerful blow with her sword, attempting to turn back to save her master. Wind Dance, momentarily distracted by the perilous situation confronting Taiping, gritted her teeth and swung her sword, ensnaring Angel in place. You scoundrel! You dare act on your own without my summons. Taiping bellowed in fury, flipping over to pin the bloodless Christine beneath him. Simultaneously, he activated the second advanced spell within the Staff of Celestial Wings, conjuring a crystal barrier capable of withstanding high-level magic. But as anticipated, the crystal wall that rose from the ground shattered in less than 10 seconds before the surging stream of light. Despairing, Taiping turned his head, and in his peripheral vision, he caught a glimpse of Lianjia rushing towards him with a roar. Idiot, don't come to your doom. Before Taiping's furious shout could escape his lips, it was completely drowned out by the force of the wind, and the dazzling stream of light surged towards him, prompting him to shut his eyes in despair. Yet, the anticipated death did not arrive, though the intense heat was maddening. It was undoubtedly a testament that he was still alive. Clutching Christine tightly, the man finally opened his eyes slowly. Seconds later, an incredulous gasp escaped his lips. It was an astonishing sight. The stream of light, forged from the fusion of 5 chosen warriors, had inexplicably halted in midair, gradually reshaping into human form. Alone, the seemingly frail Lianjia stood resolutely against them. The azure light emanating from her form was almost tangible, effortlessly repelling the luminous streams that had easily breached the crystal barriers. Was this a mere jest, a defense spell surpassing high-level incantations? Surely, there were no such protective charms in existence. Then, let them perish. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, Lianjia's trembling figure suddenly expanded. Amidst the incredulous gasps of the onlookers, This female warrior unleashed an even more potent azure radiance. In an instant, a shockwave erupted, flinging all creatures within hundreds of meters into the air. Dust and sand engulfed the battlefield, swirling in a tempest that even the keen eyes of the dark elves could not penetrate. What is that? As the dust gradually settled, the sight that emerged left many jaws agape. Amidst the ripples of azure light stood a colossal blue ape, towering at least 10 meters high, its form resembling a solid wall that effectively obstructed the luminous streams. No matter how desperately the 5 chosen warriors invoked their sacred light, they could not advance. Lianjia, with a swift kick that sent a would-be assailant sprawling, Taiping, struggling amidst a throng of minotaurs, gazed in astonishment at the gigantic creature, larger than a dragon. So, you are a monkey? Suddenly weary of this confrontation, the behemoth swung its massive paw, sending the 5 chosen warriors hurtling through the air like flies struck by a swatter. Landing hundreds of meters away, 2 of them, the first to bear the brunt of the attack, were instantly slain. Windance, still locked in a standoff with Angel, sighed softly, leveraging the momentum of her sword to leap back, while whistling. The silver dragon, albeit displeased, had no choice but to disengage, growling lowly, "Boring creature, today's battle ends here. Should we meet again, I will not." In a moment of near calamity, the silver dragon, nearly losing its balance, witnessed Constans reaching out hesitantly, mimicking Taiping's usual mannerisms, extending a claw and gesturing with its middle digit. At this juncture, the silver dragon nearly plummeted, flapping its wings desperately to maintain its altitude. Then, its voice, powerful enough to resonate across the battlefield, echoed through the air. "Human, what have you done to the noble dragon to bring it to such a disgrace?" In truth, I did nothing," Taiping protested, wiping his eyes as he watched the silver dragon carry Windance away, vanishing into the vast sky. Simultaneously, the 5 chosen warriors, having been downed on the battlefield, rose and took to the air. With the departure of these formidable beings, the goddess of victory finally placed her weights upon the scales, undoubtedly choosing Froller and the Undercity. At last, is it over? Observing the field strewn with corpses and the disheartened Bruise coalition huddled in despair, Taiping exhaled softly, feeling a mixture of joy and melancholy. Yet, before his sigh could dissipate, the behemoth, slowly turning, suddenly let out a low growl and collapsed, its trajectory aimed directly at Taiping. "Help!" The cry barely escaped his lips before the fallen behemoth transformed into Lianjia's form amidst the azure glow, landing in his outstretched arms. But at that moment, the pallid silver-haired woman had already succumbed, her lips devoid of color, her body as cold as if struck by a freezing spell. Taiping was taken aback, urgently calling out, "Call an ambulance," or summon Teacher Amos. Moments later, the dark mist that was Amos descended, receiving Lianjia, while Mu, accompanied by several sirens, hastily cast healing spells. After a brief examination of Lianjia's condition, Amos turned to Taiping with a grim expression, stating, "This is a dire situation, and the very thing I feared has occurred." Despite possessing the bloodline of the behemoth, Lianjia's vitality could not support such a sudden transformation. Transformation? Taiping was taken aback, suddenly recalling Amos's earlier warning not to provoke Lianjia, despite her appearance as merely a mid-tier warrior with divine power. Clearly, the warning was not unfounded. Should an enraged Lianjia transform into a behemoth, even Constans could not claim absolute confidence in victory. In hindsight, avoiding confrontation with this female warrior had proven to be the wisest course of action. How long will it take for Lianjia to awaken? At that moment, Jinyu arrived on horseback from the Earth City, gently grasping Taiping's hand in comfort while inquiring of the old lich, Teacher Amos, "Is there anything we can do?" Perhaps whatever it is, he left this question and concern hanging in the air. Taiping's face darkened, his expression stormy, and the sight of the battered black dragon further deepened his distress. With a sigh, he embraced Constans, then turned to the injured Flame, Alex, and others, feeling an unbidden surge of wrath within his previously calm heart. In truth, it was not only Taiping whose visage was gradually marred by a savage glare. The Flame had been struck by the combined assault of 6 chosen warriors, its fiery aura dimmed considerably. Alex bore a massive wound on his left chest, and the loss of numerous Minotaur warriors weighed heavily on his heart. Horn gripped his war axe tightly, mourning the recent loss of his beloved giant lizard mount. These dark races from the depths were not to be trifled with, and at this moment of turmoil, their eyes reddened with fury as they turned toward the thousands of captives being led in from the distance. The true thrill of war lay not merely in vanquishing foes, but in humiliating them afterward. Thus, Treaster, escorting a captive from afar, cackled gleefully, "Look what I've found, everyone. It is Lord Simmons of Montiata. Ah, it seems his steed encountered a bit of trouble during his escape. Quite fortunate, as I happened to pursue the enemy in that direction." Poor Simmons, seemingly oblivious to his predicament, began to tremble as he approached, noticing the unfriendly gazes surrounding him. He stammered, "Wait. You cannot treat me with such disrespect. I am a lord and demand the treatment befitting my rank as a noble." With a resounding crash, Alex's wooden pillar swept across, knocking the still protesting lord to the ground, the flying teeth a testament to the force behind the blow. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the fallen Simmons did not lose consciousness but instead writhed on the ground, crying out, "This is excessive. You are violating the principles of war. Even an ordinary captive deserves better treatment." Raising a colossal fist, Alex appeared ready to strike again. However, Taiping interjected, stepping forward, "Hold on. We should not treat him this way. In fact, we ought to." Before he could finish, a foot appeared before Simmons's relieved face, making intimate contact without hesitation. Casually stepping down once more, listening to the now deformed cries, Taiping finally clapped his hands in satisfaction, smiling. "Now, do you see? For such a fool, the punishment must be delivered to the face. Come, everyone, line up for a punch." Exchanging glances, the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers, surging forward. 2 seconds later, the sounds of strikes, shouts, curses, and wails harmonized into a cacophony. Even from several miles away, one could hear Alex's booming voice, "Damn it, Horn. You just hit him twice. I don't care, I want to hit him twice as well." Thus, Simmons's cries grew ever more pitiful, his high-pitched wails echoing as if he were about to undergo a sacred coronation. Thankfully, after a few minutes, having grown weary of the opera performance, Taiping gently waved his hand, signaling everyone to step aside. At that moment, Simmons, his face bruised and battered, was already on the brink of unconsciousness. Even his most favored concubine could not recognize him in this pitiful state. Have you had enough enjoyment? If so, let us discuss the matter of compensation. Taiping lightly lifted Simmons's swollen face with his toes, squinting slightly, and spoke in the gentlest tone, "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in killing prisoners. However, as one of the instigators of this war, shouldn't you offer some gold coins as compensation?" Simmons was utterly despondent. Had he known that the other party sought money, he would have spoken up sooner, thus avoiding this ordeal. Yet now was not the time for regrets. As he touched his bruised face, he grimaced and repeatedly nodded. Of course, name your amount, and I will do my utmost to meet your request. I'm not greedy. 1,000,000 gold coins will suffice." Taiping casually waved his hand, nonchalantly uttering the figure as though it were merely 100. Simmons was momentarily taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, "What? 1,000,000 gold coins? Are you jesting? 1,000,000 is nearly equivalent to a year and a half of Montiata's financial revenue. It's impossible to pay in one lump sum." Taiping regarded him with a slight nod. "Ah, that is true, for someone of your stature. 1,000,000 gold coins may indeed be a bit excessive, then let it be 150,000 gold coins." Simmons's expression of shock and anger froze on his face, his entire body trembling as if he might faint at any moment. Taiping sighed softly, seemingly on the verge of saying more, but sensing the impending disaster, Simmons hastily declared, 150,000. "I agree, completely agree." "Really?" Taiping inquired with a mild smile, patting Simmons on the shoulder. His demeanor was so amiable. "Do not force yourself. If there are any difficulties." "Not at all. Not a bit." Simmons's expression was as resolute as the 5 brave men of Wolf Tooth Mountain, yet such a substantial sum would likely require installment payments. "Of course, a promissory note can be signed. Rest assured, I swear by my ancestors, I will not go back on my word. Indeed, I trust you." Taiping gently brushed off the dust from Simmons's clothing and helped him to his feet. Simmons exhaled a long breath, finally feeling that the nightmare was over and sunlight was about to shine upon him. However, 2 seconds later, he suddenly heard the most terrifying words in the world. "Now, let us discuss the medical expenses for my friends." "What? You do not understand the meaning of medical expenses? It's quite simple. During the earlier incident, when they entertained you, their fists suffered some injuries, thus requiring treatment. It need not be much. I believe 50,000 gold coins will suffice." We are all familiar with one another, and I will not inflate the price. Mr. Simmons, why are you lying down again, Mr. Simmons? This loss manifests on several levels, foremost among them being military attrition. Nearly 30,000 soldiers from the three major territories coalition were lost in the battle, with the consumption of food and equipment being incalculable. Simultaneously, the news of defeat and the deaths of numerous soldiers caused panic and dissatisfaction among the populace. Taiping, naturally, seized this opportunity and specially airdropped newspapers the following morning to report on the events. Under the guidance of public opinion, the majority of the populace directed their ire towards the three lords who instigated the war, with protests and riots erupting in certain regions. To make matters worse, the victorious Falair army did not withdraw but instead adopted a predatory stance, embodying the resolve of not returning until they had conquered. Although, due to the Principality's regulations over centuries, Say and others were not overly concerned that Falair would genuinely annex the three territories. The experience of having nearly 10,000 troops pillaged was far from pleasant. Consequently, after Simmons paid $150,000 in compensation along with $50,000 for medical expenses, Say and Quincy were also compelled to pay 50,000 gold coins as compensation. This enormous financial burden evidently exacerbated the already strained fiscal condition of the three territories. Coupled with the mass exodus of merchants for various reasons, the debt issues faced by the three lords grew increasingly severe, pushing them to the brink of bankruptcy. In desperation, they had no choice but to liquidate their assets while shifting personal debts onto taxes. This approach soon proved to be detrimental. Even the affluent residents began to struggle under such harsh taxation, not to mention the impoverished population, which constituted 60% of the populace. However, compared to the economic and military disgrace, the most devastating blow to Say and others was the bleakness of their political future. Although Prime Minister Lawrence's confidential letter contained little blame, the disappointment in his tone was unmistakable. This was not merely a failure of a war, a disastrous conflict. Perhaps from these three lords, one could foresee the fate of the esteemed Prime Minister. Indeed, as Lawrence anticipated, Wind Dance, leading the three chosen warriors back to the Holy See, lamented to her companion and her during a brief respite in their journey. Yes, I believe His Holiness will reconsider the matter of cooperation, due to the losses among the chosen warriors, and it was evidently more enraged than Wind Dance. However, the strength of the dark forces exceeded our expectations, thus, I believe His Holiness will not hold you accountable for this. I'm not worried about that. Wind Dance sighed softly, turning her gaze toward the three chosen warriors beside her, who were eerily silent. After a prolonged silence, she hesitated. Enter. You have always been responsible for commanding the chosen warriors. Do you know where they come from and how they are trained? Ender was taken aback, shaking his head. Yet his eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Wind Dance frowned slightly, her mind drifting to the maid who had fought alongside her, her aura, and that radiant sword, all evoking a sense of familiarity, as if these chosen warriors. Moreover, if her memory served her right, the reason the chosen warriors managed to escape the lich's bondage was also due to that maid's holy light, albeit not by her intent. My lady? Ender's voice, laced with unease, interrupted Wind Dance's thoughts. She gently shook her head, slowly rising. It's nothing. Let us set off. As she spoke, she took the lead, with the silver dragons soaring overhead, guiding their path. Ender was momentarily stunned before hastily following suit, oblivious to the fact that, just as he turned away, one of the mechanically advancing chosen warriors paused slightly, glancing toward Falair. Yet in the blink of an eye, this chosen warrior resumed its regular pace, continuing onward with heavy footsteps. This won't do. You are monks, not brigands, understand? Taiping looked at the Red Wolf and Night Owl, who were preaching Buddhist teachings, shaking his head in frustration. From any angle, these two high monks of thieving origin resembled second-rate peddlers or, more aptly, the kind of charlatans who would stop you on the street and sell you a talisman worth 2 coins for 50. Imagine two fierce-looking bald men standing before you, mumbling a patched-together version of Buddhist scriptures, their eyes, however, fixated on your coin purse, occasionally stealing glances at passing beauties. Such characters, rather than missionaries, would be better described as petty gangsters. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that after 2 months of preaching, they had only managed to attract 2 followers. In fact, it was rumored that these 2 followers had reluctantly yielded under the dual pressure of fists and finances. I give up. Let us put this matter on hold for now. Taiping sighed deeply, gesturing for the Red Wolf and Night Owl to withdraw. Fortunately, the Holy See has temporarily abandoned its retreat, allowing the establishment of a new religion to be postponed until a suitable candidate is found in the future. For now, the matter of managing relations with the neighboring territories warrants more discussion. As he gently caressed the scarred arm of Constance, Taiping could not help but recall the fierce battle of that day, his anger rising slightly. Yet, this anger was fleeting, swiftly replaced by self-reproach and regret. Had he been stronger, the outcome of that battle would not have been a Pyrrhic victory, and neither Constance nor the minotaurs, dark dwarfs, and dark elves would have suffered losses. Those were vibrant lives, once frolicking in his presence. My dear, you have done your utmost. Constance seemed to sense his self-recrimination and tenderly kissed his cheek, offering gentle reassurance. Taiping could only smile wryly and shake his head. He was acutely aware that while there was indeed a disparity in strength during the battle, the greater issue lay in his lack of combat experience. According to the conventions of transmigration, one would typically become a paragon of versatility upon arrival in a new world. Yet Taiping understood that he lacked such a golden finger. Prior to his transmigration, he was merely a university lecturer, not adept in combat, and had not fully mastered the techniques of a summoner. As Amos had remarked, your power could indeed contend against wind dance, but you do not know how to leverage your advantages. For instance, why not attempt to force the silver dragon down with summoned creatures, then employ stone giants and ice elementals for a collective assault? Indeed, a summoner should adhere to the principle of overwhelming the opponent. Taiping sighed softly, resolving to diligently hone his combat skills, for that was the true path to mastery. He then temporarily set aside that thought and turned to Edmund. Are all our various goods and sales channels saturated? After a brief contemplation, Edmund replied in a low voice, not entirely. As you know, our guild has a limited number of members, and items like dolls and lingerie have already garnered profits even in nearby regions. Consequently, we have yet to explore sales channels in more distant areas. Excellent, just as I surmised. Taiping narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping the wooden table. Let us print a new newspaper to disseminate news that our guild will be recruiting new members and can allocate a portion of the sales channels to them. However, the stipulation is that they must relocate to Folair and pay an entrance fee of 5,000 gold coins. This plan, though simple, was, in fact, a rare boon for merchants in places like Bruce. Edmund nodded in acknowledgement but hesitated, saying, while it is enticing, say and the others will not remain idle. If they obstruct the merchants from coming, as long as they are determined to leave, they will find a way. Taiping snapped his fingers nonchalantly. Let Gutland spread the word that we can assist merchants in smuggling themselves to Folair, and let the price be somewhat lower. I will enlist the aid of the sirens and the sharkmen. Their giant whales can transport hundreds of people at once, making them ideal for smuggling. Edmund did not object this time, readily accepting the task and hurriedly departing to discuss printing matters with Horn. Taiping took a sip of fruit milk and continued. Now that the war has concluded, we have made a considerable profit. Our next step is to promote Folair's reputation and facilitate better circulation of people. Do any of you have suggestions? Increased circulation of people implies greater resources and purchasing power, which is undoubtedly of utmost importance to a commercial city. Vea and Moon exchanged glances and hesitantly inquired. That would be ideal, yet Folair lacks ample available land, and employment opportunities are nearly saturated. Attracting new residents might be problematic. There is no need to entice them to settle. As long as they are willing to visit Folair for leisure and are willing to spend money on food and entertainment, that suffices. Taiping set down his fruit milk and explained to the somewhat puzzled audience. In other words, we should begin to vigorously promote the entertainment industry in Folair, so that whenever people think of indulgence, they will associate it with Folair. Do you mean we should promote venues similar to our restaurants? Moon grasped his intent immediately. Since the introduction of hot pot, steak, and fruit milk, Folair's culinary scene had gradually gained recognition in the South, attracting many noble patrons who enjoyed dining there, greatly benefiting the guild's several restaurants. However, the development of the culinary industry was ultimately limited by resources. When it came to entertainment, how could the small city of Folair compete with the larger cities in the north? Good heavens, were those saunas, massages, and dance performances I arranged merely for amusement? Taiping cast a discontented glance at Moon. It seemed that the people of this world possessed little understanding of entertainment, perhaps unable to comprehend how Hangzhou prospered despite its limited resources. Are you suggesting we promote those as well? Moon paused, hesitating. While that is indeed appealing, I do not believe that tourists would travel specifically to Folair for such experiences. The cost of travel alone would afford them numerous sauna sessions. Let us show them the wonders worth their long journey. Taiping snapped his fingers and rose from his chair. Now, let us venture to the seaside. You will witness those marvels, those experiences worthy of even the gods descending from the heavens for entertainment. Boarding the giant squid for a maritime expedition. The group soon arrived at the water city of the Sirens. After months of construction, the water park was largely completed and many attractions were ready for use. This left Vea and Moon, who seldom visited this water city, puzzled. They had initially believed this to be a unique structure of the Sirens, unaware that it was connected to Folair's entertainment industry. As the group arrived, Mu, who was directing the collaboration between the Sharkmen and Dark Dwarfs, hurriedly approached. Despite having heard of the Sirens' androgynous legend, Moon and the others were still captivated upon meeting her for the first time, their imaginations running wild. However, the sight of the enormous canvas that appeared before them plunged the merchants into even greater astonishment. This is a hot air balloon, capable of carrying over 10 people into the sky. It will be one of the attractions in the future water park, Taiping explained, leaving Moon and the others in disbelief. Without the aid of magic, could this canvas on the ground genuinely lift a bamboo basket into the air? If so, what value did the mage's proud flying spells hold? You'll find out if you try. Taiping lightly snapped his fingers, prompting several dwarves and fire elementals to step forward and ignite the prepared bonfire. As hot air steadily filled the canvas, it gradually expanded, forming the slowly ascending hot air balloon. The merchants were left speechless, having forgotten to even gasp in astonishment as they watched the balloon that could lift off at any moment. They clutched their legs, seemingly trying to prove to themselves that they were not dreaming. 10 minutes later, the hot air balloon, carrying the group, was already hovering in the air, steered by the wind elementals. Even Constance, accustomed to flying, marveled at this miracle that did not rely on magic, let alone the merchants who had never flown before. Moon, with his heart racing, could not help but fantasize about the influx of visitors that this opportunity for common folk to soar into the sky could attract. This is merely the beginning. Taiping gently patted Moon's shoulder and began to point out various areas on the sea's surface, introducing each in turn. This location, once imbued with ice magic, would transform into an enchanting ice rink. The Western Sea area, abundant with fish, is intended for development into a fishing haven, over there. The grand wooden castle will serve as a future maritime restaurant. The shallow waters by the beach are designated for surfing, kayaking, and swimming. As for the nearby sands, my plan is to create a sunbathing resort that can also accommodate beach volleyball and other sports. Furthermore, a platform may be established on the sea for performances by the merfolk. What suggestions do you all have regarding these plans? With each word he uttered, the eyes of Moon and the others widened further, until by the time he posed his final query, the basket was littered with fallen eyeballs. Moon, panting heavily, suddenly grasped Taiping's arm tightly and quivered. President, when do you plan to launch this water amusement world? In about a month, provided we execute proper publicity first. Taiping gently extricated himself from Moon's grip, smiling slightly. Additionally, my funds are nearly depleted. Would you be interested in investing? Yes, certainly. Before he could finish speaking, 5 or 6 merchants eagerly chimed in, each offering, I'll put in 50,000 gold coins. I'll contribute 60,000. I'll provide. No need for such amounts. We only require a deficit of 400,000 gold coins. Taiping waved his hand dismissively, but then pondered, how about this? I will retain 40 of the shares. The Commerce Guild will invest 200,000 gold coins for 30 of the water world, and the remaining 30 will serve other purposes. On the continent of Quintus, countless renowned cities once thrived, yet the sands of time gradually obscured them, allowing them to fade into the river of history. However, one city stands as an exception. From the moment of its inception, it has remained steadfast atop the towering tan snow peak, enduring for millennia. This is Condes, the land of the light goddess descent, now known as the City of Heaven. What kind of city is this? It rests upon ethereal snow peaks, as if a divine eye gazing down upon all worldly matters, pure and aloof. Though its population is fewer than 100,000, nearly half are of mid-tier warriors or low-tier mages, and there are over 100 high-tier experts, including 6 extraordinary beings. As a visiting prince once remarked, in this city, even if a hailstone were to fall from the sky, it would strike several mid-tier warriors. What is even rarer is that all 100,000 residents are the most devout followers of the light god, having worshipped him for generations, surrounding Pope Nicholas III and ever ready to sacrifice everything for the Holy See. This extraordinary fervor of belief is indeed a formidable force. Thus, at this moment, when passing residents witnessed the gliding silver dragon, they immediately knelt on one knee, fervently drawing crosses upon their chests. They recognized it as one of the two leaders of the sacred knights, the dragon knight Fengwu, known as the War Rose. Upon noticing the reverence of the residents below, Fengwu, sitting upon the dragon's back, began to softly chant incantations, enveloping the dragon in a silver glow that shone brilliantly between heaven and earth, resonating with the holy light atop the distant temple, drawing forth even greater praise from the populace. For the sake of these virtuous believers, I shall eradicate the darkness of this world. Gripping her dragon's spear tightly, the woman, who had felt momentarily disheartened by her failures, suddenly found renewed conviction. As if sensing the knight's shift in spirit, the silver dragon let out a mighty roar, accelerating through the strong winds. In mere moments, it descended gently onto the square before the temple, where several patrolling knights had already stepped forward to pay their respects. Taking a deep breath, Fengwu gazed at the grand and magnificent temple before her, suppressing her excitement, and slowly stepped through the stone doors. Though she had entered this temple dozens of times before, each audience bestowed upon her a new spiritual awakening. Indeed, those who have never set foot in this sanctuary cannot fathom the divine power of the light God contained within. This power permeates every inch of the temple, vast yet serene, as if the light God himself were hidden within, silently watching over his people. Yet at this moment, confronted by such an adorable little boy, Fengwu remained respectful and did not dare to slacken her demeanor, replying earnestly, "Your forgiveness only deepens my guilt. Though I misjudged the strength of the darkness, my mismanagement led to the deaths of 3 chosen warriors, and I am willing to accept any punishment. However, before that, there is a matter of considerable importance that I must report." Perhaps accustomed to her stubbornness, Pope Nicholas chose not to pursue the topic of punishment any further, temporarily setting it aside. Perhaps to change the subject, he followed Fengwu's lead and inquired, Is it about your experiences in Folair? Have the dark races undergone some new transformation?" "No, it is unrelated to the dark races. On the contrary, the information I possess is..." Fengwu hesitated for a moment, stepping closer to whisper a few words into the Pope's ear. Within seconds, the Pope's expression shifted several times, but he gradually composed himself and replied solemnly, "Fengwu, are you certain that the maid truly possesses divine power and bears a striking resemblance to the chosen warriors?" Fengwu nodded slightly, saying nothing further. Nicholas gently closed his eyes, standing in silence for a long while, as if pondering the crux of the matter. Minutes later, when he reopened his eyes, he stroked his chin and spoke slowly. "I understand now, if this is the case. Fengwu, you may need to return to Folair once more." This time, Fengwu remained silent for even longer, but eventually nodded softly, "Understood. Although I am not particularly accustomed to this approach, if it is your request, then I shall comply." "Really? To be honest, I was concerned you might refuse. For this is far more challenging than the battles on the battlefield." Nicholas smiled slightly, but the next moment, his smile transformed from mysterious to endearing. This was indeed the truth. Thus, the Pope, who had initially intended to reprimand, could only pucker his lips in exasperation, expressing his discontent. Observing his adorable demeanor, Fengwu could no longer resist the urge to pinch his cheek and casually handed him a bag of candies. After a few moments of astonishment, Nicholas suddenly cheered. Under the gaze of the light god statue, he unabashedly licked his lollipop. Watching his charming antics, Fengwu couldn't help but recall the moment she first encountered this boy years ago. Time had flown. Back then, Nicholas was merely a disciple of the former pope. Yet now he had been the pope for 2 years. Seconds later, Nicholas, stepping into the radiant light, appeared in the hidden hall. Upon his arrival, several elderly men who were quietly meditating were not particularly surprised, merely rising to pay their respects. Nicholas waved his hand gently, signaling them not to stand on ceremony, while his gaze fell upon the several chosen warriors standing stiffly. "So what is their condition?" Observing the chosen warriors, Nicholas furrowed his brow slightly, appearing concerned. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his lollipop, instead licking it from time to time. You mean growth?" Unlike the bewildered expressions of the elders, Nicholas merely nodded, tousling his curls. I believe I understand the reason behind this and have dispatched envoys to investigate. Perhaps soon, we will be able to empower them further." Upon hearing this, the elders simultaneously gasped, their faces alight with mixed surprise and joy. One purple-robed elder trembled as he asked, "Pope, are you certain you can enable them to swiftly enhance their divine power? We have expended countless efforts over the past few centuries and have only managed to elevate their divine strength by a fraction. I cannot say for sure, but at least there is hope." Nicholas let out a gentle sigh, tugging at his curly hair in frustration. "Based on your calculations, how much divine power must these chosen warriors enhance to achieve?" He did not continue, yet the elders present grasped his meaning. The elder in the purple robe pondered for a moment before murmuring, "If we were to simultaneously draw power from 10 chosen warriors, doubling their strength would enable them to. However, the materials needed to create more chosen warriors are no longer obtainable. Thus, the 6 remaining chosen warriors would each need to triple their strength." "Triple, you say?" Nicholas sighed heavily again and waved his hand dismissively. "For now, let us set this matter aside and accompany me to the temple. I require your assistance in casting a transformation spell for Wind Dance, one so subtle that even a magic tutor would not detect it." The elders paused momentarily, then obediently followed him out. Little did they know, in the now quiet hall, a chosen warrior quietly took a few steps toward a nearby secret chamber. The sweltering September was enough to invoke curses. Yet even more fervent than the weather was the news that swiftly spread throughout campus with the release of the latest issue of the newspaper. Readers were astonished to discover that a theme-titled water park carnival occupied 2/3 of the paper. The upcoming grand event in Folair quickly became the talk of the duchy. Undoubtedly, the promotional efforts by Taiping and Edmund were exceptionally effective. The newspaper divided the carnival content into several sections, employing highly provocative language paired with images captured through water manipulation techniques to entice readers. Yet, just when the narrative reached its climax, they would deliberately leave it hanging, teasing the audience like a feather that itched but remained just out of reach, inciting a yearning to witness the event firsthand. Simultaneously, many merchants from Folair seized the opportunity to promote the carnival while conducting trade in various locales. They either shared their personal experiences or bribed local ruffians to spread rumors, striving to ensure that the term carnival echoed through the streets, becoming the primary concern of everyone. But that was not enough. In an effort to build anticipation, Madame Via personally penned invitations to the 100 most hedonistic nobles across the nation, urging them to experience the carnival. Although only around 60 somewhat skeptical nobles ultimately attended. After personally engaging in the entertainment offered at the water park, they swore it was the most exhilarating experience they had ever had. Their testimonials were subsequently documented in the new issue of the newspaper, disseminating their enthusiasm throughout campus. No one complained about the sudden influx and chaos in the city, for accompanying the 30,000 visitors was a substantial financial boon. Innkeepers beamed with delight, counting the gold coins pouring in like a tide, while displaying fully booked signs. They converted stables and storage rooms into makeshift accommodations, shamelessly charging exorbitant prices of 10 gold coins per day. Yet even this could not dampen the fervor of the visitors. Restaurants experienced an indescribable boom. The throngs of tourists devoured everything in sight, leaving the establishments yearning for more. The Little Bear restaurant exhausted its entire stock within 6 days. And even the dwarves and dark elves could not keep pace with the demand for food. Some chefs contemplated striking, feeling that their earnings were inversely proportional to their workload. Yet the tips from patrons alone equated to 3 months' wages. The shops selling trinkets, fruit juices, traditional costumes, lingerie, and aphrodisiacs flourished as well. Entertainment venues such as saunas, massage parlors, and casinos were compelled to limit guest access. Some nobles even sought Madame Via's assistance to secure reservations at these previously unimagined establishments, willing to pay tenfold for the privilege. In Edmund's words, the entire city had transformed into a money-making machine. Folair resembled a colossal beast, voraciously consuming gold coins while gaining even greater renown. Visitors reveled in the entertainment and eagerly penned letters inviting their relatives and friends to join them. With merely 3 days left until the carnival commenced, Folair had already attracted over 40,000 tourists, a staggering figure considering the city's original population was only around 100,000. Yet this was merely the beginning, as 5,000 visitors gathered before the expansive water stage. A spell of dark clouds cast by the liches enveloped the sky. Almost immediately, Dazzling magical fireworks erupted in the night sky, enhancing the beauty of this maritime spectacle. Wizards aboard hot air balloons cast brilliant light spells focused on the stage, and amidst the melodious singing, Taiping appeared at the center of the stage. Flanked by Jean Yu and Christine. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Overlord, welcome to the water world. His voice, amplified by sound magic, resonated across the nearby waters. The previously restless crowd fell silent, though some visitors whispered among themselves, questioning the identity and background of this unfamiliar man. Yet, more began to fervently applaud after a moment of surprise, not solely for the elegant gentleman, but also for the two stunning beauties by his side. Permit me to extend a warm welcome on behalf of Overlord, and I hope you all enjoy a splendid holiday in this earthly paradise. As the applause gradually subsided, Taiping gracefully bowed, beaming as he introduced, "This carnival has but one theme: indulgence and entertainment. We shall provide the most delightful amusements, the most exquisite performances, and the finest means of relaxation. Before we commence, as the host of this water world, I would like to present you with a small gift." As he gently raised his staff, the blue curtain slowly parted, revealing a dazzling array of magical lights that coalesced on stage, a troupe of minotaurs, adorned in magnificent attire, whose appearance was more amusing than fearsome. Leading them was the towering figure of Alex, standing at the forefront, endeavoring to maintain his composure. Yet, faced with thousands of visitors from campus, he truly felt on the verge of losing his sanity. Meanwhile, more guests began to disperse to various amusement attractions, guided by the charming sea nymphs. Awaiting them were unprecedented activities such as a maritime ice skating rink, a sunbathing area, a water sports arena, and various other attractions. Although the initial half-hour left many tourists bewildered by the plethora of novel entertainment options, the sea nymphs' patient explanations gradually helped them uncover their own sources of enjoyment. In the diving area, the first few hundred visitors were left speechless as several sea sprites gracefully leapt into the sea, performing stunning acrobatics midair. The ladies gasped in awe, prompting accompanying male visitors to grumble in indignation as they clumsily attempted to mimic the elegant displays. In the bungee jumping zone, dark elves tethered themselves to terrified tourists, launching into the air with the elasticity of beast sinew, their piercing screams scaring off numerous onlookers. Yet, following the exhilarating jumps, many visitors, pale-faced and clutching their hearts, continued to purchase tickets, even goading their friends to join in, seemingly satisfied only by witnessing their screams. On the water's surface, dwarves skillfully rode the waves, towed by swordfish, while minotaurs leisurely pedaled on water bicycles. Spectators watched in astonishment, quickly pushing past companions to be the first to try out the new attractions. They are utterly unconcerned about appearing foolish on the water's surface, even when dragged hundreds of meters by a swordfish. They laugh and jeer loudly, demanding another round. At the ice rink, mages conjure vast areas for skating with freezing spells, while dark elves and sea nymphs serve as instructors, setting aside the clumsy newcomers who tumble about. Some visitors, having mastered the art of balance, soon revel in the joy of gliding on ice. Their graceful movements attract more eager participants, including those young men keen to impress their companions. Thus, when you observe the rink filled with visitors or the waiting area for water surfing bustling with activity, do not be surprised that many do not exit. They simply shed their skates or leap off their boards to purchase tickets anew. As for diving, bungee jumping, and beach volleyball, these attractions, free from time constraints, are as crowded as a bustling marketplace. In truth, after indulging in their pleasures, these visitors will realize they have spent far more than 30 gold coins. Taiping shamelessly borrowed the amusement park model, setting the ticket price remarkably low, stipulating that this 30 gold coin entry permits free access to only 6 attractions. Once visitors are lured by other activities, they continue to spend gold, often forgetting their initial hesitations. Furthermore, the prices at the seaside restaurants and snack stalls are several times higher than those on land, presenting a lucrative opportunity. Therefore, by evening, as visitors reluctantly depart the aquatic wonderland, the newly appointed accountant, Xiao Su, trembles as she presents the revenue report to Edmund and Moon. Observing the pale-faced girl, Edmund sighs gently, advising, young people must remain composed. To be so anxious on the first day of operation, however, before he can finish, he glimpses the bold red figures on the report and promptly faints, losing all composure. Moon shakes his head, seizing the report from Edmund's hands, and sarcastically remarks, "Indeed. You've never witnessed the grand scale of business. It's merely a report." Even if the revenue were to reach amidst the admiring glances of several attendants, Moon, who had just appeared calm, also rolls his eyes and collapses beside Edmund. Moments later, the two awaken simultaneously, exchanging startled glances before dashing out of the room towards Taiping's residence. They report their daily, so without awaiting an announcement, they boldly enter the study. In truth, Edmund barely glimpsed the scene within before exclaiming with unrestrained joy, "Chairman, you must see this report. Today we have earned O." In the tranquil study, Taiping is nestled against Constance, resting his head between her peaks. Had Edmund witnessed this scene, he would not have been surprised. He had stumbled upon such moments several times before, enduring relentless pursuit by the black dragon for half a day. This indirectly affirms that human resilience can rival that of the lowly cockroach. However, at this moment, Edmund truly faces the astonished gazes of over a dozen merchants, many of whom are familiar faces from Bruges, Montiata, and Nidal. After a brief pause, Moon promptly hands over the report, tugging Edmund to leave. He suddenly comprehends why the chairman retains a 30% stake in the water park. The true intention lies therein. 40,000 gold coins, a commendable revenue. Taiping nonchalantly nods, carelessly tossing the report aside as if it were trivial. Yet, those vivid red figures ignite a frenzy among the surrounding merchants, their eyes ablaze with envy. The merchants exchange glances, fully aware that the other places refer to Folaire. In fact, these commercial titans, possessing considerable influence in Bruges and beyond, have begun to sense the stirrings among lower-tier merchants. In just the past few months, hundreds of small traders have relocated, although their departure has not caused substantial disruption. The continuation of this trend poses a grave threat to the city's economy. There is an old saying in my hometown, "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, and a good bird chooses its tree." I believe you all understand the implications. Taiping gently rubs his temples, pushing the report toward the merchants, confident they realize our guild is eager to share some sales channels with external traders. Furthermore, for all of you esteemed merchants, I am more than willing to share the 30% stake in the water park, provided what? He does not articulate it, yet the meaning is unmistakable. The merchants' breaths grow heavy at this moment. A 30% stake implies monthly earnings in the hundreds of thousands, and acquiring exclusive rights to popular items such as dolls, fruit milk, and cheapao would yield astonishing profits. In comparison, although withdrawing from Bruges and other regions may temporarily incur losses, in the long run, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Yet, amid this eerie silence, a short, stout merchant suddenly rises, sneering, "Mr. He, do you truly believe you can persuade me with such terms? Frankly, I do not believe Montiata has reached its nadir. It is merely a transient phenomenon. So, kindly retract your devilish tongue." This audacious figure, known to the gathered merchants, is Link, a longtime associate of Lord Simmons, having developed his business in Montiata for decades. Therefore, it is entirely expected for him to retaliate at this moment. Nevertheless, Taiping remains unfazed, merely snapping his fingers and addressing the void. "Christine, how is Mr. Link's business?" Moments later, Christine's voice resonates in the air, a grocer, dealing in various sundries, with capital around 200,000 gold coins. So it is merely 200,000 gold coins. From your tone, I nearly assumed you possessed 2 million. Taiping snaps his fingers again, taking in Link's ashen face as he continues, "Christine, send someone to Montiata tomorrow to open a grocery store directly across from Mr. Link's shop. Whatever he sells, we will offer the same items, but at a 30% lower price." This is a blatant provocation, akin to the height difference between Alex and Hornby. Even if the dwarves bring a few stools, they are still outmatched. Link's face turns pale, his teeth grinding audibly, and under the sympathetic gazes of the other merchants, he suddenly roars and attempts to lunge at Taiping. Yet, before his fingers can graze the hem of Taiping's garment, a flaming whip flashes, sending him crashing against the wall in a brutal embrace. Without sparing a glance at the unconscious Link, Taiping sips his coffee and addresses the merchants. "Well, the bothersome fly has been dealt with. If anyone has further inquiries, feel free to voice them. I assure you, I am quite agreeable." This is not being agreeable. It is a cold jest. The merchants exchange uncertain glances, hesitating. After a prolonged silence, an elderly man with gray hair finally speaks. "Mr. He, I have 2 questions. If you can provide satisfactory answers, we would be eager to join Folaire." Thanks to Christine's reminder, Taiping recognizes this as Dace, a renowned merchant from Bruges. He raises his hand gracefully, indicating for the man to proceed. Dace nods and solemnly states, the city's development in Folaire has reached its limits, with little available land. Now, with a surge of incoming tourists, I have also heard you plan to attract immigrants from Bruges and other regions. If so, I am quite concerned about future development. In terms of urban development, there is no need for concern. Taiping smiled slightly, reaching out to grasp a scroll of blueprints from the void. Soon, everyone shall witness the emergence of a brand new city, a city that belongs to both me and the underground realm. In fact, should you choose to invest, it will also become your city. The merchants momentarily paused, following his gaze to the scroll, their breaths suddenly becoming heavy. Taiping, seemingly unfazed, unfurled the blueprints and continued. This is the urban design drafted by 6 renowned designers from Campa, which incorporates some of my personal ideas. Constructing this city will require 5 million gold coins and, once completed, it will accommodate a population of 150,000. The inner city will be inhabited by the denizens of the underground realm, tasked with safeguarding the city, while the outer city will comprise entertainment and commercial districts, alongside some residential areas. The entertainment district will offer a plethora of recreational activities, whereas the commercial district will be subdivided into numerous shops, which will be leased to merchants. It is anticipated that over 100,000 merchants will settle here, offering hundreds of thousands of varied goods, including rare resources from the underground realm. Of course, the Dragon and Dungeon Merchants Guild will also relocate to this city. If all goes as planned, I shall assume the role of the city's lord, and my first decree will be the establishment of a council primarily composed of merchants. In other words, not only can you invest in the construction of this city alongside me, but you may also become a member of the council in the future. His words were laden with temptation. If the merchants had merely been heavy of breath moments ago, they were now nearly gasping for air. To construct a city, to become its overseer, and to collect rents from shops. Had anyone proposed such an idea previously, they would have been deemed a madman. Yet this young man before them possessed the requisite capital, commanding the formidable military of the underground realm, presiding over the Dragon and Dungeon Merchants Guild, and supported by Folaire. If anyone in Campa could realize this dream, it was undoubtedly him. After a prolonged silence, Des nodded slowly, his voice dry. Understood. If that is the case, I have no further questions. The only issue remains, should we relocate our families to Folaire, it will inevitably attract the attention of lords like Saya. This implies, not a problem at all, I will provide assistance. Taiping gently raised his hand, interrupting him. Forgive my audacity, but if I were to take someone from Bruce, even Saya with his thousands of soldiers would not be able to stop me. Moreover, there are numerous other methods at our disposal. The merchants exchanged glances. Yet they could not deny that his assertion was not merely the ramblings of arrogance. It was indeed the Black Dragon. Observing their contemplative expressions, Taiping slowly rose, lightly clapping his hands. Now, let us proceed to a vote. I am confident that you will make a prudent choice. Half an hour later, the merchants, their expressions grave, departed from the study one by one. Compared to when they entered, their steps were markedly lighter. It seemed that everyone had attained what they desired. Taiping personally escorted the last merchant out of the study, then turned slowly to regard Link, who lay on the floor. Moments later, the supposedly unconscious Link suddenly sprang to his feet, smiling. My lord, how was my performance? Quite commendable. I greatly appreciated your portrayal of the killing the chicken to scare the monkey act. Taiping patted his shoulder, speaking casually. If circumstances permitted, I would truly wish to invite you to participate in a new musical production. However, regrettably, it seems you are destined to assume the role of the temporary Lord of Monta, which may very well become permanent. This was the opportunity Link had long yearned for, and upon hearing this, he instantly displayed an expression of unrestrained joy. Yet, after a brief moment of excitement, he hesitated. My lord, although the merchants have just signed magical contracts, ensuring their silence, such a large-scale relocation will undoubtedly attract the attention of Saya and others. That would be most fortuitous, for I eagerly anticipate such developments. Taiping stroked his chin, gesturing towards the urban blueprint. Stirring the waters can yield promising prospects. If the waters remain calm, where then shall my new city be constructed? The location for the new city? Link was momentarily taken aback, involuntarily gazing at the map hanging on the wall. My lord, do you mean? I mean that we must seek a suitable location for the city. And the place I have in mind. Taiping's words were abruptly interrupted by Jean Yu's jubilant voice from outside the door. Brother, Jia has awakened.